Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526 She You and She D. Senior Dragon God, this thing, how to deal with it? I'll find a way to get it out, and you come and kill it. After leaving the ancient research institute, She You floated in the air and asked Senior Dragon God whether he wanted to take revenge personally. Dragon God said silently, "Do you think I can be a match for that guy?" Even if she believed that she was a first-tier strongman among the demigods of the post-Blue Star era. But she still didn't have the confidence to defeat a top-level god remnant soul who mastered the top rules. She You said, "I can beat the other party half to death first, no need." Dragon God said, "Seeing it fall into your hands is enough. I'm not that paranoid. This guy, you feed it to the undead too. If it fell into She Yu's hands, it must not survive." Confirming that a murderer who killed the Dragon Emperor was destined to die and would not be at large, her knot in her heart had been untied. She Yu was silent for a moment, and said, "Okay, then I will take care of this guy." Senior Dragon God, what are your plans next? Dragon God looked up at the sky and said, "Continue to improve your strength. Let Wang Kong, Lin Feng, and you younger generations surpass me one after another. I also want to reach a higher realm to see. Now, the biggest wish has been achieved, Dragon Palace City has been handed over to you, and Dong Huang does not need my protection. Next, I can completely relax and practice wholeheartedly. You should not slack off either." Yeah, She Yu nodded and said, "By the way, Senior Dragon God, I have cracked the time and space dragon vein ruins. Please keep it secret for me. As you said, this may also be a taboo ability in the universe." "I know." Dragon God smiled and said, "Thank you. No, this is something I promised you, Senior Dragon God." She Yu smiled. At this time, the three time and space of Emperor Wu, Empress, and Dragon Emperor had gone, and She Yu was also disappointed. The more he learned about the buried history, the more tired he felt. There are still 2 dynasties left to visit. Forget about the time and space of the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor himself is still alive. He is a living history. There is no need to explore. And the Time Emperor. Although She Yu learned a lot about the Time Emperor dynasty from the Ice Dragon, he still wanted to meet this first-generation legend of Dong Huang, the most highly regarded legendary beastmaster in ancient history. The premise is that the Time Emperor is dead. She Yu looked at the relic crystal he obtained from the heroic spirit ruins, which had been sealed in the space for a long time. This thing, should I use it and explore it? It is rumored that the Time Emperor disappeared because of exploring the ruins. And the ruins behind this relic key are likely to be the clues to the Time Emperor's disappearance. Now, there should be no ruins on the Blue Star that can stop him and put him in danger, right? He is about to go to the universe, and it will be very consuming to come back. It is unknown when he can come back. She Yu plans to take some time to see what the ruins guided by the relic crystal are, so that he will have no regrets. Soon after he separated from Senior Dragon God, She Yu went directly to the place where the relic crystal resonated according to the location in his memory. It was still an isolated island. She Yu found that many relic spaces were on the isolated island in the ocean. This was the case with the time and space relics, and the mythical relics related to the Emperor of Time were also the same. Ying. At this time, after landing on the isolated island, the 6 main pets surrounded She Yu and looked around cautiously. She Yu also took the relic crystal that had been resonating and looked at the area in front with the strongest resonance fluctuations. "What do you think it will be?" She Yu asked. "Some people say that in order to pursue immortality and a higher realm, the Emperor of Time explored the mythical relics and was slapped to death by the sleeping beast inside. Some people say that the Emperor of Time realized that it was impossible to become a god on the current era and predicted the time of the mythical revival, so he found a good place, sealed himself up, and waited for the opportunity to become a god. Some people also say. In short, there are all kinds of rumors about the disappearance of the Emperor of Time, but She Yu actually thinks that none of them are reliable. Under the suppression of the world rules, the strongest level is the demigod level. With only primary gods left on Blue Star, the strength of these beasts is limited, and it doesn't seem like they can kill the Emperor of Time. Even if it is a demigod of the level of the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon, She Yu feels that it cannot pose a threat to the Emperor of Time. After all, the time system can't beat you, can't predict you, and can't escape. Of course, there is also a possibility that a bunch of beasts are sleeping in this mythological relic, so for normal legends, there may still be a little danger. However, this possibility is not great, because after the end of the mythological era, there are not many gods left, and there are even fewer primary gods left on Blue Star. And there are very few who can survive to the present, and basically half of them are dead in sleep. The Earth Dragon that was killed by a meteorite in sleep is a typical example. And the rumor that the Emperor of Time proclaimed himself is also unlikely. He worked hard to establish the Donghuang dynasty. How could he just abandon it and proclaim himself without leaving any backup, leading to the fall of the dynasty? Of course, since someone has made such a guess, there must be a reasonable explanation, that is, a bunch of things such as the heroic relics are all backhands left by the Emperor of Time. The Emperor of Time also predicted that even after the fall of the first generation of Donghuang dynasty, there will still be new legends such as the Emperor of Martial Arts, the Empress of the West, the Dragon Emperor, and the Emperor of the Sky to rebuild Donghuang and pass it on. Only then can he feel at ease to seal himself. If this is the case, it is too strong. This is also an explanation. However, what is the truth? You may have to explore it yourself to find out. Shiyu used the method of using the relic crystal and squeezed it hard in the resonance area. Snap! The relic crystal turned into powder, and then a special frequency of space fluctuations came from inside. In an instant, a boom sounded like the sound of thunder. Then, a special space gradually overlapped with a blue star space. Roar! Chong Chong roared, resisting the space shock. Shiyu calmly watched the space around him change. In a flash, the space alternated, and they came to a blank world. A completely blank world, very strange. Until Shiyu and the others saw an illusory figure slowly becoming a real entity. It was a tall middle-aged man with a black and gold robe embroidered with a starry sky dragon pattern. Under the surging golden waves at the corners of the robe, the sleeves were carried high by the wind. His flying eyebrows were slightly raised, and the eyes below were like autumn water, like cold stars, like gems, sharp and compelling. Roar! 11, Chong Chong and others roared at the figure. Chi Tong and other pets frowned slightly, unable to believe it. Time Emperor? How could it be possible? How could the Time Emperor appear so easily? Shiyu also fell into silence, quietly looking at the man in front of him. See you again. The first words of this man shocked Shiyu's heart and made him feel incredible. Time Emperor, Shiyu spoke. When I talked with General Mu Huayan in front of the heroic spirit ruins, you looked at me from afar across time, and I knew that we would meet again one day. The middle-aged man smiled, then laughed and said, Junior, what is your name? After Shiyu was silent, he clasped his fists and said, Junior Shiyu, the Beastmaster of the ancient Donghuang Kingdom in the future, you have cultivated Mu Huang's bloodline heroic spirit to this level. No matter which era it is placed in, it is extremely rare. Shidi's eyes fell on Chitong, and then fell on the 11 one by one, and praised. But it's normal, Senior Shidi, your current state is, Shiyu couldn't help but speak. I didn't expect that Shidi still had self-awareness and had been here all the time. Incredible. I know why you're here, Shidi said, this is not my original body. My original body is trapped in another ruin. When I explored this ruin, I made sufficient preparations, but I didn't expect to be trapped in it. However, I have already calculated this result. Your appearance is my chance to escape from this ruin. Shiyu took a deep breath. Shidi, want money? For some reason, he suddenly remembered this trick and dispelled it. No, the figure in front of him is definitely Shidi. Only he knows what happened in the heroic ruins. Could it be that Shidi can return? He wants to test Shidi to survive. Senior Shidi, what can I do to help you? Shiyu asked. What's the current situation of Blue Star? Can the myth be revived? Not yet, but soon. In a few years, a god-level being should be born and gradually unsealed. Is that so? It's far from enough, Shidi said. After the myth of Blue Star is revived, you help Blue Star raise the level cap again. My body's realm has reached above the god level. I'm trapped in the ruins. Only by connecting with Blue Star to form a stable space-time channel can I return. Blue Star in the mythological era should be able to accommodate supreme gods such as Zulong at most, but life at a higher level will be powerless, so it needs to go one step further, otherwise I won't be able to open the space-time channel. Shiyu, 11, Chong Chong, etc. Above the god level, Shiyu was shocked and said, "Senior Shidi, don't tease me, super god level?" The Emperor of Time looked at Shiyu and said calmly, "The ruins I went to should be from the last cosmic era. During the exploration process, I got the inheritance of divine power, and my realm was upgraded by 2 levels, surpassing the divine level, but I was trapped in it. You are very special, your telepathy is very similar to me now. You should have entered the ruins of the last cosmic era. At first, I just thought you were a future archaeological master, but now it seems that you are not that simple, and your identity is more special than I thought. The listening talent derived from this telepathy is indeed more convenient for exploring the ruins. It was only after I entered this ruins that my telepathy underwent a qualitative change, and you should have had this telepathy at that time." Shiyu fell into silence. What a joke. It turns out that what the Emperor of Time explored was not some mythical ruins, but the cosmic ruins of the last era? The adventures that Zilan, the disciple of the Emperor of Space, imagined actually happened to the Emperor of Time? As for what the Emperor of Time said, it also confirmed some of Shiyu's speculations for the second time. Earth should be the blue star of the last cosmic era. His travel through time is not only space, but also time, and it is an extremely long time. He traveled through the end of the universe life that all life in the universe believes is absolutely impossible to resist. In this way, Shiyu can understand the similarities between Blue Star and Earth, which is equivalent to 2 reincarnations. Well, I did accidentally enter the epic ruins and obtain some divine power inheritance, Shiyu said. The Taichi ruins and Qinglong ruins that he explored on Earth. From the current perspective, they are indeed epic ruins. Emperor Shi nodded and said, "It seems that we are both very lucky people. Well, I don't have much time left. According to the normal trajectory, I don't know how long it will take Blue Star to upgrade. In addition, Blue Star once suffered a catastrophe in the mythological era. If such a catastrophe occurs again, the time I am trapped here will be infinitely delayed. After arriving here, I realized that the universe contains infinite mysteries, and the god level is just the beginning. Next, I will teach you a method that I realized after breaking through the god level. It belongs to telepathy and is a technique specifically used to crack ruins. There is a chance to peek into the ruins of the cosmic era. With it, I hope you can become stronger quickly and give back to Blue Star. If you can help me out within 100 years, I owe you 3 favors. 3 favors, no. Your Majesty Emperor Shi, you established the Donghuang dynasty and made great contributions to future generations. As a beneficiary of the Donghuang Beastmaster, it is only natural for me to help my predecessors, Shiyu said with a righteous face. Don't worry, even if I risk my life, I will help Blue Star upgrade its level as soon as possible and build a stable space-time channel. Emperor Shi was silent. The pets around Shiyu were also silent. They didn't believe you. You were so excited. Super god level favors. You know, Zilan said that there are no more than 1,000 super god level people in the entire universe. What's more, Shidi is a big boss of the time system, and he is so awesome that he cracked the epic ruins. His 3 favors are enough for countless lives to fight for. The strong men who left Blue Star, such as Kong Di and Lin Feng, originally intended to help Blue Star upgrade its level. Now, Shiyu can be said to be a piece of cake. In short, if Shidi is rescued, a super thigh will be there. As long as you don't mess with those 5 cosmic monsters. The universe and the stars should be able to walk sideways. Listen carefully, Shidi slowly spoke, telepathically communicating with Shiyu, guiding him to learn the ruins cracking skills that he had studied for thousands of years in order to crack the cosmic epic ruins. On an isolated island in the ocean, a figure has been sitting cross-legged for a long time. Shiyu is still receiving the skills of cracking ruins taught by the Emperor of Time. The amount of information is too much, almost bursting his brain. Fortunately, Shiyu has memory drops and world tree fruits to assist in learning, and has become a top student. Although I don't know why the Emperor of Time subconsciously equates relic archaeology with becoming stronger, Shiyu still likes the ruins cracking skills taught by the Emperor of Time. He likes this more than any skill that can double the speed of meditation. Even the ruins of the cosmic era can be cracked. This is simply the best gift before leaving the blue planet and heading to the starry sky. Ruins, your king is coming. Shiyu didn't dare to be careless. He practiced over and over again. He didn't even meditate so seriously. Beside him, a bunch of pets assisted Shiyu, and some of them had fainted from hunger beside him, turning into energy-saving forms and entering sleep mode. I don't know how long it took, but Shiyu finally opened his eyes. I didn't expect that this technique also includes the development methods of time-enhanced talent and space-enhanced talent. I haven't had time to learn the space-enhanced talent that Zilan brought from the Hanging Star, but I learned it from the Emperor of Time first. Among the 18 talent development techniques brought by Zilan, only the space-enhanced talent and the combined talent are what Shiyu plans to study when he has time. Incredible. After Shiyu opened his eyes, his first thought was that the Emperor of Time was too strong. Not only did he crack the remains of the cosmic era and become the first blue star human to reach the super god level, he also broke through the limitations of the blue star human race and developed the self-study and teaching methods of the second and third talents. In comparison, the talents of those alien geniuses who can get the talent cultivation method it will seem to be less terrible than those of the blue star natives. Wait a minute, what's going on? After Shiyu woke up, he suddenly found that his first beast control space seemed to be very close to the 9th level. It should be the feedback brought by developing the spiritual talent, learning the space-enhanced talent, and the time-enhanced talent, Lin said beside him. How long did I digest it? Shiyu looked at the environment of the isolated island around him and asked. It's been about half a month since Emperor Shi taught you the skills. Half a month? Shiyu scratched his head. So long? How come it just seemed like a blink of an eye? All he remembered was that he kept asking Susu for memory drops and asking Shen Bao for the world tree fruit. Forget it, half a month is half a month. I feel like if I meditate for another 2 months, I'll hopefully be able to break through to the legendary level, Shiyu said. It can be even shorter, Lin said. Your current beast taming space has been enhanced with talent, and you can already cross-level contract with a 5th demigod. Hurry up and arrange for the ginseng baby to come. After it breaks through to the demigod level, the effect of the world tree fruit will be better, allowing you to cultivate your space-enhancing talent to the 8th level at a faster speed. By then, you can cross-level contract with a 6th totem Ziozi, and with its feedback, you should be able to directly break through to the 9th level, which is faster than normal meditation. The most important thing is that the children are almost fainting from hunger. In order to look after you, Chong Chong and the others didn't go to Longgong City to eat and drink. They relied on Susu and Ginseng Baby to provide food for half a month. And after Ginseng Baby breaks through, you can say goodbye to famine. Shiyu was stunned, scratched his head, and said, I understand. If you are hungry, just find food by yourselves. Don't always wait for me to take you to eat. You are not young anymore, and you should learn to visit other demigod forces by yourself. But I feel that my mental state is quite good, Lin. Yes, it's good. The whole team has been taking care of you for the past half month. Like taking care of a vegetative person. Where's Shen Bao? Hurry up and call Shen Bao to break through. Shiyu immediately stood up and said, the Jianmu domain, time strengthening talent, and the integration of points and skills. This time, let's see how far it can reach. Yi, in the team, regardless of nutritional value, only talking about filling the stomach, the most likely to starve are Shi and Chong Chong, and the least likely to starve are Shen Bao and Susu. Susu has the Kanghei contract and unlimited energy, while Shen Bao can survive by photosynthesis and drinking water. With Susu, a supplier who can condense the 9th level water energy crystal it is very easy to fill his stomach. It only takes them a little more time. So now, Shen Bao's spirit is not bad, unlike Shi and Chong Chong, who both went to sleep and dozed off. Call everyone out. When Shiyu called, he looked at Shen Bao who jumped over. Yeah, woo, it's finally my turn. Shen Bao was excited and shed tears, and Lin silently collected tears beside him. It can be used as food for ducks. Racial skills, superclass, time mark, perfect plus 47, moon explosion, perfect plus 47, life spark, perfect plus 47, world tree fruit, perfect plus 47, greenwood divine body, perfect plus 47, sun forest, perfect plus 47, plant control, perfect plus 47, soul fruit, perfect plus 47. At the same time, Shiyu looked at Shen Bao's superclass skills. Well, according to the experience of Chong Chong last time, if you fuse a few skills, you are likely to become the first guy in the team with 2 quasi-divine skills. Invincible, come and I will add points to you to perfection, and see which skills have a high degree of fusion. After Shiyu finished speaking, 11 and Chong Chong also woke up and were no longer sleepy. This book was first published on Kidian app and updated around 2200 hours every night. Chapter 527 Demigod Chef. Yaaaaa, Shen Bao shouted the slogan of go, go, go and stood on Shiyu's shoulder. Shiyu flew over the ocean, away from the island just now. Because Shen Bao must have a lot of world power for free this time, it is better to stay away from there. Shidi had just asked him to increase the world power of Blue Star, but he turned around and drained the world power over there, which was a bit disrespectful to his predecessor. It's here, finally, Shiyu casually found a mythical secret realm on the ocean. This should be the former residence and habitat of creatures from a certain mythical era. Judging from the traces, no creatures have lived there for many years. If it was before, it would definitely not be so easy for Shiyu to find the ruins' secret realm and enter the mythical ruins, but after learning Shidi's special telepathy skills, Shiyu is now a ruins radar and a walking ruins key. Shiyu named this skill telepathy, time passes talent. No wonder Shidi thought that after learning this skill, he could become stronger faster. Of course he could. Take this relic for example. Although there are no physical resources inside, the accumulated natural energy intensity is many times that of the outside world, which is comparable to the treasure land of Longgong City. Although the area is not as large as Longgong City, such an ownerless land can be used casually by Shiyu, which is also very beneficial. For example, the evolution of the ginseng baby will definitely consume a lot of the world's natural power. If Shiyu and his team break through in Donghuang, it will definitely turn a city into a deserted city in an instant, but if it is here, there will be no problem. Open it for me. After Shiyu pried open this mythical residence, the ginseng baby immediately took root in the earth inside. 11. The bugs, ducks and others followed behind to cheer for the ginseng baby. Whether the team can have a full meal in the future depends on the ginseng baby this time. Demigod level cook, go for it. Yaa, noisy, the ginseng baby was furious. It broke through not to be a cook. It was for the boss of the team. Come on. After Shiyu finished speaking, Shen Bao turned around and put on his wise doctoral hat, took a deep breath, and connected to the power of the earth. Its King Mu divine body can be mutated and multiplied. It can perfectly absorb the natural power of the earth to grow and carry the source of life. It can be said that it is the fundamental physical skill as a god-level supplement. In addition, its quasi-god skill, the grace of the world, can mobilize the power of the world. The power of the world is the origin of a world and can be derived into all the natural forces possessed by this world. It is equivalent to perfect skill to mobilize the natural power of the world. In places where natural energy is barren, other overlords may not be able to mobilize the power of nature at all, but Shen Bao is different. It can directly ignore the distance and mobilize the natural forces of all parts of the world through this skill. It stands to reason that Shen Bao has this skill, and it should be easier than Su to get natural energy for free. But it can't bear it. The grace of the world consumes much more than the Kanghe contract, and its level is lower than Su. This has led to a long delay in the progress of free access, and the time cost is too high. Sometimes you may be busy all day to feed 11. However, when it reaches the totem level, everything is solved. In the ruins, Shen Bao turned into the body of World Shen, a towering sacred tree. Shiyu also activated the Jianmu domain, mind resonance and other talents to assist Shen Bao's breakthrough. The fusion of Jianmu's shadow and World Shen made it more efficient to get the world's power for free, but these are not the main points. The main thing is to add points. With the assistance of the major pets, Shiyu first added points to the time mark for Shen Bao. The halo enveloped the sacred tree. Under the power of Shiyu's added points, the time mark of the highest proficiency at the perfect level directly reached the superb level. At this moment, the maximum condensation number of the time mark is 1, and the number that can be condensed directly becomes 2. In other words, Shen Bao can finally condense 2 time marks and revive twice. If you don't encounter the kind of enemy that can even destroy the effect of skills, it will be invincible. On the sacred tree, Shen Bao's clone was extremely surprised. The next moment, the fruit of the world tree was superb. The superb fruit of the world tree has a stronger ability to increase comprehension. If it was only a temporary improvement in comprehension before, it can now permanently improve comprehension and learning ability. Of course, there is an upper limit, but it is no problem to turn a mediocre person into a genius. After eating it, no matter how stupid the eater is, as long as he is willing to work hard, He can basically practice the superclass race skills to perfection and become a hegemon in his lifetime. Then, the soul fruit also reached superb. This skill is what Qitong likes to eat the most because it can enhance the power of the soul. If the soul fruit is cultivated into a divine skill, it can even pinch out a god-level resource, the immortal fruit, so that the eater can live a second life in the form of undead life. As for the current superb stage, it is also okay. The main improvement is the effect of repairing the soul. Even if it is beaten into a residual soul, as long as it is used enough, it can be restored to a perfect soul. It is equivalent to a person who is torn into pieces and his body is broken into several pieces, but he can still be rescued. This should be the favorite resource of the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon. The repair of the three aspects of entity, spirit, and soul is more difficult than the other. Shen Baobao is an expert in the former, but now the shortcoming has finally been made up. Then, Moon Explosion, Life Spark, Sun Forest, King Mu Divine Body, Plant Control, a bunch of super-level skills of Shen Baobao were all pulled to perfection by Shi Yu. Next to him, Shen Baobao's clone and Shen Baobao's phantoms who were responsible for replenishing Shi Yu's milk looked at the gradually stronger main body with admiration. This is not over yet. Skills, Moon Explosion, Life Spark, Sun Forest, Fusion Success Rate, low, Fusion Risk, high. In the end, Shi Yu chose 3 skills from Shen Baobao's pile of skills that were not so big in fusion and fused them. However, although these are the skills with the highest success rate of fusion among the skills of Shen Bao, the consumption is still terrifying. You should know that Shi Yu's current physique is comparable to that of an ordinary totem, but after the fusion, his vision and hearing still decline rapidly. And his body becomes stiff. His skin begins to shrink, crack, and wrinkle, and his black hair turns pale. Both his energy and life force are rapidly declining. Even his soul begins to blur. Especially this time, there is no Shenbao body to take charge of the crazy milk, and one ring of assistance is missing. Shi Yu is under greater pressure, but he still has full talent. With the encouragement of pets such as Lin and Su, he sees the dawn of success in his gradually dizzy consciousness. Boom! At this moment, with a breakthrough of Shenbao, who has also gone through hardships, all the natural power of the mythical ruins was drained by it, turning it into a desolate ruin. At the same time, outside the ruins, the sun and the moon seem to be more brilliant. Even in some places during the day, the grand occasion of the sun and the moon shining together can be seen. In an ocean not far from where Shi Yu and his team broke through, a totem-level life left the ocean and stared at the sky in amazement. This is, another demigod has been born. Who is it that can plunder the power of the sun and the moon at such a speed? I have no impression of it at all. No, maybe it's the god who specializes in the power of the sun and the moon who has revived, with a fast absorption speed. On the other side, the demigod master of the origin tree god, looked at the speed at which the power of the sun was absorbed, and looked at the solar torrent between the sun and the blue star, with a look of admiration. If it had such a speed of absorbing the power of the sun, why would it need to rely on sleeping to offset the consumption? Who is it? Shen Baobao's skill fusion this time undoubtedly fused the power of the sun and the moon. Since the breakthrough was made in the blue star, the starry sky anomaly caused by it was not covered, so many strong people noticed it. The angel man, the female succubus, this group of outsiders also looked at the sky in amazement. It seems that there are some decent lives on the blue star. It seems that even those with high vision have recognized this skill. Success. In the desolate mythological ruins, Shi Yu spoke dryly, his wrinkled face condensed into a chrysanthemum shape, with a happy face and green light in his eyes. The 11th level pets were also moved. The most excited one was the ginseng baby who had successfully reached the semigod level. Breakthrough is secondary, it easily broke through from the overlord level to the totem level. But the key is the new skills brought by the fusion of skills, Moon Explosion, Life Spark, Solar Forest, have been merged into Sun and Moon Shine Together, Skill, Sun and Moon Shine Together, Level, Quasi-God Level, Introduction. The Sun Spark and Moon Spark are born in the body, and can absorb the essence of the Sun and the Moon and store them in the body. The essence of the Sun and the Moon can be converted into energy required for life activities, or it can become a spark to ignite the power of life. When detonated, the Sun and Moon rolls can be mobilized to the maximum extent to produce the phenomenon of Sun and Moon shining together. Passive recovery and self-destructing skills. When Shi Yu saw this skill for the first time, he felt that the luck of the Kilin clan was inherited by Lin. Then, It was shared with him. What you need, you get. A skill that passively absorbs the power of the sun and the moon and converts it into your own energy? This is even easier than Susu's King High contract. After all, that also requires Susu to actively mobilize, and it takes a lot of time to mobilize too much energy. But this fire that absorbs the power of the sun and the moon autonomously not only saves time costs, but also greatly enhances the endurance of Shenbeo. Moreover, it is a quasi-god level passive recovery skill, which means that the recovery effect will definitely not be bad. At that time, with the grace of the world, at least the food in the team will be completely worry-free. In addition, the quasi-god level self-destruction directly increases Shenbeo's combat power to an incredible level. I'm afraid it really has hope of being the first god level kill in the team. Unfortunately, this skill, like the grace of the world, has a lot of restrictions. The grace of the world can only be used in the body of the world life, such as in the blue star, in Xiaozi's body, in the creation realm, in King Kai's planet, and the sun and moon shine together. If the power of the sun and moon stored in the body is used up, it can only be effective in places with the sun and moon. But fortunately, in most places in the universe, there are similar stars and satellites. This type of planet is also very important. It is a cosmic resource that many life planets like the blue star need to rely on. For example, after the rules of the blue star are broken, the main way to maintain the operation of the planet is the power of the stars in the universe. However, the sun and moon in the galaxy where the blue star is located are considered to be relatively ordinary sun and moon in the mouths of aliens such as Zilan. In the universe, there are also a small number of stars that have given birth to autonomous consciousness. Because their own energy is too huge, after they evolve successfully, they basically have super god power. The super god level is also called the sun level, which is how it comes. This type of stellar life, even the cosmic giants that eat planets dare not easily provoke. At this time, as the baby ginseng broke through to the semi-god, it felt great. Especially for the control of the world's grace skill, it is even stronger. It turns out that when Shenbeo uses the world's grace once, it is equivalent to asking his mother for 100 yuan and helping with housework when he is in primary school. He is happy but not completely happy. Now, Shenbeo has directly inherited part of the family property. Even if he has to work a little, the cost performance is undoubtedly very high compared to the huge harvest. Aya, look at me, Shenbeo cried with joy, and directly controlled a vine to tie up Shiyu. The natural power of plants and trees from all over the blue star was mobilized by Shenbeo and transformed into life force. Through contact, these vines continuously transmit life force to Shiyu. In a flash, Shiyu's extremely weak body was immediately restored. His pale hair gradually turned black, and his dry skin also became full again. After completing all this, Shenbeo was a little out of breath, mainly because he had just accepted the fusion of skills, and he was also very tired. Thanks to Susu who had been watering with the spirit of the pure sea, otherwise, it would be difficult for him and Shiyu to survive. However, it was a rare evolution. In order to let everyone see how powerful he was, after nursing Shiyu, the ginseng baby continued to mobilize the grace of the world, passively turning interactive to accelerate the absorption of the power of the sun and the moon, and condense new fruits. Although he said that he would not be a cook, his body was still very honest. The power of the world was transformed into gold power, and a legendary iron bamboo grew in front of 11, which surprised 11. Ah, you are worthy of it, 11 expressed his love and pulled it up directly. On the huge ginseng tree, the legendary space fruit, sun fruit, earth fruit, and wind fruit condensed one by one. They were handed over to Chongchong, Qitong, Xiaoji, and Lin by the vines. Mass production of legendary resources. The legendary resources that Shiyu once wanted to obtain were out of reach. At present, the ginseng baby can use the power of the blue star to mass produce them. The ginseng baby stood on the tree, with his hands on his waist, but he was panting more and more, and his body began to shrink, so he quickly treated himself. Not bad, Shiyu smiled. But at this time, Susa looked at her teammates eating food, a big question mark appeared on her head, and she looked at Shenbeo. Ning. Susa protested, where's its food? Yeah, also protested, where's its food? Ichia suspected that Emperor Shenshin was targeting Big Sister Ennet. Shenbeo looked at Susu and Ya, and was slightly startled. Susu, you have infinite energy, right? I'm a little tired now, I will definitely do it tomorrow. To thank you for your help, there will be a customized meal tomorrow. Susu puffed up her face. Yeah, what about me? What about me? Yaya was anxious. Could it be that big sister Susu will take care of its food again? Yaya thought that after Shenbao became a demigod, she could change the chef. It was indeed Susu who took care of its usual meals, but Susu always liked to add ingredients to Yaya's water crystals, such as adding some purification power to turn them into purification crystals, which was not very suitable for the taste of abyss duck. Yi, the ginseng baby, pointed at Lin, and Lin handed the ginseng baby tears that he had collected before directly to Yaya. Yaya. Okay, judging from the current situation, there should be no problem in providing for the whole team in the future, Shiyu smiled. Although he was being treated, he still hadn't recovered. After all, the burden of so many pets in the cross-level contract was also there, and he needed to gradually adapt. He said tiredly, let's go back, I've been out for so long, and I haven't told Donghuang about the news of the Emperor of Time. They will definitely be very excited when they know. Wait until I go back and rest for 2 days, and then continue to add some. Yai. At this time, 11, who was chewing bamboo, looked at Shiyu and raised his head slightly. Yai, Shiyu, did you agree to explore the ruins of the Emperor of Time with senior sister Lu before? Why did you explore it alone? Shiyu was just about to leave when he was stunned. Recalling the night when he got the relic crystal and didn't know what it was, then senior sister Lu came to explain and agreed to explore the Time Emperor's ruins together. Shiyu's heart skipped a beat and he looked at 11 and said, why didn't you remind me earlier? 11 felt wronged. Isn't this Lin's job? Lin frowned and said that he didn't want to take the blame. And said, I wasn't born at that time. Okay, Shiyu said happily, forget it, I'm just teasing you. There's no need to remind me. I remember it clearly, but I was worried that the ruins were in danger, so I deliberately didn't call senior sister Lu. The pets looked suspicious, and Susu felt sorry for her memory drops, so she gave them to Shiyu. Why is Shiyu's memory still so bad? Is it a sequelae of adding points? Indeed. When you get older, your memory is prone to decline. Yi, it's time to make up for it. Shenbao waved his hand, and it seemed that he felt that he was okay again. Shiyu and his group returned to Donghuang again. During this period, nothing major happened. It was just that the 7 Inatara gods, Zilan and Phoenix Man, were in Donghuang, and Donghuang could not afford to host them. This group of people knew it themselves, so they just used Donghuang as a resting place. After eating a few meals and dealing with their own affairs, they fell into deep sleep one by one, waiting for the completion of the world tree. On the other hand, the angel man and the female succubus were very active in the west. At present, the demigod level and awakened gods of Blue Star have already known that there are alien life and the existence of alien civilizations. Angels and demons like Blue Star have already surrendered to each other. They are also looking for suitable people from these surrenders to take away. Through them, various forces have also become more aware that Donghuang is not easy to mess with. After all, Kongdi and Lin Feng together are comparable to super gods, which makes Donghuang a unique existence in Blue Star. In the Blue Star Alliance, Donghuang's voice has also been raised to the maximum. This is the opposite of the universe. In the universe, there is also a Blue Star Alliance, which is composed of the 5 major gods of Blue Star and the forces of Kongdi and Lin Feng. However, among them, Kongdi and Lin Feng's forces are the smallest and newest. After returning to Donghuang, Shiyu directly held an online meeting through Lin and invited Shenhu Legend, President Lin, and Lu Qingyi. The matter of Emperor Shi is of great importance and should not be known by too many people. Shiyu only called the 2 leaders of Donghuang and senior sister Lu to let senior sister Lu know about Emperor Shi, which made up for not taking her to explore the ruins. Shiyu? What's the matter? Has the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon been resolved? President Lin asked immediately after Shiyu came back. It was thought that Shiyu had been secluded for half a month to resolve the remnant soul of the world-destroying dragon. Shiyu said, no, I haven't dealt with the dragon yet. By the way, I don't think I have reported this matter yet. It's been a long time, senior sister Lu. Do you remember that I explored the remains of the heroic spirits in the battlefield of the dead in the ancient capital and obtained a relic crystal? Lu Qingyi was originally wondering how Shiyu pulled her into such a high-level meeting, but after hearing what Shiyu said, she suddenly remembered. I remember, well, when I was exploring the remains of the heroic spirits, I listened to the voice of history, and then I saw the communication between Emperor Shi and Mu Huayan, and then, through the long river of time, Emperor Shi saw me, and, from the remains of the heroic spirits, a relic crystal was thrown out. What? After Shi Yu finished speaking, Shin'en Legend and President Lin widened their eyes. Don't be afraid of what I am going to say next, Shi Yu said. Emperor Shi is actually still alive. I went to explore the remains of Emperor Shi according to the prompts of the crystal, then I saw the phantom left by Emperor Shi. What? After Shi Yu finished speaking, Shin'en Chuanqi, President Lin, and Lu Chengyu widened their eyes. Even through the screen, Shi Yu's ears were ringing. Well, the problem now is that the Emperor of Time is trapped in the ruins and cannot come out. He needs our help, Shi Yu said. Save. We must rescue the Emperor of Time with all our national strength, Shin'en Chuanqi shouted immediately. The emperor he respected the most was the Emperor of Time. Otherwise, he would not have established a country name of Donghuang and rebuilt the ancient country of Donghuang. Listen to me. This is not something Donghuang can afford to save on its own. Then, Shi Yu told several people that the Emperor of Time had broken through to the super god level and was trapped in the ruins of the cosmic era. At this moment, the three were already stunned. This matter is of great importance. Next, I plan to only tell the World Tree, Senior Kangdi, and Senior Lin Feng. Therefore, we in Donghuang must also fully assist Blue Star in upgrading and make this the most important goal. The return of a super god level senior will be Donghuang's greatest support. Everyone was stunned, their hearts still beating wildly. They thought that the fact that Kangdi and Lin Feng were still alive was the biggest surprise, but who would have thought that Shidi was still alive, and was the best among the 5 emperors of Donghuang? Shi Yu, this kid, has passed the exam to become a super god level senior. Outrageous. Shi Yu was also a little emotional. It seems that in this time and space, among the 7 legends of Donghuang, only Wudi, Nudi and Longdi are dead. I hope they can do better in the parallel time and space, Shi Yu prayed in his heart. Next, Shi Yu discussed the matter of Shidi with Shin'en Legend and others, and then hung up the meeting on the grounds of dealing with the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon. As soon as the meeting ended, Shi Yu quickly sent a private message to Senior Sister Lu. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Lu, I promised you to explore together before, but after all, it is a relic that may cause the disappearance of Shidi. I was worried about danger, so I didn't call you. Lu Chengyi, Fist JPG. Shi Yu scratched his cheek. It seems that he didn't care. Well, go and recuperate first. Next, Shi Yu returned to Pingcheng, and after recuperating, he continued to practice. He first enhanced his learning ability through a large number of superb fruits of the world tree. It took him 11 days to develop his space-enhancing talent to level 8. As for the time-enhancing talent, it is a bit difficult to develop. It is currently at level 5, and Shi Yu is not in a hurry. After the space-enhancing talent reached level 8, Shi Yu's space strength increased a bit. Shi Yu began to boldly add points to Xiao Zi. He originally wanted Lin to break through to the demigod level first, according to the order of joining the team, but Lin said that this was too cost-effective. Xiao Zi's breakthrough should be able to directly drive Shi Yu's first beast control space to the legendary level. So it is better to let Xiao Zi come first. Then, Shi Yu reached a legendary level. By then, it and Qi can also break through to the demigod level. Even at that time, Xiao Ji and Yu in the second beast control space can also break through. Province Shi Yu was silent, and said that he liked Lin's rationality. Add points, add points, add points. Shi Yu began to give Xiao Zi the final points. Meow, Zi Tuanzi collapsed in Shi Yu's hands, looking forward to it. Although adding points was painful, she could upgrade this time. Accompanied by the purple light of adding points. The power of the world is superb. The world inside is superb. The blessing of the world is superb. Boom. The vast star-like power bloomed from Xiao Zi's body, and its life level suddenly reached the totem level. At the same time, at the moment when Xiao Zi broke through, Shi Yu's first beast control space was finally loosened. He didn't rely on meditation, but relied on continuous adding points to let the pets give feedback, and then he completed the breakthrough. The red space crystal wall completely turned gold, and the upper limit of the beast control level was immediately improved. Shi Yu's physique was directly strengthened to the legendary level. Shi Yu reached a legendary level. Chapter 528, Breakthrough Legendary Beast Tamer. Legendary level. A very symbolic level. In the universe, It may be as simple as the 9th level of the beast control system. But in the world of Blue Star, where the highest level is only 9, it is just like the name given to it by the Blue Star people. It is an epic strongman whose name can be left even after thousands of years. The beast control space can basically accommodate 9 totem-level creatures. One person is a totem army. Looking at the 2,500-year history of Donghuang, there are only 7 legendary beastmasters. This is still a testable country with the most legends. And now, Shiyu has traveled to the beast control world. In the past 4 years, he has finally reached this level with his amazing growth rate. 3 years, legendary level. Ice Dragon Snow Mountain, the back garden of Shiyu and others. Shiyu holds a star world in his hand, and both sides are lingering with the glory of promotion. Xiaozi's breakthrough halo is like rendering the sky into a galaxy, brilliant and dazzling. Shiyu's body is filled with golden light, dazzling and dazzling. Ying, 11, Chong Chong, Shinbeo Bao, Chidan, Su Su, Lin, and Qi surrounded the ice field, looking at Shiyu who was breaking through with sparkling eyes. At this moment, the small world represented by Shiyu's first beast control space seemed to evolve, and its size increased sharply. A large amount of natural power poured in, changing the world here. As the contracted pets of the first beast control space, 11 and the others enjoyed the feedback of Shiyu's breakthrough almost in an instant. Over the past few days, with Shenbeo Bao's breakthrough, the food crisis in the team has been alleviated a lot. The reason why 11 and the others were starving was not only because of their strong strength and too much activity, but also because of Shiyu. Because of his leapfrog contract, the space level did not keep up, and it was not enough to support the growth of so many pets. But now with Shiyu's breakthrough, Shiyu's beast control space immediately became like a world grayscale, medley extracting nutrients from the outside world, converting them into special nutrients, and providing them to each pet. This is just the most basic change. In addition, based on the original strength, Shiai and the others also instantly felt that they were strengthened, with all-round feedback, and the quality of each attribute increased by 5–10%. This time, it was Shiyu's upgrade that led to the growth of the pets. Beastmasters and pets have always given each other feedback and improved together. With Shiyu's breakthrough, Shiai and the others celebrated happily. Xiaoji and Yale clapped their hands, and Yale was slapped and flew away, cursing Xiaoji for being insidious. At this moment, Shiyu was still immersed in the breakthrough and had not yet enjoyed all the benefits of the breakthrough. Physical, spirit, soul, these attributes of Shiyu also broke through the bottleneck after this breakthrough and reached a new realm. Physical strength, mental strength, soul strength, all reached the totem level standard. With the skills of mental power, Tai Chi field, etc., it is no problem to single out totems. Perhaps when you reach the extreme of this level, you can be invincible under the demigod. If you learn advanced combat skills in the universe and develop the second beast control space, you may also be a demigod. Shiyu's combat power is about to catch up with the pets. Although humans are not suitable for cultivation, he has unique conditions. Of course, this is still not what Shiyu is most concerned about. What he is most concerned about is the change of the beast control talent. The improvement of the beast control space will automatically drive the original beast control talent to a higher level. When Shiyu's first beast control space reaches level 9, the accompanying telepathy and skill illustrations will be upgraded. As for the body control and the subsequent learning of space and time enhancement talents, the former must follow the level of the second beast control space, while the latter can only be developed by oneself and cannot enjoy the upgrade benefits. The telepathy effect has indeed improved. Shiyu closed his eyes and immediately sensed that the maximum range of telepathy has reached the multinational level. Range, half of the blue planet. Even if the contracted pet is half a blue star away from it, the two parties can still maintain telepathy and communicate. At the same time, they also have special abilities to help other lives build a spiritual connection. For example, if an ordinary person who can't telepathize wants to communicate with several beasts that can't speak and can't telepathize, Shiyu is fully capable of establishing a telepathic connection between the two, allowing them to communicate normally within a certain period of time. In addition, the Tai Chi, King Long, Jianmu, and resonance skills are also upgraded with the upgrade of telepathy. Unfortunately, the skills of the times need time and space to strengthen the talent resistance, and the improvement is not particularly large. However, the skill illustrations finally produced a new qualitative change after 2 times of no upgrade qualitative change. In addition to the new pages that Shiyu no longer cares about, the skill illustrations have one more page, and a compass-like pattern appears. What is this? With a precedent of the previous skill fusion furnace, Shiyu immediately became excited and explored carefully. Then, he was quite shocked. Skill deduction, introduction. By determining the skill effect, you can assist the contracted pet to develop new skills and deduce the learning method of the skill. The stronger the deduced skill, the greater the consumption of the Beastmaster. Shiyu was shocked and was still hesitant, but as he tried, he immediately determined the horror of this ability. As we all know, after reaching the totem level, extraordinary life can optimize the teaching skills by itself, transform them into racial skills, optimize racial skills, upgrade them, and even independently develop new skills that they need. Although there are ways to do it, those who can succeed are all the best among totem life. And the skill deduction is the ability to assist a Beastmaster to help the pet to develop new skills independently. Contracted pet, ginseng baby, skill effect. You can create a special drug that turns females into males and males into females, and it is permanent and irreversible. Shiyu tried to conceive a new skill, and then the skill deduction compass immediately turned. Deduction success rate, low. Deduction risk, high. Do you want to continue deduction? Shiyu was stunned and gave up on the deduction. It was useless for him to teach this skill to his pet. Such a lousy skill has huge risks? Perhaps the irreversible effect is more important. But for Senior Lin Feng, is this skill a sure kill? Shiyu shook his head and continued to think wildly. Contracted pet, ginseng baby, skill effect, time travel, deduction success rate. 0. Shiyu, skill effect, it can produce a special fruit that allows the user to eat it and automatically meditate and practice without any burden when sleeping, and improve the level of the beast. Deduction success rate, very low. Deduction risk, very high. Do you want to continue deduction? Is it that difficult? How can it be more difficult than adding some quasi-god skills? Shiyu looked at it and was quite dissatisfied. He felt that these skills were not that strong. However, after thinking about it, Shiyu understood. The super-level skill addition and skill fusion, these burdens are shared by him and the pet. And the skill deduction is completely borne by himself, so the difficulty may be greater. But at this moment, Shiyu was still completely addicted to it, feeling that this was a rare good thing. It was more convenient to cultivate pets. It was actually possible to customize the skill effect, and then deduce the skill learning method of the effect. In this way, although it might be more troublesome than copying other people's skills, it was better to have one more choice. As long as the conditions required in the given teaching method were not something he had never heard of, it would be okay. The skill illustration is so powerful, Shiyu fell into deep thought. If the Earth was really the blue planet of the last era, and he was really a person of the last era, then would this skill illustration be some treasure he brought from the last era? Similar to the Tai Chi field and the Azure Dragon field? Outside, 11 and the others were already anxious. Shiyu's breakthrough fluctuations had stopped long ago. But Shiyu himself was still there with his eyes closed, and his expression changed very richly. Whether it was the totem Xiaozi that Shiyu was holding, or the 11 and the others who were surrounding him, they all looked at Shiyu in confusion. Finally, 11 couldn't help but call out Shiyu, and finally woke Shiyu up from the continuous attempts. Shiyu slowly opened his eyes, looked at the pets that surrounded him, and raised his mouth unconsciously, saying, I have good news for you. For example, the success rate of adding points to super-level skills has reached an extremely high level. You know what I mean. Super-level skills are upgraded to the level of skills, and then you can develop them in combination with your own race, and it will be a quasi-divine skill. It is not difficult to develop with the help of the fruit of the ginseng baby. In other words, the era of 7 or 8 quasi-divine skills for everyone is coming soon. The pets of those alien beastmasters have a lot of quasi-divine skills, and you can do it next. Cheers, little ones. 11 looked at each other, and then their faces were ecstatic. This is the legendary Beastmaster. Great. The pets cheered excitedly, and were extremely excited. 11 took the lead in cheering because it had the most super-level skills. In addition, the success rate of adding points to quasi-god skills has also been greatly improved. For example, the success rate of adding points to Key's time and space shuttle and Shiai's yin-yang grinding wheel has changed from extremely low to low, which should not be so unbearable. Like Qitong's hooks and sword formation and Lin's blessing wind, the success rate of adding points has even reached medium, and adding points to near perfection is not difficult. Zyog's Great Disaster and Ya's Heart of the Abyss are even easier. It may be that these two skills are relatively lame. As quasi-god skills, the success rate of adding points has reached high, which is not bad, Shiyu said happily. However, Zyog and Ya next to him, for some reason, silently shed tears and understood that their skills were rubbish and they were not worthy. Shiyu smiled and felt that the legendary level was really good. Even adding points to quasi-god skills was so easy. For example, Zyog's Great Disaster, Ya's Heart of the Abyss, and Shen Baobao's World Grace were all relatively easy to add, and the success rate was very good. Shiyu thought about it and must give priority to Shen Baobao to add World Grace, which has the highest cost effectiveness. As for why the Grace of the World is so easy to add points, Shiyu estimated that it was also related to its nature. Only when the current world will allows it can it mobilize the world's power through the grace of the world. If the world will does not allow it, then this skill will be useless. When he arrived at King Kai's planet, Shiyu estimated that this skill would not be able to be used. After all, King Kai's planet is a cosmic level life. Even if the grace of the world is promoted to divine skill and becomes a superb divine skill, it is estimated that it will not be able to forcibly plunder the world's power of King Kai's planet. Instead, it will be slapped to death. However, when the proficiency is high, it should be very useful to go to those low-level planets. At that time, it will not be the world's grace that ginseng babies are given, but the ginseng babies use their power, which is a gift to them. Well, the success rate of the fusion of super-level skills has also been improved. Next, I will think about it. Now, let's break through for Rin first. Shiyu rubbed Zyog, who was deformed by his pinch, and smiled. Zyog, your body has also evolved and upgraded. Meow. Zyog nodded heavily. Good. It will soon be a low-level planet. In the universe, planets are divided into 4 levels: low-level planets, intermediate planets, high-level planets, and super planets. They correspond to the totem demigod level, god level, super god level, and universe level. Zyog is now approaching the standard of a low-level planet. It must be said that it should be considered the fastest-growing planet. It has basically no pressure to grow all the way. Other planets, if they want to grow so fast, have to hang themselves in the universe, use the power of the universe, bear the possible dangers in the universe, and go through a long time before they can be promoted to a low-level planet, but Zyog's growth only needs to be increased. For planetary life, reaching a low-level planet is the beginning of evolution and the entry point. Shiyu thought that it would be time to start cultivating Zyog. Shiyu also learned something from Zulan. In addition to humans, star life is also a race that is very cared for by King Kai. After all, both sides are of the same race. In addition to humans who can carry more contracted beasts to King Kai, planetary life can also do so. Humans contract star life, and then install a bunch of lives in star life, which is the perfect way to get a bug. After Kangdi broke through the god level, the 10th pet he contracted was a planetary life. He had experimented with this method a long time ago. After learning from the Void Mantis that Shiyu inherited the star child left by Kangdi, Zulan naturally introduced this bug method to Shiyu. All the extra consumption is borne by King Kai himself. But unfortunately, there are still some restrictions. King Kai is not a sucker. The Beast Master can only contract a few lives at most, but there are tens of billions of extraordinary lives in the body of planetary life. Therefore, it also customizes the rules for the transmission of planetary life 1. The life that can be transmitted together must be the native of the planetary life, or it must have completed assimilation. For example, if Shiyu does not contract a turtle, a small ice snake, or a dwarf cat, and wants to take them to King Kai through Zyog's body, he can, but he must first let Zyog transform them into native lives in his body. Just like when Blue Star transformed foreign humans into native humans of Blue Star. This rule makes most people give up. After all, this process may be the same as the original Blue Star humans, losing their innate abilities and degenerating their lives, which is risky too. The life level of the planetary life must not exceed the master level king level. For humans, level 4 is the limit, and for extraordinary life, the commander level is the limit. This rule makes Shiyu very helpless. However, although there are many restrictions, it is also very tempting. The environment of King Kai is much better than other places in the universe. Even around King Kai, there are always a bunch of planets surrounding it. There are also 9 super god level stars. Shiyu originally wanted to get a bug, but there are too many restrictions. This rule should be customized by King Kai to support planetary life. Although it is impossible to get a bug now, it does not mean that it will not work in the future. Just as Blue Star will give some blessings to life, King Kai sometimes will. If the opportunity is good and King Kai favors you, the rules can also be changed for individuals. Therefore, in addition to trying to earn a large number of teleportation keystones and cosmic crystals on King Kai, trying to get Xiao Z to recognize another mother is also a way to stably connect King Kai and Blue Star, but the latter is undoubtedly more difficult. Don't let the life in your body evolve too fast, suppress the world level, and then remember to keep an eye on the three little guys, Shiyu said to Xiao Z, pointing to the turtle, ice snake, and dwarf cat in its body. The special training of these guys' willpower should be almost done. Meow, Xiao Z agreed repeatedly, and Shiyu, who was full of energy at this time, looked at Lin again. I'll give you some breakthroughs after I finish my meal. Shen Bao Bao, serve the food first. Shen Bao Bao, Yi, Lin, Lin's breakthrough is relatively easy. It has only two skills suitable for fusion. One is the ultimate machine and the other is the divine network. The former is an alternative mechanical control, almost everything in the universe. Other mechanical systems of the same level can do it, and Lin can basically do it, while the latter is top-level intelligence. Before, the success rate of fusing these two skills was extremely low, but now it has become medium. Shiyu easily helped Lin complete the breakthrough and evolution. Ultimate Machinery, God Network, has been merged into Spirit of Machinery, Skill, Spirit of Machinery, Level, Quasi-God Level, Introduction. Incarnate is the Spirit of Machinery, possessing the godlike ability to control machinery and the ability to calculate and deduce the origin of rules. After the fusion of these two skills, Rin has undergone a very special change. The body has changed from a versatile machinery to an illusory body like a holographic projection. Although it is still drilled inside the Rubik's Cube and displayed on the screen, Shiyu knows that its body has changed and will be less vulnerable. In this way, it is not only a top-level intelligence at the level of supernatural, but also the prototype of God-level intelligence. Inside the bluish-white Rubik's Cube, the white-haired and red-eyed mechanical spirit Rin, who only shows the upper body, only feels that his thoughts are smooth and very comfortable. This feeling is even better than eating the fruit of the world tree of the ginseng baby. Double Quasi-God Skills. Rin became the third life in the team with double Quasi-God skills after the ginseng baby. As for the second one, it was Su. During this period, it completely devoured the power of the inheritance of the Kanghae ruins and reached its peak state. Its Kanghae contract and the spirit of the pure sea have finally recovered to the stage of quasi-divine skills. Although the spirit of the ruins originally expected Su to inherit for 10 years, it did not expect that Su could reach the totem level so quickly through other methods, and had the superb infinite swallowing to assist digestion. It is too slow to accept the inheritance honestly, just swallow it directly. Beside, 11, Chong and others pointed and talked. Chong chirped at 11 for a long time, and it said that those who broke through later have benefits. Look, now it is 11 himself who has only one quasi-divine skill. Although it also has only one, it is a quasi-divine skill of faith after all. 11 was dissatisfied. What is Su? I broke through to the semi-god together with it. When the two beasts chirped and whined, Shiyu was also quite emotional. The prototype of god-level intelligence. In the universe, there are also mechanical races, but they have not reached the universe level. The strongest ones are only super god level, with super god intelligence. Although Lin has become the number one on Blue Star, there is still room for improvement. I suddenly realized that you have few attack skills, Lin. Is there anything you want? Shiyu was rarely generous. The first time for skill deduction ability, let's give it to Lin. Let me think about it. Lin was stunned, and after thinking about it, he said, I want to learn the Starry Sky Storm. It's the cosmic disaster that those people encountered on the way, the one that killed Killin. Shiyu fell into deep thought. Are you worried that when you turn into a space battleship and lead the whole team to travel in the universe sea, you will also encounter the Starry Sky Storm? But it is true, space navigation is indeed very dangerous. Just like sailing on the sea, you will encounter whirlpools, reefs, storms, and tsunamis. Space navigation is even more dangerous. Therefore, the Starry Sky civilization compares the core area of the universe to the universe sea. There are too many dangers to go through to get there. If there is no excellent navigator to lead, examples like the Killen clan are not uncommon. Why did Kangdi and others send 5 people and let them choose different routes to come? In order not to be wiped out by cosmic disasters. Therefore, if Shiyu does not want to encounter an accident in the universe, it is very important to train one of the pets into a qualified navigator. Shiyu looked at Lin. There is a bonus of luck buff, and there is also a chance to transform yourself into a space battleship, a mechanical ship girl. It seems that it is you. Starry Sky Storm, no problem. The important mission of our safe galloping in the starry sky in the future will be handed over to you. Lin sighed slightly. Otherwise, if he didn't hand it over to him, he really planned to ride a dragon to run around. He glanced at Chong Chong. Chong? As the first starry sky life in the team, Chong Chong felt that his ability was doubted, and he was immediately dissatisfied. However, in a blink of an eye, thinking of his mission to get rid of the means of transportation, he collapsed again and chose to lie down. Come on, let Lin be the means of transportation. He will definitely be the ace fighter on the space battleship. In the battle in the starry sky, can it lose to the panda? This is as unscientific as the beast losing to the fish in the fight on the ground. Chapter 529 Shocking the Sky Emperor for 10,000 years. Shiyu felt that he still had some spare energy, so he deduced the learning method of Starry Sky Storm. Deduction success rate, very low. Deduction risk, very high. Do you want to continue deducing? Deduction is a hammer. Shiyu cursed, and planned to improve his physical fitness first. Starry Sky Storm is definitely a powerful skill. Although it is far inferior to the Black Hole God, it is also a well-known disaster in the universe. The huge Starry Sky Storm is even afraid of the Super God level. However, as long as the success rate is not 0, Shiyu has the confidence to succeed. After all, there are a lot of skills to assist, and the risk can be reduced. I will arrange it after the Starry Sky Storm. Key, Zyology, yeah, you also break through, I will help you. After Shiyu finished speaking, he looked at the 3 little guys in the team who are not yet at the totem level. Now, he has reached the standard level for using the teleportation keystone. Before going to the universe, he must improve his strength as much as possible. After all, the stronger the strength, the greater the opportunity at that time. Great Key. Roar Yurin, since your research ability has improved, go and study how to transform the seal orb that seals the residual soul of the world-destroying dragon into a prop that can pass on the rules of destruction to Zyology. Shiyu turned his head and looked at Lin again. Okay, Lin had long wanted to do a big job, and said, 11, come and help me. I'm worried that the residual soul will run out when I study the seal orb, and I can't beat that guy. Ying. 11 said no problem. Do a good job. Shiyu smiled slightly, and then started a new round of crazy overtime. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 months after the aliens landed on Blue Star. It has been another month and a half since Shiyu broke through to the legendary level. In this month and a half, Shiyu has gained a lot. He has successively strengthened Lin, Ki, Zyology, yeah, and Zyology to the demigod level. He got a lot of world power for free to make up for the increase in points and daily losses. Shiyu believed that this amount of world power should be a drop in the bucket for the world tree, so he didn't hesitate. At this point, the 10 pets contracted by Shiyu, 8 in the first space and 2 in the second space, are all demigod level. Among them, the quasi-divine skills such as the World's Grace, the Heart of the Abyss, the Great Disaster, the Wind of Luck, and the Space-Time Shuttle have been strengthened by Shiyu to the demigod level limit, Mastery plus 11. One step further, Shen Bao, yeah, Zyology, Lin, and Ki will be able to break through to the god level. At that time, there will be a qualitative change in them. After the quasi-divine skills are perfectly promoted to divine skills, not only will they drive the improvement of the growth level, but the life source condensed by the extraordinary life at the totem level will also gradually turn into the invisible Heart of God. Heart of God will help the pets transform the energy of the body into divine power. The strength of divine power is an important criterion for measuring the combat power of God level life. The method of improving divine power is also very simple, and it is still through training the level of divine skills or absorbing resources. The 4 God level growth levels of primary God, intermediate God, advanced God, and top God are based on the quality of divine power. As long as the divine power is strong enough, even ordinary divine skills can be top level divine skills. Of course, under the same divine power, High-quality divine skills are still better. To put it bluntly, divine power is the energy value that is exclusive to the god level, but it is more important than energy value. Because divine power can also subtly optimize the race, improve the physique, lifespan, spirit, soul. It can measure the combat power of a god-level life better than energy value. On the current blue star, due to the incomplete world rules, the divine power of the gods has dissipated, so it is limited to the demigod level or even lower. However, when Shiyu goes to King Kai, this restriction should be gone. However, what makes Shiyu a little headache is that he seems to be unable to play the leapfrog contract. According to Zilan and others, level 9 and level 10 are a threshold, one represents the peak of normal life, and the other represents becoming a god. So far, there has been no precedent in the universe for leapfrog contracts to the god level, even if there are special talents. After hearing this, Shiyu gave up. The advantages of his previous leapfrog contract were nothing more than a strong physique, sufficient supplements, and the blessing of the world tree. However, the geniuses of the super god forces and even the cosmic forces in the universe could not have these things, and they were definitely better. But it was good this way. He didn't have to suffer. As long as he tempered the 11 to the extreme of demigods, it would be the same to leapfrog to the god level. Even the Taurus ancient god had defeated the low-level gods of Blue Star with the help of the divine weapons containing divine power at the demigod level. Obviously, he had no problem here. Since it was impossible to leapfrog the contract, he could just increase the points of the pets to the standard that they were comparable to the god level, even though they were demigods. During the time when Shiyu worked hard overtime, the gears of Blue Star were also slowly turning. The world tree finally condensed the cosmic crystal based on its own efforts and the squeezing of the 5 demigod miners sent by Shiyu. Looking at the cosmic crystal that had been condensed with great effort in front of it, it burst into tears. In order to condense this piece of junk, Blue Star's body, which originally needed 6 or 7 years to recover, was delayed for at least a few years, consuming a lot of world power, and it was rushed out within 2 months. However, it believes that as long as it uses this god-level cosmic crystal to contact the Sky Emperor and others, this loss should be quickly compensated. The world tree took a look at the Tyrannosaurus King and other demigods who were exhausted and had little vitality. After a slight silence, it quickly announced to all parties. At the same time, Shiyu and Donghuang Icefield, Zilan, Phoenix Man, and Star Dragon and Phoenix who were sleeping in Donghuang Magic City, and the Angel Man and Female Succubus who were napping in the Western world, received telepathy at the same time. Everyone, I am the World Tree, and the first cosmic crystal has been condensed, so fast. Zilan, who woke up from his deep sleep, was slightly surprised and realized that Blue Star was also an impatient person, and it was estimated that he had paid a heavy price. Good to come, the Angel Man and Female Succubus who were visiting Rongguang and the Demon Kingdom respectively smiled. 2 months also allowed them to select a good talent. It was not the demigods of the Demon Kingdom and the legendary hero Kings of Glory. Although these guys were at level 9, their talents were not worth a teleportation keystone and a cosmic crystal in their opinion. You, follow us to see Master World Tree, the demigod-level succubus king of the Demon Kingdom, and the tall woman who had a contract with her looked at the fallen angel Aldrich, who was kneeling on one knee and was very satisfied. This guy, with 2 souls in one body and the rare skill of soul incarnation, is only level 8 now, but he has a combat power close to that of the demigod, and he is also a rare fallen angel demon. Even on the demon star, he can be considered a rare genius. His talent has not been fully developed on Blue Star and is very worthy of cultivation. The one chosen by the demon clan was the fallen angel prince, who was first frightened by bugs in Glory Kingdom, then beaten by the Taurus ancient god on the world championship, and was also traumatized by the fierce combat power of Shiyu and Shai. Yes, sir, the fallen angel prince was very excited. He never thought that the last opportunity would fall on him. These adults said that even if it couldn't go to King Kai now, with his talent, the demons would find a way to take him over and train him. This excited the Prince of Fallen Angels, Shiyu. Thinking of Shiyu, who is an unreachable mountain, the Prince of Fallen Angels was still unsure. After all, he heard that Shiyu had beaten even the alien genius Phoenix Man, but he still felt that this was an opportunity to surpass Shiyu when he had a chance to step on a bigger stage. After all, the demons had super god life, while Donghuang's Uinquan star only had 2 peak god level beings. The demons were obviously stronger than the Donghuang humans. As long as he performed well, his heart, which had been shadowed by the comparison, began to become active again. The Kingdom of Glory. The angel male group received by the Church of Light was also preparing to take the woman in front of them to Anatara. This was a woman with long golden hair, beautiful face, plump figure, and a sacred aura. Like the fallen angel Prince Aldrich, she was a player in the last world competition. She was the representative of the Kingdom of Glory, the saint of the Church of Light, Amelia. As a representative of Rongwon country, Amelia was a legend at that time, but she already had the combat power of a titled legend. She was also a strong candidate for the World Championship, but who knew that Shiyu would appear halfway, so that she didn't even dare to have a chance to play. She is also a genius living under the shadow of Shiyu. Now, after the World Championship, she has reached level 8 and her growth rate is very fast. The reason for this is that not long after the first Rule Revival, Amelia awakened the memory of her previous life. She was also a reincarnated person. Moreover, she was reincarnated from an extraordinary life to a human. In her previous life, she was a low-level angel goddess of the angel clan in the mythological era. She and the male angel who was frightened by Shiyu at the Alliance Conference were both gods in the mythological era. It is very rare for a god to reincarnate into a human. It is not difficult. But very few gods do this. This is more difficult than mixed blood. This special case naturally became the first choice target of the angel man from outer space, and temporarily regarded her as a super genius that the angel clan wants to win over. It's a bit strange to say genius, after all, with Amelia's generation in her previous life, she can be said to be the ancestor of the current alien angels. At this moment, hearing the call of the World Tree, all parties began to act. On the ice field, Shiyu also stretched his waist and showed a long-awaited expression. Little ones, let's go. It shouldn't be long before we can go to Kinkai, Roar. At Shiyu's call, the pets eating hot pot on the ice field cheered, and Shen Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Yee, great. When we reach Kinkai, the world's energy should be very abundant, even the super god level can be supported. When the demigods like 11 go there, the demand for food should not be as great as it is now. Yeah, it's time to work hard. Shen Bao has already planned to go there, downplay the identity of a chef as much as possible, and do a big job. For example, first come to god level first kill. Let's go, Shiyu said. Lin said, wait a minute, should we call Teacher Ying? Did it also pick up the teleportation keystone? Yes, and this thing too. Shiyu was speechless. He still refused to believe that a cat could easily wish for a teleportation keystone. Shiyu still remembered the arrogant expression of the gem cat when he was video chatting with him, in Atara. The World Tree saw the 4 aliens who arrived one after another and their contracted objects, as well as Shiyu, Dragon God, Aldrich, Amelia, and Gem Cat who were chosen by them to follow, and nodded slightly. Zilan and Xingqian Dragon represented the Sky Emperor and the Dragon Clan respectively. There was nothing wrong with choosing the predecessor of the Sky Emperor and the previous generation of Dragon God of the Dragon Palace City. The Phoenix Man who was beaten by Shiyu represented Lin Feng and the Phoenix Clan respectively. There was nothing wrong with choosing Shiyu. After all, Shiyu was now the number 1 person on Blue Star, the messenger of Blue Star's will, and he was also the contractor of the last generation of demigod bloodline descendants of the nearly extinct Phoenix Clan. The demons chose Aldrich, the most talented demon, and planned to wait for him to become a legend. The angels chose the reincarnation of the ancestor god. These were not strange choices. They are all familiar faces. After arriving here, Shiyu looked at Aldrich and the Glory Saint unexpectedly. He thought it would be a legend from a foreign country. Why are they all kids who have participated in the world competition? Have you reached level 9? Hearing Shiyu's words, the fallen angel prince and the Glory Saint were silent and didn't want to pay attention to Shiyu. Seeing Shiyu so proud, they knew that Shiyu must have reached level 9. They thought this was normal. After all, Shiyu was blessed by the World Tree, and defeated the Phoenix Man. He had a record of defeating a bunch of demigods. It would be strange if he was not level 9. Level 9. The World Tree sensed Shiyu's level and was also surprised. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out that he had upgraded again. Not bad. Zilan and the Phoenix Man also looked at Shiyu suddenly. Shiyu upgraded, not good. The Phoenix Man's face turned black. Shiyu was so powerful at level 8, how could he be at level 9? He had already thought that rumors of his defeat would spread on the Hanging Star. The most important thing is, how to win back. What is it? At this time, the World Tree was very puzzled as he looked at the gem cat girl who was eager to try beside him, and looked at Shiyu. Did Shiyu plan to contract it and go to King Kai together? At least now, there is no contract. Anyway, he is not here for sightseeing. Master World Tree, I am the Dongyong demigod. Don't you remember that I also participated in Shiyu's battle to hunt down the meteorite demigod? I have a good relationship with Shiyu, the gem cat girl said. Well, I picked up a teleportation keystone not long ago, so if you distribute the cosmic crystals later, don't forget me. I will also work hard to help Blue Star collect evolutionary resources. Cat waved his fist. Everyone? Whether it is the alien group or the natives of Blue Star, they all looked at the cat girl in shock. What the hell? A teleportation keystone? Just pick it up. This, the World Tree was also stunned. Picked up the treasure that the Lixing gods desperately wanted to send back? What a move. It didn't understand. You're kidding. Shiyu said with a headache. It has a quasi-divine skill of making wishes, and its luck is always good. After the World Tree fell silent, it didn't say anything more. Anyway, it only had a piece of cosmic crystal now, and it was too early to say these things. It said, now it has finally condensed a piece of cosmic crystal. Next, it will give this piece of cosmic crystal to you. The World Tree looked at Zilan. Zilan smiled and said, yes, Lord Blue Star, the four of us also have our own teleportation keystones. Next, I will use this teleportation keystone to go to King Kai, contact the teacher, and then explain the situation on Blue Star to him. I teleported to King Kai from here, so if I return, I will also return here. At that time, I will bring more cosmic crystals from King Kai to ensure that everyone can go together. As for time, it will be very fast. When I get there, I will be able to contact the teacher immediately. The hanging star is suspended next to King Kai. We also have our own territory on King Kai, and both sides can communicate. Captain, I leave it to you. The Phoenix Man, the Angel Man, and the Demon Woman all prayed. They can finally go home. As long as Zilan brings back cosmic crystals from various tribes. This place where no one shits, at least before the rules are revived, they don't want to stay any longer. Poor mountains and bad waters. Sister Zilan, I leave it to you. We'll wait for you. Shiyu also looked forward to it. Although Kai King Planet sounded far away, with the teleportation keystone, Shiyu didn't feel like he was going on a long journey. He just felt like he was going to a newer place to see the world. The skills of exploring ruins that Shidi taught him can only be fully utilized in a larger place. Okay, in that case, this piece of cosmic crystal will be handed over to you. The World Tree handed the only piece of cosmic crystal to Zilan, a disciple of the Sky Emperor. Zilan nodded, and couldn't wait to take out her own teleportation keystone. Then I'll go and come back quickly, she said, then recalled the Star Dragon, directly controlled the teleportation keystone, absorbed the cosmic crystal, and chose to activate the teleporter. The next moment, the light flashed, and with a special space fluctuation, they only left a space coordinate here, and then disappeared on the Blue Star with the white light. Zilan disappeared, and the remaining Blue Star natives were all surprised to perceive everything around them. The gem cat girl pondered for a moment, very curious. Not bad, it is a little space expert, but it can't understand the teleportation just now, at all. If it makes good use of the teleportation keystone and the cosmic crystal, wouldn't it be the max ability to escape? I know what you are thinking, but I advise you not to rely on this when the time comes. I feel that as long as you have god-level ability, it will be very easy to interrupt this teleportation. Shiyu looked at the gem cat and said telepathically. He had guessed a cat teacher's heart a long time ago. The gem cat looked at Shiyu. Pa. That beautiful sister, the teleportation keystone in your hand. At this time, the female succubus suddenly smiled and said to the gem cat girl, do you want to sell it? We can buy it at a high price. The gem cat was startled and said, no. This is a gift from God. Seeing this, Shiyu also looked at the World Tree, ignoring the gem cat doing business. Anyway, the gem cat just explained the relationship with him. On Blue Star, no one should be able to force buying and selling under the nose of the World Tree. Well, I have something to say as well. Shiyu telepathically communicated with the World Tree and said, change the map and chat privately. The World Tree was stunned. What was he doing? He was so mysterious. What Shiyu wanted to say was naturally about the Emperor Shi. At the same time, Qingkai. Sky City. The closest big city to the hanging star outside Qingkai. It was also the power that Sky Emperor established when he was fighting on Qingkai. Later, Lin Feng also joined it. At this time, in a room in the hanging city, with a flash of light, Zilan arrived here directly from Blue Star. Feeling that Qingkai's energy was more than 1,000 times richer than that of Blue Star, Zilan was like a fish returning to water, showing a comfortable expression. Sure enough, it's still comfortable here, but if it's the first time for Blue Star and others to come here, they should take some time to adapt. After all, the gravity here is stronger. She stretched happily, then quickly left the room and went to the only place in Sky City that could communicate with a hanging star. The news from Blue Star will definitely shock the teacher. Zilan and others were also on an important mission. According to the estimated time, Zilan and others should have been able to pass on the news 2 years earlier, but it was so late that it was hard not to guess that something unexpected had happened. Fortunately, Zilan came back first. Her appearance immediately caused turmoil in Sky City. The news she brought back was top secret, so we immediately cooperated with her and contacted the Sky Emperor, who was far away on the hanging star. The intermediate planet, hanging star, Sky Emperor and Lin Feng had also been waiting for news from Zilan and others for a long time. They had met and deduced several times for this, but unfortunately there was no result. Until this time. Lord Sky Emperor, Lord Sky Emperor. The communication department has received news from Sky City. Lord Zilan is back. As soon as Sky Emperor received the information, he went directly from Hanging Star to the Sky City of Qingkai Star. For such a major matter, he wanted to meet Zilan in person, and there were too many hidden dangers in relying on interstellar communication. After an unknown amount of time, Zilan, who was waiting in the Sky City, finally met her teacher, Kong Di, a long-haired man in a black robe, with an imposing manner and extraordinary appearance. Teacher, after seeing Kong Di, Zilan, who was the strongest beastmaster on Blue Star and the captain of several major forces, immediately burst into tears, like a little girl. After all, this voyage was too dangerous. If it weren't for the Kilin tribe offering sacrifices to the sky and bearing the main damage of the starry sky storm for them, they might have all been wiped out. Later, what happened? Tell me slowly. Seeing Zilan like this, Kong Di knew that they had experienced a lot of setbacks, and couldn't help but comfort her. Teacher, the reason why we are a little later than expected is because we encountered a starry sky storm. Fortunately, only the third team was sacrificed, and the other 4 teams just consumed too much cosmic crystals when they left, Zilan explained quickly, leaving Kong Di silent. I know, thank you for your hard work. Kong Di sighed in his heart. As expected, an accident did happen. I will deal with the dead. Well, then the rest of us successfully arrived at Blue Star. It was only after the will of Blue Star recondensed a piece of cosmic crystal that I successfully returned, Zilan said. Emperor Kong said, what is the situation on Blue Star now? Zilan said, the current rules have not yet recovered, and it should take a few years. What about Donghuang? Zilan said, very good, now it is the largest force on Blue Star. Under the protection of Shin'an legend for hundreds of years, there has been no totem war, but he is too old and often sleeps. On weekdays, it is basically the great-grandson of Lord Lin Feng who governs the country. Emperor Kong smiled slightly. He didn't expect that Donghuang would be so powerful under the leadership of the old man Shin'an mentioned by Lin Feng. However, the biggest contributor to Donghuang becoming the largest country on Blue Star is actually someone else. Oh, Emperor Kong was curious. Zilan said, his name is Shiyu, from Pingcheng, Donghuang Icefield. He is now 21 years old. He became a beastmaster 3 years ago. He is proficient in various fields such as breeding, archaeology, machinery, and combat. He is also called the strongest beastmaster on Blue Star by the World Tree. What? Kong Di couldn't help but ask, how old is he? 21 years old, and he only became a beastmaster 3 years ago? The strongest beastmaster on Blue Star, although human babies on Kai Wang Planet and Kong Star can start practicing at the age of 6 or 7, if Kong Di remembered correctly, human beastmasters on Blue Star basically started practicing in their teens. This Shiyu started practicing at the age of 17 or 18, which is already late. He doesn't look like a child of a beastmaster family, but surprisingly, in just 3 years, he became the strongest on Blue Star recognized by the World Tree. How is it possible? Icefield, Pingcheng, why haven't I heard of it? Kong Di pondered. It's not those famous capitals. Which shows that Shiyu's family background may not be strong. It used to be a third-level city in Donghuang. This Shiyu was just an orphan at first, and was later discovered by Donghuang. He is a super genius in the true sense. Zilan couldn't help but say, "Teacher, Kimu fought with this Shiyu before, and Kimu lost." Kongji was stunned. That Shiyu, because he was suppressed by the rules of the world, no pet beast mastered 2 quasi-divine skills. There is currently no creature on Blue Star that has more than 2 quasi-divine skills, but Kimu and his friends still lost, and, the most important thing is, this Shiyu is only an 8th level beastmaster. He has not reached the 9th level, and he defeated Kimu by leaps and bounds, but now, he should be at the 9th level. After Zilan finished speaking, Kongdi, who was calm even when he heard that the Phoenix Man lost to the natives of Blue Star, was completely uncalm. What? He is only at the 8th level. How could he beat Kimu? Kongdi was incredible. You know, when he was at the 8th level on Blue Star, he could only kill a top-level totem, and he couldn't even beat an ordinary demigod. Although Kimu is not considered a master among the younger generation of Xuanquang Star, he is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack on Blue Star. He was defeated by a higher level? Zilan smiled bitterly and said, "So I was also shocked at the time. He is a freak. Although he is only level 8, he has contracted at least 4 semigod level pets, Sky Emperor." Moreover, the other people on Blue Star, as you and Lord Lin Feng said, only have 1 beast control talent, but he has developed a new beast control ability based on the 1 beast control talent, and it is a god level talent that can trigger the sound of rules. By the way, it is said that he developed it when he was at level 6. Rumor has it that he can easily kill the totem at level 6, Sky Emperor. After our communication, I finally confirmed that this Shiyu, most likely, had entered the ruins of the last cosmic era and obtained inheritance from them. In fact, he was excavated by Donghuang because of his archaeological talent. His growth along the way is inseparable from archaeology. Now he is even known as the strongest archaeologist on Blue Star. Kongdi fell into deep thought and shock. He never thought that the news brought back by Zilan and others would shock him. Even standing in his current position, he felt that the Shiyu the other party was talking about was a living monster. After all, in a place like Blue Star, an archaeologist who can decipher the ruins of the cosmic era and gain benefits from it? Such archaeological geniuses, even on King Kai's planet, can be counted on one hand. What is his character like? Kongdi asked the most important question. Zilan said, "He's okay, right? From what we've learned from Shinu Legend and President Lin Xiao, and from various sources, his biggest problem is that he's restless, likes adventures everywhere, and isn't a down-to-earth person. After talking to us, he was also very curious about the cosmic ruins, which should be a common trait among archaeologists. By the way, he also successfully awakened your second team's pet, Senior Void Mantis, from the ruins, and inherited the Star Child egg you left behind. According to Senior Void Mantis, Shiyu is a good kid, and has been instructed by it, so he's half of its disciple. So you can rest assured. Moreover, this Shiyu has taken good care of the descendants of your bloodline left on Blue Star." Emperor Kong fell silent again. He didn't expect that this guy was his successor. Little Mantis, actually taught such a genius? After a long time, he always felt that something was wrong. A super archaeological genius, restless, cosmic ruins. Thinking of the ancestor of the Kilin clan, who led most of the elite Kilin clan to die in the epic ruins, why did he feel that this genius would not be so reliable to be accepted and trained in the future? Chapter 530 Preparations Before Leaving. Next, Zilan relayed more information about Shiyu, Donghuang, and Blue Star to Emperor Kong. But in the end, Emperor Kong was still attracted by Shiyu alone and asked more questions. The contracted pets are so interesting, worthy of being an archaeological genius. Although we and the Kilin tribe lost a genius this time, we didn't expect that Shiyu actually found the inheritance of the Wind Kilin tribe. In this way, the Kilin tribe might be very surprised, Emperor Kong said. In the mythological era of Blue Star, several tribes of the Kilin tribe were wiped out, and the Wind Kilin tribe was the first to bear the brunt. By the end of the war, only a few scattered and powerful Kilin gods were left in the entire Kilin tribe. With the difficulty of reproduction at the god level and the situation of Blue Star at that time, this was basically no different from having been exterminated. At that time, a group of descendants of the mythical beasts left Blue Star, and a group of descendants of the mythical beasts stayed. The dragon, Phoenix, Angel, and Demon tribes all had descendants left, but only the Killing tribe did not. From this, we can see how serious the damage to the Killing tribe was. However, after that, the few Killing gods who entered the cosmic sea had good luck. It was easier to reproduce on high-level planets, and it was not difficult for the gods to reproduce. In the end, they successfully branched out and grew stronger again, and did not completely exterminate the clan. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. The Killing ancestor, with a group of elites, died in the ruins of the era. This made the Killing clan the clan with the fewest members, the weakest power, and the most severely incomplete heritage among the 5 major clans. If the 5 major clans of Blue Star had not been huddling together for warmth, it would be a question of whether the Killing clan could survive until now. The Killing clan once suspected that it was because the Wind Killing was targeted first and the inheritance of luck was cut off that their luck was so bad. After all, the Wind Killing clan has always been the luck of the Killing clan. Now that Blue Star still has the inheritance of the Wind Killing, the Killing clan should be very concerned. We must protect Chi-Yu and not let him be snatched away by the Dragon clan, Phoenix clan, and Killing clan, Kongdi said. He has nothing to do with the Demon clan and the Angel clan, right? Kongdi had already anticipated that the 6 major factions of Blue Star, the 5 major god clans, and the human race represented by them would compete madly for the genius of Blue Star. Although Blue Star has declined, it was a quasi-high-level planet in its peak period, and there would be no shortage of talents. Zulan said, he seems to have obtained a sleeping god clan demon egg, but the rules of Blue Star are incomplete, so it should not have hatched yet. Is that so? Kongdi pondered. In this way, wouldn't it be that in addition to the Angel clan, the 4 major god clans could be related to Shi-Yu? Shi-Yu is suspected to have entered the ruins of the Azure Dragon era and cultivated the Azure Dragon, who mastered the creation skills. He will definitely be cared for by the Blue Star Dragon clan. It is estimated that there will be no shortage of coercion and inducement. It doesn't matter. Since he is from the Donghuang human race, he will definitely choose Zuingquang Star when the time comes. What we need to do is to provide him with enough training resources after he arrives and train him carefully. If this Shi-Yu is really as talented as you said, perhaps we can use the fastest speed and the smallest cost to restore and even evolve Blue Star. Kongdi smiled and said, if we can get the top 10, or even the first. Have you talked to him about the conferred god war? Zilan said, I have mentioned it to him, but I didn't talk about it in detail. Teacher, the first place is too far away. How many times has the Blue Star lineage won the first place in such a long time? The disciples taught by you and Master Lin Feng have never even been in the top 100. Kongdi frowned. It's because you are not motivated, Zilan. I'm sorry she is a waste. But isn't this Shi-Yu very strong? Give him some time to adapt, maybe he can break the record. Kongdi found it very interesting. The Conferred God War is a super event held by King Kai Star. The forces on King Kai Star and the surrounding major planets can participate. The players are limited to those below the god level. It is held almost every year, and the top 100 have huge benefits. It is a way for King Kai to allocate resources and train soldiers. The benefits of being the first can make the super god level jealous. However, it is precisely because it is held too frequently, the benefits are too great, and it can be participated in multiple times, so a group of forces have cultivated a lot of geniuses, but they are stuck at the demigod level and cannot break through. Participate in the competition every year and become a prize hunter. The Conferred God War is an important channel for the major super god forces and god level forces to obtain a large number of cosmic crystals and teleportation keystones. Therefore, every year's Conferred God War may have dozens of super god forces and thousands of god level forces participating in the war. Among them, even if there are hundreds or thousands of humans with a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, it is not surprising. Even some geniuses may participate in dozens of sessions in a row for the first place. The competition is quite fierce. Unfortunately, he and Lin Feng did not know about this competition at the time, and broke through to the god level on other planets and failed to participate successfully. However, he and Lin Feng did watch the battle. The top 100 are indeed monsters, and the first place in the past is determined to be a super god as long as they don't fall. He and Lin Feng feel that even if they are asked to practice hard for dozens or hundreds of years at the legendary level, it will be quite difficult to make a breakthrough, and it depends on luck. If Shi-Yu is really as strong as Zilan said, Emperor Kong feels that it should be no problem for Shi-Yu to try the top 10 after a few years of training. even the top 5, top 3, and first. By then, the amount of cosmic crystals, teleportation keystones, and rare resources obtained will be more than what they, the gods, have earned after working hard for a long time. When he arrives at King Kai, I will personally explain the matter of the conferred God War to him. He is still young and doesn't need to try to break through the God level so early. It is the right way to experience more and see the geniuses of the starry sky. 10,000 races, Emperor Kong said. In his opinion, with such talent and strength, it would be a pity not to participate in dozens of sessions, grab more resources from King Kai, and impact the first place, Blue Star. World Tree Secret Realm. At this time, after listening to Shiyu's information about the Emperor of Time, the World Tree was completely stunned. What did you say? The World Tree was extremely shocked. On Blue Star, there is another place that connects to the ruins of the cosmic era? Moreover, the Emperor of Time of Donghuang actually successfully explored and cracked the ruins, and broke through to the super god level in it? Such explosive news is even more incredible to the World Tree than knowing that there are super god level life in the 5 major gods. That's what happened, so when I go to King Kai, I will try my best to help Blue Star find evolutionary resources, and I will also share this information with the Emperor of Space and Senior Lin Feng, and work together for the evolution of Blue Star. Shiyu smiled and said, so Lord World Tree, I'm not familiar with the place when I get there, and I should leave soon. Do you have any help to provide? The World Tree looked at Shiyu with mixed feelings. Archaeology, and found a super god human of the time system? Outrageous. At the peak of Blue Star, it was only the peak of the god level, not the super god level. The 3 strongest enemies that threatened the mythological era of Blue Star were only super god level. As a result, a human who was born inside the Blue Star more than 2,000 years ago has now become a super god? Thinking of Kongdi and Lin Feng, the World Tree suddenly recognized that humans are the saviors of Blue Star, reaching 10,000%. This is really a miracle race. The World Tree gritted its teeth. Okay, 100 pieces of god-level energy crystals, the World Tree said. Before you leave, I will collect 100 pieces of god-level energy crystals without a system for you. Shiyu was delighted, and knew that it would definitely be beneficial to inform the World Tree of the news of Shitty. This is equivalent to 100 god-level resources. Although it can only be used to supplement consumption and is the cheapest god-level resource, it is definitely not a small use for Shiyu. Considering that there is abundant energy over there, maybe there is no need to worry about resources for a few years? No, considering the huge consumption of adding a few points, maybe it can last for a few months. Anyway, it's not bad. I know that you have a lot of pets under contract, and the burden may be heavy. After leaving Blue Star, don't use the world grace of the ginseng baby indiscriminately. These energy crystals should be enough for you to use for a period of time to replenish consumption. The rest depends on you. Thank you, Shiyu said sincerely. Don't worry, when I get there, I will definitely work hard, make progress every day, strive to stand out, and repay my mother planet. After the World Tree was silent, he said, you don't have to work so hard, you are still young, as long as you remember, don't cause trouble, you are a good child. The universe is full of opportunities, but also dangerous. This time when it comes to the starry sky, Blue Star doesn't know whether the future will be good or bad. Don't worry, Shiyu said. No, I'm not worried, the World Tree said. No, I'll tell you more, when the time comes. I will also tell them, among the 5 major cosmic forces, only King Kai is close to planetary life, and the other 4 are natural enemies of planetary life. There are enemies everywhere. How can the World Tree be at ease? Genius left the star, and when the time comes, he can't bring the enemy here when he returns, outside world. As Zilan said, she didn't let everyone wait too long. Zilan rushed back as soon as she got the universal resource of the universe, the cosmic crystal. Captain, is everything going well? How is the situation? Phoenix Man and the others were overjoyed. With Zilan's return, Shiyu finally got away from the nagging World Tree, and his head was about to explode. At this time, looking at all parties, Zilan said with a smile, I met the teacher. I first brought 9 pieces of cosmic crystals from there, 9 pieces. Okay, Phoenix Man was surprised. There was enough for everyone to get 1 piece, and he could finally go back. Zilan looked at the gem cat and said, the distribution rule is that we each get 1 piece. Well, I also asked for 1 piece for you, cat. The gem cat was very moved and thanked the boss. Meow, but you are so weak. Be careful when you get there. The environment there is still quite unfriendly to newcomers. The gravity is very strong. If you have large pets, it is best to prepare them. Before you have strength, there is no need not to grow bigger. Small size can better save physical strength, Zilan kindly reminded. Gemcat? I am not weak. This is outrageous. Cow was angry and was determined to make a name for herself. Blue Planet and King Kai's planet were connected, and this was the early stage of the bonus. According to her judgment, it was best not to miss the first train. Everyone nodded. They all understood. In addition, I also brought back a batch of resources prepared by the 6 major clans, mainly to help Blue Planet recover faster. In addition, she looked at the fallen angel prince and the holy maiden of light and said, help you who are less than level 9 to reach level 9 as soon as possible so that you can activate the teleportation keystone. Thank you, the fallen angel prince and the holy maiden of light thanked her. Here, Zilan handed the cosmic crystals to the keystone holders one by one, and said, the teleportation locations connected by your keystones are different. Shiyu, Senior Dragon God, you are connected to the Sky City of King Kai. The other 2 are Demon City and Angel City. When you are ready, you can teleport there at any time. Someone will pick you up there. In addition to bringing back these, I also brought back some news. Teacher and Master Lin Feng asked me to tell their pets left on Blue Star, and to Master Blue Star, so I will be on Blue Star for a while. Next, I will serve as the communication messenger for both parties, Zilan said. Thank you for your hard work, the World Tree said. Zilan smiled and said, this is what I should do. Me too, Shiyu said, holding the cosmic crystal. I plan to go there in 2 days, and I have to say goodbye to my acquaintances, Zilan said. It doesn't matter. You can go there whenever you want. But you 3, they are calling you back to King Kai, so it's best to go as soon as possible. She looked at the Phoenix Man and others. The Phoenix Man said, I understand. I'll go back now. I've missed my mom for a long time. With Zilan's return, everyone got the cosmic crystal. Afterwards, Zilan threw the resources prepared by the angels and demons to the angel man and the demon woman. Then, she looked at the world tree, and it seemed that she was planning to have a private chat as well. She also brought a large amount of resources to distribute to the world tree, Duanghuang, and even Sky Emperor and Lin Feng's second team of pets. At this time, Shiyu was weighing the cosmic crystal, looking at Senior Dragon God and Gemcat with great emotion and said, Senior Dragon God, Teacher Ying, you should not be in a hurry to go over, we can go together then. I plan to say goodbye to President Lin and Principal Feng first, and pack up my things. Dragon God nodded and said, okay, then I'll wait for you here. Gemcat said, hey, I'm even less anxious. I'll wait for a year or 2 before going over. I have a lot of things to deal with. Shiyu, you go and test the waters first. If it's too dangerous, I'll sell the stone. I've already discussed it with that beautiful sister. Of course, if Duanghuang has a need, it will be handed over first. Shiyu? Okay, Shiyu was helpless. Then, he looked around and said, everyone, I'll take my leave first. I'm going to move my luggage. See you on King Kai, handsome guy. See you on King Kai. The female succubus waved at Shiyu and said, come to my place when the time comes. We'll practice together. Shiyu was startled and felt tempted. See you on King Kai. The Phoenix Man also pouted and hoped that these bastards who knew about it would not publicize his loss when they arrived in Sky City. The Angel Man and others all looked at Shiyu. The Fallen Angel and the Holy Maiden of Light were silent. It seemed that Shiyu would arrive on King Kai one step earlier than them, but they would go there as soon as possible. Go and prepare. After the World Tree finished speaking, Shiyu took a deep breath, nodded, turned around and left Anatara with the Gemcat. Shiyu did have a lot of things to prepare, such as a lot of friends who were temporarily saying goodbye. The cosmic crystal seemed to be very precious. He didn't plan to come back in the short term. He planned to practice hard there and adapt for a while before saying anything. He first returned to Pingcheng and watched this thriving and booming city from high above. After a while, Shen Baobao was summoned by Shiyu on his shoulder, and Chong Chong was also called to his side. Shen Baobao, Chong, help me upgrade the environment around Pingcheng. Yi, okay, gee, leave it to me. Chong nodded. Pingcheng is also its hometown. It was born on an ordinary tree in the forest outside Pingcheng. It climbed through many places and finally stopped on a persimmon tree and was caught by Shiyu. Thinking of this, Chong Chong's eyes were slightly tearful. Although it was not that it would not come back, it didn't know why it had a strong feeling of leaving its hometown for the first time. Maybe, the distance is too far? At Shiyu's request, Chong Chong used the power of creation and Shen Bao Bao used the power of the world. Both sides helped to transform Pingcheng together, striving to raise the energy standard of this small city to the level of a first-class city, comparable to metropolises like the ancient capital and the capital of the gods. At the same time, 11 also flew back to the bamboo forest breeding base, mingled with a group of panda cubs, and used the Midas touch to turn a large dirt mountain into a gold mountain, shocking a bunch of breeders. 11 strolled leisurely, just like returning to his own home. In other places, the subtle transformation is not easy for ordinary people to detect. However, for beastmasters and pets, it is very sensitive. Fuck, the rules are revived again. The beastmasters and the beast taming corps were shocked. Inside the beast taming association, President Feng, who had helped Shiyu a lot, walked to the window and looked at the flower pot. As the first level spiritual plant inside was upgraded by 2 levels in an instant, he was stunned. Uncle Feng, after being stunned, he was frightened by the figure floating in the air by the window and almost threw away the wolfberry water. Shiyu, why are you here? Did you do it? He was shocked and felt that the surrounding environment was getting more and more strange, and he couldn't help but be surprised. The pets in his beast control space began to remind him, feeling that there were a lot more nutrients in the outside world. Shiyu smiled and said, the plant pet has broken through. Help green the city and test the skills. Next, the resource rating of Pingcheng should be able to rise to level 1. Uncle Feng, remember your own plan, you kid. President Feng smiled, knowing that Shiyu came to give feedback to Pingcheng again. In the past 2 years, the development and construction of Pingcheng has been helped by Shiyu, a great genius. He almost wanted to change the name of Pingcheng to Shichengayu City. It's rare for you to come, have a drink, President Feng invited. No, there are other things, Shiyu said. I understand, go and get busy, President Feng said, but take care of your body. You have been weak since you were a child. Now you are so powerful, why do you still look weak? Shiyu was called over by Chong Chong. Chong Chong accidentally found a person while transforming Pingcheng. It was a literary youth sitting on the street painting, followed by a colorful mushroom. Seeing the other party, Shiyu fell into memories, then smiled slightly and thought about it. When he was a rookie, he had prepared a lot of props, such as ice dragon statues and ice dragon paintings, to help Chong Chong train his imagination and simulate the ice dragon. Among them, the ice dragon painting was painted by someone else. The person in front of him was originally just a passerby who had met once, but he didn't expect that the other party was still developing in Pingcheng, from a student to handsome literary youth. He didn't know if the other party knew that the buyer of the ice dragon painting he had painted directly let the pet manifest the ice dragon phantom and killed everyone in the professional assessment. Shiyu looked at the blue dragon that the other party was painting now, and thought about it. The other party probably knew. Finally, the blue dragon's eyes were finished, and the literary youth on the street breathed a sigh of relief, but then, he was shocked to find that the painting was flashing with light, and the blue dragon and it seemed to come alive, flew out of the painting, and then circled in the air, making a strong and deafening dragon roar, looked at them, and then returned to the painting, giving the painting some extraordinary power. The young man looked around in shock and found that the passers-by did not notice the abnormality just now. He looked at his pet again, but saw that the pet was also looking at him in confusion. Gugu, Kagwang Mushroom asked what happened to the Azure Dragon just now. This painting, the literary young man was stunned and said, the Azure Dragon God has appeared. He was stunned for a long time, and quickly stood up and said, this painting is not for sale, go home, let's go. The other party went home. In the sky, Shiyu also called the insects to leave. He turned around and took out his mobile phone and called Senior Sister Lu. A puzzled voice came from the other side, saying, Shiyu, what's wrong, Senior Lu, come to the ancient capital. I'll treat you and Principal Feng to dinner tonight. I'm going to visit King Kai's planet some other day. I don't know how long it will take to come back. After Shiyu finished speaking, there was silence for a long time, and then he whispered, is there any way to take me with you? Shiyu smiled bitterly and said, what can I do? If you want to go, just break through to the legendary level quickly. I'll try to get you more teleportation keys and cosmic crystals. Okay. In the ancient capital, Shiyu went around and returned to the ancient capital university. He planned to say goodbye to Principal Feng first. Did the other party always complain that he went out without reporting? This time, he would report it once. Well, call Master Quiji as well. Master Quiji likes the cattle tribe very much. I think he can introduce him to the Taurus ancient god before leaving, and cooperate with him to become a legendary examiner in the future. Chapter 531 Departure. Teacher Ying, don't just focus on making money after I leave, please help take care of Lu Qingyi, Lin Ziazu and the others. After Shiyu arrived at the ancient capital university, he found the slacking gem cat girl. This guy, it seems, really has no intention of going to Qingkai now. She embodies one word, coward. Gem cat girl stretched out on the sofa, looking tired. Damn it, you were too lazy to help them level up when you were on Blue Star, and you asked me to do it. She is not a nanny. Take this. Shiyu took out a space bag and threw it to her, saying, a lot of resources, and the gem fruit newly researched after the ginseng baby broke through. You can try it. The gem cat girl propped herself up, her eyes lit up, and took the space bag, saying, anything else? Shiyu said, after I leave, remember to make a wish every day to let me go smoothly. The gem cat took out a gem fruit and said, I understand. But don't blame me if the wish fails. It's good to have a happy ending after suffering. Shiyu curled his lips and said, I just want to have a happy ending without suffering. Only when you are sick in the head will you want a happy ending after suffering. The gem cat also curled his lips and said, what you said is what I mean, just like I want to suffer. Isn't it because I am afraid that you will encounter setbacks over there, so I will give you some spiritual chicken soup first, okay? I'm going to find Principal Feng, and senior sister Lu should be here soon. Shiyu waved his hand. Shiyu left this time, intending to greet all the acquaintances. Even for people like Zhu Yun, Go Zhuan, Ji Feng, Yu Shu, and Yin Xiangfen, Shiyu also asked Lin to send a group message to greet them, intending to inspire their fighting spirit. Normal people would definitely be upset when seeing this. After all, they were all beaten by Shiyu, but Shiyu went there with gifts. They were not ready-made. They were all treasure maps of ruins. There were treasures in the ruins. Of course, they were not the mythical ruins or legendary ruins that Shiyu found through the time passes technique. These places are too dangerous and not friendly to young people. They are all the pillars of Donghuang and cannot be too adventurous. Those ruins were all built by Shiyu, who was bored, together with 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and others. They were secret spaces built by himself. There are all kinds of inhuman levels, and of course there are prizes. After a few hundred years, it should be considered a ruin, so let's mess around with their own people first. In addition, there are also a few confidential ones hidden all over the world, and there is also one in the Ice Dragon Snow Mountain. It can be regarded as a little prank before leaving, waiting for the arrival of the destined person. As for the juniors like Anchang and Fang Lan, the gifts prepared by Shiyu are more direct, and he plans to ask Principal Feng to bring them to them. Principal Feng. Shiyu came to Principal Feng's garden and saw him trimming flowers with a void mantis. Shiyu. Principal Feng stopped what he was doing. Shiyu. When the void mantis saw Shiyu, it immediately ran over and said, is there any news from the world tree? Shiyu said, yes, Zilan has returned to Qingkai and brought back a batch of resources. In 2 days, I should also go to Qingkai. Wow, the void mantis was very excited. When it was chatting with Zilan, Zilan said that when it came the second time, it would definitely ask the Sky Emperor for a bunch of upgrade resources to send it to the demigod level, and then send it a keystone and the cosmic crystal and send it to the Sky Emperor. It has been looking forward to it for a long time. The current invincible overlord strength is not enough for it. Shiyu, when you go to the Sky Emperor first, you are not allowed to say that you have defeated me. Just say that I have guided you for a long time and that I am both a teacher and a friend. Do you hear me? Said the void mantis. Shiyu had a toothache and said, you have told me several times. I understand, Mr. Mantis, you just want the Sky Emperor to look up to you. It's a piece of cake. We are brothers. Besides, Void Mantis has indeed taught bugs for a long time. Woo 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 woo, Void Mantis was in tears. Good people will have a peaceful life. When it becomes stronger than Shiyu, it will be gentle when it takes revenge. Principal Feng had a headache listening to him. He said, sure enough, You still have to go, but you are leaving so soon. Have you told Qing Yi? I did. She will come over later. Let's have dinner tonight, Shi Yu said. Call everyone you know, Master Guoji, Director Hao and others. I will cook, okay? Principal Feng also knew that Shi Yu's wings were hard. Not to mention him, even President Lin, the legend of the divine source, and the world tree could not stop this guy's pace of exploration. After a while, senior sister Lu arrived at the ancient capital university one step behind Shi Yu. As soon as she arrived at the garden, she saw Shi Yu selling supplements to Principal Feng. She said with a frown, "Grandpa, when will you need supplements too?" Principal Feng glared at her and said, "Don't you see my age? If I don't take supplements, I won't even be able to water the flowers." Okay. Lu Chengyu said nothing more. She looked at Shi Yu and said, "Have you decided when to leave?" Shi Yu said, "Tomorrow. I'll go to Wuling City and Longgong City tomorrow and it will be about time." "When do you plan to come back?" Lu Chengyu asked. Shi Yu thought for a while and said, "Zilan seemed to recommend me to participate in some competition before. Maybe I will go and take a look. Anyway, I'll adapt myself there first and see the world and then come back to take a look. It's just a piece of cosmic crystal anyway. I didn't ask Senior Kongdi and Senior Lin Feng for it, so they can't just not give it to me," Lu Chengyu said helplessly. "Another competition, professional competition, national competition, world competition. Now you have to go to the universe to play competitions again." Shi Yu laughed and said, "Competitions are safer. Won't you try it too when you get there? I'll go and check it out first. By the way, didn't the World Tree say that it would hold another world competition? Senior sister, you should try to get this first." "I'll try my best. After the baby ginseng broke through, I left a lot of resources here. You can use them as you see fit." Shi Yu also threw a space bag to Lu Chengyu and said. Lu Chengyu grabbed it with one hand and said, "I'm so sorry, I won't be polite." Next to him, Principal Feng shook his head and said, "Qing Yi, don't join in the fun. Don't you know what your talent is? Just stay on Blue Star obediently." Slightly Lu Qingyi refused and said, "There are no epic ruins on Blue Star. I haven't seen it yet, Blue Star. There are not many secrets." "Epic ruins?" Principal Feng was stunned and said, "What is that?" "Well, nothing." Lu Qingyi waved her hands repeatedly and said, "You should take a rest." Shi Yu laughed and said, "By the way, Senior Lu, there is a map I wrote in the space bag. It marks the locations of many ruins and secret realms. I have determined the location, but I haven't explored it. There are many mythological ruins among them. You can take Teacher Ying with you when you have time." He pondered and said, "There are also several life-saving props made by 11 inside. It stands to reason. There shouldn't be any danger. It's not a big problem. Anyway, the World Tree said that it would help take care of Dong Huang. If there are any problems, just find it." Shi Yu clapped his hands, and the plan went through. "Really? How many things did you pack?" "After I explore the ruins, if there are any good things, we can split them 50-50, Lu Chengyu couldn't help but said. 50-50, okay, Shi Yu chuckled. "Shi Yu, don't I have any parting gifts?" Void Mantis couldn't help but interrupt. It was too much. Principal Feng had supplements, Lu Chengyu had a map of the ruins, and what about it? Shi Yu said disdainfully, "Senior Kongdi must have brought you a lot of good things, so don't think about me. Otherwise, wait for Zilan to come, and I'll see what good things Kongdi brought you, and we can exchange them." Void Mantis was furious. "Don't even think about it," Shi Yu smiled, "then you can follow Senior Sister Lu and the others to explore the ruins. There must be a lot of good things in it, maybe even a lot of mythical resources." Void Mantis said, "It's not impossible. It doesn't sound like exploring ruins, but just like picking up treasures." The sky gradually darkened. Shi Yu called Master Guoji, Dean Hao who helped 11 make the evolutionary armor, Grandma Li who sent the ginseng baby, and other people who were related to his growth in the ancient capital to entertain them. Although most people didn't know why Shi Yu was so generous to treat them to a big meal today, they would eat it if they didn't. Finally, Shi Yu wrote a letter of introduction to Master Guoji and introduced him to the Taurus ancient god. After all, he and Grandpa Niu worshipped the bull god. The next day, Shi Yu came to Wuling City again and came here to see the owner Lin Hongyan and others. There are many acquaintances here, including Senior Sister Panda, Senior Sister Beast Ear Girl, Flower Legend, Butterfly God, etc., all of whom are training here. Shi Yu, Why are you here? Lin Xiaozu, who was raising and researching new inscriptions, glanced at Shiyu, who knocked on the door and came in. He was quite surprised and immediately put down his work and stood up. 11 beside Shiyu's legs said dissatisfiedly, just ignore it. Senior Sister Panda was startled and said, 11, you heard it wrong. I was talking about 11, why are you here? 11 was delighted, that's it. Shiyu's face was dark. What do you believe in? What she said? She said that our names are a bit similar, but we are both demigods, so our hearing should not be bad. Nothing, I'm bored, so I came to see you. Are you busy today? Call everyone and treat you to a big meal. I'm going to go out tomorrow and it may take a while before I can come back, give the iron-eating beast core and so on a half-day holiday. 11 said that this was not necessary. How could the iron-eating beast core have a holiday? Then practice more, we eat, and they practice more, Shiyu said. Senior Panda said and smiled, okay, then you sit for a while, I'll go call the teacher and dad and the others. By the way, some time ago, the owl teacher of the Imperial Capital University also joined here to be a military advisor, and he's here too, okay, call everyone together. Shiyu also smiled slightly, as if he had fooled the owl last time. The main purpose is to form a Time Emperor Core. As Lin Xiaozu went out, he said to 11 beside him, aren't you going to cheer up the iron-eating beasts? Oh, 11 shook his head. No, he was still thinking about how to spread the name of the iron-eating beasts in the universe. To set an example for those red pandas who have not yet left the blue star. Among the myriad tribes in the universe, there should not be the iron-eating beasts, right? He wants to be the first. What have you thought of? 11 looked at Shiyu with a burning gaze. At some points, 11 raised his arms and cheered. Shiyu rolled his eyes and said, I have used a lot of the power of the blue star world during this period. I will add more when I get there. Shiyu took a step forward and looked at what Senior Panda was currently studying. The 10th new inscription. Wow, she is very involved. Rin, take a look at this. Is it reliable? It should be of the same nature as the previous super alloy inscription, Shiyu said. Lin emerged, took a glance and said, well, almost, but Sister Panda should be studying high-level inscriptions, not super-level inscriptions, which are relatively simple. I took a look and have deduced the second half. Do you want me to help write it down? Shiyu said, goodbye, Senior Sister Lin is almost successful. It must be more fulfilling to study it by yourself. Lin was surprised. Okay, but this is too simple. Give her a few difficult cultivation questions, such as super alloy inscriptions. To start, Lin. 11? Are you a devil? Why are you torturing the little girl like this? Master, I suspect you are jealous of the other party's breeding talent. Nonsense, I am the first place in the breeding conference. At noon that day, the Emperor Wu ruins in Wuling City was also very lively. Senior Sister Beast Ears proudly told Shiyu that she had developed a top-level fusion talent and could now combine two pets at the same time. She also performed for Shiyu several times. She and Lin Xiaozu, one passed the top fusion talent, and the other passed a demon iron-eating beast, and they easily passed a legendary assessment from the Master of Distortion. Shiyu and the others also ate well this time, but at a good banquet, there were also birds that did not do their job, such as the owl, which pulled the bugs there to instill wrong ideas. You will definitely meet many beautiful star butterflies when you go to the starry sky. Seize the opportunity. I'm watching you, watching on the blue star. Gee, the bugs expressed disgust. Tisk, star butterflies? Are they as beautiful as the butterflies it pinched? Huh? The owl was shocked. What does that mean? This guy, could it be that he wants to optimize himself into an asexual reproduction species? This is not uncommon. Although the offspring of two powerful creatures may have higher talent potential, it is difficult. However, if they reproduce by themselves and pass on from generation to generation, the difficulty can be reduced a lot. Don't worry about Chong Chong's marriage. Now it only has the stars in its eyes. Shen Bao crawled to their side, pointed and told Al that if he had the kung fu to bewitch, it would be better to predict Shiyu and his legendary experience in the starry sky in the next 2 days. Maybe he can get a half-god. Owl felt that what he said made sense. After eating, he immediately went to retreat. After lunch, Shiyu and his friends took a circle and came to Longgong City. As a contemporary dragon god, Chong Chong still had to make some more preparations before leaving. In Longgong City, Shiyu also left a relic. However, This time it was not a self-built relic. Instead, they left the Kanghae relic and left Blue Star. It was useless to have this. The power of inheritance in it had disappeared, and nothing existed. Only the transmission function was left. Susu left a few memory crystals and shaped a new Kanghae inheritance. From today, it will go to the Universe Sea to pursue the Sea Elves. It hopes that one day, a new Sea Elf can be born on the Blue Star. These are the gifts it left for the other party. Sooner or later, the destined person will inherit this power. Brother, you go first, I will follow. After saying goodbye to the Ice Dragon King and the Sea Dragon King, Shiyu was entangled by the little white dragon. When the Sea Dragon King communicated with Zilan, Phoenix Man and others, it showed that it gave up the idea of returning to Lin Feng. It only hoped that Lin Feng could take the little white dragon to train if he had the chance, or find a cosmic genius to contract with. This guy, it's time to go out and make a living. But unfortunately, the little white dragon looked down on everyone except Shiyu. He said that he would wait for the demigod and go to King Kai by himself, and he didn't need other beastmasters. You are a bit far from the demigod, Shiyu couldn't help but say. Xian Adelong said, that's right, so I hope that when I become a demigod, you, big brother, will have become the master of the universe over there. No, I can't talk nonsense with you. Shiyu had other things to do, so he didn't follow this guy and daydream. Xian Adelong watched Shiyu leave with tears in his eyes. Brother, the master of the universe is the highest level it can think of, isn't it enough? After saying goodbye to the Ice Dragon King and the Sea Dragon King, Shiyu entered Xiaozi's body. Turtle Island. A blue longevity turtle has been practicing hard for several months, during which time it has experienced various difficult natural environments and fought against many ferocious beast phantoms, and its body has been completely battle-hardened. A few days ago, the will level had reached the intermediate level. The growth level, because the food provided by Shiyu was good, it was not suppressed, and reached the king level. The king level cannot be taken directly to King Kai, so Shiyu came here this time to plan to contract them. It took a few months for the willpower to go from low to medium, which was not bad. At least, whether it was this turtle, the snake or the cat, they all persisted. Shiyu was quite satisfied. The muscular little longevity turtle sat on the rock. After the training, he gulped down the spirit soda. There was a big cross scar on his chest, which was a wound left during the battle. Originally, it could have used the life drop to heal it, but in order to prove that he was a man, he stayed decisively and planned to meet the little ice snake later to show it to the other party. The longevity turtle, has been working hard. Have you completed the training mission? Shiyu suddenly appeared and scared the longevity turtle. It immediately jumped off the stone and pointed to the calm sea. The tsunami suppression mission was completed. The longevity turtle looked proud and relaxed. Shiyu smiled and shook his head. Although the longevity turtles have been trained for several months, they are still mainly based on willpower and their combat power is not high. This guy is so proud now, but he will be beaten later. But his willpower is not low, so he shouldn't cry so violently when the time comes. By the way, I don't think I've told you yet, Chong Chong, that's the green bug that trained you before, the green flying dragon. It has become the dragon god of Dragon Palace City, and the original dragon god has abdicated, Shiyu said casually. He wanted to destroy its dream of becoming Prime Minister Turtle. Turtle? Turtle was shocked and couldn't accept it. My lord, why didn't you call me when you usurped the throne? Why, didn't we agree to let me help you take over Dragon Palace City? Turtle suddenly got nervous, as if it was too weak now. I'm sorry, I'll try my best. I'll definitely be able to help you when you take over Donghuang next time. Shiyu rolled his eyes and said, no need. Next, I'm leaving Blue Star. Do you want to go with me? When you get there, you can help me complete the spring and autumn cause. However, the strong people there are much stronger than those on Blue Star. One finger can poke Blue Star to pieces. Turtle was startled, and steam suddenly emerged from his body and burned up. He gave Shiyu a thumbs up. He is worthy of being the Lord. His goal has already been set on the universe. Turtle is willing to go through fire and water for the Lord? Little Wanshao Turtle immediately expressed his loyalty. Shiyu was silent, because he had telepathy and was sure that this guy was not pretending, but was really so stupid. Then let's make a contract. From today, you can stop training. You also have to move. You will have two new neighbors. Well, they are the dragon monster and duck monster that fought in the previous training ruins, huh? Turtle was stunned. Next, Shiyu opened the third contract of the second beast control space and contracted the little longevity turtle. He planned to take it to King Kai to cultivate it. He would definitely explore the ruins of the four sacred beasts. At that time, the benefits of the exploration would be received by the four sacred beasts he cultivated. After the third contract was completed, Shiyu did not get any feedback because the little turtle was too weak now. However, the longevity turtle, whose willpower was qualified and whose combat power was still a little bit reluctant, suddenly increased its breath as it entered the beast control space, which scared itself. The combat power jumped from ordinary kings to at least top kings. Roar, there are newcomers. Duck, hello Duck, do you remember me? It's me, Duck. In the second beast control space, two shadows covered the turtle's head, causing the turtle to suddenly look up at the giant dragon and the demon duck that clamped it, and trembled. Who, you, are, ducks, on the other side of the star continent, Cat Island. The short-legged gem cat has also been training for several months. Under the inducement of Shiyu's surroundings, the training progress of this fanatic fan has also been rapid. With the intermediate willpower trained and the nutritious food on weekdays, the growth level has easily reached the commander level. As Shiyu came here, its gem eyes immediately shone like stars, and it directly rushed to Shiyu's legs and hugged his thighs tightly. Meow, idol, you are finally back again. Woo woo woo, I miss you so much. Shiyu picked up the little female cat and said with a headache, how many times have I told you that girls should be more reserved? You should learn from Teacher Ying and take her as an example. The short-legged cat was first aggrieved, and then suspicious. Really? Do you really want to take Teacher Ying as an example? Forget it, let's take that panda as an example, Shiyu said. Alice, Teacher Ying has worked hard for hundreds of years, no, 2 lifetimes, but his willpower was surpassed by a kitten in a few months. He really couldn't let the short-legged cat take Teacher Ying as an example against his will. The short-legged cat said he understood. Meow, and, as Shiyu arrived, the short-legged gem cat immediately wanted to praise. Its training task was completed in excess. Shiyu's mouth twitched, so he didn't quite understand why the special training that Gigyan Xiaobing had spent a long time to complete was completed by this cat for a few photos. However, it's good to complete it. As a cat, it is much better than Teacher Ying. It has the potential of Panda King 11. It would be better if it could be a little more powerful. Congratulations, the test has been completed. Next, are you interested in leaving Blue Star with me and going on an adventure in the universe? When the time is right, I will start to take you to fight and explore. Of course, what you have to experience at that time may be more dangerous than now. Shiyu looked at the short-legged cat and said. After all, even the ancestor of the Killen clan was hung in the epic ruins. Meow meow meow, the short-legged gem cat was not happy. Is it doubting its courage? It has already made all preparations. It plans to fight for Shiyu and make all the lives in the universe become fans of Team Shiyu. The stars are bright, the stars are shining, all fans, meow meow meow. It raised its cat paw, with a resolute attitude. Shiyu. Okay, another one is going to preach in the universe. It seems that collecting the power of faith is to preach. Talented. The second beast control space, the fourth contract, is opened. After a while, in the second beast control space, the turtle, who was sitting on the stone obediently and shivering when Xiaoji and Ye asked which one was the boss, the earth or the ocean, finally saw a life-saving straw. It excitedly looked at the short-legged gem cat that appeared here with a flash of white light. Who, there is a newcomer, go ask it. The turtle immediately transferred its hatred. Xiaoji and Ye were also stunned and looked at the new short-legged gem cat. Unexpectedly, when the short-legged gem cat saw them, its eyes immediately lit up and meowed. Meow, the most handsome and domineering. The embodiment of disaster, the overlord of the earth, Senior Xiaoji. Meow, the coolest and most stylish, the master of the abyss, the overlord of the ocean, Senior Ye. Xiaoji and Ye looked at each other. This newcomer spoke so nicely, much better than the turtle who only knew how to shrink his shell. Roar, yeah, turtle. Finally, Shiyu came to Xiaobing on Snake Island. Like turtle, it also reached the middle level of willpower, and its growth level also reached the king level. During this period, it was also very hard working. In order to complete various training tasks, it squeezed itself to the limit. It is the most normal one among the three pets. Under Shiyu's attention, it can be confirmed that it can persist because of a belief in becoming stronger, which is 10,000 times less reliable than any belief in chasing stars. Because the love across races with turtle is not allowed, it wants to become stronger, control its own destiny, and does not want to be restricted by rules and regulations. Because Shiyu reached out to rescue it from confinement, giving it hope and opportunity to become stronger, it wants to become stronger, and then work for Minister Shiyu. These are the two beliefs of the little ice snake to become stronger. But there are also problems. The personality is more or less a bit arrogant. If Shiyu hadn't had telepathy and could sense the emotional fluctuations of the little guys, he would even start to doubt himself. Mingming was still worried about Giga and became stronger for this, but he insisted that it had nothing to do with the other party, and he became stronger purely to control his own destiny. Mingming was very grateful to himself in his heart, and secretly made up his mind to seriously pass the test and become stronger to repay himself, but he was never as straightforward as Giga, just training silently and never expressing it in any form. Once Shiyu really couldn't help it, and he asked and answered it, which made the snake blush all day and almost burned it into a roasted snake. Then, it broke through to the king level. It was from that day that the little ice snake underwent a transformation. It should be trained, grown up, and his personality changed drastically, and he could face anything calmly. The character has changed from proud and arrogant to a queen character in the true sense, and is very strong. This makes Shiyu feel very sorry for Brother Turtle, and feels that he will suffer in the future. Xiao Bingbing stopped training. After Shiyu came here, he immediately stopped. The little ice snake looked at Shiyu with a serious expression. Woo, hello, Minister, Shiyu said. Next, I will go to the starry sky. It's very dangerous there. The little ice snake showed a serious expression. Woo, take me with you. It won't be long before I can help. Okay, Shiyu smiled helplessly and said, in addition, congratulations on passing the test. Let you meet an old friend, come on. The little ice snake was stunned, thinking of something, and looked at the contract of the second beast control space opened by Shiyu. At the same time, Xiaoji and Yaya didn't expect that newcomers came so frequently. When the short-legged cat was introducing the glorious deeds of Xiaoji and Yaya to Turtle, a flash of light flashed, and a blue-white ice snake that looked noble and arrogant appeared in the beast control space. At this time, seeing the ice snake, the turtle stood up suddenly, in disbelief. Duck, you know, who, it's my girlfriend. The turtle was in tears and trembling all over. Unexpectedly, after half a year, he finally saw his girlfriend again. Under the shut eyes of Xiaoji, and the short-legged cat, it excitedly ran towards the elegant and noble ice snake. At this time, the little ice snake also discovered the turtle and the seniors around. It had mixed feelings, but facing the excited turtle, it still raised its head and looked at the turtle with noble eyes. Bang! When the turtle ran over, Xiaobing directly stopped it with a nice tail, froze it, and slapped it away. Woo, it seems that you have completely wasted the past 6 months. Come back when you become stronger than me. The little ice snake pushed away the frozen ice, and under the confused expression of the turtle inside the ice, it went to visit the seniors first. The turtle was dumbfounded, not understanding why Xiaobing, who had been so good to him before, suddenly didn't recognize him. Huh? No. Xiaobing, the turtle was heartbroken. What did it do wrong? At this time, Shiyu secretly glanced at the beast control space and sighed. It was okay. The feelings between the two sides were still there, but the woman was a little strong, so it was not a big problem. At present, the turtle of the king race and the longevity turtle who were not good at fighting were indeed difficult to beat the winter water snake of the overlord race, but just try hard. It's not a big problem if they can't beat them. As for Xuanwu, it seems that the snake is indeed on top of the turtle. Snow flowers are floating, the north wind is whistling, and the world is vast. Shiyu hummed a song, which was regarded as ending the contract with the 3 new pets. In addition, he actually has a demon stone, and the demon cup sealed in it is in a state of suspended death, but the current environment of the blue planet cannot wake it up before the rules are revived. Shiyu didn't know if he could take it to King Kai, so he simply threw it to the gem cat before coming and let it watch it first. Now Shiyu didn't have a strong desire to cultivate the demon race. He just wanted to catch a giant beast in the universe to play with. Shiyu left the Dragon Palace and finally called President Lin. Are you ready? President Lin knew that Shiyu had been saying goodbye one after another in the past 2 days. When he saw Shiyu calling him, he knew that he was almost ready and was going to set off. Yes, Shiyu said, is Senior Shinitun here? Yes, President Lin said. President Lin, Senior Shinitun, do you have anything else to tell me? Shiyu asked. Yes, Senior Shinitun's voice came from the other side. If you see that kid Lin Feng, and he says something bad about me, write it down in a little notebook and bring it back to me later. Shiyu, President Lin, also, he must have started a family over there and cultivated many talented offspring. You're welcome. Show your talent as much as possible and shock him. Shiyu, President Lin, okay, that's all Senior Shinitun has to say. No, I haven't finished yet, it's different over there than here, be careful, President Lin said at last, and Shiyu nodded heavily. After saying goodbye to President Lin and Senior Shinitun, Shiyu flew around the blue star and finally returned to Anadara. At this time, Senior Longshan was still waiting here. Zilan had left Anadara and went to Donghuang. The other 3 aliens, as well as the chosen fallen angels and the Holy Maiden of Light, also went to their respective places. And the World Tree was also silently waiting for Shiyu's arrival. Are you here? The World Tree clone saw Shiyu coming and threw a leaf to him, which contains 100 non-system god-level energy crystals. Your stuff. After Shiyu put it away, he nodded and said, thank you. Well, let's go if you have nothing to do, the World Tree clone said with a pained heart. It was just idle and had nothing to do. It checked the account again and found that it was not only the condensation of the universe crystal that consumed a lot of world power, but Shiyu, this kid, also consumed a lot during this period. It's even harder than raising a god level. Let's go, at least wait until it recovers before coming back. Okay, Senior Dragon God, Shiyu shouted, and the dragon god who was practicing in another part of the island also opened his eyes, flew up, and looked at Shiyu. After she landed here, she said, are you ready? Shiyu nodded, ready, let's go. The World Tree clone took a deep breath and said, wish you two a safe journey. The dragon god nodded in gratitude, thank you, Lord World Tree, for your training over the past 2 days. Obviously, the World Tree has also prepared a lot of good things for the dragon god in the past 2 days. Shiyu smiled slightly. Senior Longshan, you first. He looked at Senior Longshan, who showed a helpless expression under his stunning face and said, are you afraid of something going wrong? Why, I'll go first. Shiyu smiled and took out the teleportation keystone and the cosmic crystal. Logically speaking, this teleportation is relatively safe, right? The teleportation keystones are all produced by King Kai's planet. King Kai is the top life in the universe, so there can't be any accidents. Looking at the props in his hand, he took a deep breath, a little nervous and excited. Are you ready? Shiyu finally asked the pets who had gathered in the beast control space and were also looking forward to it. 11 opened his mouth and waved a bamboo. He was ready. The starry sky, go. Ji Chong looked up at the starry sky in the form of a green worm, looking at a higher stage. YAA, my first god level kill. Shen Bao couldn't wait. Me, will there be more good dramas? Chi Tong is concerned about this. Anyway, she has almost finished watching the dramas in and outside of Blue Star. Ning, opportunity of the star sylphs. Su's eyes are filled with starlight. Shiyu is most worried about this guy. Because among the 5 major cosmic forces in the starry sky, in addition to the Universe Overlord Legion, the Universe Giant Beast Clan, and King Kai, there is another one that is similar to the Abyss Clan and the Meteor Clan. Forget it, just do it and it's over. Let's go, Lin said. Ki, who is the size of a basketball, hugged Ziozi, who is the size of a rice ball, and was a little nervous. She said, it must be more dangerous over there. More people want to catch me. Lin had no choice but to let you stay in Blue Star, but you insisted on following, and now you are afraid. I haven't been out of Blue Star yet. Ki was also very curious. Roar, duck, in the second space. Under the influence of Zioji and your Yaz fearless and contemptuous momentum of the starry sky, Turtle, Xiaobing, and Dwarf Cat felt good. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. They are the most excited. What a garbage universe, is it as powerful as the earth and the ocean? Xiaoji and Ye thought. Goodbye, Blue Star. After hearing the responses of the pets one by one, Shiyu finally activated the teleportation keystone. Come on, you are the strongest, World Tree said again. Go, wreak havoc on King Kai's planet. See you there. The dragon god also directly activated the teleportation keystone. Well, see you there. As the cosmic crystal merged into the teleportation keystone, Shiyu raised his head and glanced at the World Tree clone and the dragon god. Then, his whole body was wrapped in a strong white light, and then he disappeared from the blue star and headed for a new world. The blue star chapter ends, and the starry sky chapter will begin tomorrow. Chapter 532 Crazy Journey. Welcome to King Kai, Shiyu, Senior Dragon God. You are finally here, the universe. King Kai. Shiyu heard a familiar voice before he opened his eyes. He felt his head was a mess and dizzy at this time. This teleportation process was more disgusting than he had imagined. After activating the teleportation keystone, Shiyu entered a pitch-black world. Then this world was like a roller coaster, going up and down, 10,000 times worse than that, and almost made Shiyu vomit everything he had eaten before. Until now, he still felt uncomfortable all over, as if there was an 11-fold pressure on him. After opening his eyes, Shiyu saw the scene in front of him clearly. This is a huge square with hundreds of huge altars inside, and he was on an altar. In front of him, there was a young man in trendy clothes, standing not far away, with a bitter face, looking at him. Perch, Shiyu saw the other party and immediately realized that this was not the Phoenix Man. This is Sky City. Next, I will take you to find Lord Kongdi and Lord Linfeng, Phoenix Man said. It seems that Kongdi and Linfeng have thrown him here to be a guide. Is this King Kai's planet? Shiyu looked at the altar next to him and found that Senior Longshan had also arrived successfully. At this time, she was standing on the altar, looking up at the sky. It was still a blue sky with white clouds, but in the starry sky, several huge suns could be seen, and there were 5 relatively clear ones. It seems that we have arrived. It feels very good. Shiyu was also quite excited to sense the energy of the heaven and earth around him. His beast control space had never been so joyful. Like Lin, they all felt instantly that the world suppression that once restricted their growth had completely disappeared. In this place, it is easy to break through to the god level. At this energy level, even if the demigod creatures are lacking in food resources, they will not need to hibernate to reduce energy consumption by relying on natural feeding. What's more, in such a place with sufficient energy from heaven and earth, there is no shortage of high-level spiritual plants and divine plants. It's cool. Shiyu felt that they would be able to do something big in this place. It's just this gravity. 11 is fine, but turtle, xiaobing, and short-legged cat may need a long time to adapt. In addition, Shiyu also felt the strength of this world. In the incomplete blue star, a fight between demigods can cause global unrest, but here, it would probably take some effort for a demigod to flatten a mountain. After all, the main body of this world is cosmic life, and it is difficult to break the defense of cosmic life. It is difficult for a super god, let alone a demigod. Ahem, the Phoenix Man couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw that Shiyu and Senior Dragon God ignored him. He introduced, the realm where Sky City is located is numbered outside the 10,000th place. It is considered a relatively ordinary place with resources. It is probably not as good as the blue star at its peak. The realms with higher numbers have abundant natural resources. When I have time, I can take you on a trip. Shiyu was stunned and said, not even as good as the peak blue star. Kimu nodded and said, resources are always concentrated in the head. Although King Kai is a cosmic star, the area that ordinary forces can use cannot be the core, otherwise. Do you think the 5 great gods? Why don't you stay on King Kai's planet and want to help the mother planet break through to the super god level and then go back? Even Lord Kongdi and Lord Linfeng usually stay on the god level planet contracted by Lord Kongdi, not here. Although King Kai's planet is good, there are too many forces on it and there are not enough resources to share. Okay, I'll take you to see Lord Kongdi and his people first, Phoenix Man said. They have been waiting here for a long time. After Shiyu and Longshan looked at each other, they nodded, then looked at Phoenix Man and said, thank you for your hard work, lead the way. After Shiyu and Longshan arrived at King Kai's planet, Phoenix Man also quickly contacted Kongdi and Linfeng. Then, he led Shiyu and Longshan to where Kongdi and Linfeng were. Just as the name of Sky City suggests, this is a huge aerial city floating in the sky. The altar they came out of is even higher in the city. Flying out from here, looking around, Although there are not many high-rise buildings, there are countless extremely spectacular buildings, which are more luxurious than the metropolis of Kamikaze Country. There was a constant stream of flying vehicles in the sky. Many Overlord-level robots were maintaining law and order in the city. Even the sweeping robots had impressive combat power. "Follow me," Phoenix Man called out and flew towards the tallest building in Sky City, a sky tower that went straight into the sky. Shiyu and Dragon God followed behind, looking at the city and observing the tower in front. At the top of the tower, outside a building hall that looked like a temple, two men stood there. One was a middle-aged man in a black robe, with long hair and an extraordinary temperament, and the other was a short-haired young man in a formal suit, but with a weak face. Both of them looked a little excited. Swish! As Phoenix Man and his men arrived, the two looked at Dragon God excitedly. "Senior Dragon God, long time no see, I finally waited for you to come." Whether it was Sky Emperor or Lin Feng, after seeing Dragon God, they were all respectful, as if they were seeing an elder. Next to him, the Phoenix Man couldn't help but sigh. This Dragon God was indeed powerful. The extremely powerful Lord Kangdi and Lord Lin Feng had been protected by her before they grew up. It was said that Shiyu was also protected by her. In the future, the Dragon God might become the most extraordinary one in the Zuikong star lineage. "It's been a long time since we last met," the Dragon God nodded gently and smiled. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. Now, seeing that the power of Kangdi and Lin Feng was so great that he couldn't see through it, and the divine power was so far-reaching, the Dragon God himself was also very impressed. "Senior Dragon God, let's go in and talk," Kangdi said. "Also, this is Shiyu, right?" He looked at Shiyu next to him and smiled, saying, "I heard Zilan introduce you. Let's go in together, okay, Senior Kangdi, Senior Lin Feng." Shiyu also smiled slightly. He finally saw a living person. "Next, we have to have a good chat. He has a lot of things to ask." "Kimu, you go back first." Lin Feng glanced at Kimu and said, "I'll call you later." "Yes, Lord Lin Feng." Kimu nodded repeatedly, and stopped disturbing Kangdi and Lord Lin Feng from reminiscing with their fellow townsmen. In a blink of an eye, Kangdi and Lin Feng led Shiyu and Longshen into the hall of the temple. Tea was already prepared here and it was very quiet. After inviting Shiyu and Longshen to sit down, Kangdi said, "Senior Longshen, Shiyu, how do you feel about King Kai and Sky City?" Longshen said, "It's really good. It seems that the bottleneck that has been stuck for so long can finally be broken through." "Ha ha ha, Senior Longshen, I didn't expect you to look so young even though you are more than 1,000 years old." Lin Feng laughed and said, "I thought you would." Longshen cast a bad look at him, causing Lin Feng to shut his mouth suddenly. Kangdi coughed, and he also knew that Lin Feng was not in tune, and he couldn't hide his eyes that wanted to stab someone. Shiyu also smiled awkwardly but politely. "Damn, Senior Lin Feng is really bold. Are you trying to say that you thought the Dragon God had become a dragon granny?" "Senior Dragon God, don't rush to break through. I heard that there is a super competition on King Kai's planet that only those below the god level can participate. We can all go and try it out then." Shiyu helped to change the subject. Emperor Kong nodded and said, "Indeed, there are many special things on King Kai. For example, only those below the god level can participate in the conferred god war. If time and conditions permit, it is better to reach the extreme in one realm before breaking through. This will not only make the foundation after the breakthrough more solid, but also accumulate a lot of foundation for the future." At the beginning, Lin Feng and I came to King Kai after reaching the god level, so we missed a lot of opportunities. "Yes," Lin Feng said. "Next, you should have a good rest in Sky City and adapt for a while. The technological civilization in King Kai is still relatively developed, and it is easier to receive information. I will give you a data chip later. Through intelligent mechanical life, you can connect to the virtual network here and quickly understand the local customs and customs here. By the way, Senior Longshen, do you have no mechanical equipment?" Lin Feng said. Although the Blue Star also developed technology later, he felt that Senior Longshen did not seem to be exposed to mechanical equipment. "Well, I don't have that kind of thing," Longshen said. "It doesn't matter. I'll ask someone to prepare one for you later," Lin Feng said. "Sorry to trouble you," the Dragon God said. "I am far inferior to you in strength now, so I will work hard to improve my strength first. After I break through to the god level, I will see if there is anything I can do to help you. Your goal is to evolve Blue Star, right?" "You're welcome," Lin Feng smiled and said, "There is nothing I can help you with for the time being. This is a long-term project. You should experience King Kai first. It is very big here. Without the teleportation array, even if the top gods try their best to travel, they will not be able to complete half of it in their lifetime, and the battle of the gods that you just mentioned is also a competition worth trying. If you can get good results in this competition, you will not only become famous in the universe, but also help Blue Star to accelerate its evolution." "Oh," Dragon God said, "I just heard you talk about the Conferred Gods War. I haven't heard about it yet. Can you tell me more about it?" Sky Emperor nodded and said, "It's a super event held by King Kai. Demigods can participate. It's essentially a competition of combat effectiveness. The top 10,000 will have generous rewards. Among them, each of the top 100 players can get a teleportation keystone. According to the ranking, they can also get different numbers of god-level cosmic crystals, which are the only source and origin of teleportation keystones. Therefore, the major forces attached to King Kai are particularly concerned about this competition. Every year, there are hundreds of millions of demigods participating." Shiyu and Dragon God were shocked. No wonder it is said that getting good results in this competition can accelerate the evolution of Blue Star. God-level cosmic crystals, teleportation keystones, are all good things that can make Blue Star connect to the starry sky faster. Among them, the reward for the first place is even better. Even the super god level will be jealous, Sky Emperor said. "Guess what it is?" "What?" Shiyu asked. Kongdi said, "The second to 10,000th place will all receive physical rewards, but the first place will receive an opportunity." "Opportunity?" "Yes, an opportunity. If you get first place in the Conferred God battle, you will get a chance to challenge your opponent, who is a true god-level opponent, and not just a newly born god. Defeat it, and you will get the King Kai permanent teleportation array. A permanent teleportation array with no consumption that ignores the strength and number of its users." Kongdi smiled and said, "Don't underestimate it as just a permanent teleportation array, but its value is very great, and it determines the speed of development of a planetary civilization to a large extent. If a planet or a force wants to truly grow, it still has to wander in the starry sky and open up its own territory, so that it can tap more resources. Permanently under the protection of King Kai's planet, it is impossible to transcend, and with this teleportation array, you can ask for help in the first time when you are in danger, and when the territory obtains huge gains, you can also trade with the forces on King Kai's planet anytime and anywhere. Even if you don't need this, there are countless planetary lives and super god forces willing to spend a huge price to buy it. The value is immeasurable. Even if it is rented out, the benefits brought are also extremely huge. If this teleportation array can be built on Blue Star will be upgraded to a high-level planet after a period of development. It can be said that it is a sure thing." The Dragon God was silent. "So that's why it is so popular. This reward is indeed tempting. It is a reward that can bring huge benefits continuously. But it's probably difficult to get it," Shiyu said. "It's not given to the first one, but the first one to get the chance to get it." He felt the pit. "Well, it is really difficult to get good results in this competition because it allows repeated participation," Kongdi said. "Even if you win the first place, as long as you get that opportunity, you can still participate in the Conferred God War again if you fail the challenge. Unless you succeed in the challenge, you will be banned. So it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to get the first place. In the Conferred God War, there have been countless outrageous demigods. In the recent Conferred God War, one person has won the first place 79 times in a row, but he has not succeeded in the challenge. I don't know how long it will take. The current second place has won the championship for 101 consecutive years, but has not succeeded in the challenge. However, after being defeated by the current first place, he has always been the second place." Puff. After Kongdi finished speaking, Shiyu almost sprayed in his heart. Damn, among so many players, he won the championship for 79 consecutive times? The 101st championship? What level of monster is this? The dragon god next to him also fell into deep thought. Shiyu was speechless. This competition is so cunning. There are rewards for the second to the first place, but it is very likely that there will be no rewards for winning the first place. This is actually quite normal. The highest record seems to be that there is a beastmaster who has been ranked first for more than 1,000 years, but he has never succeeded in challenging it. Lin Feng smiled. Is it worth it? Shiyu couldn't help but said, with his time, Maybe you can break through to the super god level. Haha, the super god level is more difficult than this, Lin Feng said. By the way, do you know the conditions for breaking through to the super god level? Shi Yu shook his head. He guessed. Does it require the divine skills to reach a certain level? Lin Feng shook his head and said, no, at the divine level, when the divine skills are trained to perfection, they will reach a bottleneck and cannot be improved any further, unless you are promoted to super god. It is possible to continue to improve, and there are only 3 ways to be promoted to the super god level. The first is that in the universe, every 100,000 years, a mysterious substance is born, which is called the source of transcendence by all races. By absorbing it, you can be promoted to a super god. Although it is difficult to absorb, as long as you are a top god, you should be able to succeed. The difficulty lies in obtaining the source of transcendence. Every time this thing is born, it will cause bloodshed, and the blood of the gods will dye the starry sky. The second method is to hunt down life that has become a super god. When a super god dies, there is a probability that it will drop the source of transcendence and be absorbed by the surrounding gods who killed it. This method, and it is also extremely difficult, so in the universe, the following rumors of war often appear. That is for this reason, perhaps there is no hatred, just to go one step further. Of course, it is also feasible for the super god level to voluntarily sacrifice itself to pass on the power of the next generation, but the probability of success will not increase. At the beginning, Senior Kangdi and I went to the battlefield and assassinated a super god alien who had just finished a war and was weak. Unfortunately, although it succeeded, it did not drop the source of transcendence. The third method, in the universe, in addition to the source of transcendence that is naturally born every 100,000 years, there is another place where the source of transcendence may exist, that is, in the epic ruins of the last era, there may be residual sources of transcendence. There are many lucky people who strayed into the epic ruins and found the source of transcendence by accident. Just like the 5 super gods of our 5 major gods on Blue Star, they were originally the 5 major gods. The top 5 Xianjiao among them have all reached the top god realm and have a very good relationship. For the opportunity, they went to explore the epic ruins together. When exploring the epic ruins, the probability of failure is greater than success, and it is very dangerous. However, they are very lucky. Except for the Kilin Xianjiao who was seriously injured, the others were not seriously injured. Moreover, they successfully found 5 sources of transcendence and were able to break through. So, this period of time is the most prosperous period for the 5 major god clans. However, the super gods of the 5 major god clans also know that they are lucky and know what kind of stuff they are. In order not to be hunted by other god-level Xianjiao and become nutrients, they have been in seclusion for millions of years after breaking through and have not come out until now. Most of the time, they are still in seclusion. King Kai has been at war with the other 3 major cosmic forces for many years. As the super gods of King Kai, they have never been on the battlefield, so they are not well received by King Kai. Therefore, although they are super gods, compared with other super gods who have been killed, the resources of their territory are not that good. Even, many forces are about to forget the Blue Star Protoss Alliance. This is also the reason why the 5 major Protoss joined hands with us to contact the Mother Planet this time, hoping to help the Mother Planet break through. If the Blue Planet is promoted to a high-level planet, the resources on it are at least better than their current territory. Oh, by the way, other races need the source of transcendence to break through the super god, but only the planetary life does not need it. They can directly absorb the origin of the universe and directly promote. It is considered to be a unique talent, but it takes a long time. Sometimes, if there is no special opportunity, even if you practice for a universe era, you can't successfully break through. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Shi Yu and Longshen were silent again. Unexpectedly, it is so difficult to be promoted to a super god. Especially Shi Yu, his heart was cold. Can't you just rely on adding points? If there is a source of transcendence, it is not difficult to be promoted to a super god. Any top god should be able to be promoted. But the problem is that this source of transcendence sounds too difficult to obtain. Is that so? However, are the leaders of the 5 great gods so stable? Shi Yu couldn't help but complain. He thought that since the Blue Star lineage had 5 great super gods, they should be doing well here. But it sounds like they are being ignored by King Kai because they don't go to the battlefield. Moreover, they dare not go out and set up their own tribes for fear of being hunted. This is too miserable. This time, They want to go to Blue Star to set up their own business and return to their home planet. It probably took a lot of courage. Lin Feng laughed and said, yes, they are cowards, but if they were not so cautious, it would not be easy for them to live so long. Although the super gods are strong, the mortality rate is not low in the dark forest of the universe. This is the closest time for the 5 major gods of Blue Star to rise. If they don't seize the opportunity and develop steadily, it will be difficult to produce 5 super gods next time. In fact, it's not just them. There should be many super god level strongmen who have retreated and hidden. After all, no one wants to be treated as prey all day long. Senior Kongdi and I guess a road to super gods still has to be on the battlefield. We failed last time and missed the best opportunity. What a pity. Lin Feng was helpless. Battlefield, the dragon god asked Lin Feng. Well, the battlefield, in the starry sky of the universe, there are a total of 5 cosmic level lives, representing 5 cosmic level forces, namely the Cosmic Emperor, King of the Realm, whose members are mainly planetary life forms, and they have bred many races, the most representative of which is the myriad races of the starry sky, which mainly occupies the cosmic sea and is located in the center of the universe. The Cosmic Emperor, King of Beasts, is the king of the cosmic giant beasts, and his territory is the north of the cosmic sea. Their race feeds on planets, so they are the great enemy of the King of the Realm, and the two sides have been fighting all year round. The Cosmic Emperor, King of Darkness, like the Abyss evil god who once invaded Blue Star and the meteorite defeated by Emperor Wu, they are all life races under the Dark King. Their power characteristics are very obvious, that is, they are highly polluting and can transform all forms of life, including planets, into their own races. Their territory is the west of the universe sea, and they are also in a hostile relationship with the Realm King. The Queen of the Universe, Emperor Zerg, she is the king of the starry sky Zerg lineage, and she controls countless Zerg armies. She completes the reproduction of her race by devouring life, and her territory is the south of the universe sea. The last one, occupying the east of the universe sea, is the power of the universe overlord. It has no similar race, or its race only has it, but it controls a huge army of cosmic overlords, is invincible, and has recruited countless strong people. The other 4 cosmic emperors are unwilling to provoke them, and their main business is also the most gentle, just digging up the remains of the cosmic era, constantly colonizing other planets, selling planetary resources, and serving as cosmic mercenaries to make money. At present, we are in the lineage of the King of the Realm, which has been fighting with the forces of the Beast King, the Dark King, and the Queen of the Zerg for many years. There are many battlefields, and there are also many void battlefields with super gods sitting in. Of course, the other 3 parties are also enemies of each other, so the current situation in the universe is very chaotic, but in essence, it is just a competition for resources. Fortunately, several major cosmic level creatures will not take action personally, so if you want to hunt super god level creatures, going to the battlefield and looking for opportunities to hunt the super god level creatures of the 3 tribes is the best choice. In the end, you can also get the reward from King Kai. Killing each other in King Kai's planet is not impossible, but it is best to have a legitimate reason. Shi Yu and Long Shen gradually understood the current situation of the universe, which is very similar to the mythological era of Blue Star. Then Senior Kongdi, Senior Lin Feng, do you know how to break through to the cosmic level? Shi Yu asked. This question stumped Kongdi and Lin Feng. After a brief silence, they said, no one knows. I'm afraid that only 5 cosmic masters know. The Sky Emperor looked at Shi Yu and said, Friend Shi Yu, I have heard of your talent and potential for a long time. Lin Feng and I are very optimistic about you. If you work hard for a few years, you may have a chance to hit the first place in the conferred God War. After all, you are still young. Moreover, the human beast master is the race with the greatest advantage in the conferred God War. After all, you can fight with multiple contracted creatures. On the contrary, other star races can only fight alone if they don't partner with humans. In short, maybe you have a chance to break through to the super god before Lin Feng and me, and become the first super god beast master of the Donghuang human race. Next to him, the dragon god also thought so. Judging from the performance of Blue Star, Shi Yu is indeed more evil than Wang Kong and Lin Feng. No, the seniors think too highly of me. Shi Yu smiled bitterly. Lin Feng said, don't belittle yourself. We all know about you. Shi Yu said, no, what I mean is that someone on Blue Star has already broken through to the super god level. If I break through, I can only be the second one, Shame. Kongdi, Lin Feng? What did you say? Kongdi was stunned. Lin Feng was also stunned, with a confused look on his face. What does it mean? Shi Yu said, because Shidi is still alive, and has broken through to the super god level. Kongdi, Lin Feng, dragon god? Shi Yu quickly explained, seniors, as you know, I am an archaeologist, so I have studied the history of several legendary emperors in depth. Among them, the mystery of the disappearance of Emperor Shi has always been what I care about most. Fortunately, before leaving Blue Star, I successfully found Emperor Shi. He just accidentally entered an epic ruins on Blue Star, and then he may have obtained a lot of transcendental sources in it, so he broke through to the super god level. Then, because he was too strong, he was trapped in it and couldn't return to Blue Star. Before leaving, Emperor Shi also asked me to help Blue Star evolve into an advanced planet as soon as possible, so that he can get out, but I think this matter may still require everyone in Donghuang to work together. After all, I am only at the legendary level at present. Emperor Kong, Lin Feng, dragon god? Emperor Kong and Lin Feng were dumbfounded. Their brains were buzzing and crashed. What? Emperor Shi is still alive. Moreover, he accidentally entered the epic ruins on Blue Star and reached the super god level? They stared at Shi Yu blankly, making Shi Yu shudder. The Sky Emperor stood up suddenly and said, is what you said true? Yes, it's true, Shi Yu nodded, but the Sky Emperor still couldn't believe it. Lin Feng stared at Shi Yu in a daze. Damn, what's wrong with this kid? Although I heard that he is an archaeologist and has accidentally entered the epic ruins, he found another epic ruins and found the Time Emperor from it, and it was a super god level Time Emperor. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? Don't tell the 5 major gods about this for the time being. The Sky Emperor's scalp tingled and said, Lin Feng and I still need to make a long-term plan. Senior Time Emperor is still alive and has reached the super god level. He was even more shocked than when he learned about Shi Yu's strength from Zulan. Originally, he and Lin Feng were still worried that they had not reached the level of super god. Even if Blue Star was upgraded, it might become the paradise of the 5 major gods, and Donghuang would gradually decline. However, if the Emperor of Time was rescued, then the Donghuang human race would not be afraid of anyone. Whoever dared to bully Donghuang, this ancestor would definitely be the first to disagree. At that time, there would be no problem in competing with the 5 major gods on Blue Star and sharing the resources of advanced planets. Boy, you are really awesome. I, Lin Feng, have never admired anyone in my life. You are so ruthless. You have been to 2 epic ruins at the legendary level. Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. I feel that if you can break through to the super god level in the future, the source of transcendence must be found from the epic ruins. Shi Yu smiled awkwardly and said, you are too kind. Beside him, the dragon god was silent, understanding the shock of the Emperor of Space in Lin Feng. After all, this was a monster archaeologist who had even cracked the time and space ruins. Now another super god has been dug out, which is understandable. Kongdi said, this matter is of great importance. We will consider it carefully. Shi Yu, I heard that you like exploring ruins very much. However, after you arrive here, before your strength reaches the top god realm, I still suggest that you practice with peace of mind. If you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet one day. Next, I will give you, and Senior Longshan, a certain amount of non-system god-level energy crystals. This is the universal high-level currency of King Kai's planet. It can be used to purchase and exchange other resources, and can also be used for direct practice. You are all demigods now, so you should start with the Battle of the Gods to get in touch with King Kai's planet. Leave the rest to us. Okay, thank you Senior Kongdi and Senior Lin Feng, Shi Yu said. Emperor Kong said, there is one more thing. You should not have too much contact with the 5 major divine tribes. If they want to see us, we will help you turn them down. However, Shi Yu, it may be difficult to turn down the Kilin tribe. The exterminated Wind Kilin is the source of the Kilin tribe's luck. Now that you have inherited the Wind Kilin, maybe even the Kilin tribe's super god ancestor will be alarmed. Shi Yu smiled and said, I have thought of it, Senior Kongdi, you can say this to them. I inherited the Blessing Wind skill by mechanical means, and I also reversed the development and cultivation method of the Blessing Wind skill. Thanks to the Kilin tribe's luck, I am willing to give the development method of the Blessing Wine to the Kilin tribe free of charge. Emperor Kong and Lin Feng were both stunned. What? Shi Yu, deduce the development method of the Blessing Wind skill? In fact, Shi Yu had thought of this day a long time ago, so when he was on Blue Star, he first used skill deduction to deduce the development and learning method of the Blessing Wind quasi-god skill. Although the success rate is extremely low and almost killed him, it is totally worth it to gain the friendship of a large clan with super god level life. In addition, there may be resources. The other party can't really get it for free. At this time, looking at the serious Shi Yu, Kong Di and Lin Feng, they are completely impressed by Shi Yu. Although Shi Yu is only at a legendary level, everything he has done is incomparably amazing. Lin Feng pondered and said, I have a good relationship with the Qilin clan. In addition to the development method of the Blessing Wind, I will help them deduce the evolutionary root of the Wind Qilin. Maybe, it is expected to revive the Wind Qilin clan. They owe me a big favor. Don't worry, Shi Yu, you will definitely get a lot of benefits when the time comes, Shi Yu said. Thank you, Senior Lin Feng. I will give you the development method of the Blessing Wind first. Shi Yu put a reusable memory crystal that records the development method of the Blessing Wind on the table. To be honest, the development method on it is very difficult. If you want to develop it from scratch, you will have a headache. Fortunately, Lin can directly use the Blessing Wind, so there is no need to learn it so troublesomely. However, the starry sky storm that has not been deduced yet is a trouble that Shi Yu is worried about. Okay, seeing that Shi Yu has even prepared the memory crystal, Lin Feng knew that it was not a coincidence that Shi Yu could get to where he is today. Next, Kong Di and Lin Feng chatted with Shi Yu and Longshan for a long time. Things like residences and data chips were also prepared for them. In addition, Shi Yu and Longshan each received 100 non-system god-level energy crystals. Counting the ones given by the World Tree, Shi Yu had 200 non-system energy crystals in his hand at once, which felt enough for him to practice in seclusion for a long time. It was not until the sky darkened that Shi Yu and the others were sent to their respective residences by Kong Di and began their new life on Qingkai. Shi Yu was arranged to live in a mountain villa with an internal cave. It was located in a quiet place, far away from the city center, with more abundant natural resources around, and no one disturbed him. Next, this is our new home. After Shi Yu entered the big villa, he released the 11 of them directly. He has not calmed down yet and feels very novel. Roar, EIE, 11 and the others were also very excited after arriving at their new home. When they were in the beast taming space, they noticed the beauty of King Kai's planet, and now they are just as happy after coming out. The gravity of King Kai's planet is much stronger, but 11 and the others don't care. During the will training, gravity training is just basic exercise. Even Xiaoji and Yale were released by Shi Yu, feeling the fertility of King Kai without any worries. Only Giga, Xiaobing, and the short-legged cat silently began gravity training in the beast taming space. It's time to make up for the loss. With their current foundation, it's still a bit stressful to bear the gravity pressure of King Kai's planet. Oh, yes, there is also Qi, who said suspiciously that she would have to observe in the beast taming space for a while, feeling that there are always bad guys trying to harm her. Comfortable. You guys clean up first, I'll take a break. After Shi Yu lay down on the sofa, he handed the data chip given by Lin Feng to Lin and said, Lin, load it and help me check the information of the conferred God War first. Our first big goal is this, to obtain a permanent teleportation array. Let's see when the next conferred God War is. I forgot to ask just now. Okay, Lin took the data chip and started to activate it directly. After a while, it said. It seems to be 11 months later. Master, have you seen the information of the player who won the first place for 2 consecutive years that Senior Kong Di and others mentioned? Shi Yu asked immediately. He wanted to see how strong the first demigod legend of King Kai was. After a while, Lin pondered and said, Master, the first place winner of the last conferred god battle was named Khan. He was not a human, but a member of the Crow clan. He was a rare starlife that reached the first place on his own without a contract with humans. The other 2 to 10 were basically in the form of contract partners. The Crow clan, Shi Yu said. What is that? Lin said. Among the myriad star races, it ranks 30th. It is born with 6 elements and is very powerful. The 6 elements are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and time. This Crow clan, Shi Yu said. What is that? Lin said. It ranks 30th among the myriad star races. It is born with 6 elements and is very powerful. The 6 elements are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and time. This Crow clan, Shi Yu said. What is that? Lin said. It is ranked. Crocon has mastered 15 quasi-divine skills that have been cultivated to the extreme. Among them, there are 5 quasi-divine skills of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, 2 in each system, a total of 10, which can be circulated in 5 systems to form 2 sets of divine mysteries, which can break the defense of the true god level and defend the true divine skills. The other skills are all time-related, namely, time stop, time acceleration, time deceleration, time rewind, time mark. Lin looked up blankly, and beside him, 11, Chong and others who were listening to Lin's report were also stunned. Especially Shen Baobao. Shen Baobao widened his eyes. What a joke. This is a demigod? Why does this guy also have a time mark? It doesn't accept it. Roar, Duck, Xiaoji and others couldn't help but look up. What the hell, is this a monster? They thought that 11, Chong and others in the team were powerful enough. As a result, Shiyu also fell into deep thought, stronger than he imagined. In this way, Phoenix Man and others are simply noobs. Shit, I was so happy after defeating the Phoenix Man. No wonder Kangdi and the others said that it's not easy to get the first place in the conferred god battle. Shiyu's mouth twitched. Damn, 15 quasi-god skills that have been cultivated to the extreme, and 5 time-related skills. Lin, if we fight now, what is our chance of winning? Lin said, if all members go together, the first place, no, the top 3 are not likely to win. The top 3 have won the first place for consecutive years, and the top 10 can barely try, but in 11 months, I think I can strive for the first place. I think so too. Fortunately there are still 11 months, Shiyu said, although Kangdi and Lin Feng meant to let him practice for a few years, or even more than 10 years before considering the impact of the first place, but Shiyu can't wait that long. He has been a beast master for less than 4 years, how could he waste so much time at the demigod level? In the next session, he will try to impact the first place. At this stage below the super god level, it should still be useful to rely on adding points. But what I'm worried about is that even if we get first place and get the opportunity to challenge, what if we can't beat that god level examiner? Shiyu said. Would that mean the opportunity would be wasted and the reward wouldn't be received? He felt that it was a huge loss to get first place like this. Lin said, that's easy. The conferred gods war and the final challenge are calculated separately. It is not necessary to use the lineup that participated in the conferred gods war. I've studied the rules, master. You can let 11, Chong, Shen Baobao, Chidan, Su, Xiaoji, Ye and others sign up separately and sign up as individuals. In this way, we can take up all the front rows. As long as you get first place, you will have the opportunity to challenge the first place and the rewards for other places. If you are lucky, take up the top 10, let the conferred gods war evolve into a team war. However, in this way, when fighting monsters like Khan, it may not be possible for all members to fight together. It may be difficult to let 11 and others solve it by single-handedly, facing other strong ones in single-handed combat. This is a risk that needs to be evaluated, but if you succeed, you can get the most rewards. When you make the final challenge, you can collect all the pets and challenge them together. I think it's worth a try. If each of us individually does not have the strength to get into the top 20, even if we challenge that god level together, the chance of winning is not high. Shiyu? Can we still do this? The rules allow pets to compete independently without their beast masters, allowed. There are such records, but they all failed. After all, not every beast master has the conditions we have. Shiyu was stunned for a long time, and suddenly licked his lips. Turning the conferred god battle into an internal battle, taking all the rewards for the top 10. It sounds quite interesting, but it is easy to offend people. However, for the reward, he fought hard. It seems that their road to becoming a god is destined to be a crazy process. Since Khan can get the first place without relying on a beast master, you can do it too. It's just 15 quasi-divine skills. Next, work overtime. 11, Chong, Shen Baobao, Chidan, Su, Lin, Xiaoji. Yeah, it's too much to take the top 10 for the top 50. We will strive to get into the top 50. U8 will participate in the competition to see who ranks higher. Then, I'll see who I can compete with. In the next 11 months, it will be a crazy sprint. Can you bear it? Not only do you have to work harder, but you also have to learn new skills in a targeted way, otherwise it's not safe. Shiyu's enthusiasm was raised again. Many pets looked sharp. What a joke, super looking forward to it. Let's turn the universe God-conferring battle into an internal team competition. This time, the first place in the team must be very valuable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533, The World-Destroying Dragon. King Kai, Sky City. On the first day when Shiyu came here, he did not do anything to waste his energy. He just took his pets to understand the situation of the universe. Because the amount of information is too huge, it may take some time for Shiyu and his friends to receive it completely. Except for Rin. Let Rin receive all the information first, and then, after filtering the junk information, Shiyu and his friends will receive it. When they first arrived, Shiyu and his friends were in different moods. For example, Zyoji and Yu were distraught for a long time after learning that the most powerful disasters in the universe were not land disasters and ocean disasters. Especially Zyoji was on King Kai, let alone being the overlord of the land. It was just a mole, and its combat power was epically weakened. Roar, Zyoji was crying and digging the ground in the park, feeling the power of the earth. Although it was more intense, how could the deeper power not be touched? Duck, Yu was also crying and had no tears, because it watched some videos and found that the Abyss Clan was here, and it seemed that everyone wanted to beat them. There were a lot of wanted orders. The two of them were the most pessimistic, comparable to Ki. In short, they all looked like they were not very intelligent. Rin, how is the transformation of the inheritance orb going? In the backyard of the villa, Shiyu had just finished swimming, opened an eye string comfortably, and asked Rin after lying on a chair. Although Rin was not around, he could telepathically sense a thought. Before coming to King Kai's planet, on the blue planet, Rin called 11 and the others to release the world-destroying dragon from the sealing orb. After releasing the world-destroying dragon inside, 11, Chong, and Akame easily dealt with it, leaving only the opponent's soul crystal containing the power of destruction rules. This thing is the key to transforming Zyoji. From then on, Rin started to study how to transform this into a mechanical inheritance prop. As long as the transformation is successful and integrated with Zyoji, its combat power will immediately have a qualitative leap. It is indeed time to improve. With Zyoji's current strength, if he wants to participate in the conferred god battle, he is completely cannon fodder. If there are 10 million demigods in the competition, it is definitely ranked after 9 million, and Yaya is about the same. The strength of both of them is at the bottom level. Even Rin and Susu are exactly the same. After arriving at King Kai's planet, Shiyu's entire team can be said to be weakened at an epic level. Chong's power of faith is limited, Susu can't summon the power of the blue star ocean, the infinite energy advantage disappears, and Rin basically has no powerful attack skills. It's impossible to really rely on luck to get into the top 10 as Rin analyzed. If the whole team, including Shiyu and Zyoji, goes together, there is still a little hope of hitting the front. If you sign up individually and don't make good use of these 11 months, you're looking for death? It must be as soon as possible to make each of them a strong person who can stand on their own. I will try to finish it in the next 2 days. There is a lot of public knowledge of starry sky machinery in the virtual network. I want to learn it first. By then, my research speed should be faster, Rin said. Master. You can add some points to Zyoji first to make its foundation stronger. By then, it will be easier to accept the inheritance. Okay, I'll add some other skills to Zyoji first, Shiyu said. Let's start with Zyoji first, and then Yaya. Oh, I have to register Yaya someday. It's troublesome. There is no branch of the Environmental Protection Association in Sky City, Shiyu sighed. Yaya is a tricky person in Shiyu's team. Because as a member of the Abyss Clan, Yaya is a breed that is prohibited from being bred on King Kai. It is impossible to directly participate in the conferred god war. Banned. Including cosmic giant beasts, starry sky alien insects, etc. are all prohibited breeds. After all, King Kai has been at war with these major forces. However, King Kai is not so unkind. If you want to breed the Abyss Clan, the Meteor Clan, the starry sky alien insects, the cosmic giant beasts, etc., you can, but you need to go to the official agency to register your identity. On the battlefield, there are often beastmasters who can track the Abyss Clan and the Meteor Clan back, or cultivate their power. After all, These races are really strong. For such people, as long as they register their identity and participate in an assessment to ensure that the pet will not be eroded by the power of the abyss, they can be bred and participate in the competition normally. For races of the Dark King's lineage, identity certificates need to be processed at the headquarters or branches of the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association on King Kai's planet. Yes, the headquarters of the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association. There is actually such a force. Shiyu didn't know what Chiyu felt, but Susu definitely wanted to go to this place to have a look. In short, the assessment of the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association is said to be difficult to pass, so Shiyu must make sure that Chiyu learns 2 or 3 purification-type quasi-divine skills before registering her. Give Zyuji some points so that it can more smoothly integrate the world-destroying dragon inheritance, and give Yu some points so that it can more smoothly apply for identity certificates at the Cosmic Sea Environmental Protection Association. This is Shiyu's short-term mission goal. The latter must be done as soon as possible, otherwise, if there is no certificate, the Environmental Protection Association has the right to directly detain and imprison after discovering the creatures of the abyss. Big places are troublesome. It's still easier to be a big boss on Blue Star. Zyuji, come here, Shiyu shouted to Zyuji, the earth dragon who had shrunk to the size of a lizard and was still digging the ground outside. Roar, Zyuji ran over, staring with wide eyes, asking what was going on. What else? Add some more, Shiyu said. First, make yourself stronger, so that you won't fail in accepting the inheritance of the world-destroying dragon later. Zyuji was ecstatic. On the other side, not long after the Phoenix Man Kimu came back, he received a call from his companion. He stopped practicing, looked at the name Lin Rui on the phone, and was silent for a while. In the end, he chose to answer the call. Lin Rui, what's the matter? He asked directly. A laugh came from the other side, saying, Zyuki, you are finally back. This mission has delayed your practice time for so much time. I wonder if the mission reward is generous, Kimu said. It's okay. How is Blue Star? Is it fun? I heard that you were beaten by the Beastmaster of Blue Star? I think his name is Shiyu. What was the battle like? Tell me, didn't Blue Star get beaten into a low-level planet? How can there be someone better than you? Kimu's eyes widened, not understanding where the news came from. Zilan would definitely not say anything, and there was no need for Kong Di and Lord Lin Feng to say anything. Could it be those 2 guys from the Angel Clan and the Demon Clan? Damn it. It's none of your business, it's just a competition, Kimu said unhappily. Damn, he knew there would be such a day. Lin Rui said, I'm just concerned about you. Do you know where Shiyu lives? The people from Blue Star should have arrived at King Kai's planet. Introduce him. Many people here want to meet him, Kimu said. I don't know. Hang up. I advise you not to make trouble. Be careful that your grandfather will beat you up. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Lin Rui is one of the descendants of Lin Feng after he got married and started a family here. He is a grandson, older than Lin Xiao, and much stronger than Kimu. He can catch up with Zilan, the disciple of Kong Di. After Kimu finished talking on the phone with the other party, he knew the other party's intention. He must want to fight with Shiyu. Whether it is Sky City or Hanging Star, the geniuses of the major families are bored most of the time and are looking for fun. Now that the Beastmaster from Blue Star is coming, it must be one of the fun. No matter what, if he dares to go, he will definitely be beaten. Kimu saw it clearly. The Dragon God even had to call Sky Emperor and Lin Feng Sr. Anyone who provokes her is simply looking for death. Shiyu is a young generation, but Phoenix Man believes that Shiyu's strength will not lose to those guys from Hanging Star. Even if they are sparring, Shiyu will definitely have a greater chance of winning. If Shiyu is really bored and goes to spar with them, and then wins, then I will not be the only one who loses to Shiyu. If he breaks through to the legendary level, he may not be weaker than Captain Zilan. Yes, their sparring is not necessarily a bad thing for me. As long as everyone has been beaten by the natives of Blue Star, he will not be so special, and fewer people will come to him to ask questions. He quickly took out his phone and found out Shiyu's contact information. He might be one of the few people here who has Shiyu's contact information, besides Kong Di, Lin Feng, and Long Shen. Kimu sent a message to Shiyu. Brother Shiyu, are you getting used to it here? If you want to go somewhere, you can ask me to be your guide. For example, The Sky Arena in Sky City is quite interesting. Geniuses from all the major forces in Zuingquan Star basically hang out here. You can see many starry sky lives that cannot be seen on Blue Star. If you are interested, I can take you there to have a look. The first message was very revealing. After sending it, the Phoenix Man began to wait for the message, but after a while, Shiyu replied. Shiyu, Sky Arena? Okay, I'll go and have a look in a few days and contact you then. Kimyu was delighted and immediately replied, okay. At this moment, Shiyu was adding points to the small machine. Kimyu's invitation was exactly what Shiyu wanted. After coming here, Shiyu also thought clearly that adding points alone might not be enough. The starry sky myriads are too outrageous. Take the Crow Clan Khan for example. His Mavasid is outrageous. Shiyu is envious of his several time-related skills and wants to copy them. Of course, there is no chance now. However, if he doesn't have a chance, he can copy other people's skills. Although Sky City is only the territory of the hanging star on King Kai's planet, there should be many rare starry sky contracted beasts, right? Even Phoenix Man and Zilan have 3 or 4 quasi-divine skills. Other geniuses can probably have a few too. It's a long-lost opportunity to do their old business. It doesn't matter if the skill quality is high or not. Copy more and you can fuse them. A bunch of garbage skills can always fuse into a top-quality skill. Thinking of this, Shiyu continued to add points to Zioji and fuse them. Roar, Zioji roared, feeling that he was getting closer and closer to the first in the team. It's great. After Shiyu reached the legendary level, the efficiency of adding points and fusion was indeed very strong. It only takes 2 or 3 days to upgrade a super level skill from the superb skill level to the skill level. Of course, if you use skill fusion, you may be able to fuse 2 super level skills into quasi-god skills faster, but you also need to rest longer. On the 3rd day of King Kai, Shiyu upgraded Zioji's earth control from superb skill to the skill level, and then Zioji used the fruit of the world tree of ginseng to cultivate it into a quasi-god skill, earth control, which contains the rules of the earth. It also became the owner of 2 quasi-god skills in the team. Roar, after completing the points, Zioji was so proud that he felt that Chiryu was just like this now, and even Sister Lin might not be able to beat him. They are both quasi-god skills. Look, what are its quasi-god skills? Great disaster. Earth control. Look at Sister Lin's quasi-god skills, blessing wind, mechanical spirit. Just listen to it and you can tell the combat power. Rin, do you think this will work? After finishing the points, Shiyu called Rin out. Rin saw the silly dragon in the point-adding room, drooling with magma, opening his mouth, and looking up at the sky with a smile, and said, is the basic intelligence still at the mastery level? Shiyu said, yes, fill it up. Rin said, I'm afraid that with its current intelligence, it will be affected by the inheritance of the world-destroying dragon. Or, increase the proficiency of the reverse scale a little higher, and then merge it together. Roar. Zioji was stunned, and then he recovered. Damn it. He said it was stupid again. It was obvious that every time he played Go with yeah, it won. Zioji felt very superior about his IQ. However, thinking that he could continue to add points, Zioji wiped his saliva and nodded heavily, listening to the big sister. Next, on the 4th day, Shiyu added points to Zioji again according to Rin's suggestion. Then, it was finally the moment that Zioji and Rin were looking forward to. Help Zioji receive the inheritance of the world-destroying dragon. At this moment, although Shiyu and the others no longer had the relic space they were carrying, Ziozi's body had taken on this important task again. Shiyu went to Ziozi's body to add points and practice. With the blessing of the world, his efficiency could be higher. Xinjiang Continent, the outer island, in the Mechanical Research Institute. Roar. Zioji recovered into his original form, a 100-meter-tall earth dragon. On his skin, there were many cracks like dry land. In the cracks, there was the power of magma swimming, which was quite shocking. In addition, his body was full of mechanical devices of various sizes. His chest was directly opened by Lin with a 40-meter-long mechanical knife. The world-destroying dragon inheritance orb, which looked like a heart, was stuffed into his body by Lin. Master, I still need your assistance, Lin said. It needs to rely on the fusion of skills to help it develop new skills. Okay. Shiyu stood in the research institute, looking at the small machine in front of him, who was tied up by mechanical props, and said, it's been ready for a long time. The tied-up small machine shouted excitedly, "Roar, go, 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 from today, it will stand in the sky." "Shut up. Aren't you the king of the earth? Go to heaven," Lin taught. "It will be very painful next, don't scream, and I won't destroy this world." Xiaoji stretched out his arm with difficulty and showed his thumb. "Of course." Shiyu said, "I'm still worried. Can I let Changchang hypnotize it and let it go to the dream world to endure the pain and accept the inheritance? It will be bad if Xiaozi is hurt later," Lin said. "Of course, otherwise Changchang will have to watch by the side. Hypnotize it in an emergency, and let it fall asleep first, Xiaoji. How much do you distrust me?" However, there was no room for Xiaoji to resist, so Shiyu called Changchang and Shenbao over. One hypnotized him, and the other gave him strong medicine, putting Xiaoji into sleep mode. Roar. After the incident, Shenbao and Changchang looked at the big guy from the side, and Shenbao started to speak. After Xiaoji accepted the inheritance, it would be his turn to add points next. He should add points to the World Tree Fruit, Plant Control, Kingmu Divine Body, etc. into quasi-divine skills, so that the tonic effect would be better. Shenbao opened his eager eyes and analyzed it by pulling his fingers for Shiyu. Shiyu said helplessly, "I know, but it should be done after or at the same time. For now, let's deal with this big guy first." Shiyu looked up at Xiaoji, who was sleeping, and directly entered the state of spiritual resonance. Roar. "I am the overlord of the earth." Shiyu drew his emotions and activated the will of the overlord, and then he resonated successfully with Xiaoji, who entered the dream world. Beside them, Lin, Shenbao, and Changchang's mouths twitched. After that, when fusing the super god resource, the eye of the evil god, to I'm afraid it will also have to enter the resonant state to assist. By then, I'm afraid Shiyu will have to be the overlord of the ocean again. Skills: Dragon Breath, Form Switching, Reverse Scale, Deterrence, Myth Revival, Basic Intelligence, Fusion Success Rate, Medium, Fusion Risk, Medium. Lin said, "Next, the world-destroying Dragon Orb that I assisted in the fusion will play the same role as the previous spiritual field to assist in fusion evolution. Listen to my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Fusion." As Lin finished speaking, Shiyu took a deep breath and directly carried out the fusion. Lin also assisted Xiaoji's fusion evolution through mechanical control. In the dream world, Xiaoji's consciousness was trapped by Changchang. Roar screamed in pain. "I am the overlord of the earth." Its eyes were red, and the power of destruction permeated its body. It fell into the mode of reverse scale rampage. The dragon breath of destruction condensed in its mouth, and its consciousness was gradually eroded by the power of destruction. After turning its head, it flattened a mountain with a boom. In the sky, the bug who was responsible for controlling the dream world was silent. It knew that this guy would definitely not be able to calm down when accepting the inheritance. It was right to pull Xiaoji into the new world. Otherwise, it would not be the world it created that was destroyed, but Xiaozi. Roar, "I really want to give you a claw." The bug looked at the arrogant Xiaoji and couldn't help but speak. Outside. 11. Chidan, Su, and they were all there, assisting those who should assist, and watching the show. Among them, looked at Xiaoji, whose breath was gradually increasing, with tears in her eyes. Although it would also accept the increase in points to become stronger, would it be suppressed by this idiot for a short time? Unwilling duck. Shame duck. Suddenly. Roar, the tied-up Xiaoji suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, destroyed the dream world, and returned to reality. His bloody eyes stared at Roar, "I am the overlord of the earth," it roared, and then Susu poured cold water on it, and looked at excitedly. Slowly raised his arm and stretched out 3 fingers. Roar, 3 quasi-god skills. It is Xiaoji, invincible. As Xiaoji regained consciousness, its whole body was also covered by red light, and the world-destroying dragon inheritance orb was completely integrated into its body. Dragon breath, form switching, reverse scales, deterrence, myth revival, basic intelligence, have been integrated into body of destruction, skills, body of destruction, attributes, dragon, mechanical, level, quasi-god level, introduction, contains the rules of destruction, and the mechanical body contains the power to destroy the world. No wonder Xiaoji is so rampant. The fusion is a great success. Xiaoji successfully mastered the quasi-god skills containing top rules. Vibration rules, Great disasters, earth rules, earth control, destruction rules, body of destruction. At this moment, Zyaiji's strength has completely opened up 2 big steps from the duckling who only controls the heart of the abyss, enough to compete with a team of 6 pets. From today on, your new race will be called the World-Destroying Dragon. Shiyu, who looked weak, said beside him. Zyai bowed to Shiyu with a snap. Woo woo woo, thank you. Zyai looked at Shiyu excitedly and thanked the Beastmaster. Woohoo, so strong. In the conferred god battle, Zyai must perform well. Live up to the Beastmaster's training. Let it take care of the Cosmic Crow. Although the IQ is still not very high, the strength is okay. Shiyu also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Great, he didn't become an old man this time. It's rare. Moreover, the skills he gained are also very powerful. He even destroyed the dream world created by Chong Chong easily. You know, this is what Chong Chong did using the creation field. Although it didn't use the power of faith, it is also a quasi-god skill, but it was destroyed by the same quasi-god skill. Zyai has potential. Duck, Beastmaster, at this moment, looking at Zyaiji's proud face, Ye cried and couldn't bear it anymore. He ran to hug Shiyu's thigh. 11. Chong Chong, Shenbao on the other side beside them. Is the second team going to counterattack? Counterattack, anyway, it's not the 3 brothers who are at the bottom. They looked at the 3 plastic sisters, especially Susu who had lost a Kanghei contract. It would be interesting if Lin was defeated by Xiaoji and Susu was defeated by Yu Yam. Susu? Ahem, tomorrow for sure. I'm tired today. At this time, Shiyu also spoke. After completing the evolution of Xiaoji, Shiyu ran to accept the nourishing treatment of Shen Bao Bao. He had to raise the level of Shen Bao Bao first. Not to mention the dozen or so quasi-god skills, at least the tonic skills had to be maxed out, otherwise the recovery efficiency would not be improved. Ying, when Shiyu was free, the pets came up one by one. 11 took a tablet, opened an interface, and recommended the 10,000 races ranking battle to Shiyu. This is also a competition. 11 felt that it was much more interesting than the conferred god battle. The so-called 10,000 races ranking battle is a competition in which the 10,000 races in the starry sky compete with each other in terms of combat power, marked by race. Like Khan, a member of the Crow clan, his race ranked 30th among the 10,000 star clans, and this ranking was achieved in this competition. The specific ranking algorithm will not only take into account the combat power of the peak individuals representing the race, but also the average strength of the race. In short, the more contestants of the same race and the better their performance, the higher the race ranking may be. 11 searched and found that the Iron-Eating Beast clan was not even in the top 10,000 among the 10,000 star clans. Even the name of the Iron-Eating Beast clan was not on the top 100,000. And the names of the races ranked after 100,000 were not remembered. Therefore, 11 thought that he would help the Iron-Eating Beast clan and get the race ranking to the top. Shiyu glanced at the rules and pouted, "You are the only one participating. Even if you get to the front, the overall ranking of the Iron-Eating Beast clan won't be high. If you want to rank higher, the other members of the Iron-Eating Beast clan, except you, must also rank very high in this competition." It's a comprehensive view, 11 cried bitterly. So when can Lin Xiaozu and the others come over? Let's play the ranking together. Get a big score. Oh, it would be great if the Emperor Wu was alive, 11 thought. Wait until I give you some points before taking you to play. You are only at the demigod level now, and you won't be ranked high even if you participate, Shiyu shrugged. This competition is held all day and every moment throughout the year. As long as you go to a specific location, you can match opponents of other races to fight. Moreover, even god level and super god level players can participate. Therefore, it is completely a thankless task for 11 to play the race ranking battle now. Bing, 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 it's a deal. After Shiyu and Shiyu high-five, he held the tablet and continued to learn about the starry sky information. At the same time, he made up his mind to at least get the Iron-Eating Beast clan to the top 100. This is a long-term goal. Even if it can't be ranked first among the myriad races in the starry sky, it must become the first bear clan in the universe. After Shi Yi, Chong Chong came again. It found a public address of the Azure Dragon ruins that had not been successfully cracked, and it was an epic ruins. It also saw an auction advertisement that might auction off an Azure Dragon faith object from the last epic. Chong Chong, who is in urgent need of Azure Dragon Faith power, was very jealous. When it arrived at King Kai's planet, it could not use the free Azure Dragon Faith power. There were too many god-level Azure Dragons, and it could not compete with them at all. Therefore, its current source of Faith power can only be Faith equipment and the Azure Dragon Faith power condensed by the life in Xiaozi's body. Climb, climb, climb. Shiyu of course drove the bug away. How could he have the strength to explore the ruins of the era? Don't come to seduce it. How could he have the money to buy the Azure Dragon Faith objects of the previous era? Don't you know that our family is poor? It has only been a few days since he came to King Kai's planet. Shiyu has used 3 of the 200 god-level energy crystals. He feels like he has returned to the rookie period, the pauper stage. King Kai's planet does have a lot of better things, and there are many super god resources in large auctions, but there is no money to buy them. Shiyu thinks that it is time to make money. I don't know if the benefits from the Kilin tribe have been collected. I seem to have a demon stone on Blue Star that can hatch demons from the mythological era. I don't know if the demon tribe wants to buy it. In short, make money. After almost easing up, Shiyu stretched, remembered something, took out his mobile phone, and contacted the Phoenix Man. The call was quickly connected. It's me, Shiyu. I want to go to the Sky Arena today. Are you free? An unexpected voice came from the other side, saying, yes, good guy, you finally plan to come out. How are you adapting? Shiyu smiled and said, it's almost adapted. I just upgraded a pet and its strength has been transformed, so I want to find a place to test its combat power. By the way, copy some skills for backup. Not bad, the Phoenix Man was excited. Great, it's time to wash away his shame. As long as Shiyu breaks through the legendary level, he believes that Shiyu will have a great chance of winning against the Xuanquan Star Genius. After all, this is a monster that can defeat him across levels. In addition, he is quite curious about which of the 6 pets that Shiyu sent to fight him in a group has been reborn and made Shiyu so happy. But in short, it's good to become stronger. Xiaoji, not a team, but me. Even if he killed the Phoenix Man, he could not have imagined that the pets of Shiyu's second team were to be epically enhanced this time, and that the second team had also inherited the dark side of the Blue Star Ancestral Dragon. At this moment, the Phoenix Man was just thinking, was this considered inviting a wolf into the house? Chapter 534, The First Battle in the Universe. The Sky Arena is the only fighting facility in Sky City. The Sky Tower, the tallest building in Sky City that Shiyu and his friends saw at the beginning, is the Sky Arena. There are a total of 100 floors here, which support battles from the extraordinary level to the demigod level. It was built by the Sky City Lord Kongdi. Although the Sky Arena is just a high-tech tower, it has a different world inside. Each floor is like a small world and is extremely large. The higher the floor, the higher the level of combat that can be tolerated. Outside the Sky Arena tower, a Phoenix Man wearing big shorts and a flowered shirt was waiting for Shiyu outside. Beside him, there was a star phoenix that was more than 2 meters long and obviously in a reduced state. They were also waiting together. After a while, they were all startled. In the distance, Shiyu, who is wearing panda casual clothes, led a nearly 2-meter-tall, yellow belly and stripes, and brown body of the wingless dragon tribe to this side like shopping. Roar, Xiaoji excitedly followed Shiyu, swinging his dragon tail. The treatment of the leader today, it is a sweet double row with the Beastmaster. We are here. After discovering Shiyu, Phoenix Man greeted him, and at the same time, he looked confused. What is this pet? Here, Shiyu took Xiaoji to the front of Phoenix Man. What is it? Phoenix Man Kim-Yu couldn't help asking, and the star phoenix Feng Jiayu next to it also looked puzzled. It's the pet whose strength has improved by leaps and bounds, Shiyu said. Roar, I am the overlord of the earth. Xiaoji introduced himself, making Phoenix Man and Star Phoenix look confused. Isn't it the 6 that Shiyu sent out before? Why didn't I see it when we fought against us before? Star Phoenix asked. Shiyu said, it was still at the overlord level at that time. Didn't I say that there are still a few pets with low growth, so I won't send them for now? Phoenix Man and Feng Jiayu, so, it's the second team. So what you mean now is that you want to bring the second team of pets to play? Okay. Then let's go in first, Phoenix Man said. Forget it. Anyway, when the second team can't win, Shiyu will definitely send the first team. It's not a big problem. Then let's go, Shiyu said. It's the first time to come to the Sky Arena. Whether you want to fight or be a spectator, you need to go through quite complicated procedures. For an outsider like Shiyu, it's even more troublesome. So Phoenix Man took Shiyu directly and chose the VIP channel. And gave Shiyu a high-level battle card that he had prepared in advance, saying, if you want to fight, just write your name on the card, and then you can swipe the card directly. Okay, Shiyu took the battle card without hesitation, and then the two came to the 79th floor, where the 9th level ring match was taking place. The Sky Arena ring match, two sides fight, the loser is eliminated, and the winner becomes the champion and continues to accept the challenge of the next person. It is a very high-pressure battle mode. The reward for victory is secondary, mainly to gain a lot of battle experience. Kimyu didn't know why Shiyu wanted to fight in the ring. Could he bear fighting so many people in a row? But as long as Shiyu was happy, that was fine. Boom. Sitting in the teleportation array, Shiyu and his companions were directly teleported to two adjacent audience seats. The audience seats were independent, with one person per seat, surrounding the venue in a circle, in the air, and below, on the huge rocky venue, two people were fighting. Lu Ran, come on, Goddess Zhao, come on. Although there were not many spectators in this place, only 100 people in total, the atmosphere was perfect, and they all cheered for the Beastmasters fighting below. Below, a man and a woman, both of whom looked like 9th level Beastmasters, the male Beastmaster named Lu Ran, amplified a huge spherical life. It looked like a planetary life, but a closer look revealed that it was actually an elemental life. Shiyu had found the other party's information through the updated illustrations by Lin. Name, Sun God Rock. Introduction, a god-level fire rock elemental life born from the power of the sun. Racial skills, the female Beastmaster opposite the sun disaster, and her partner is a snake-haired sea monster, controlling the water of the stars. The two creatures contracted by humans are both totem demigods. If they were placed on Blue Star, they would be enough to suppress one side, but here, no matter how they fight, the aftermath is blocked in the battlefield. Do you know them? Shiyu asked Kimyu next to him, and the other party nodded and said, they are all acquaintances. Lu Ran, Zhao Maya, they were not as strong as me before. If you fight with them, you may not be able to enjoy it. Huh? Zioji standing next to Shiyu was stunned. If it is weaker than you, how can it show its strength? Shiyu said, ahem, not really, we just come to experience it, not as good as Kimyu. Shiyu was not surprised, after all, he was also a genius of Zuiquang Star. Kimyu is the adopted son of the family established by Lin Feng here. Because of his outstanding talent, he was adopted. He is more or less a young master, and his status is not low. He also successfully contracted a member of the Phoenix God clan of Blue Star. In the lineage of Zuiquang Star, there are four major forces, namely Wang, Lin, Zhao, and Lu. The Wang family represents Kongdi Wang Kong, and the Lin family represents Lin Feng. As for the other two families, they are the families that Kongdi and Lin Feng married after they came here. As newcomers to the universe, Kongdi and Lin Feng needed the support of forces no matter how talented they were. The final result was that Kongdi abducted the daughter of the Zhao family and Lin Feng abducted the daughter of the Lu family. However, Kongdi and Lin Feng are really powerful, and their strength is progressing rapidly. They will soon be able to stand on their own. After Kongdi passed the assessment of the Lord of the Realm of King Kai Star and became the Lord of the Realm of King Kai Star with his own territory and established his own forces, the Zhao family and a bunch of Kongdi's friends responded one after another and slowly formed the current Zuiquang Star in Sky City. The Lu Ran and the goddess Zhao mentioned by the audience here should be the descendants of the geniuses from the wives of Kongdi and Lin Feng. Let's take a look first, Shiyu said. Yes, the Phoenix Man nodded. Below, the skills of the Sun Gadrock and the Gorgon Siren are both long-range types. After several collisions without a clear winner, the contractors also went into battle. Zhao Maya directly merged with the Gorgon Siren, and the Sun God Rock directly changed into a rock spear, which was held in Lu Ran's hand. Sun Meteor, Lu Ran shouted loudly. The sun was in the sky, and the field was instantly dry and cracked. He was also full of flames, turning into a beam of fire. The spear came out like a dragon. The whole person and the spear transformed by the Sun Gadrock seemed to have turned into a fire dragon and shuttled away, bursting out with strong power, and permeated with double rule ripples. Because the rules of King Kai are perfect and the god-level races are everywhere, quasi-god skills here are nothing special. They will not trigger any rule sounds, and they look no different from ordinary skills. Only when you reach the true god skill stage will you cause rule anomalies. On the other side, the Gorgon Siren, which became more beautiful and powerful after the fusion, originally summoned a large number of water rings and prepared to fight back, but under the power of the surrounding flames, it quickly evaporated, and the automatically condensed protective water shield was penetrated by the gun flames, and the water god armor on the body was also penetrated. The power of the explosion blasted it away in an instant. Puff! The Gorgon Siren hit the energy shield violently, vomited blood directly, and then the body split into two, and turned into two individuals again. Damn! Under the exclamation of the Phoenix Man, the man named Lu Ran had already put the gun head against the neck of another person. Before I went to Blue Star, Lu Ran's contracted sun god Rock only had one quasi-god skill, and it was born. Did you cultivate another one yourself? The burst just now was definitely a quasi-god skill. A quasi-god skill that burns other powers in exchange for the burst. Comparatively, Zhao Maya doesn't feel much improvement, really. When the Phoenix Man was surprised, Shiyu was thinking, the beast masters on King Kai's planet are really well treated. Legends are everywhere, and the legendary level is no longer exclusive to the older generation. The best of the younger generation can also reach it. Only the god level seems to be the watershed. This is because the development and research of the beast control space and the contract here are more in-depth. Even an apprentice beast control master can make a contract with a divine beast cub by slightly modifying the beast control space, and then both parties can promote each other's growth. In this way, as long as there are conditions to contract a divine beast cub, it is no problem to become a legend in your 20s. The divine beast cub can also enjoy the resources exclusively in the modified beast control space and quickly become a demigod or even a god. The only flaw is that the modified beast control space can only be contracted with one pet. From this point of view, the legend of Blue Star is actually quite awesome. After all, it is a legend that is achieved by cultivating weak pets and growing with one's own strength, rather than a legend that is quickly achieved by relying on the growth feedback of divine beasts. This Lu Ran, after mastering the combination of magical skills, his strength has indeed improved a lot. If he participates in the conferred god battle this time, he should be able to enter the top 1 million. There were also other Zuingquang star geniuses in the audience seats, and they all started to discuss. After the first battle, Zhao Maya was teleported out, while Lu Ran took out the recovery supplements and used them on himself and the sun god Rock, and seemed to be planning to continue fighting. Can I fight him? Shiyu asked the Phoenix Man next to him. The opponent's skills were more solar fire-based, and Xiaoji, Chidan, and Shenbao could all use them. Although it didn't feel strange, one was similar to the clearing, a quasi-magic version of the clearing, and the other was similar to the fire of life, but it was better than nothing. Pick him down and wait for others to challenge him. Yes, just insert a battle card here. The Phoenix Man patted the armrest next to the audience seats and said, you can apply for the challenge directly from here. Okay, Shiyu followed the Phoenix Man's instructions and inserted the battle card into the card slot. Then, a virtual image interface popped up in front of him. At the same time, below, Lu Ran was resting and waiting for the next opponent. The reason why he fought so hard was that he wanted to use the pressure of a strong enemy to hone his two quasi-divine skills and the combined divine skills to the extreme, so that he could perform well in the next conferred god battle. As the largest event on King Kai, the conferred god battle is of self-evident importance. There are endless benefits to making a name for yourself in this event. The ranking here, like the ranking on Earth's college entrance examination, determines a person's future life to a certain extent. Beep, beep. Who is it this time? There are not many level 9 geniuses in the sky city of the Zuingquang star lineage. Lu Ran knows almost all of them. Seeing that someone wants to compete with him again, he can't help but activate the virtual bracelet and look at the projected light and shadow information. Applicant for challenge, Shiyu, level 9, please confirm the battle time. Shiyu? Why didn't you hear? Lu Ran frowned. Could it be someone traveling from another city? For a moment, he couldn't remember who it was, so he simply confirmed the challenge time directly, and it didn't matter who the opponent was. He seems to have accepted it. The battle will be in 5 minutes. At the same time, Shiyu said in the audience. I wonder if the other party knows you. At this time, Phoenix Man Kimu's mouth twitched, and he suddenly thought of something. At this time, he already knew who spread the information that he lost to Shiyu. He originally thought that it was the angels and the demons, but later he found out that it was Lord Lin Feng who spread it. Damn it. It happened to be Lord Lin Feng, and he couldn't say anything. No wonder it was Lin Feng's grandchildren who contacted him first. He shouldn't know, aren't you better than him? If he knew that I defeated you, he would definitely not accept it so easily, without even taking a break, Shi Yu analyzed with a smile. Phoenix Man, Star Phoenix, roar. Next to Shi Yu, Xiaoji was already excited at this time. At the same time, each audience seat had also updated a preview of the next game. Most people looked at the words, Lu Ran vs Shi Yu, and were also confused. Who is Shi Yu? However, there were also very few people who suddenly opened their eyes after thinking about it. On a certain seat, a young man in gorgeous clothes was stunned for a moment, then he looked around, looking for something, then took out a communicator and made a call. After the call was connected, he immediately said, "Cousin, the Shi Yu you mentioned before, the Shi Yu from Blue Star, appeared in the Sky Arena." Shi Yu's name was unfamiliar, but some people knew it. After these people reacted, they immediately notified each other. After a while, many people rushed towards the direction of the Sky Arena. Even Zhao Maya, who had just been beaten down, returned to the audience to heal her wounds. When she saw Shi Yu's name, she was slightly startled and felt that it sounded a little familiar. Could it be that Shi Yu? She thought a little weakly. On this side, Shi Yu's wait was almost over. When the 5 minutes were up, he and Xiaoji were in the audience and were teleported to the venue below by a space force. Because the venue was destroyed in the previous battle, it was automatically and randomly replaced with a brand new lawn venue at the same time. Are you Shi Yu? Why haven't I heard of you before? You're not a local, are you? Below, Lu Ran and Sun God Rock had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Shi Yu in a panda costume and the brown dragon following him, they asked. Well, I've only been in Sky City for half a month, Shi Yu replied. So that's how it is, Lu Ran nodded and said, but even if you are a guest, we won't show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong heat wave burst out from Sun God Rock's body, turning into a deterrent, as a reminder of the start of the battle. At the same time, Lu Ran himself also activated the dual systems strengthening method to assist Sun God Rock in increasing his strength. Yang Yan, Lu Ran waved his hand, and he was indeed not very polite. He launched an attack right away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the raging heat wave spread from Sun God Rock's body, and it instantly turned into a real sun. After several circles of huge spiral flames rose from its body, 9 huge solar fireballs were condensed around it and flew. He used the super level skills to test it right away. Roar! At the same time, facing the 9 huge solar fireballs flying towards him, Xiaoji also roared and ran forward. Seeing this, many audiences in the audience watched intently. Those who didn't know Shi Yu and those who were a little familiar with the name Shi Yu all paid attention to the battle. He really doesn't plan to send other pets. The Phoenix Man was also silent. Although the genius Beastmaster on King Kai's planet only contracts 1 mythical cub, this is not the tradition on Blue Star. Shi Yu obviously has a lot of pets, but now he only sends out 1 pet from the second team. Is it okay? Roar! Next, Xiaoji, who followed Shi Yu, proved with practical actions that it was enough to rely on it alone. It first distanced itself from Shi Yu to avoid the aftermath of the moves affecting Shi Yu. Then it stood directly on the spot, raised its head, and looked at the 9 falling fireballs domineeringly, indifferent. Boom 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 boom. 9 rounds of fireballs fell on the small machine, but it remained calm and took it directly. Red smoke rose up, and many people were slightly startled. Then, accompanied by a huge dragon roar, the deterrent wave directly dissipated the flames. Surrounded by the fire snakes, the small machine entered the combat state, blew away the smoke, and revealed an uninjured body. The yellow lines and belly directly flowed with the power of magma. The huge tail smashed the ground, and looked at the Sun God Rock and Lu Ran opposite with an invincible look. As the overlord of the earth, it is not afraid of seawater, let alone fire. Of course. The most important thing is that the body of destruction not only gives the small machine the power to destroy everything, but also makes its body become extremely strong and difficult to destroy. It's a tough guy. After discovering that the small machine was particularly violent, many viewers showed an interested expression and looked at Shi Yu in the panda suit. Without using the enhanced ability, the pet beast relied on its own body to resist the opponent's enhanced moves. It was quite difficult. This time Lu Ran might have encountered a strong enemy. Don't underestimate us, just use the move you just used, that combination of magic skills. We are here to learn this. Shiyu stood on the opposite side and said to Lu Ran on the other side with a smile. On the opposite side, Lu Ran frowned and said, really? Well, it doesn't look like you can easily solve it. He was originally here to practice the quasi-god combination skills. Since Shiyu asked him to, he immediately stretched out his arm, and the sun god rock once again turned into a rock-scorching sun spear and appeared in Lu Ran's hand. Be careful, I feel that the opponent is not simple. The dragon's eyes are full of invincibility. It is either a strong man or a fool, the sun god rock turned into a spear reminded. Let's do it too. At that moment, Shiyu saw that the opponent had entered the state, and he also looked at Xiaoji. Xiaoji was stunned, understood, and couldn't help but get excited. Fusion. Shiyu wants to merge with it. It can brag about it forever. Yes, now, Shiyu has also practiced a fusion talent. Although it has not been developed to a very high level and can greatly increase Xiaoji, it is enough. He developed his talent for a fusion just to be able to use his pet's body to touch the other party and copy its skills. Shiyu walked forward slowly. Like Xiaoji, his body was filled with red light, which turned into a rainbow of light. The next moment, they seemed to merge. With a hum, a terrifying power erupted in the light. Boom. After the deterrents turned into a strong wind and dispersed the light, one of them was more than 4 meters tall, with a strong body, his clothes were burst, red magma flowed between his muscles and dragon scales, and 2 pairs of dragon horns on his head grew backwards. Surrounded by infinite spiritual deterrents, he made a shocking appearance. It was also the first time that Shiyu entered this state. He shook his body, and his red eyes flashed with light. He looked at the spearman on the opposite side and said, okay, come on, hey, Lu Ran, who had not realized how strong Shiyu and the others were, suddenly frowned as Shiyu and Xiaoji merged together, because the dragon power exuded from Shiyu and the others was too terrifying, and even the flames were afraid. Not to mention him, Phoenix Man also saw this state for the first time. He exhaled and felt that Shiyu had changed. After contacting the cosmic civilization, this blue star monster seemed to have become stronger. On the field, the battle intention fluctuated more and more strongly. After Lu Ran was cautious, he still chose to attack. Sun disaster, sun fall, Lu Ran shouted loudly. Under the sun disaster, the scorching sun condensed, and the grass field instantly turned into a sea of fire. The earth was cracked for thousands of miles. He was also full of flames, turning into a beam of fire. The gun came out like a dragon and pierced through. Boom. The sun flames on their bodies burst, as if they turned into a shock wave, full of power, and instantly pierced in front of Shiyu in the form of a dragon man, but the next moment, there was a bang and the whole field was silent. The secret spear formed by the double quasi-divine skills was directly pinched in the hands of the tall dragon man in front of him. Shiyu stretched out his arm and pinched the tip of the sun spear with his palm. His body was burned by the flames and pierced by the power without moving. On the contrary, the spear that was pinched and Lu Ran holding the spear widened their eyes and trembled all over. They couldn't believe who the hell you are. Shiyu smiled and said, great disaster, harm, boom. The top-level destructive power permeated the dragon body and merged into the vibration disaster. Shiyu's body was like an erupting volcano, surging with amazing power. Shiyu waved his arm and Lu Ran and the spear were lifted up by him. After pinching hard, the spear shattered. Then, as Shiyu turned around, another punch suddenly hit Lu Ran's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. His eyes were shocked, and then he immediately flew out like a meteor. Bang! It crashed into the energy shield on the opposite side. At the same time, the sun god rock, which was destroyed into powder, recondensed, but before it could react, the huge dragon tail pulled it back to the Beastmaster and crushed it again. Although it could still fight, there was no need to do so. After all, the contractor was knocked unconscious first. Xiaoji, your power is a bit strong now. Shiyu stood on the shattered ground, lowered his arm, and praised. Roar, it's the Beastmaster, your amplification is strong. In the body, Xiaoji praised each other. In short, Xiaoji, who can kill with one blow, has 3 quasi-magic skills and destructive power, has a foundation that completely beats the opponent, and combined with the totem Shiyu, it is even more powerful. For a time, the whole audience was silent. This Zhao Maier and the Gorgon Siren, who had just been defeated by Lu Ran, said in disbelief, the prototype of the top-level rules, a combination of magical skills that integrates the power of destruction. What the hell? The Phoenix Man also stood up suddenly, looking at the unparalleled Shi Yu with a confused face. His eyes widened, and he felt that Shi Yu in this state was definitely not inferior to him after he merged with a Star Phoenix, and even stronger. Damn, what's going on? Why does this dragon also master the prototype of the top-level rules? No one expected that the battle would end so quickly. At this time, Lin Rui, the genius of the Lin family, who came in breathlessly, also held the railing, looking at the venue in front of him with burning eyes, recalling the scene just now. The prototype of the top-level rules. No wonder he can defeat Kim Yu, but why do I remember that he has contracted many pets? Which one is this? When the power of destruction came out, not to mention the audience on the scene, one of the pets of the Sky Emperor, a void dragon responsible for suppressing the Sky Arena, also suddenly opened his eyes and looked at this lair. It's him. Wang Kong said that this kid is not reliable. Sure enough, it's been less than half a month and he couldn't help but run to the arena. The power of destruction? It's really extraordinary. I hope nothing happens. Otherwise, I'd better contact Wang Kong. Never mind, it shouldn't be that serious, it muttered to itself. Chapter 535, The Emperor of Sky's Joy Turns into Sorrow. Copy successfully. Name, Sun Disaster. Introduction, Quasi-God level fire skill. Contains the rules of fire drought. The effect is to trigger the sun disaster, create absolute high temperature, increase the strength of the sun's power, and weaken the strength of the water system. Copy successfully. Name, Sun Meteor. Introduction, Quasi-God level fire skill. Contains the rules of fire burning. The effect is to burn life force and create a weapon that is about to fall on the sun. On the field, as Shi Yu grabbed Lu Ran's weapon, shattered it, and blasted it away, he had successfully copied two quasi-god skills. After carefully looking at the skill effects, Shi Yu found that both skills were okay, at least not useless. In Shi Yu's team, Qitong, Shen Bao Bao, and Xiaoji can all learn sun-related skills. These two skills happen to be the most suitable for Xiaoji, who is on the field. With a sun disaster skill, it can better target the ocean. Regardless of the increase in combat power, the main thing is to make Xiaoji more excited, which can be regarded as providing it with emotional value. No wonder it was so easy for Lu Ran to deal with the snake-haired sea monster. It turned out that he had a fire skill that was specifically designed to counter the water system. And the skill of the Sunfall can also give Xiaoji, who is used to using the Sword of the Broken Sky and the super heavy sword, a more convenient weapon. See who still wants to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and directly use the Sword of the Sunfall to warn. Although they are not the prototypes of powerful divine skills, at least they are not completely useless, and they can be melted in the future. Shi Yu was not so greedy, thinking that he could copy the best skills with good luck when he came up, and he would look for them slowly. The battle is over, the winner is Shi Yu. Intelligence update, Shi Yu has become the new champion. At this moment, the battle is over, and a mechanical sound came from somewhere in the space battlefield, announcing the result. Roar, Xiaoji roared in victory, and Shi Yu and it released the fusion state. Shi Yu's upper body clothes had been burst, and he took out a new piece of clothes from the space, hung it on his shoulders, and looked at his opponent with a smile. Lu Ran took one hit, and Sun God Yan took two. At this time, Lu Ran almost fainted, while Sun God Yan was only seriously injured and could continue to fight. But at this point, the intelligence of the competition tower has determined that there is no need to continue. Ahem, Lu Ran on the opposite side opened his eyes with difficulty, twitching all over. At this time, Shi Yu took out a nutrient fruit from his space pocket and threw it accurately next to Sun God Yan. What are you doing? Sun God Yan transformed into a rock arm and caught the nutrient fruit. His body was stunned, and he felt that this was a very high-level recovery product. It's nothing, it's just that the attack was a bit serious. This is a special medicine for the attack just now. After he takes it, he will be well soon. Shi Yu kept smiling. The destructive vibration force, even if he had control over the strength, the injury caused to the living body was very deep. In addition to the medicine of the ginseng baby, Shi Yu was really worried that other medicines would not be effective. No. Sun God Yan was about to refuse and didn't want to accept the charity of the opponent. They were teleported back to the audience seats by the arena, and only Shi Yu and his friends were left on the field. Roar! Standing on the dry land, Xiaoji raised his head and roared again. I am the overlord of the earth, fearless, all challenges. Come to the water system. In order to better introduce himself to the many audiences, Xiaoji used the language of the mind, which is the universal language of the universe. It is a skill that converts telepathy into language. All races can practice it. As long as they want to use it, anyone can use it. It depends on whether they want to spend that effort. When Shi Yu and the others were still below, the geniuses of the suspended star in the audience had already looked very solemn. Who is this person? So strong, he actually killed Lu Ran in seconds. Could it be that he is a contractor who has entered the top 10,000 of the conferred God War? What conferred God War? He is from Blue Star, from the home planet of Kangdi and Lord Lin Feng. He is a genius excavated from their home planet by Kangdi and Lord Lin Feng. He just arrived at King Kai's planet recently. Among the geniuses who have just arrived in the arena, someone spoke. In an instant, Shi Yu's identity detonated the whole audience. Kangdi and Lin Feng, a genius excavated from their home planet. No wonder he's so strong. Zhao Maier, the contractor of the snake-haired sea monster, was shocked to see that Lu Ran, who had easily defeated her, was easily killed in seconds. She became extremely curious about Shi Yu. Kangdi and Lin Feng were the two strongest beastmasters on Xuanquang Star. Countless younger generations were extremely curious about their identities and experiences. Now, there is a genius from their hometown. How can people not pay attention to it? What kind of feng shui treasure land is this Blue Star? Not only did it give birth to the 5 great gods, but it also produced strong men like Kangdi and Lin Feng who could fight across levels. Now, there is another beastmaster who has mastered the prototype of the top-level destruction rules at a young age. Shi Yu's identity suddenly aroused the desire to win in many people. Kimu, you are here as expected. Lin Rui, the grandson of Lin Feng, finally found Kimu who was watching the show. He couldn't help but ask, what's the situation? Did you bring him here? Lin Rui, the Phoenix man saw him and said with a smile, it's about the same. By the way, didn't you want to get to know Shi Yu before? Now you have the chance, go ahead, he pointed down, meaning that you can get to know him by challenging him. Lin Rui's expression was calm, and he said, do you think I don't dare? I'm not that way, Lu Ran. Although the top-level rule prototypes are powerful, they are prototypes after all, and judging from their appearance, their level of cultivation is not high. Then go ahead, the Phoenix man was happy. Is this the point? The point is, that giant dragon, damn, is Shi Yu's second team, the second team. As long as Shi Yu wants, he can easily summon 6 or 7 demigods. Can normal people withstand this? Even if those demigods only have one quasi-divine skill, the number of them is overwhelming. Even if 1 plus 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 1 doesn't equal 7, but it's greater than 4, there should be no problem, right? Oh, go ahead, I'll go meet him, Lin Rui snorted coldly. And directly found the battle card and applied for a challenge. Seeing this, the Phoenix man adjusted his non-existent glasses, and a light flashed in his eyes. Plan, work. At the same time, below, Shi Yu also found the challenge application, accepted it without hesitation, and wanted to fight immediately in 1 minute, not wanting to waste time. As for rest? No need, when you are tired, just summon the ginseng baby and add milk. If it doesn't work, you can change the pet to play. At the same time, while the audience was still surprised by Shi Yu's identity, the preview of the next battle has been updated. The words, Shi Yu vs Lin Rui, made many people startled. Lin Rui, he's here too, the snake-haired sea monster and Zhao Maier were very surprised to see this name. Lin Rui is the grandson of Lin Feng, the second strongest person on Xuanquang Star. His strength ranks among the top 5 beastmasters of the 3rd generation on Xuanquang Star. His best performance in the conferred god battle was once in the top 10,000. He is in a completely different dimension from Lu Ran and the others. Shi Yu certainly didn't know these, but he wouldn't think anything of it if he knew. The stronger the opponent, the happier he is. After all, the stronger the strength, the more powerful the skills he carries. Oh my god, at this time, the Void Dragon, who was sitting in the arena and peeping here, saw that Xiao Lindsay's grandson had come, and couldn't help but be silent for a while. It took another look and found that not only Lin Feng's grandson had come, but it also found a tall woman in a black dress in an audience seat. Quing, the Void Dragon felt a headache. The most beloved granddaughter of the Sky Emperor was also here. These two, like Sky Emperor's disciple Zealand, were the best among the third-generation Beastmasters of Zuangquang Star. The Void Dragon estimated that they were all attracted by the news of Shiyu's appearance. Ahem, it's Lin Rui. On the other side, Lu Ran was lying weakly in the audience, pinching the nutritious fruit sent by Shiyu. His mood was as complicated as that of the sun god rock next to him. Damn, no wonder he didn't recognize him. It turned out that Shiyu was a Beastmaster from Blue Star. He's so strong. I don't know who is stronger between the other party and Lin Rui. Soon, 1 minute was up, and Lin Feng's grandson Lin Rui was teleported down. As soon as he came down, he saw the shirtless Shiyu and the giant dragon that mastered the power of destruction, staring at them. Your name is Lin Rui, what's your relationship with Senior Lin Feng? Shiyu asked with a smile. He is my grandfather. You are Shiyu from Blue Star, right? Grandpa thinks highly of you. Come, let me meet you. Lin Rui calmly summoned a golden array. In the array, a golden, armored dragon of light appeared beside him. Its aura was several times stronger than that of the sun god rock, enough to compete with Zealand's star dragon. Is that so? Shiyu suddenly realized. That's great. Kongdi and Lin Feng have many children. When will he have a son? No, a daughter is better, a daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Roar. At this time, the dragon of light appeared and looked at Xiaoji with a serious face. Hey, you are from Blue Star, right? Why can it even master the prototype of the top rules? Obviously, the Dragon of Light also paid attention to the previous battle. It is a descendant of the Dragon clan among the 5 major gods of Blue Star. It is born with 4 divine skills. After entering the god level, it is a high-level mythical race and an aristocrat among the Dragon clans of Blue Star. As far as it knows, the Dragon clans that stay in Blue Star are basically the descendants of low-level gods or even demigods. Theoretically, they can only master ordinary divine skills. Those with some talent can only cultivate the prototype of advanced divine skills later. However, the Dragon clan next to Shiyu, which came here from Blue Star, has mastered the prototype of top divine skills. This makes it a little unacceptable and feels completely outdone. Why can a mere lower-level Dragon clan master the prototype of top divine skills that even a higher-level Dragon clan like it has not mastered? Want to know? It's not a secret. I'll tell you after the fight. Shiyu smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, the Dragon of Light turned into a beam of light and instantly appeared in front of Xiaoji. It was so fast that people couldn't react at all. The right claw condensed into a fist, and the light speed fist hit Xiaoji's belly in an instant. Light speed fist, the speed of light rule. It can make oneself exceed the limit of the body's endurance and exert the ultimate speed. Almost everyone present didn't see this attack clearly. In fact, Lin Rui's light speed fist of the Dragon of Light has killed the opponent many times before the opponent reacted. When everyone reacted, they stared at the venue in a daze. With a boom, accompanied by a huge sound, the ground behind the small fuselage was overturned, and countless sand and dust rolled up the shock wave to form a storm, and the sky was cracked. However, to everyone's surprise, facing this sudden punch, the brown dragon still did not move. Instead, it slowly raised its head and looked at the Dragon of Light that punched itself. At this time, the Dragon of Light was also stunned. The rules of the earth, the control of the earth. After a moment of shock, Lin Rui said a sentence that made everyone present fall into deep thought. In addition to the rules of vibration and destruction, the dragon sent by Shiyu also mastered the rules of the earth. The rules of the earth, wherever it stands, is the earth, even the sky and the ocean. It can be as steady as the earth, and even create land, form ocean islands, and form sky islands. At the same time, connect to the earth and control all the power of the earth. Xiaoji still let the opponent's attack hide him, and the majesty of the overlord of the earth was revealed. The Dragon of Light felt that it had attacked the ground side of King Kai's planet. Although it could cause damage, it could not cause a destructive attack. Roar, little brother, what's wrong with you? I am the overlord of the earth. Xiaoji was very dissatisfied with being attacked. It seemed to be slightly injured and took the skill, but it was actually too slow to dodge, so it was very unhappy. It turned its head and it was a dragon breath of destructive nature, but the Dragon of Light flashed and dodged it at a very fast speed. It's useless. Its attack can't hit it. Shiyu didn't use his talent to join the battlefield, and Lin Rui didn't join the battlefield. Both sides just watched the two contracted beasts fighting. Really, Shiyu didn't believe it, and Zioji didn't believe it either. They directly covered the whole field with strong gravity. The sky and the earth were blurred in an instant, filled with infinite black lines of gravity, but the dragon of light still flew easily in the air, and gravity didn't seem to affect it at all. Shiyu understood that it was another quasi-divine skill similar to a mirage that combined light and space, deceiving all attacks. That Shiyu was suppressed by young Master Lin. At this time, such voices began to appear in the audience. Seeing that Zioji was helpless against the dragon of light, everyone couldn't help but think of the pain of being tortured by Lin Rui's light speed rule and light fantasy rule. Nonsense, only the Phoenix Man looked calm. This was not the end. Shiyu had a lot of pets. Even if this one was not easy to determine the winner, sending a few more at random could change the situation. Moreover, with the defense and attack power of this earth dragon, it is not easy for the light dragon to easily defeat it. See, as long as we want, we can be invincible. On the field, Lin Rui smiled and said, "So, can you tell us first?" Lin Rui himself also felt that he had a great advantage. Seeing this, Shiyu was happy. "Do you really want to know?" Shiyu crossed his arms and said, "I'm afraid that if I tell you, this battle will be over." Huh? Lin Rui and the light dragon were stunned. "Then I'll tell you first," Shiyu said. "The origin of its prototype of the rule of destruction is also very simple. Do you know Zulong, that is, the ancestor of the dragon clan among the 5 major gods of Blue Star, or the first dragon of Blue Star?" Lin Rui and the light dragon changed their faces. In the mythological era of Blue Star, the Zulong was divided into 2, turning into the original creation dragon and the world-destroying dragon. Among them, the world-destroying dragon mastered the power of destruction and derived the dragon clan, but because it was too cruel and wanted to destroy the world, it was suppressed by the Zulong, Shiyu said with a smile. However, in fact, the world-destroying dragon did not die completely. Until later generations, it was a disaster again. Coincidentally, we met it, so we cleared the door for Zulong and completely killed the world-destroying dragon. At the same time, we also digested its power. That's how the power of destruction came. If I'm not mistaken, you are also a descendant of the world-destroying dragon, right? Shiyu looked at the light dragon that Lin Rui contracted. What he said caused a huge impact on Lin Rui and the light dragon. It also caused an unparalleled impact on all the geniuses present. Many people stared at Shiyu and Zioji with wide eyes. They destroyed and absorbed the dark side of the Zulong on Blue Star? The power of destruction, so it came from this? The ancestral dragon, the destroying demon dragon, the ancestors of the Blue Star Dragon clan, even the Sky Emperor's divine pet in the void, their pupils shrank. Impossible, the Dragon of Light was angry. Although their ancestors had long since abandoned darkness and joined light, no one would be in a good mood if they told you to destroy your ancestors in person. However, as Zioji raised his head, a dark red light flashed in his pupils, and the bodies of the Dragon of Light and Lin Rui trembled at the same time. Roar, the terrifying dragon might spread from the body of destruction. And the power of destruction was entangled and deterred, shaking the whole audience. Then you will feel the suppression of blood. As Shiyu's last word fell, Zioji's dragon might directly caused space vibrations, and the materialized dragon might swept everything, just like the dragon god and the dragon emperor could not resist the dragon of destroying the world at that time. As a descendant of the Blue Star Dragon clan, the dragon of light in front of him faced the same fear. He really felt the suppression of the power of blood, and his thinking consciousness and physical actions became extremely slow. As the deterrence erupted, time seemed to freeze, and the entire arena fell silent. Roar, Zioji roared to the sky. He launched an attack again. Amid the shaking sounds around him, the ground under Zioji's feet quickly cracked and spread rapidly. In an instant, there was no intact place in the arena. Quasi-divine skills, great disasters. To be precise, it is a combination of quasi-divine skills after integrating the power of destruction and the control of the earth. Disaster of the world. Because this place is not the earth of a planet at all, theoretically speaking, the effect of Zioji using the great disaster here is greatly reduced. However, the reason why Shiyu first added some earth control to Zioji was to avoid this situation. With the control of the earth, even if he is in the sky or the starry sky, Zioji can make the place where he stands all the earth, and exert the great disaster with a perfect effect as much as possible. Now, it has even integrated the power of destruction. Compared with the original World Destroyer, The Earth Dragon, the current Zyuji, should be more called a world destroyer. It has surpassed the original. Roar, everyone felt the horror of this move. In an instant, the cracks in the ground were filled with amazing magma fire. With a shaking of the earth, they rolled up like a tsunami, engulfing the earth, sweeping up layer after layer of power, and instantly erupted like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The entire venue was like a crater, with a small machine as the core, the magma sea of fire rolling, and the magma fire column with a diameter of thousands of meters, sweeping the destructive power of the shock wave, rushing straight into the sky, swallowing the Dragon of Light. Everyone held their breath and could see that the terrified Lin Rui and the Dragon of Light wanted to resist, but their trembling bodies made it clear to the audience. The other party was intimidated to the point of being unable to move. This kind of situation rarely occurs with the same level of deterrence, so there is only one possibility: what Shiyu said is true. They really destroyed the dark side of the ancestor dragon and absorbed its power. Only in this way, the Dragon of Light, as the descendant of the world-destroying dragon, and its contractor, will feel such a strong and irresistible pressure. No, as the Dragon of Light screamed, the magma swallowed it up with a bang. The magma rain exploded all over the sky, shaking the energy shield. At this moment, the might of the world-destroying dragon finally dissipated. On the opposite side, Lin Rui's face was pale, and he gasped to the limit, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Bang 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 bang. One after another, the magma balls fell, and the Dragon of Light fell with it. Light enhancement, open. Healing enhancement, open. Lin Rui shouted quickly and activated all the power in his body at the same time. There were regular ripples lingering on his body. It turned out that he had developed and mastered the god-level talent just like Zilan. Under his enhancement, the surrounding light seemed to be absorbed by the falling Dragon of Light. The burns on its body were rapidly recovering. It was suspected that it was the ability to absorb light energy to recover from injuries at the quasi-god level. Lin Rui lost. Seeing this, no one dared to believe it, but the fact was so outrageous. It was a battle at the level of instant kill, and it also led to shocking news, which was enough to shock the Dragon Clan among the 5 major gods of Blue Star. Just one more strike. At present, although Lin Rui quickly helped the Dragon of Light to recover, everyone could see that as long as Shiyu made a quick last-ditch effort, he would be sure to win. Let's see who is still talking about me. Phoenix Man and Star Phoenix were also shocked. They didn't expect that this silly-looking dragon could be regarded as an alternative ancestral dragon. No wonder Shiyu said that its power had increased greatly and it was reborn. Moreover, he also saw the combination skills just now. The great disasters of the Earth and space systems, combined with the Earth control and the power of destruction of the Earth system, were simply perfect. This was the real catastrophic skill. This was much more perfect than the quasi-divine skills of the Dragon of Light. At this time, Phoenix Man even had a feeling that this dragon was Shiyu's most powerful pet now. In any case, now that even the grandson of Lord Lin Feng had been defeated, no one should be talking about his loss. This guy is really strong. The granddaughter of the Sky Emperor also watched this scene silently, and said, but Lin Rui lost so quickly. It is also related to the blood suppression of the dragon. If it were me, really? Then do you want to challenge him too? At this time, another voice came out. Wang Qingqing looked over and said, Sister Zilan, why are you here? Nothing, just come to see. Zilan sat next to Wang Qingqing and smiled. Sister Qingqing, go and challenge him. Wang Qingqing always felt that her grandfather's apprentice wanted to harm her, but there was no evidence. Zilan, as the Zuangquan star genius who led the team to Blue Star, must know Shiyu's strength best. As long as you win, I will give you the skill crystal you have been thinking about for a long time, Zilan said. Wang Qingqing was startled and said, is it a deal? Well, but it seems that the battle is not over yet. Zilan suddenly looked at the venue again. Shiyu did not make up the knife, but watched the other party recover calmly with Zyuji. This surprised many people. Unexpectedly, Shiyu was still a gentleman. At this time, Lin Rui and the Dragon of Light on the opposite side were in a rather embarrassing state, but they recovered quickly anyway, and looked at Shiyu in horror. Shiyu walked to Zyuji's side and looked at them with a smile. Go on, the best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Come on, don't waste this battle, let's go together in the second round, Shiyu invited Lin Rui. At this moment, both Lin Rui and the Dragon of Light on the opposite side, as well as the audience from all sides, were shocked. Could it be? The granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sky was slightly surprised. Shiyu wanted to help Lin Rui and the Dragon of Light overcome their weaknesses? Thinking of the recovery items that Shiyu had just given to the defeated opponent Lu Ran, in an instant, many people began to have some new understanding of this genius beastmaster from Blue Star. This person seems to be not bad, and is a very good opponent. On the opposite side, Lin Rui was also startled after hearing what Shiyu said, and then he was completely convinced. "Come on," he shouted, just as Shiyu said, "this battle cannot be wasted. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it." Neither he nor the Light Dragon wanted to experience the situation just now again. At this time, Shiyu also merged with Zioji. He was having too much fun just now and forgot to copy the skills. Besides, the opponent also had a quasi-god skill that he hadn't used yet, so he could only start the second round. This time, he had to let go a little. However, the opponent was so arrogant just now, so he couldn't let go too much. He had to beat him up. Next, Lin Rui and the Light Dragon were undoubtedly beaten out by the Dragon Man that Shiyu and Zioji merged into. However, this time, Lin Rui lost with conviction. After being beaten and having his skills copied, he was actually grateful. He thanked Shiyu for being a sparring partner and helping them train their weaknesses. Incredible, at this moment, as Shiyu easily defeated Lin Rui, many geniuses from the Hanging Star were silent. They didn't expect this Blue Star man to be so strong. He actually defeated Lin Rui, who used several talents and used the god-level talent to strengthen the Light Dragon, with only the combined talent. The next moment, what everyone didn't expect was that the battle notice of Shiyu vs Wang Qingqing followed closely. And, just 1 minute later, "This guy, doesn't he need to rest?" In the audience, Wang Qingqing, who was making a bet challenge with Zilan, looked confused. After the champion encounters a challenge, he can freely choose the time of the next battle within 1 to 120 minutes. Generally speaking, it is based on consumption and uses the free time to recover, but Wang Qingqing didn't expect that Shiyu just finished a battle and accepted her challenge again, and it was a seamless connection. She looked at the field. At this time, the world-destroying dragon Zioji had obviously used many quasi-god skills in a row, and his physical strength should have run out. Moreover, the injuries of Shiyu and the dragon were also very obvious at this time, and they were not completely uninjured. Did they press the wrong button? After all, it's their first time here, Wang Qingqing said. It shouldn't be. He has contracted so many demigods, and when he fights you, he can just change one at random. This consumption is just a little bit of water, Zilan said to her next to Wang Qingqing. Wang Qingqing? So many demigods, what does that mean? Before she could wonder, she was teleported to the venue by the arena. With the appearance of Wang Qingqing, the previous Zhuangquanxing geniuses such as Lu Ran and Lin Rui also looked at the venue solemnly. At this moment, Wang Qingqing finally had the opportunity to ask Shiyu. She looked at Shiyu, who was untied with Zioji across from her, seriously and said, "Don't you need to rest? It's only been 1 minute. Even if I win, I will feel that I won unfairly." "Wang, what is your relationship with Senior Kangdi?" Shiyu asked. Wang Qingqing said, "That's my grandfather, Grandpa again." Shiyu was silent. "Then this guy should have many rare space skills like Zilan." Shiyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, our consumption is not much, huh?" Under Wang Qingqing's puzzled expression, Shiyu opened another summoning diagram. Under the stunned expressions of many geniuses, he summoned a carrot less than half a meter tall, no, a ginseng baby. After the baby ginseng came out, he aimed his 2 small palms at Zioji and Shiyu, and released green air waves. At the same time, the rules of fluctuations surrounded him. The rich energy directly restored Zioji and Shiyu, whose energy aura had declined due to the 2 battles, to the peak again. There is no weakness that the baby ginseng can't solve. It's just 2 battles, which consumes much less than adding points and fusion. The baby ginseng has also been trained. Thank you for your hard work. You just stay by the side and feed us. After accepting the milk, Shiyu said to the baby ginseng. Roar, thank you, Emperor Shenshin. Zioji was also very satisfied. Great. It felt that it was full of strength again. It can still fight for 10 rounds. At this time, seeing Shiyu return to the peak again, the granddaughter of the Emperor Kong on the opposite side was stunned. Semi-god level tonic plant life, she suddenly remembered that Shiyu and his grandfather came from the same place. In this case, The tradition there is that one person can contract many, many pets. The beast masters over there couldn't directly contract a divine pet, so they had to rely on raising pets of lower races to grow slowly. They lost in race, but won in number. So was Shiyu in front of them the same? However, she felt that the race level of the world-destroying dragon was not low either. It was not inferior to the divine beast cubs here at all. I still have many pets, but today, I just want to fight with it, and the other pets can just be auxiliary, Shiyu said. Can we start? At this time, many suspended star geniuses saw that the ginseng baby had directly taken root in the corner and happily watched the battle. They were confused, right? This guy has many pets. Only Phoenix Man and Zilan showed a calm expression. So they said that the most pitfall of Shiyu was that he contracted a bunch of demigods by himself. By the way, this guy, is he really not worried that he can't afford pets in the future? It's okay now, but after the god level, it's a Cheyenne Ken. If Shiyu wanted to train every pet to the super god level, it would be even more difficult. Where can he find the double-digit source of transcendence? Is he dreaming? You have contracted many pets, but you only send one. What do you mean? At this time, realizing that Shiyu had a lot of pets, but only took out one to fight with her, it was definitely a sign of contempt for her. The granddaughter of the Emperor of the Sky was a little annoyed and attacked directly. In the void dragon was still silent. It was just a fight between the younger generation, so it should be okay. Forget it, I'd better notify the Emperor of the Sky. On the hanging star, the Emperor of the Sky, who was handling important matters, suddenly received the telepathy of the void dragon from the Sky City. Wang Kong, are you there? Kong Di stood where he was and said, I'm here, what's wrong? Void dragon, that Shiyu from Blue Star has come to the arena. Kong Di was stunned for a moment and said, oh, that's normal. He should have adapted to the environment of King Kai's planet and want to go for a walk. Why, has he fought against anyone? With his strength, there should be no one among the 3 generations of descendants of Zuinkling Star who can be his opponent, Void Dragon said. Lu Ran of the Lu family was easily defeated by him with a dragon-type pet. Lin Rui, the grandson of Lin Feng, was also easily defeated by him with a dragon-type pet. Kong Di, Lin Rui was defeated too? I have to talk to Lin Feng later. The dragon-type pet is that Azure Dragon? It's so strong. Even if he has mastered it, the rules of creation, it is not possible to defeat Lin Rui in a single fight. Could it be that Shiyu consumed a lot of faith power? Or does that Azure Dragon have other quasi-divine skills? The Void Dragon said, it's not Azure Dragon, it's another one. It should be the so-called mechanical fantasy beast. The most important thing is that this pet beast has mastered the rules of destruction, which is also the top rule. According to Shiyu, they destroyed the Ancestor Dragon's clone, the Destroying Demon Dragon, which remained on Blue Star, and absorbed the power of destruction. That Earth Dragon is really as strong as the Destroying Dragon. I don't know what the Dragon Clan will feel. On the opposite side, the Sky Emperor fell into deep contemplation, and was also surprised. Shiyu, on Blue Star, did he also destroy the residual soul of the Ancestor Dragon's clone, the Destroying Demon Dragon? This is news that Zilan had not reported before. How many secrets does this Shiyu have hidden? Chapter 536 Space Disaster Research Institute. After receiving the order from the Sky Emperor, the Void Dragon muttered in his heart. It glanced at Shiyu and the others who had just defeated the Sky Emperor's granddaughter and were in the mood to fight, thinking, how can this be a reminder? They were fighting well, but suddenly they stopped the other party from fighting. It was too obvious. It was not easy to tell at a glance. The Void Dragon couldn't afford to lose that dragon. Wait, I got it. The Void Dragon suddenly thought of a good idea. At the same time, after Shiyu successfully copied the skills from the Sky Emperor's granddaughter, he became more and more addicted. The stronger the person, the greater the addiction. He felt that this Sky Arena, he felt that this King Kai's planet was a good place. On the Blue Star, it was too difficult to find a demigod who could use quasi-divine skills. If you want to copy the skills, you have to alert the world in a fight, which is a lot of trouble and consumes a lot of energy. But on King Kai's planet, as long as you are a genius from a big force, everyone will contract a divine beast cub, and the divine beast cubs will have multiple quasi-divine skills. Regardless of the quality, just looking at the quantity, it is too comfortable. Copy a few hundred quasi-divine skills, and after fusion, He will be invincible at the god level one day. This guy, they really seem to have no consumption. The state is even better than just now. Did you notice that Shiyu just used other amplification abilities? I also felt it. Although he merged before, it can be seen that the degree of fit between the two sides is not very high, but in this battle, the opponent seems to have merged his mind together. In addition, there should be a space strengthening talent. This Shiyu has also cultivated the space strengthening ability. At this moment, seeing that Shiyu and Zioji, who were nursed back by Shen Bao, easily broke out and defeated Wen Qingqing, many Zhuangqing geniuses looked depressed. It was a bit like a common hatred of the enemy. After all, Shiyu was still an outsider. Anyone else, below, Shiyu didn't care much and planned to continue. This Wang Qingqing was indeed not easy to fight. The space system was too difficult to fight, unlike the dragon system just now, which could be suppressed by blood. Therefore, after Shiyu merged, he entered a state of mind resonance with Zioji, and at the same time, he also used the space strengthening talent. Only then did he win this battle easily and smoothly. After all, the talent of fusion is cultivated later, and he is not proficient, while telepathy is a natural talent, and Shiyu can use it to enhance the effect better. With the space enhancement talent to enhance the disaster, he can directly and violently shatter the space and let the opponent die. A walking disaster. Roar, another battle was won. Amid the roar of Zioji, the weak Wen Qingqing was teleported away with an unwilling look. At the same time, Shen Bao stretched again, facing Shiyu and Zioji with his palms, and released the recovery wave drop by drop. After a moment, Shiyu and Zioji were back to their peak state. This scene was so outrageous that the corners of the mouths of the geniuses in the audience twitched. In addition, Shiyu's declaration to continue to defend the ring. For a while, many people looked at each other, wanting to see who could really punish this Shiyu. Even if this Shiyu looks good, he can't be allowed to win like this in Sky City. Sister Qingqing, are you okay? Zilan immediately asked with concern after the granddaughter of the Sky Emperor was teleported back. Sister Zilan, you hurt me, Wang Qingqing said as soon as she came back, but Zilan, a disciple of the Sky Emperor, laughed and said, no, you swore that you could beat him. Wang Qingqing showed a look of great injustice. Zilan smiled, but in her heart, she was actually quite surprised. You know, when Shiyu was on Blue Star, although his pets were very strong and had the combat power of demigods, she could see that no matter which individual, there was a gap between them and their contracted star partners. At that time, no matter which of Shiyu's pets was taken out alone, it was impossible to beat the star phoenix in the roost. You have to rely on a bunch of pets to win together. Although it is indeed easy to win, it is ultimately based on numbers. But now, judging from the current situation, Shiyu's pet, this world-destroying dragon, is enough to sweep the third generation of Beastmasters on the Hanging Star. How long has it been? This growth rate is simply too scary. As the strongest on Blue Star, he is indeed quite capable. Now that he has come into contact with a cosmic civilization, he has made rapid progress. Perhaps, this Shiyu really has the hope of becoming famous in the conferred God War and becoming famous in the starry sky. However, what Zilan is more concerned about at this time is that the arena has not announced the next battle preview. After Shiyu defeated Wen Qingqing, no one applied for the next battle. This situation made Zilan's eyes twitch. Could it be? After hearing Shiyu say that he still has a bunch of pets, no one dares to challenge the Beastmasters on Zhuangqing Star? Hey, Phoenix Man Kim, you also discovered that the previous battle previews were seamless, but after this one, no one challenged. Ho ha, the direct descendants of Lord Lin Feng and Lord Kongdi have all lost. Let's see who will still grumble about him as an adopted son. It would be best if a few more loses. Sister Zilan, you are stronger than me, why don't you go? You should know him best and have the best chance of defeating him. At this time, Wang Qingqing, who had been defeated, said to Zilan, causing Zilan to fall into deep thought. Uncle Wang, Lin Rui was originally recovering from his injuries in the audience, but suddenly, he found a familiar face, and he immediately said, Uncle Wang, why are you here too? Could it be that you are here to compete with him as well? He said to the bearded otaku next to him. The man in front of him was one of the sons of the Sky Emperor, a rather dandy guy. Although he was dandy, he was after all a second-generation Beastmaster of the Hanging Star, and had lived longer, so his accumulated experience was richer than that of the third-generation Beastmaster. The bearded otaku named Uncle Wang was stunned, turned his head and looked at Lin Rui, saying, "Xiao Rui. Hey, I'm just here to watch the fun. Why should I get involved in the competition between you juniors, but don't you love to compete with us juniors?" Lin Rui pouted. This guy, who can't beat the top geniuses of the same generation, always likes to bully the children of the third generation in the name of guiding the battle, and is notorious. But to be honest, the opponent's strength is indeed reasonable. After all, he has been stuck at the 9th level for a long time. In name, he wants to fight in the conferred god battle for a few more years, but in fact, he is unwilling to compete with the geniuses of the same period who have entered the god level, and plans to eat and wait for death at the 9th level. "Uncle Wang, go and guide him," Lin Rui said. That's what I said. The bearded otaku named Uncle Wang was in a dilemma, mainly because he couldn't see through Shiyu. God knows how many pets Shiyu has. He doesn't want to fight a battle that he is not sure of. If he can be sure of winning 100%, he would have gone up long ago. However, facing the younger generation's instigation, the useless Uncle Wang was in a dilemma for a while. This situation was played out everywhere in the audience. Now many people saw that no one challenged Shiyu, and they were anxious. Is this acceptable? The genius of Zuikong Star was abused by the genius of Blue Star. In the end, no one dared to fight. How ugly it would be if it got out. It would be embarrassing for the other 5 major gods of Blue Star and other forces that were friendly with Zuikong Star to hear about it. But the actual situation was that Shiyu was really not easy to fight at this time. He came from the remote Blue Star, and no one knew his background. Even if they wanted to fight, they wanted to watch more before fighting, instead of rushing out without knowing any information. For a while, the arena was awkward, and even Shiyu began to wonder why no one continued to challenge. At this moment, finally, a mechanized voice resounded throughout the Sky Arena, saving this embarrassing situation. "Dear Sky Arena members, we will maintain the Sky Arena battle facilities in 10 minutes, and the Sky Arena will be temporarily closed during the maintenance period. We are very sorry for the impact on all members. Please understand that this is an emergency maintenance and the maintenance time is to be determined. We will notify you immediately after the maintenance is completed." Shiyu? Shiyu was still waiting for the next challenger, but he didn't expect to receive an announcement for the maintenance of the arena. Huh? Xiaoji was dumbfounded. What was going on? So unlucky, Shiyu muttered. This is too coincidental and too unlucky. He caught up with the maintenance when he came to the arena for the first time. He hasn't copied enough. Unfortunately, the arena is going to be maintained. It seems that this battle can't be carried out in the short term. Zilan put the battle card into the card slot and said regretfully to Wang Qingqing next to him. Wang Qingqing also looked puzzled. Maintenance? Hey, I didn't expect that it would be maintained just after I came, the useless son of Kongdi said regretfully. In an instant, those who were instigated by their partners and were still hesitating whether to challenge Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they had regretful expressions on their faces and were quite dissatisfied with this maintenance. Damn, it's only 3 games, Phoenix Man was also quite dissatisfied. He hadn't seen enough. Seeing someone he knew being beaten by Shiyu, he was happier than Shiyu. MMP, at this time, in the void dragon who secretly manipulated everything sensed the complaints in the arena and cursed. What are you mumbling about? I can't come for 2 days of maintenance. It's better than you all being abused by this Shiyu. It's so embarrassing to spread it to the 5 major gods. A group of ungrateful guys. First, the maintenance will be for 2 days, and then during this time, we will find a way to unite with the Sky Emperor and drive Shiyu, this kid, to register with the Environmental Protection Association. What a pity, today I actually caught up with the maintenance. I will call you when the arena opens. The arena was closed, and after Shiyu said goodbye to the Phoenix Man with a look of regret, he shook his head and went back to his place. Then, he summarized the gains from the 3 battles. The first game, versus Luran, copied 2, Sun Disaster, Sun Meteorite. You can teach Xiaoji. In the second match, versus Lin Rui, he copied, Light Speed Punch, Holy Light Divine Healing, Light and Shadow Interlaced, Star God Cannon. One is a quick attack skill, one is a healing skill, one is an evasion skill, and one is a strong attack skill. To be honest, they are all too ordinary. They are all quasi-divine skills that are not considered top-notch and are promoted from ordinary superclass skills. Compared with the top-quality skills specially blended and fused by Shiyu's pets, there is no comparison. It is not even a complete rule of light, but only a part of the use of the rule of light, a scrap. Moreover, there are only 11 in the team who can match these 4 skills to a high degree. Shen Baobao and Lin are not very good and cannot be taught. Among them, Shen Baobao can learn Holy Light Divine Healing, but it is not very meaningful. The effect it has is also available in the Sun and Moon Tonghu skill, and it is even stronger. However, Shiyu still copied them all, intending to see if he can fuse them into light control, and promote them to complete light rule divine skill. As for the control of light, it is at least a high-level divine skill. It is also enough to give it to the Light and Dark Panda 11. When the time comes, you will need to prepare a control of darkness. As for the third match, versus Wang Qingqing, Shiyu was helpless and only copied 1 skill, because the opponent's pet only used 1 quasi-divine skill from beginning to end. Space control is a top-level high-level divine skill. But unfortunately, Chong Chong has this skill. Although it is not a quasi-divine skill, it is only at the super-level skill stage and has not yet been trained into a quasi-divine skill, but it will be improved sooner or later, so it was copied for nothing. So Shiyu looked at this girl, and he didn't like the 2 men in front. He didn't know whether her pet really had only 1 quasi-divine skill, or other skills were not suitable for use in battle. However, although it only had 1 quasi-divine skill, the opponent's contracted beast was still strong, not weaker than the light dragon with 4 quasi-divine skills, and even stronger. It is worthy of being a space system. As long as the degree of development is high and the skill quality is high, sometimes, 1 skill can break everything. Roar, after coming back, Xiaoji was helplessly eating dirt in the room, feeling that he had not fought to his heart's content. With its current strength that is enough to compete for the top 3 or even the first place in the team, it should not end with just 3 games like this. Roar, how lonely it is to be invincible. Xiaoji shook his head. Gee, this guy is inflated. Chong Chong and the others also pointed fingers at Xiaoji. Damn it. Unexpectedly, there will be a day when the second team will rise in the team. Especially Chong Chong, it feels that without the power of faith, it is not Xiaoji's opponent. The pets of the team are full of crisis. If it were not for the support of the weakest that evolves first theory, Chong Chong would almost doubt that he would die, and he could not believe that he would be surpassed by Xiaoji one day. After Shiyu saw Xiaoji's combat power after adding points, he did not exaggerate or blacken it, and he really felt that Xiaoji could currently compete for the top 3 in the team. It's a benefit to add points first. But at the moment, Shiyu is a little overwhelmed. After making a decision, he can only add points 1 by 1 according to the cost effectiveness. After all, now is a critical moment, and the goal is the conferred God War 10 months later, so the order of adding points cannot be messed up. The battle is over. In fact, it has been proved that as long as you upgrade your superclass skills to the quasi-divine skill stage, you don't need a lot of them, and you can beat those divine beast cubs by quality. Shiyu held a small meeting with the pets in the mind conference room and said, the next order of adding points is like this. Shen Baobao's planned control and King Mu divine body. These 2 skills may only affect the quality of supplements, and the priority of adding points is the highest. Shen Baobao was very happy. Secondly, yeah, we also have an Eye of the Evil God obtained by hunting the Abyss Demon Frog. It comes from the Super God Life, the Abyss Evil God. It may be a little difficult for you to control it, so next, you must also improve your purification ability and strive for more purification quasi-God skills. This is also to make it easier for you to participate in the assessment of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and get an ID card next time. Yeah, cried, troubled the Beastmaster, thanked the Beastmaster. Now Yaya feels that Xiaoji can beat it to death with 1 tail. When has it ever suffered this grievance from the Emperor Yaishan? Yaya is still not safe to refine the Eye of the Evil God by herself, so she needs Susu's assistance. So next, Susu, I will also try to fuse your Kanghei contract. Now that we have left Blue Star, the Kanghei contract is not very useful. Let's try to see if we can upgrade it to a stronger skill. You are also the core of the next point increase. Ning, Susu was also nervous. Xiaoji had fused the soul crystal of the world-destroying dragon, and Yaya was going to refine the Eye of the Abyss Evil God again. It was really worried that if it didn't become stronger quickly, it would not be able to beat even the second team. I checked and found that there seemed to be a lot of evolution materials suitable for you at the Ministry of Environmental Protection. When the time comes, I will find a way to buy some, And then you can use unlimited swallowing to evolve and become stronger, Shiyu said with a smile. Now that we are in the starry sky, it is time to fulfill the promise of the star sea elf. Ning, great, Susu was happy. As for 11, Chong Chong, Chitong, and Lin, wait for a while, come one by one, don't worry, there are still 10 months, we still have plenty of time, we will not leave you behind, and in the end, we will definitely challenge the conferred God War with the best condition of all members. Lin, your starry sky storm. I will ask Senior Kongdi later if there is any way, Shiyu finally said. When he just unlocked the skill deduction, he promised Lin to deduce a powerful skill for it first, and Shiyu did not break his promise. After improving his physique on the blue star, he deduced the starry sky storm for it one after another, and deduced the blessing wind to pave the way for making friends with the Kirin clan. Among them, Lin learned the method of developing the starry sky storm, which Shiyu had also obtained, exclusive learning method. First, transform yourself into a space mechanical life that adapts to the starry sky. Secondly, enter the space storm and use the skill of turning danger into good fortune to absorb the power of the space storm into your body. Finally, try to add the power of the space storm to the wind spirit pearl. Practice repeatedly and you will have a chance to learn the space storm. This learning method is neither difficult nor simple. Lin's turning danger into good fortune can indeed absorb dangerous skills, and Lin's wind spirit pearl can indeed absorb and adapt to most of the energy, but learning the space storm through this exclusive method is still too dangerous. After all, this is a cosmic disaster. It is very likely that in the process of adaptation, you will die unfortunately and repeat the mistakes of the unlucky Kirin. You know, the most common space storms are cosmic disasters that can kill gods. Even if there is the wind of luck to increase luck and the fruit of the world tree to increase learning comprehension, Shiyu and his friends will definitely not dare to touch the real space storm in the short term, so they can only ask the Sky Emperor to see if there are any other ways to contact them. Bing bing bing, roar, meow, understood. The pets naturally had no objection to Shiyu's arrangement. Anyway, the pets had already decided that they would never fight in the team before they finished adding points, so as not to be bullied by the second team. Next, Shiyu began to add points to Shen Bao Bao, Ya, and Susu. However, before 2 days had passed, Kongdi contacted Shiyu and asked when he planned to register the Abyss Duck. Senior Kongdi, I'm worried that it won't pass the assessment, so I'm still training its purification power, Shiyu replied with his mobile phone. Well, I'm glad you still remember. Before you finish registering, don't send it out at will. It's best not to even fight. Even if you don't send it out, some guys in the Ministry of Environmental Protection can sense it, Kongdi said. Actually, you don't have to worry about the assessment. It's not as difficult as you think, I understand. I will go to register my identity as soon as I finish my work here, Shiyu said. By the way, Senior Kongdi, I would like to ask you if you know any place where I can get in touch with a starry sky storm that is not that dangerous, Kongdi? Not that dangerous? Starry sky storm? Why does Kongdi feel that these two words are not connected together? What do you want to do? Kongdi asked. Shiyu said, my mechanical pet and I have analyzed and researched a method to learn the starry sky storm, but we need to come into contact with a real starry sky storm, Kongdi said with a toothache. Are you crazy? This kind of cosmic disaster is not something that can be mastered. Even Lin Feng and I dare not confront the starry sky storm head-on. And I have never heard of any starry sky life that would think of contacting the starry sky storm. This Shiyu is really a tough guy. Did he see how miserable the Kirin tribe of Blue Star died? Wait. Is Shiyu's mechanical fantasy beast also a Kirin? So brave. Starry sky storms and other cosmic disasters are so powerful. Don't there have any starry sky lives that want to master them? Shiyu asked. The Emperor of Space said, the reason why disasters are called disasters is because they are too difficult to control. If you want to control them, I'm afraid only those super divine lives have the opportunity to do so, and it is also extremely risky. I suggest you give up, perhaps worried that Shiyu would not let it go and really go to the starry sky to find some starry sky storm. The Emperor of Space continued, you must not have a direct understanding of the dangers of starry sky storms. Let me recommend a place to you, called the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. An old friend of mine holds an important position there. His main research is cosmic disasters, including cold silence, cosmic tides, starry sky storms and black holes. If you have time, you can go and study them. They occasionally simulate cosmic disasters here in various ways. If you really don't want to give up, go here and try it. Although I don't know if I can meet your requirements, I only allow you to go here. Don't think about contacting real starry sky storms, otherwise, don't blame me for putting you in solitary confinement, the Emperor of Space said. Ha, ha ha, I know, Senior Kongdi, I'm not a child. Kongdi was silent. With his age of hundreds of years, he looked at Shiyu, a 20-year-old kid, as a child. Cosmic Disaster Research Institute, Shiyu said, there is a disaster simulation. I want to go and see it. Please, Kongdi said, okay, I will say hello to that old friend in advance, and then write you a letter of recommendation. You can go to the Ministry of Environmental Protection to register your identity certificate and study for a while. Come to the temple in 3 days. This is your first time leaving Sky City. I will give you some protective items, or do you want me to send you a guide or bodyguard? Shiyu said, no need to trouble others. Just give me a few space teleportation symbols that can get rid of the super god level, Kongdi? Space teleportation symbols that can get rid of the super god level? What do you want to do? Chapter 537, The Galaxy Moves and the Star Selves Appear. The Sky Emperor did not have a teleportation talisman that could help him escape from the super god level. Even if he had one, he might not be willing to give it to Shiyu. After all, this kind of thing is a very rare treasure, not to mention for demigods, even for god level and super god level. So 3 days later, Shiyu only got 6 god level space stones from the Sky Emperor. 3 of them were used for defense and could withstand god level attacks. The remaining 3 were used for teleportation and could escape from the god-level pursuit. They were all equipment carefully made by the Sky Emperor's pet. After getting the life-saving equipment and the tokens needed to go to the Environmental Protection Association and the Disaster Research Institute from the Sky Emperor, Shiyu returned to his residence honestly. After getting the things, he did not rush to leave, thinking that he was not fully prepared. So, he continued to add points. First adding points to the ginseng baby according to the plan. About 2 days later, the ginseng baby became like this: Baby Shin, racial skills, superclass, time mark, superb, world tree fruit, superb, soul fruit, superb, samsara fruit, superb, quasi-god class, world grace, mastery plus 11, sun and moon shine together, proficient, wood control, proficient, life body, proficient. Compared with a previous baby Shin, its time fruit, under its own optimization, has been upgraded to samsara fruit with a potential to be promoted to divine skill. Name, samsara fruit. Attributes, wood, time. Introduction, can create samsara fruit. The creatures that eat samsara fruit can obtain one of the following abilities by consuming the power of time in reincarnation. 1. Time fruit effect. 2. Awaken the ability of the previous life. 3. Obtain the samsara mark, giving yourself a chance to reincarnate. Baby Shen did not spend much effort to optimize the time fruit into the samsara fruit. After all, the research work on the samsara fruit started a long time ago on Blue Star, and Shiyu and his team started it. Now, it is completely perfected. There is no doubt that this is a very powerful skill. Needless to say, the effect of the fruit of time, awakening the ability of the previous life, has been well verified in the gymcat and the duck. However, this awakening is also limited. It depends on the strength of the ginseng baby and the eater. The ginseng baby before and now can help the reincarnated body of the totem in the previous life to regain strength. However, if the ginseng baby helps the reincarnated body of the super god level and the universe level in the previous life to regain the ability of the previous life, it is a daydream. It is estimated that the fruit of reincarnation must be promoted to true divine skill and upgraded to the perfect level to do so. As for the ability to obtain the opportunity to reincarnate, it can only allow the reincarnated person to re-level from the awakening level cub, and will lose all abilities and memories. It can be used together with a function of awakening the ability of the previous life, which also greatly ensures that Shiyu and others will not be limited by lifespan. At first glance, the fruit of reincarnation is an auxiliary ability, but in fact, as long as it still has the properties of the previous fruit of time, it is still a powerful burst skill. Shiyu estimated that after the fruit of reincarnation was promoted to a quasi-god skill, Shen Baobao would have no problem bursting out the combat power of a primary god for a period of time with the help of this skill. With the help of skills such as sun and moon shine, it would not be a dream to kill a primary god. Secondly, Shen Baobao's super-level skill plant control was upgraded to the maximum level, and Shen Baobao combined it with a race to self-optimize it into a quasi-god skill, wood control. In terms of the application of wood rules, Shen Baobao is now close to the peak below the god realm. The effects of various supplements and foods it produces have been greatly improved. After that, it is the Kingmu divine body. After being upgraded to the maximum level, Shen Baobao self-optimized it into a quasi-god level, life divine body. The life divine body contains the rules of life. It is not only a source of life and a god-level life supplement, but also relies on nutrients such as soil, light, and water to possess a tenacious vitality similar to elemental life that is almost immortal. At present, Shen Baobao's strengthening work has come to a complete end. After obtaining the permission of the world will, there is a chance to mobilize the world grace of the natural rules of the planet, the sun and moon with the sun and moon rules, the wood control with the wood rules, and the life body with the life rules. If the previously strengthened Zyagi really has the hope to compete with 11, Chong, and Shen Baobao for the first place in the team, then with Shen Baobao's points, the strongest battle power in the team must belong to it. However, battle power is secondary. Now Shen Baobao's tonic ability is what Shiyu is most excited about. The efficiency of adding points has been greatly improved. After entering the dying and weak state, the speed and comfort of full-blood resurrection have been greatly improved. So, with this momentum, Shiyu started the strongest evolution for Su. Ning, under the gaze of Shen Baobao and Shiyu, Su was nervous. Don't be nervous. Although the success rate is not high, what if it happens? Shiyu said. Skills, Kanghei contract, Star Sea body, fusion success rate, very low, fusion risk, very high. Shen Baobao patted his chest, indicating that it was no problem. If he couldn't hold on, at worst, he could stop the fusion immediately. With it, Shiyu wouldn't die. If he died, it would be fine. At worst, he would become a dead spirit and reincarnate. With it, Chong, Qitong and other pets that have the ability to resurrect, it would be difficult for Shiyu to die. As for Su herself, she has a quasi-god level purification skill, so it shouldn't be that difficult to bear the pain. It's not like we haven't tried fusion with a very low success rate before. The only thing we should care about now is the effect of the fused skills. Leave it to me, this depends on Lin's luck and how much he can give to Su. 11. As Shiyu finally tried to help Su evolve into a Star Sea elf, Chong, Qitong and other pets also came out to cheer him up. Optimizing skills is actually a kind of evolution, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the form will change, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the form will not change. What will happen to him is up to fate. Evolution is the most complex thing, and even Lin can hardly analyze and calculate it. Ning, finally. Su jumped onto Shiyu's hand and first cast a water ring-shaped pure sea spirit floating on Shiyu's head. Then, it also entered the pure sea spirit state. Go, Shiyu shouted resolutely and began to add points. You know, the last time the success rate was extremely low, he was helping Qitong evolve and awaken a quasi-divine skills. At that time, he had just eaten the eternal flower and gained a lifespan of 10,000 years. Even with the assistance of all parties, an experiment directly consumed 90% of his life energy and almost died. This time, Shiyu was upgraded by 2 levels and his physique was greatly improved, but the success rate was still extremely low. Fortunately, the auxiliary abilities of the pets were also strengthened, so Shiyu thought he should give it a try. Buzz! Shiyu and Su entered the state of skill fusion together. In an instant, all kinds of power flowed from Shiyu's body, and Su's will began to be madly impacted. However, they were too familiar with this state. Instead of caring about this, Shiyu and Su were more concerned about the changes in Su when the skills were fused. Ning, screaming in pain, the light blue water slime Su was covered with the blue, white, purple, black, yellow and other colors of light, and there were light spots on her body. Its body constantly reflected various beautiful colors, just like the deep and charming starry sky. This made 11 and the others nervous and curious. Now, Su seemed to be evolving from a water slime to a starry sky slime. At this moment, Shiyu and the others did not notice that there was a lot of movement in the Universe because of their skill fusion this time. The main city of Qingkai City. On Qingkai, according to the difference in environment, the regions can be roughly divided into 3 levels: Level 3 Realm, Level 2 realm, and Level 1 realm. Among them, the environment of Level 3 realm is the worst, and the environment of Level 1 realm is the best. Among them, the realm where Sky City is located is the Level 2 realm, and King Kai City is the largest realm among the 196 Level 1 realms on King Kai. The Environmental Protection Association that Shiyu wants to go to has branches in each Level 1 realm, and its headquarters is in King Kai City. The Environmental Protection Association is one of the official institutions of King Kai. It mainly maintains the environmental protection work of King Kai and the University. At the same time, it is also the main force of King Kai's forces against the Dark King's forces. In this department, the core members are all God-level lives that master the God-level purification power, and there are also super God lives that are familiar with the purification power. In the Environmental Protection Association, there are special departments at all times to monitor the changes in the universe, just for one thing. This incident has not happened for a long time, but the Environmental Protection Association is still paying attention to it day after day. Until today. The cosmic sea is moving abnormally. The Environmental Protection Association and the Kai King Star Research Institute have received a set of mysterious data information. After difficult decoding, some researchers have come to a conclusion. A new purifying star spirit has been born, and it is around Kai King planet, a white-haired old man said excitedly. It's not easy. This is the first time in nearly 100,000 years. Yes, we are really lucky. We must find a way to find it, try to cultivate it. As long as it can grow to the peak of the God level, it will be enough for the Dark King Legion to be called a super God combat force. The Ministry of Environmental Protection, from top to bottom, was shocked by this incident, and even the super God life in charge was alarmed. A super God life personally ordered to find the newly born purifying star spirit. The so-called purifying star spirit is a kind of star spirit born because of the belief of the planet. After the Dark King grew up to be the Emperor of the universe, formed the Dark King Legion, and began to open up the universe, many planets became abysses and falling places, and were completely eroded. Under such a background, a race called Purifying Star Spirit came into being. They mastered powerful purification power, could communicate with the power of the starry sky to the maximum extent, and could deal heavy damage to the dark matter life that polluted the star. The first generation president of the Environmental Protection Association was the Purifying Star Spirit. The Purifying Star Spirit clan was ranked 77th among the 10,000 clans in the starry sky, and squeezed into the top 100, which was very powerful. Unfortunately, although this race has a large number, it is not large either. The most important thing is that there is no way to reproduce it except for natural birth. Moreover, the attributes and forms are too random and not so easy to find. It can be said that the Purifying Star Spirit is the fresh blood that the Environmental Protection Association likes to cultivate and attract the most. They are praised as having the strongest purification ability. As long as this race is cultivated with all its strength, even if it cannot be promoted to a super god, as long as it is at the peak of the god level, it can be regarded as a super god life to deal with the Dark King Legion. The Purifying Star Spirit clan has left too many legends in the Environmental Protection Association. At present, the strongest person in the Environmental Protection Association is still the Purifying Star Spirit. Now, after such a long time, it is detected that a new Purifying Star Spirit has been born. The Environmental Protection Association cannot let it go. Sky City. Shiyu's fusion of Susu's skills is nearing the end. Susu has completely turned into a starry sky slime at this time. Her round body is like the vast starry sky, shining with beautiful starlight, very beautiful. Shiyu, who is holding it, is now only skin and bones, and even her white hair has fallen off, leaving only 3 hairs. Behind it, Shen Baobao is also sweating profusely. Finally, after a long period of hardship, they both breathed a sigh of relief. A glimmer of light appeared in Shiyu's withered face. Damn it, after bursting out a swear word, Shiyu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Fusion success, skill name, Star Sea contract, attributes, water, space, spirit, level, quasi-god level, faith skill, introduction, sign a contract with the Star Sea, take it as your responsibility to protect the starry sky environment, and you can mobilize the starry sky energy infinitely and amplify your own purification skills. When you lose faith, the contract will be automatically lifted. Star Sea contract. Really? Really here? The upgraded version of the Kanghe contract, the Star Sea contract. infinite energy. With a skill, even if she leaves the blue star, Susu can still have unlimited energy. Moreover, Shiyu can feel that the Susu in front of him has indeed become a star life. This is very important, and it is related to whether the life form can leave the life planet and survive and fight freely in the universe. If it is not a star life, if it goes to the starry sky, it will be eroded by the mysterious substances contained in the universe, and its own state will be aggravated and weaker, just like a fish out of water, and it cannot survive for a long time. But if it is a star life, there is no such problem, and it can perfectly adapt to the cosmic environment. At present, there are already several star lives in Shiyu's team, but there are also a few, such as 11 and Shen Bao, who are not star lives. Susu can become a star life, and it also makes Shiyu closer and closer to the title of Universe Beastmaster. Ning. At this moment, Shiyu and Susu are very happy, but Susu glanced at Shiyu's appearance and hurriedly urged Shen Bao to treat Shiyu. Yeah. Moreover, when we lose faith, the contract will automatically be cancelled. So, we will have to participate in the wars of several cosmic bosses in the future. No, we can only amplify our own purification skills, which is still too bad. Although your pure sea spirit is powerful, its power is not very great. Let's see if we can melt the pure sea spirit and turn it into a more powerful attack and purification skill. Ning. Susu was poked by Shiyu's jelly-like body of starry sky, and she was very happy. Melt, everything can be melted. When Shiyu and Susu were secretly discussing, Shen Bao was angry beside him. The milk hasn't come back yet. Can we wait until the milk comes back to life before thinking about the next step? This book Rebirth Against the Current for 10 years. 2 female protagonists, starting with Teo Bao selling goods, accumulating funds through mobile games, investing in Mahu Iao, and gradually rising in 12 years. Urban commercial writing. Author, Honey Chicken. Chapter 538, Epic Enhancement of Susaya. At night, the stars are brilliant. The tide-like starlight flows to the many realms of King Kai's planet, and also shines on a luxurious room in a certain sky city. In the room, on the sofa, a limp body is holding a ginseng-shaped creature while watching the battle video on the screen. Shiyu yawned, sleepy and tired. At this time, Shiyu was weak and pale, looking like he was about to die, but the magical thing was that his spirit was visibly enhanced. The ginseng baby being held by Shiyu held a piece of transparent crystal in his hand, each sucking his own. After Shiyu assisted Susu to evolve into a star self, the ginseng baby used quasi-god skills to heal Shiyu for a day. A total of 3 god-level non-attribute energy crystals were consumed, which was almost enough to heal Shiyu back. The consumption was a bit high, but for Shiyu, resources were used, only 200 god-level energy crystals. Although Blue Star and Sky Emperor estimated that these resources would be enough for Shiyu to use until all members were god level, and it would take decades. But as long as he can save time for training and become stronger quickly, Shiyu doesn't mind using up all the resources in a few months. After becoming stronger, won't he have as many resources as he wants? If he really gets the first place in the conferred god war and successfully challenges the god level, it will be worth it to consume more resources. Only if you dare to spend resources can you get greater gains. I won't watch it anymore, it's boring. Shiyu turned off the TV with a bored look on his face. Seeing a bunch of rare skills but having no place to copy them is like watching something but not being able to do it. Well, it's like being hungry and watching a food video but not being able to eat. It doesn't have the effect of quenching thirst by looking at the plum. While Shiyu was being nursed, he paid attention to the beast taming space. After arriving at King Kai's planet, the pets began to roll up again. Because they couldn't make a big noise in the beast taming space, they had all kinds of special training methods, studying how to target teammates, and no one wanted to be at the bottom of the battle. It was okay before, just playing among the team, but this time, they wanted to turn the universe-conferred God War into an internal team competition. If they were embarrassed, they would be thrown into the universe. If they were ranked at the bottom, it would be a lifetime shame. To be honest, although Shiyu felt that it was a bit strange that 11 and the others were thinking hard about how to target their teammates, considering that there were many types of pets in his team, it was not impossible to learn from their teammates' weaknesses and apply them to other enemies. Just like figuring out how to restrain Shen Bao's time mark, he indirectly gained experience in fighting against Joyokan's time mark. It feels almost done. After a long time, Shiyu almost recovered and found Su, intending to continue fusing skills. Shen Bao wiped his sweat and looked at Shiyu, who was still unsatisfied. He wanted to cry but had no tears. It seemed that he had to work overtime again. However, when he thought that all the energy crystals in the team were used by himself, it was equivalent to monopolizing the high-level resources of the entire team to brush up his skill proficiency. Shen Bao accepted it. Compared with 11 and the others, there is one more channel to improve skill proficiency, which is not a loss. After a moment, a bunch of pets, led by Su, ran out. You can't miss out on adding points and fusing skills. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will lead to victory in every battle. If you don't even know what skills your teammates can fuse, you will lose at the starting line. Of course, no matter how many skills you have, when there is a pet to fuse skills, the other pets will still assist obediently and will not care about such things. Next, let's try the development and fusion of the spirit of the pure sea and the origin fluctuation, Shiyu said nervously. Theoretically, there is a success rate. The other pets looked thoughtful. The spirit of the pure sea and the origin fluctuation are both super excellent skills. What else can be fused? Who cares? The brave will die of fullness and the timid will die of starvation. It's all about gambling. Susu's eyes were shining with stars, and she had completely turned into a gambling dog, commonly known as an addiction. Then come on, Shiyu also grinned. Although the Star Sea contract is powerful, if you want to be more powerful, you still have to cooperate with the top-quality purification skills. If you only use it with the ordinary water purification power under the control of the water element, it would be a bit of a waste of talent. Even if it is combined with the signature skill of the Kanghei elf, the spirit of purifying the sea, it is only powerful in purification, and has some shortcomings in other aspects. Therefore, Shiyu tried to see if he could fuse the spirit of purifying the sea with Susu's attack skill origin fluctuation. Of course, it is still extremely risky, but it doesn't matter. This risk refers to whether Shiyu alone can withstand the consumption of fusion. If he relies on himself, it is naturally a big risk, but with a bunch of pets to assist, the facts have proved that the success rate is definitely above 50%, but the process will be a bit more tragic, which is completely acceptable. Next, the insect field, the red pupil possession, the Ling amplification. The pets showed their abilities. Shiyu and Susu were crying for food, in pain, just like a bunch of doctors and nurses delivering patients. Ying, come on. Come on. Hold on, work harder, the fusion will succeed soon. 11 encouraged the morale and boosted the will of Shiyu and Susu. Just like before, after going through 81 trials, Shiyu and Susu, sweating profusely, gradually calmed down. Susu looked weak and collapsed. Let me check my skills. Shiyu, in his twilight state, did not forget to check his skills. Shiyu's eyes suddenly widened when he saw this. Fusion success, name, origin fluctuation, attribute, water, level, quasi-god level, introduction, contains the zeroing rule. Effect, can purify and remove impurities that the user considers unnecessary or harmful. When developed to the extreme, it can completely eliminate the traces of a life's existence, including its traces of existence in the memories of other life forms. Shiyu and Susu were still immersed in weakness, but after sensing the new skills, they almost widened their eyes at the same time. What the hell? Shiyu couldn't help but speak. Susu was also stunned. What? At this time, seeing the expressions of Shiyu and Susu, Lin couldn't help but ask. Another top rule. Shiyu spoke in shock with an old and powerful voice, almost having a last burst of light. He immediately shared the information about the origin fluctuations with the pets present. The next moment, not only Shiyu, but the entire team was stunned. Zero rule. It can purify and remove impurities that the user considers unnecessary or harmful. This concept is a bit outrageous. Susu thinks that the gold attribute of 11 is a harmful impurity, but it can be purified and removed. Susu thinks that the time mark of Shen Bao is a harmful impurity, but it can be purified and removed. Susu thinks that the traces of the existence of a certain enemy are impurities in this world, and they can also be removed. Moreover, it is still outrageous to develop to the extreme, and it can affect the powerful skills of irrelevant people. After erasing the traces of the existence of a life, it can make those related to it forget its existence directly. Shiyu hurriedly compared the difficulty of adding points to the origin fluctuations, and found that there was no doubt that it was at the level of the top rule skills. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha. After being stunned for a moment, Shiyu couldn't help laughing. This is strong enough. If it is combined with the Star Sea contract that can strengthen the power of purification, wouldn't it be invincible? Ning 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 ning. Susu was as excited as jelly, clapping her hands on the table, and gradually realized that the universe and the starry sky would be the stage for the great devil Susu. What kind of universe emperor, the Dark King, die for me? But the next second, joy turned to sorrow. Under the dull expressions of many pets, Shiyu fainted directly, and scared Shenbao to increase his strength immediately, and even entered the state of the time fruit. Susu, hurry up, use the origin fluctuation, Lin commanded. In theory, if you regard the negative state of the master as impurities, you can also clear and purify it. Ning. Susu was startled and said that she understood. It directly activated the Star Sea contract and the origin fluctuation at the same time, aiming at Shiyu. The next moment, blue ripples appeared on Shiyu's body. With a hum, Shiyu was wrapped in the blue fluctuation. It took only a few seconds to recover to the peak state and slowly opened his eyes. Lively and energetic. More energetic than before adding some Susu. Shiyu stood up suddenly and said, "What happened?" This scene made Shenbao, who was a milking Shiyu, stunned. Yi, impossible. Shen Xiandi was shocked. Every pet was shocked. Susu used the origin fluctuation to directly reduce Shiyu's loss to 0 to the state before adding points. This is not a purification skill, it is clearly a time reversal practice to become a magical skill. It was completely in an instant, much more powerful than Shenbao's nourishing effect. And Susu, who has infinite Star Sea energy to strengthen the origin fluctuation, has almost zero consumption. This made Shenbao directly look at Susu. Susu also stared at Shenbao in a daze. Although Susu didn't say anything, Shenbao always felt that he was being ridiculed. This, after Shiyu reacted, he also felt the state of his body in disbelief. The 11th level pet screamed. Shenbao even felt that he was going to be laid off. I see. Treating negative states such as fatigue, aging, and weakness as impurities for purification is indeed more powerful than the previous pure sea spirit. Before, it only purified negative emotions and indirectly improved willpower to resist them, but now, it eradicates them. Wait a minute, Shiyu stretched out his hands and said to himself, in this way, with the infinite energy of the Star Sea, wouldn't it be possible to fix the bug and let the whole team graduate overnight? After hearing Shiyu's words, the whole team didn't have time to be surprised. Susu beside them solemnly hummed. Huh? Shiyu and the others looked at Susu. Lin said, it's because of the intention of use. The Star Sea contract is to protect the starry sky environment as its own responsibility, so it can mobilize the starry sky energy infinitely and amplify its own purification skills. Just now, Susu used the Star Sea contract to strengthen the origin fluctuations to help you, the master, purify and eliminate all negative states. It is likely to be considered as the content outside the contract. Ning. Susu nodded. Just after the purification was completed, it felt that its compatibility with the Star Sea contract had decreased a little. Although there is no effect now, if it lasts for a long time, there will definitely be problems. As the saying goes, when you lose faith, the contract will be automatically lifted. Although the Star Sea contract is stronger, the restrictions seem to be greater. Supit, Shiyu couldn't help but speak. Lin said, it seems that the constraints of the starry sky faith on the user are greater than those of the blue star ocean faith on the user. So, doesn't it mean that Susu will be affected when she uses the power of the Star Sea contract against enemies such as the Abyss and the Meteorite clan in the future? Shiyu said. Lin said, it is most likely true, but there is no need to worry too much. As long as Susu works hard to protect the starry sky environment in the future, then its authority to mobilize the power of the Star Sea should gradually increase. Now it has just signed a contract with the Star Sea, and it must still be equivalent to a newbie. It seems normal to have some restrictions. Ning. Susu nodded, agreeing with Lin's statement. As long as it works hard to protect the starry sky environment, the power of the Star Sea contract will definitely become stronger and stronger. That's fine, Shiyu said, it doesn't matter. Since I've gained power, I should fulfill my obligations. I just don't know if adding some star C contract and upgrading the contract level can slow down this backlash. Susu, don't use the star C contract unless it's necessary. The star C contract combined with the origin fluctuation is indeed a bit outrageous, but I think that even if you don't use the star C contract to strengthen it, the effect of using the origin fluctuation alone should not be bad. The origin fluctuation alone, combined with the ginseng baby to eliminate and nourish my weak state, should also be able to improve it with some efficiency. Ning ning. Susu's eyes lit up, indicating that there was no problem. Ah, ginseng baby was stunned. It seems that he was laid off but not completely laid off. 11. Chong Chong, Chi Tong and the others also looked at each other. First, they were happy that Susu became stronger, and happy that the next edition would be more efficient, and then they fell into deep thought. Even 11 and Chong Chong began to be scared. Susu's combination skills were too outrageous. They really don't want to face the origin fluctuations. They don't want to face it even more than the self-explosion resurrection of the baby. Chi Tong looked at her good sister eagerly. Why does it feel that even with such a rich combination of moves, there is still a great risk of being beaten by Susu? I hope Chong Chong's theory is correct. The more you strengthen, the stronger you will be. After Shiyu's addition of points, the current Susu, like Xiaoji, has been reborn. Susu, racial skills, superclass, water ice element control, superb, inheritance water droplets, superb, sky frost cold air, superb, quasi-god class, faith skills, star C contract, proficient, origin fluctuations, proficient, professor skills, superclass, infinite devouring, superb. Among them, the two quasi-god skills are the fusion of the original quasi-god skills, pure sea spirit, and the top-grade superclass skills, origin fluctuations that have been fused many times. The inheritance water drop was developed by Susu through the memory water drop combined with the fruit of the world tree. It is similar to the reincarnation fruit of Shen Bao Bao, which was developed by himself. It repaired some shortcomings of the memory water drop, such as the defect that inputting memory will also cause amnesia. The role of this inheritance water drop is undoubtedly stronger. If it is developed into a divine skill and can become a carrier of rules, then Shiyu can make money by teaching divine skills through this and the fruit of the world tree. As for the frost cold air, it was originally a teaching skill. It was also after Susu reached the totem level and had the ability to self-optimize the race, with the assistance of the fruit of the world tree, that she self-optimized it into racial skill. Unfortunately, the infinite swallowing, the most cost-effective skill, has not been successfully optimized by Susu so far. Shiyu judged that this infinite swallowing should be the inheritance skill left by the starry sky Zerg on the blue star. The starry sky Zerg can travel across the starry sky because of such a perverted skill. In this way, the legend of the sea is the son of destiny. When the myth is revived and the blue star has sufficient resources, he may be the strongest among the legends of Donghuang and even the myth beast masters. Next, it's time to strengthen Ya, Shiyu said. You can also let Ya try to see if she can completely control the Eye of the Evil God. After strengthening Susu, Shiyu now feels that there is no problem in strengthening Ya. Even if the super god level resource, the Eye of the Evil God, is integrated into Ya, it will definitely not be able to run away under the pressure of big sister Susu. Ya, hearing this, Ya burst into tears. She has finally waited for this day. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. It has been avoiding opportunities and living in a cowardly way these days. Whether it can rise against the trend and step on the ground next time depends on this time. The Star World in Xiaozi's body. Shiyu and his team carefully took out the super god resource, the Eye of the Evil God, which was obtained by killing the Abyss Sea of Blue Star. The Abyss demigod who holds the Eye of the Evil God will be more powerful, and can control all pollution sources and expand its power more quickly. In addition, the Eye of the Evil God has many other uses, such as transforming ordinary creatures into the abyss, such as devouring other lives and transforming vitality into pollution sources, and pollution sources are also the core power of the abyss. All generations of abyss demigods have mastered the Eye of the Evil God. No, or rather, the Eye of the Evil God has created all generations of abyss demigods. Even the Kanghae elves at their peak could not purify this item, but this time, Susu, who evolved into Star Sea elves, suppressed the Eye of the Evil God with a Star Sea contract, origin fluctuation. Can I, Ning, the starry sky slime Susu floated in the air, continuously emitting origin fluctuations to purify the eye of the evil god. At this time, as Lin had speculated, the Star Sea contract not only did not have any backlash, but on the contrary, its power continued to increase, assisting Susu in purifying the eye of the evil god. Susu was extremely excited. It had purified the Blue Star Abyss Sea origin on Blue Star, which it had not been purified for countless reincarnations. This time, it felt that it could finally clear its power. It is a demigod, and at this time, it can easily purify even the inheritance power left by the super god level. Shiyu is sure that there are very few people who can do this in the Kwang Star Environmental Protection Association, and it is difficult to find a second one. Of course, Susu's goal at this time is not to directly destroy the eye of the evil god. What it wants to do is to purify the eye of the evil god into an ownerless object, a pure strengthening resource, and then give it to Yao. In this way, one is to utilize waste, and the other is that you can control the eye of the evil god to the greatest extent, instead of being affected by the eye of the evil god. Yeah, Sister Susu, come on. At this time, watching the eye of the evil god being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Susu's origin fluctuations, Yu swallowed her saliva, and the idea of counterattacking the first team in her head slowly dissipated. Sure enough, the ideal of completely crushing Xiaoji is more reliable and realistic. Susu, how long do you estimate it will take? Shiyu asked. Ning, more than 1 day, Susu said. Shiyu said, okay, then I'll give Yaya some other skills first, we'll wait for you. Yaya nodded heavily. 1 day later, Susu finally purified the eye of the evil god. The most outrageous thing was that after using 2 quasi-divine skills to purify it for a day, it didn't consume any energy at all. Except for being a little tired, its state was almost full. This made Shiyu and Lin realize how terrifying the Star Sea Elves are now when dealing with the Abyss. This is simply a natural enemy. After being purified, the evil god's eye changed from a big evil dark eyeball to something like a beauty contact lens, very small, black in color, and the pattern in the core of the pupil is a V-shaped red flying bird pattern. Ning, under Susu's gaze, Yu tremblingly picked up the evil god's eye, looked around, and found that all the seniors such as 11, Chong, and Shi Tong had come here to watch it merge. Xiaoji was also there. Yeah, thank you for your concern and for coming to see me. I will do my best. Yu was nervous. Xiaoji said, Roar, don't think too much. Everyone is here just to make sure that we can kill you as soon as you go berserk. Yeah, thank you. Yu heard this and dared not fail. Don't listen to Xiaoji's nonsense. I won't beat you to death, but a beating is definitely inevitable. Shiyu smiled kindly. Come on, Ye said and stuffed the evil god's contact lens directly into her left eye. The next moment, a huge force of the abyss directly invaded Ye's body. Ye covered her eyes and screamed in pain. Although it was only stuffed into one eye, the same pattern appeared in the right eye. Ye covered her eyes with both hands and resisted with difficulty. At the same time, a large amount of abyss power was released from her body, and in an instant, the entire island was polluted and turned into the Abyss Island. Fortunately, with Susu here, it can purify this little pollution fluctuation in an instant. At this time, Ye is more difficult than the previous generations of Abyss demigods, because it wants to completely control the evil god's eye, so the pressure is even greater. Shinbeo, the fruit of the world tree. Yi, Susu, purify. Ning, hold on, I'll help you. Shiyu directly entered a state of spiritual resonance with Ye to help Ye. I am the overlord of the ocean. The power of the abyss, don't even think about interfering with me, Ye roared to the sky, not forgetting the agreement between the two sides when Shiyu first subdued it. Defeat the abyss together. The power of the abyss can only be its weapon, but cannot interfere with it. This is the determination that Ye made in her heart when she accepted the inheritance of the abyss in her previous life. Boom. The extremely terrifying abyss deterrence erupted from Ye, like the Shura demon god, continuously repelling everyone except Susu. This terrifying aura moved 11, Chong and the others, and even more moved Xiaoji. It felt that Ye's deterrence at this time was more terrifying than its destructive dragon power, and could affect the mind of life more. Roar, Xiaoji roared. That's right. The destroyer dragon was only the avatar of the top-level god ancestor dragon, but the abyss evil god was one of the 3 super gods that messed up the blue planet. Xiaoji trembled. MMP, no way. Feeling the gradually increasing breath of Ye, it felt more painful. It wouldn't be suppressed by Yaya again after just a few days of arrogance. Roar. After a moment, Zyagi looked at Yaya, who was painfully fusing with the evil god's beautiful eyes, abandoned all thoughts, and cheered Yaya up first. Roar. Stinky duck, come on, as long as the fusion is successful and you control it, you can surpass me. Do you want to fail? Zyagi's cheering seemed to be more effective than Shiai's spiritual resonance assistance. After Yaya heard it vaguely, her will suddenly increased. Duck. It was unknown how long it had passed before the abyss power released from Yaya finally dissipated. At the same time, Yaya raised her head. Shiai, Susu, Lin, Zyagi and others all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but they were not completely relieved. Yeah, I'm blind, but I'm stronger. Yaya closed his eyes, put his hands in his pockets, and looked up at the starry sky. He stretched out his hand, used the power of demon subjugation to condense a golden cloth, and tied it on his eyes. 11. Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao and other pets were shocked. Blind? Yingying Ying, Shen Bao Bao, can it be cured? Shen Bao Bao? Yeah, I want to know, don't make a fuss, Shiyu said, it's fine, it's just that the eye of the evil god, together with the liberation of the abyss and the development of deterrence, have formed new abilities. Ga. Ye gave a thumbs up to the whole team and smiled. Name, Eye of the Evil God. Attributes, Dark, Water, Spirit, Space, Level, Quasi-God Level, Faith Skill. Introduction. After opening the eyes, you can directly capture the dark negative energy floating in the universe and strengthen your own abyss power. The so-called negative energy comes from the jealousy, entrapment, comparison, greed, laziness and other negative emotional energies of life forms. It is an alternative belief skill that can directly make Yaya's strength explode to a higher level, but it is also extremely dangerous. However, the strength of this evil god's eye is that it will never lose this source of power. Even if all life in the universe is extinct, negative energy will not disappear. Even if the universe is destroyed and a new cosmic era is replaced, negative energy will still be spread throughout the universe. Obviously, this is an ability similar to the Kanghei and Xinghei contracts. Are you sure that you can control this power? Shiyu asked. Yeah, if I can't control it, let Sister Susu kill me. Ye tied an eye strap and said confidently. Ning, I won't be soft. Roar, me too, Zyagi. Okay, I hope you won't be affected by these skills and always stay yourself, Shiyu said. Yeah, no problem, just help me increase the purification skills. Ye was blind, but not blind in heart. It rubbed its hands and still said eagerly. Ho, add more. Zyagi was angry. At this moment, Shiai, Chong Chong, Chideng and others firmly believed in the theory that the later you add points, the stronger you will be. Hurry up and get their turn. At present, although abusing the Star C contract will reduce the contract degree, fortunately, the origin fluctuation can still be used alone. With the joint efforts of Suso and Shenbao, Shiayu's speed of adding points to Yaya increased rapidly. After just one day, Yaya became like this. Name, Yaya, Racial Skills, Superclass, Death Whirlpool, Mastered, Dark Sky Fluctuating Rain, Mastered, Water Element Control, Perfect, Quasi-God Class, Heart of the Abyss, Mastered plus 11, Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle, Proficient, Evil God's Eye, Entry, Fluctuating Vision, Mind's Eye, Proficient. Like Zyagi, he has 4 Quasi-God skills. Among them, the Heart of the Abyss is the standard skill of the demigods of the Abyss Sea of Blue Star. It is an explosive skill that erodes itself to gain powerful combat power. The Evil God's Eye is similar, and it is a powerful explosive skill. With these two skills stacked together, Shiyu estimated that Yaya could immediately soar to the sky, with explosive combat power, and become the most handsome boy of the Abyss clan. If you say it is not from the Abyss clan itself probably won't believe it. Vajra Subduing Demon Pestle is the racial skill of Yaya when it evolved into the Subduing Demon Duck, after the Subduing Demon Pestle was strengthened to the Quasi-God skill stage. It is a very powerful skill to expel evil power, and it can be regarded as a purification skill, which combines purification with attack and defense. Yaya's current form is a giant duck with a black body and dark blue lines. On its neck and eyes, there are pure water streams similar to silk ribbons condensed by the golden blue power of demon subduing and purification. In its hand, it also holds a Vajra demon subduing pestle condensed by golden water, which is extremely sacred. It looks like the Abyss clan, but not completely. At present, Although Ye cannot open its eyes casually because the power of the abyss is too strong, it does not prevent it from using spiritual power and wave power to perceive everything in the outside world. Among them, the wave vision, heart eye is the result of Ye's cultivation in this regard. This is both a reconnaissance skill and a purification skill. The wave vision, heart eye is a fusion of a bunch of skills such as Ye's water blade, critical strike, heart sword, purification, wave sword, supervision, etc. In addition, it also integrates a crucial skill. Susu's origin wave. Shiyu copied Susu's water element control in origin wave and taught it to Ye. Unfortunately, the origin wave Ye has no fit at all, otherwise, it will be able to become the strongest purifier in the Abyss clan. However, even now, with the origin wave as the core, after integrating a bunch of purification skills, the wave vision and heart eye formed is also an extremely strong purification skill. This is a mind-pupil technique that can directly allow Ye to open his heart eye and enter the wave vision state. After entering, it can remain absolutely calm, foresee danger, and see negative energy and dark matter. It can also condense purification waves and accurately attack their weaknesses, doubling its power and its ability to control the power of the abyss. With 4 quasi-god skills, 2 abyss burst skills, and 2 purification skills, it is hard to say whether it is a member of the Abyss clan or the Environmental Protection Association. At this point, Shiyu felt that it was time to go to the Environmental Protection Association to register Ye's identity certificate. By the way, he also planned to join the Environmental Protection Association, an official environmental protection organization. With Susu and Ye's current purification abilities, he believed that the Environmental Protection Association would definitely welcome his arrival. What a messy assessment, come on. Chapter 539 Test. The Environmental Protection Association on the way to the Disaster Research Institute. This is it. Not long ago, before Shiyu was about to set off, he locked a coordinate. First level realm, Kanglin Realm, main city, Kanglin City. Only in the first level realm is there a branch of the Environmental Protection Association. And this Kanglin City not only has a branch of the Environmental Protection Association, but also the Disaster Research Institute introduced by Kangdi, so Shiyu must go here. Shiyu, who carefully looked at the map, found that the first level realm closest to the suspended realm is actually the realm occupied by the 5 major gods of Blue Star. The 5 major gods of Blue Star, the 3 tribes of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn occupy one first level realm, and the 2 tribes of Angels and Demons occupy one first level realm. But unfortunately, it is not on the way to the Disaster Research Institute, so in order not to waste time, he did not bother. After all, teleportation money is very expensive. The size of King Kai's planet is simply impossible to estimate. If you want to go far away, using the realm teleportation array is the only choice. But the price of using the realm teleportation array is not cheap. Even if you are at god level, you will have to suffer for a long time if you want to go far away. If it is the demigod level, then it is the level of bankruptcy. Therefore, every year when the conferred god war comes, when you need to go to the first level realm to register and participate in the competition, the organizer can make a lot of money from the ticket money. After all, the organizer and the forces that build the teleportation arrays in the major realms are all official from the Kai King Star. Such huge benefits are monopolized. Even if the Sky Emperor himself can build a teleportation array, he cannot build it randomly, and can only build it within the scope of his own realm. If there is any facility in Sky City that does not belong to the Sky Emperor, then the realm teleportation array is one of them. Fortunately, there is no registration fee for the conferred god war, otherwise, the number of participants can be reduced by half. Even now, not every demigod has the spare energy to participate in the competition continuously. After all, those with a rich fortune are fine, but if they are still weak and poor, if they are beaten badly in one session, they will have to rest for a few years before they can fight again. Senior Sky Emperor, I am leaving, and my goal is Kanglin City. When I get there, I will report to you that I am safe again. Don't worry, Shiyu. After Shiyu left a message for Kangdi, he set off directly. Kangdi, on the other hand, shook his head lightly after finding the message left by Shiyu. It shouldn't be an accident for the first time to go out for training. Fortunately, there are many old friends in Kanglin Realm, who should be able to help take care of him. After more than half a month on Kwang Star, Shiyu finally left Sky City and went to other unfamiliar places and went to a larger area for training. Shiyu took the identity card issued by Kangdi and easily went through the transmission process. The so-called identity card is nothing special. It just records the name and the realm to which it belongs, and even the gender, age, and level do not need to be taken care of. Name, Shiyu, belonging to, suspended realm. The latter belonging is the most important point. After Shiyu arrives at the Ministry of Environmental Protection, he will also use this to prove that he is not a person of unknown origin, so that he can issue an identity certificate to Yaya. With this, it is basically equivalent to a realm master guaranteeing the user of the identity card that he is a citizen of our realm. If Shiyu himself did not belong to a realm, then he would probably be suppressed as an illegal household before he could even accept the assessment if he took Yaya to the Ministry of Environmental Protection. In short, traveling between realms is as troublesome as going abroad on Earth. In fact, each realm can indeed be regarded as a country. The customs and habits of each place are different. Even the internet is not enough to connect all places together. Some realms do not welcome mechanical life at all, or some realms have set up exclusive local area networks. Shiyu's visit this time is equivalent to traveling abroad. However, he has even completed the interstellar travel, so traveling abroad is no big deal. After paying a transfer fee worth several level 9 resources, Shiyu felt painful. Damn it. Ordinary beast masters may never be able to leave the suspended realm in their lifetime. However, ordinary beast masters do not need to go out. The suspended realm where the Sky Emperor is the realm master is larger than more than a dozen Donghuangs. It is enough to stay here. In the luxurious teleportation tower, 11 climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder and pointed to the sky. Look airplane yak. Shiyu also looked up, through the transparent glass, at the sky. A huge totem-class passenger plane just flew past here, and he didn't know where it was heading. Riding a mechanical life is also an important means of transportation in Kaiwang planet and space travel. The price is much cheaper than the space teleportation array, but the time required is definitely longer. Sky City also has cross-domain god-level transportation, but Shiyu thinks it takes too long and is too lazy to take it. This kind of transportation is not as convenient as the space teleportation array, and you can reach your destination in the blink of an eye. Let's go, it's almost time. Shiyu glanced at the time. 11 pointed forward with one arm. Go ahead. Although he made a splash in the Sky City arena a few days ago, Shiyu still seems to be a small transparent figure in Sky City, and no one knows him at all. Shiyu was guided by the navigator and entered the teleportation room to the Kanglin realm. Fortunately, although the Kanglin realm was far away, it was not too far and could be reached with only one teleport. If you want to go to other farther realms, you may have to go through 3 or 4 stations, and the teleportation fee will be doubled. The Kanglin realm is known as the Kingdom of the Plant Ocean. The most eye-catching feature is its vast grassland. The endless green grassland is as dazzling as waves under the wind. The entire realm is wrapped in various novel spiritual plants and divine plants. It is famous for producing various plant resources. Several surrounding realms maintain good trade relations with the Kanglin realm. This is because the master of the Kanglin realm is a super god-level plant life. In this realm, the plant system is the mainstream. Countless plant-based gods have settled here for a long time. And the human race that stays in this realm has also been on good terms with these plant gods for generations. Both sides uphold a long-term contract and cooperate with each other. This is a domain full of natural atmosphere and closed to nature, but modern facilities are not left behind. When Shiyu teleported here, he found that the level of technology here seemed to be better than that of Sky City. The foundation of the first-level domain is still strong. Moreover, there were almost no people in the teleportation tower in Sky City, and there were very few staff. However, Shiyu found that the teleportation tower here was crowded with people. Under the guidance of the staff, after leaving the teleportation room, Shiyu saw that there were a steady stream of strong people coming to the Kanglin domain from other domains through the teleportation array. He was squeezed in the crowd and almost lost his way for a while. Damn, why is it more lively than the Beijing subway? Are you all so rich? Shiyu followed the crowd of Ulala, left the teleportation tower and entered Kanglin City. Then, standing outside the teleportation tower, he looked at this metropolis that perfectly combines modernization and nature. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the old friend of Senior Kondi, Dr. Meng, the director of the Kanglin City Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. No. Let's go for the assessment first. There is a branch of the Environmental Protection Department here, and there should be a lot of environmental protection hunters. It would be bad if they were caught in advance. Lin, Shiyu called Lin and said, see if you can connect to the internet here. Help me book a place to stay. It should be a better environment. Money is not a problem. Shiyu also discovered that the natural energy of the Kanglan realm is much more abundant than that of the Hanging realm. Shen Bao should like this place very much. Then, determine the location of the Environmental Protection Department, and we will go there. Received, Lin's clone, which turned into a mechanical bracelet and hung on Shiyu's wrist, responded immediately. At this time, after arriving at the destination, 11 also climbed out of Shiyu's pocket connected to the beast taming space, climbed onto Shiyu's shoulder, and looked around. Doesn't it feel very strange? The natural atmosphere is rich, but the rhythm is very fast. Shiyu stood on the street, looking at the endless stream of people, and said to 11. 11 nodded, and at this moment, Lin spoke, saying, Master, the reservation is done, and the location of the Environmental Protection Department is also confirmed. I will open the navigation for you, and we can use the public teleportation array in the city to go there. In addition, I found that the Environmental Protection Department here seems to have opened an online reservation channel. I'll also make an appointment for you by the way. Okay, let's go. Shiyu, wearing a panda suit, with a panda hanging on his shoulder, humming a little song, began to head to the Environmental Protection Department, Environmental Protection Association, Kanglan Branch. Located in the north of Kanglan City, it occupies a large building complex alone. After a while, Shiyu arrived here and found that the Environmental Protection Association logo composed of green sprouts and blue water droplets was hung everywhere. It seems that this is the right place. Before entering the building complex of the Environmental Protection Department, Shiyu felt a magnificent purification breath coming to his face. In the building complex, various spiritual plants that purify the air in a fresh air almost intoxicated Shiyu and 11 on his shoulder. Wood is also good at purification, baby. Now that you have control over wood, in addition to cooking, you can also study other uses, such as purification, such as poison, Shiyu said. In the Research Institute of the Beast Taming Space, Shen Bao snorted. Needless to say, it has already prepared to add different toxins to each self-explosion. At that time, several strong toxins are mixed together. Even if the opponent cannot be killed by the explosion, it can be poisoned to death. 11 disliked it. Poison is boring. It's better to just go head to head. Let's not talk about it. Let's go in. There are not many people here. In the Environmental Protection Association building complex, people come in and out. Basically, there is no one weaker than level 7, that is, the legendary level. From time to time, he encounters two guys who can't be seen through. Shiyu can also be sure that they are god-level bosses. Entering the Environmental Protection Association building complex, there is no obstacle. There are several buildings here for business. Shiyu casually entered a high-rise building, and was immediately greeted by a tall receptionist. Hello, is there anything you need to do? I have an appointment to get an ID for my abyss pet, Shiyu said directly. There are many businesses that can be handled in the Environmental Protection Association. It also assumes some of the functions of a hospital to a certain extent. You can pay to find a purifier to help purify various negative toxins and psychological pressure. In addition, if you want to join the Environmental Protection Association and want to buy purification equipment, you can do it here. Okay, please tell me your appointment number. The receptionist was surprised. She glanced at Shiyu's shoulder, found a tablet on the pedestal, picked it up, and continued to communicate with Shiyu. 4675. The business that Shiyu handled was indeed rare. The proof of the Abyss Pet was basically handled by the members of the Environmental Protection Association who went to the Abyss battlefield. They were the group that had the most contact with the Abyss Pet. And young people like Shiyu who were not members of the Environmental Protection Association, but had a contract with an Abyss Pet, was a rare case. After all, who would contract that thing? Of course, although it is rare, it is not impossible. After all, there are not a small number of foreign people on Kinkai, and there are beastmasters from other planets immigrating here all the time. Well, the purifier who will handle your business is our association's god-level purifier, Master Adolf. I'll take you there, the receptionist said. Okay, thank you, Shiyu nodded. At the same time, In a private building in the Environmental Protection Association complex, an old man with gray curly hair was leisurely drinking tea. He had just put down the empty cup, and a young woman with black hair and wheat-colored skin next to him poured him another cup. "Zio-chun, get ready. There will be an abyss contractor coming to apply for an identity certificate later. You will be responsible for assessing him." "Me? What about you, teacher?" The woman named Zio-chun was stunned and said, "I just came back from the battlefield." Master Adolf laughed and said, "That's why I asked you to come. You've been away for 3 years. It's just right to see your progress during this period. You're not far from the god level, right?" Okay. Zio-chun put down the teapot and said, "So, the one who came to handle the business is also level 9, yes, if it's not level 9, it won't be assigned to me," Master Adolf said. The 9th level assessment, this kind of thing should have been done by him, the god-level purification master, but with him watching, it was not a problem for his obedient apprentice to handle it. Adolf smiled at this apprentice. In the 9th level, his students should be extremely outstanding. He has 2 semi-god level pets under contract. One is a wood-type pet that masters the purification skill, and the other is a pet of the car tribe that masters the power of highly toxic pollution. The purification pet is the opponent's initial pet. As for the car tribe, like the meteor tribe and the abyss tribe, they all belong to the Dark King's power. The meteor tribe belongs to gold, the abyss tribe belongs to water, and the car tribe belongs to wood. They are all races with very strong pollution capabilities. Originally, as an environmental hunter of the Environmental Protection Association, Zio-chun should not have contracted a pet of the car tribe, but in order to better understand the enemy and perform some special operations, she chose to contract and cultivate a hostile pet from scratch, and they got along quite well. Such a combination also allowed Zio-chun to achieve a good result of 9,000th in the conferred God War and entered the top 10,000. Looking at the entire Kai King planet, the entire record is enough to be called a daughter of heaven, and it is definitely more than enough to give an ordinary 9th level assessment. After all, she is not a flower in a greenhouse, but an environmental hunter who has been to the starry sky battlefield. "The other party is here," Master Adolf said. Quite young?" As Master Adolf finished speaking, the receptionist brought Shiyu here. "Master Adolf, this Mr. Shiyu has made an appointment for the identity assessment of the Abyss clan's pet," the receptionist said. "I know, you go down first," Master Adolf said. At the same time, he looked at Shiyu. At this time, Shiyu also looked at Master Adolf and the woman next to him. "A god level, a 9th level. Master Adolf, hello, my name is Shiyu, from the suspended realm." Shiyu immediately introduced himself. "Hello." Master Adolf stood up and focused his attention on 11. "Don't be nervous. Let's talk first. This is also part of the identity verification process. The abyss pet you contracted shouldn't be it, right? You have contracted multiple pets." "Yes," Shiyu nodded and said, "my other one." "Come on, tell me first, where was your abyss pet contracted?" Master Adolf said. My home planet was once invaded by the Abyss tribe. Although the predecessors on my home planet repelled the Abyss tribe, the other party still left a legacy on my home planet, causing many native lives to be abyssified. The abyss pet I contracted is one of them. It was originally an ordinary water life. After contacting the power of the abyss, its attributes were changed. But it has a good talent and can control the power of the abyss. "I see. How long have you been on King Kai's planet?" Master Adolf said. "Less than a month," Shiyu said. Master Adolf smiled and said, "Well, next, you need to send out your abyss pet to complete a battle. Your examiner is also a life with similar power. What you need to do is to remain rational under the pollution of the other party. This is one of the tests. Is it okay?" "No problem," Shiyu nodded and said, "but, is it tested here?" "Yes, it's fine here, Zio-chun, I leave it to you." Adolf sat down again and said to the woman next to him. The woman sighed, looked at Shiyu, and said, "My name is Zio-chun. Next, I will be your examiner. Now, you can summon your abyss pet." After she finished speaking, she also opened the summoning array. In the golden summoning array, a huge black mushroom with colorful stripes all over its body appeared beside her. Okay, at the same time, Shiyu also opened the summoning array and summoned the nervous Yam. The next second, on the golden summoning array, a black giant duck with its eyes covered appeared in the same place. "Yeah." As Yaya appeared, Zio-chun said, "Is that it?" "What's wrong with its eyes?" Shiyu said. "It's a seal. Its abyss power is too strong, so it is usually sealed. Unlock it," Shiazhichen said. "Let it burst out the abyss power with all its strength. During this process, I will let it use pollen to lure your abyss pet to continue to run wild. I want to see how much control you have over the abyss power." "Oh, this," Shiyu and Yale were stunned. "Why, is it difficult?" Shiazhichen frowned. No, Shiyu was worried that Yae's explosive power was too strong, but when he thought of the god-level purifier next to him, he was no longer worried. "In that case, yeah, unseal the evil god's eyes." Yeah, Yae nodded, directly pulled open the sealed eye strap, revealing her closed eyes, and began to slowly open them. On the opposite side, the poisonous mushrooms of the Car tribe also began to open a special highly toxic field, transforming the surroundings into a purple highly toxic world. In the poisonous world, invisible poisonous pollen began to penetrate through the skin and into Yae's body. This should be a quasi-divine skill. In just a moment, Yae felt that the power of the abyss in her body was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It began to become violent and out of control. Bang 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 bang. Yae's heartbeat began to beat strongly, and the heart of the abyss was activated. At the same time, as it opened its dark red eyes, a terrifying aura gradually permeated Yae's body. Originally, Master Adolf was still sitting and watching the excitement, but suddenly, his expression became solemn. Yeah, at this time, as the eye of the evil god and the heart of the abyss were opened together, an astonishing momentum wave swept out, and Yae's whole body frantically absorbed the negative energy floating in the universe and starry sky, transforming it into a monstrous abyss wave, shaking the sky and the earth, and in an instant, an endless abyss aura was formed. The abyss wave swept up, with great power, and instantly made the poisonous field that was covering the battlefield tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Yae's dark red pupils looked at the examiner, and the next second, the poisonous field completely collapsed. The terrifying abyss deterrence directly shocked the Car tribe poisonous mushroom and Shiazhichen, whose faces changed greatly. The domain maker, the Car tribe poisonous mushroom, who bore the main pressure of the abyss fluctuations, looked into Yae's eyes as if he had seen something terrifying. He was shocked and his eyes turned white. "Impossible," Shiazhichen said in shock. Master Adolf also suddenly lost his color. At this moment, the abyss fluctuations that erupted from Yae were comparable to the god level. For a moment, the terrifying abyss fluctuations caused turmoil in the Environmental Protection Association. Weird, evil, powerful, and profound. At this moment, the evil god's eyes showed these adjectives vividly. Yae's aura was so strong that it could instantly affect the mind of a demigod. It didn't look like an abyss demigod at all, but the real abyss god in the abyss battlefield. What a joke. Seeing this, Adolf was unbelievable and couldn't understand why this duck hid such a terrifying abyss power. Even the Car tribe life, which was also at the demigod level, was stunned instantly. He immediately summoned his god-level partner to prevent the duck from going berserk. In his opinion, if it was not controlled in time, something serious would happen. "Wait a minute, Master Adolf," but at this moment, Shiyu immediately spoke up and said, "It can be controlled, duck." As soon as Shiyu finished speaking, Yae roared, and golden light filled her body. The wave vision and the heart eye opened. In her hand, a Vajra-subduing demon pestle filled with holy light condensed. Two forces, one gold and one black, fluctuated and spread over Yae's body. Duck, holding the Vajra-subduing demon pestle, Yae seemed to be a Buddha and a demon in one body. With a shake of her arm, all the filth in her eyes was shattered by it in an instant. The abyss power that was stimulated by the other party's pollen was immediately suppressed by Yae. Boom. The two different forces, one holy and one evil, intertwined in Yae, shocked Master Adolf and Shiazhichen. How could this be possible? What's the matter with this holy power, mastering both the abyss type and purification type quasi-divine skills at the same time? Duck. The two examiners were shocked. As the golden cape fluttered behind Duck, he stuck the demon-subduing pestle into the ground. The next moment, the abyss fluctuations on his body completely disappeared, and only the power of purification remained on his body. At this moment, Master Adolf and Shiazhichen were dumbfounded, looking at the monster duck in front of them incomprehensible. First of all, it was the abyss fluctuations at the beginning, the abyss fluctuations that were like super gods, and secondly, the purification fluctuations that competed with the abyss fluctuations, which made them difficult to understand. At that moment just now, Master Adolf almost thought that it was the Abyss Clan's god-level killer who infiltrated the Environmental Protection Association. What's the matter with the power of your Abyss pet? Don't tell me that a native life form on a planet polluted by the Abyss can control the power of the Abyss to this extent, Master Adolf said. Shiyu said, the leader of the Abyss clan that invaded our home planet was a super god-level Abyss evil god. The inheritance it left behind was one of its own eyes. We found this evil god's eye, purified it, and merged it into the body. So the Abyss power contained in it is indeed greater than that of a normal Abyss pet, but there is definitely no problem with normal control. A demigod merged the super god-level Abyss evil god's eye into his body and successfully suppressed it? Hearing this, Adolf looked at Shiyu and Yale with his pupils shaking. Boy, what the hell are you kidding? Where did you get it from? Can the super god-level evil god's eye be purified just by saying it's purified? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Taking Office as President of the Environmental Protection Association in Seconds. In the Kanglan City Environmental Protection Association, the Abyss aura that surged into the sky almost immediately caused shocks from all parties. This is the Environmental Protection Association, a paradise for purifiers. The sudden appearance of such a majestic Abyss aura made many purifiers put down their work and look in the direction of the fluctuation with a solemn expression. Who is this strange god-level Abyss aura? In the president's office of the Environmental Protection Association, a beautiful woman wearing a white cheongsam-like dress looked at Master Adolf's workplace. In the Environmental Protection Association, it's not that no one has contracted Abyss pets, nor that there are no god-level Abyss pets, but that each one is registered and everyone is very familiar with it. But this time, under the stimulation of the Car Clan, the Abyss aura produced by the resonance of the evil god's eyes and the heart of the Abyss that Chea erupted was completely unfamiliar, and the high-quality Abyss power of the evil god's eyes made those environmental hunters who had been on the Abyss battlefield feel that there was a super god Abyss life-suppressing power descending on the Environmental Protection Association. Almost without hesitation, many god-level purifiers, including the president of the Kanglan branch of the Environmental Protection Association, went to the assessment site where Yea descended. Then, they saw a scene that surprised them. Master Adolf was stunned in place. Master Adolf's apprentice and her pet of the Car tribe were struggling to stay in place, almost fainting. At the scene, there was no Abyss pet at all. There was only a strange young man in a dark blue duck holding a Vajra pestle, full of golden sacred light. Duck. At this moment, Yea also noticed that there were many powerful lives filled with divine purification power around, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Shiyu was also silent for a while. It seemed that Yea's control over the power of the Abyss was still not good. Once the opponent stimulated her, she almost went berserk. This was only a demigod-level Car tribe life. However, this was also related to Yea's active acceptance. If Yea directly used the wave vision with the Vajra pestle, the opponent's poisonous pollen would not be able to touch Yea at all. President, at that moment, Master Adolf also noticed the dozen or so god-level purifiers who suddenly descended on this place. Among them, he looked at the beautiful woman in the lead and immediately realized that they were all attracted by the Abyss fluctuations of the duck just now. The main reason was that he really didn't expect that a demigod-level Abyss pet could burst out such a strong Abyss deterrence. Otherwise, the assessment movement would definitely be controlled in this building area. Master Adolf, what's going on here? Xingnan, the president of the Kanglan Environmental Protection Association, looked at the messy courtyard and asked. Yes, Master Adolf, what's going on with the fluctuations just now? It came from you, right? Other senior colleagues of the Environmental Protection Association also asked Master Adolf. This, Master Adolf's apprentice Xiazhichin was swallowing his saliva while comforting his fellow cars who were backlashed. He really wanted to tell the many seniors at the scene that the terrifying Abyss fluctuations just now were released by the demigod-level duck that now looked extremely sacred. Although it was outrageous, it was the fact. Seniors, I'm very sorry. We accidentally created the aura just now, Shiyu said. Yeah, sorry. Yoyo also waved the demon-subduing pestle and said, sorry to bother you. Under the puzzled expressions of everyone, Master Adolf said, that's right, I'm giving this young man an Abyss pet assessment, But I didn't expect that the abyss power in this abyss duck is so strong and huge. Abyss assessment. President Xingnan looked at Shiyu and Yu in confusion, and the other god-level purifiers also looked at the duck in confusion. At this time, the Vajra demon subduing Pestle and the vision of waves, mind eye opened at the same time, and the purification power on Yu was dazzling. Such a strong purification wave was enough to rank among the semi-god level purification lives of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association. So are you sure they are here to participate in the assessment of the abyss pet, not to participate in the assessment of entering the Environmental Protection Association? Well, the power of the abyss just now did indeed burst out from this abyss duck. Moreover, this abyss duck also possesses a very powerful purification power and can suppress the abyss power at will, Master Adolf said with a toothache. This is the first time I have seen such a strange life. He dare not say that there are no lives that practice the power of purification and the power of the abyss, but he can confirm that there are absolutely very few. This road is absolutely difficult. These two forces are in conflict at all. How did this young man in front of him make the abyss power and purification power of this duck reach such a powerful level? Young man, at this time, President Xingnan looked at Shiyu and Yu and said, "Can you show the abyss form again?" "Okay." Shiyu looked at Yu. Yeah. The next moment, Yu nodded and closed his golden eyes again. Under the gaze of many god-level purifiers, it opened its eyes again. The eyes of the evil god, open. With a loud bang, the eye of the soul portrayal containing the power of purification directly turned into the dark red evil god's pupil with a V-shaped pattern. With a sound of bang 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 heartbeat, the golden blue fluctuations on Yea's body were instantly rendered by the tide-like black fluctuations, just like a splash ink painting, full of magic. Roar, Yea roared, and the abyss fluctuations soared into the sky, dancing wildly for 9 days. The infinitely spreading abyss fluctuations outside its body instantly made the purification spiritual plants in this courtyard wither, made the air wail, and made the sky change color. When the terrifying abyss breath swept in all directions, the mushrooms of the Kar tribe, who had just been awakened by Xia's hitchin, had their pupils shaken again, frightened, and fainted again. The surrounding god-level purifiers, as well as their partners who mastered the god-level purification power, felt this extremely high-quality abyss power, and subconsciously protected themselves, condensed the purification fluctuations to interfere with the influence of the abyss power, and then showed incredible expressions. They looked at this dark blue giant duck with unbelievable expressions. The power of the abyss before was actually displayed by this duck that possessed a powerful purifying power. Moreover, looking at this demigod-level duck, which was erupting with abyss fluctuations comparable to the god level, but still remained calm and sober, these god-level purifiers felt an outrageous feeling. "Master Adolf, what's going on with him?" President Xingnan couldn't help asking. It was hard to imagine that such an outrageous combination would appear in their Kanglin branch. Master Adolf said, "His name is Shiyu, from the second-level realm, the suspended realm, and he came to Qingkai in the last month. According to him, his home planet was invaded by super god-level abyss life in a very long time ago, and won the battle." Many god-level purifiers showed surprised expressions. What? They were invaded by the super god-level abyss clan, and they succeeded in winning. However, although the enemy was expelled, the abyss evil god left behind an eyeball as the inheritance of the abyss, continuing to wreak havoc on the planet. This abyss duck is our local native extraordinary life form that was infected by the power of the abyss and mutated into an abyss life form. At the same time, what I don't understand is that they said that in the end, they found the evil god's eye, and they purified and absorbed it successfully, so they were able to possess such a powerful abyss power. What? After Master Adolf finished speaking, many god-level purifiers around him were shocked again. Successfully purified the super god-level evil god's eye? How is this possible? Where did you come from? President Xingnan was surprised and asked Shiyu again. Shiyu said, "Suspended realm, suspended realm." Hearing the name of this realm, many god-level purifiers felt familiar. After President Xingnan pondered for a moment, he said, "The realm master of your realm is the one who successfully hunted down a super god life in the void battlefield?" "Yes," Shiyu said, "I am from the same hometown as the realm master. I was recently taken to Qingkai by him. He asked me to come to the Environmental Protection Association to register the identity certificate of the abyss pet." After Shiyu finished speaking, many god-level purifiers around were stunned, and then whispered to each other, "Suspended realm? No wonder it sounds so familiar." Decades ago, there was a battle that ended with the killing of the super god life on King Kai's side, but the super god life in the enemy camp was also greatly damaged and extremely weak. Originally, with the fall of the super god life, the situation on this battlefield had been determined, but no one expected that two god-level beastmasters who didn't care about their lives would go deep into the enemy camp and successfully hunt down the weak super god life, reversing the situation on this battlefield. One of them was Huangdi, and the other was Lin Feng, who was dragged to the battlefield by Huangdi. The two were also skilled and bold, and they directly targeted the weak super god life, wanting to see if they could explode the source of transcendence. Everyone didn't expect that Shi Yu and the Lord of the Wangquang realm were from the same planet. I see. President Xingnan looked at the Abyss Duck, who had suppressed the breath of the Abyss again, and Shi Yu, who had a black and white bear hanging on his shoulder, and said, Master Adolf. Since his Abyss pet can control the power of the Abyss beyond its own level and will not get lost, then he has passed the assessment. Next, just confirm with the suspended realm, and then we can help him complete the identity authentication. Yes, Master Adolf nodded. At this moment, many god-level purifiers were still looking at Yaya in surprise. So the so-called Eye of the Evil God was probably purified by the Lord of the Suspended Realm to help this young man. They could only think of this possibility. Although they felt that the Sky Emperor himself did not have the ability to purify the super god-level Evil God's Eye, such a realm master who could hunt super god life across levels must have rich connections and background. It is not impossible for him to find a way to purify the Evil God's Eye. And being cultivated by the realm master of the Suspended Realm, this Shi Yu must be a genius that the other party is very optimistic about. Well, with the strength of this Abyss Duck, it is indeed so. They feel that this Abyss Duck is definitely at the level of making it into the top 1000 of the conferred God War. If the Beastmaster is also excellent and masters the God-level strengthening ability, and the two sides cooperate well, it may be able to impact the top 100. Such a level, for a second-level realm, it would be strange not to cultivate it. Even if it is placed in the first-level realm, it is a rare genius. Now, Master Adolf's apprentice Xiaozhichen has a complicated expression. She is the one who directly experiences the power of the duck. Her car tribe partner is definitely not weak. As a result, she was stunned by the Abyss deterrence of the same level. This is simply unimaginable. If she hadn't known Shi Yu's level in advance, she would definitely think that the duck was god level. This Beastmaster in the Suspended Realm is really a monster. Thank you, President. Thank you, Master Adolf. At the same time, Shi Yu heard that the assessment went well and he could help you register her identity immediately, and he couldn't help but smile. After the registration is completed, you can send your to fight without worrying about any impact. Great. Waiting for your to kill in the conferred God War, the eyes of the Abyss Evil God have been given to your. If you can't beat a bunch of demigods, you will quit the group. By the way, Shi Yu suddenly said, Masters. I also want to join the Environmental Protection Association. The Environmental Protection Association is the largest purification resource purchasing platform on King Kai's planet, and it is also the only channel that can legally purchase Abyss resources. You can also go to the Abyss battlefield through the Environmental Protection Association. Shi Yu feels that if Hidayori wants to make a big splash in the starry sky with Su Su, joining the Environmental Protection Association is an inevitable choice. Do you want to join the Environmental Protection Association? President Xingnan smiled and looked at the Abyss Duck. Although this duck is an Abyss pet, it is a practitioner of the Abyss power and purification power. As long as you master the purification skill, you can join the Environmental Protection Association. Shi Yu not only meets the standard, but also far exceeds it. It is a good thing for such a genius to join their Kanglan branch. Shi Yu nodded and said, I heard that becoming an environmental hunter of the Environmental Protection Association can go to the Abyss battlefield. My home planet was invaded by the Abyss clan, and I suffered a lot because of it. Even my contracted partner was infected and became an Abyss clan, and suffered a lot of torture. Being an environmental hunter and fighting back against the Abyss clan has been my dream since I was a child. Duck, is there? How can it remember that it took the initiative to receive the power of the Abyss? 11 cast a look at Duck. It's normal. Shi Yu just wants to have more dreams and be calm. Good, not bad. President Xingnan's eyes lit up. It turned out that there was a genius who wanted to go to the Abyss battlefield. That's even more rare. You know, the battlefield where the Dark King's army fights is extremely dangerous. Even among the members of the Environmental Protection Association, not everyone is willing to fight on the battlefield. Generally, those members of the Environmental Protection Association who are willing to fight on the battlefield have another name different from the purifier, the Environmental Protection Hunter. She who is interested in going to the battlefield, so it is even more worth recruiting. All environmental protection associations lack such people with lofty ideals. The young man is good and courageous. The God-level purification masters around also nodded with a smile. Okay, Master Adolf, please arrange his admission, President Zingnan said. After joining the Environmental Protection Association, you can call yourself a purifier. You will be issued a purifier license, and different welfare benefits will be arranged for you according to your purification ability. Shiyu, right? With your Abyss Duck's purification level, you can probably become a 1-star purifier. As for the assessment, it's waived. Shiyu's Abyss Duck can even suppress that level of Abyss power. To become a 1-star purifier, in the eyes of President Zingnan, it is more than enough. In the Environmental Protection Association, taking the power of the Abyss as an example, those who can purify the Overlord level power of the Abyss can be called trainee purifiers. Those who can purify the Demigod level power of the Abyss can be called 1-star purifiers. Those who can purify the God level power of the Abyss can be called 2-star purifiers. The highest level is the 3-star purifier, which can purify the super God level power of the Abyss. Generally, this level can only be achieved by super God life forms that are proficient in purification, and God level peak purifying life forms that are at the God level but have the talent of their race, the ability of the Beast Master, and various means. The basic requirement for the presidents of the Environmental Protection Associations in the major first-level realms is to be 3-star purifiers. That, President, at this time, after President Zingnan finished speaking, Shiyu whispered. A 1-star purifier. How bad are the benefits? He joined the Environmental Protection Association not for the 1-star treatment, but 3-star. Otherwise, let's take the assessment. I want to take the assessment for 3-star purifiers, Shiyu said. What did you say? Master Adolf was stunned. President Zingnan was about to leave, but when he heard this, he paused and looked back at Shiyu, saying, You just said that you wanted to take the 3-star purifier assessment. After Shiyu finished speaking, the purifiers on the scene were speechless. Xiao's Hitchin, who is not far from Shiyu, widened her eyes and wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. Do you know what a 3-star purifier represents? President Zingnan asked with a twitch in his mouth. With a purification power mastered by your Abyss Duck, it is not impossible to barely try the assessment of a 2-star purifier, but 3 stars require the ability to purify the super god level Abyss power. Shiyu nodded and said, I know. Before coming to the assessment, I did a full investigation. I think we have this ability now. The super god level evil god's eye was purified by us, so I still want to try it. President Zingnan? Master Adolf and other god level purifiers? Huh? What did Shiyu just say? The super god level evil god's eye was purified by them? Did the Lord of the Sky Realm ask someone familiar to purify it? Impossible. The beautiful middle-aged woman, President Zingnan, stared at Shiyu firmly and said, if you want to purify the super god level Abyss power, even if you have various favorable conditions, you must at least have the strength of the top god realm. You are only level 9, and it is only demigod level. Just with this, you want to purify the super god level Abyss power. Xiao's Hitchin, who is about the same age as Shiyu, also looked at Shiyu with an outrageous expression. If Shiyu said that he wanted to take the assessment of a 2-star purifier, she would still think Shiyu was amazing and admire him, but a 3-star purifier, no matter how she heard it, it sounded like a daydream. In the entire Kanglin Environmental Protection Association, there is only one 3-star purifier, President Zingnan. Not this duck, Shiyu said, I have another pet that specializes in purification, that's it, the eye of the evil god of purification. Well, just give it a try. After saying that, Shiyu directly summoned Susu, who now looked like a starry sky slime. The appearance of Susu, who was the size of a basketball, made everyone stunned and felt it was outrageous. This person has quite a lot of contracted pets, but the pet that Shiyu mentioned that can purify the super god level Abyss power is just such a guy? This. How does it look so much like a slime? Pets like slimes are not rare. On major planets, they are the mainstream low-level elemental life. Duck, Sister Susu is so powerful. My purification ability was all taught by it, At this time, King Kong Duck was praising Susu next to him. Its words made the purifiers present dumbfounded. Did they hear it right? The purification power of this duck was taught by this slime? Are you kidding me? This is also possible? This is a piece of ore contaminated by meteorite radiation. If you are really as powerful as you say, try purifying it. At this time, President Xingnan was silent, and directly took out a piece of ore from the space equipment. A huge black rock with a height and width of 1 meter appeared at the scene. It was filled with violent radiation fluctuations, constantly radiating the surrounding environment. To Shiyu, it felt very similar to the power fluctuations of the meteorite. At this time, this piece of ore was taken out, and many purifiers narrowed their eyes and saw that it was an ore that had been contaminated by the god-level meteorite life. Although it could not be compared with the super god-level abyss power. Even if they wanted to purify it, they would have to spend some effort, and the purification time would vary from a few minutes to a few hours. Okay, at the same time, Shiyu nodded. Ning. At this time, as President Xingnan took out this piece of ore, Susu was also full of energy. Just when everyone was about to see if Shiyu was bragging, Susu turned her head directly. Under the combination of the Star Sea contract and the origin fluctuations, a faint blue ripple directly spread on the stone it was looking at. In just a few seconds, when all the purifiers were in disbelief and opened their mouths wide, the ore faded away from radiation and darkness, and turned into golden god-level metal ore in less than 10 seconds. The purification was successful. This scene, let alone these 2-star purifiers, even President Xingnan himself, was stunned. As for Master Adolf's apprentice, he looked like he had seen a ghost, wondering if he had fainted like his pet and had not woken up yet. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. What the hell? How is it possible? What just happened? They looked at the light and calm starry sky slime as if they had seen a ghost. President Xingnan was also breathing rapidly, and she was unbelievable. She took out another flower resource polluted by the power of the god-level car tribe. Susu continued to purify the origin without saying a word. This time, in less than a minute, the gray-purple petals were directly purified into pink. The color was extremely bright, full of life fluctuations, and there was no pollution source. Ning, anything else, all can be purified. Susu was eager to try. After purifying these, the Xinghe contract did not backfire. Great. This time, not only President Xingnan, but also all the 2-star purifiers took out the resources they were purifying. Susu looked at it casually. It purified more than a dozen things at the same time, as if it was effortless. It took less than a minute to purify them all. At this moment, all the purifiers were shocked beyond words. What race is it? President Xingnan asked in shock. It is a marine creature from our home planet, a little elf born from the power of faith that hopes to purify the abyss, Shiyu said. Well, but after arriving in the starry sky, it evolved again. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression froze. Purifying the star spirit, it is definitely the purifying star spirit, Master Adolf suddenly said. You, follow me. At this time, President Xingnan was shocked, and he walked forward directly, pulled Shiyu, and walked to place. Shiyu, Susu, and Shiai were stunned, and trotted to catch up. The purifiers present all realized something and followed. Shiyu was stunned at first, but soon he understood where the other party had brought him. This was a special building. Inside the building, there was a black pearl contaminated by the super god-level abyss power. You, try to purify this. After opening the seal of the building, President Xingnan looked at the abyss fluctuations that filled the house and said to Shiyu and Susu. Okay, although Shiyu felt that the abyss power on this black pearl was more concentrated than the evil god's eye, Susu might need to purify it for a few days, but now, they only needed to prove that Susu could indeed purify the super god-level abyss power. This pearl was no stranger to the purifiers present. Each branch of the Environmental Protection Association had a fixed task every year, such as purifying a certain number of polluted resources. Among them, purifying resources contaminated by the super god-level pollution power was also one of the task indicators. This black pearl was one of the purification tasks of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association this year, and it was what President Xingnan needed to purify. Even President Xingnan would probably have to purify it for a while. However, at this moment, with everyone stunned, as the starry sky slime sighed, a huge wave of power bloomed from it. In an instant, the fluctuation of the color of the starry sky directly suppressed the abyss power on the pearl, and all the purifiers could feel that the abyss power on the pearl was slowly being eliminated. Although the speed was not fast, not as fast as before, it was really disappearing slowly. The super god level abyss power failed to counter-pollute the purification fluctuations, but was suppressed by the purification fluctuations and was unable to resist. Such an outrageous picture made it difficult for the purifiers present to believe that this was something that a demigod-level life could do. Impossible. Even if it is a purifying star spirit, it is impossible to purify the super god-level abyss power at the demigod level. Shiazhichin, who heard the teacher's words just now, shook his head violently and looked at the scene. Indeed, it is impossible to purify the star spirit alone, but what if this purifying star spirit also possesses the purification skills containing top-level rules? President Xingnan said. The purifying star spirits are strong in being able to freely mobilize the power of the starry sky to strengthen purification-type moves. Their racial ability is to mobilize the power of the starry sky infinitely, but the purification methods are different. They can use any of the following systems: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, light, wind, spirit, time, etc. Therefore, even if they are all purifying star spirits, there are differences in strength and weakness. Shiyu's contract can master such a strong purification power and ignore consumption. There is no doubt that he has signed a contract with the starry sky. But even so, purifying the god-level pollution source by leaps and bounds should be the limit. But at the moment, without the assistance of the Beast Master, they can easily purify the super god-level pollution source. In addition to the combination of the starry sky contract plus the top purification magic skills, they can't think of a second way. President Xingnan's pupils trembled, and he felt that he had discovered a rare treasure. It may take a few days to purify this. We should be considered to meet the standards of a 3-star purifier. Shiyu scratched his head and said. The purifiers present were speechless. Not only did they meet the standards, but with this ability, they could even serve as the president of a branch of an Environmental Protection Association in the first-level realm. You just said that you want to join our Kanglin Environmental Protection Association, right? The president of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association pressed down Shiyu's shoulder, and said excitedly with her red lips under her beautiful face, little guy, you must keep your word. From today on, you are the vice president of our Kanglin Environmental Protection Association, Shiazhichin? ? Shiyu, Su, Yam. Damn, just joined the Environmental Protection Association, and became the vice president of the branch. Is it so exciting? You may not know what your ability represents, but please believe that joining the Environmental Protection Association is definitely your best choice. Next, I will arrange accommodation for you. You will stay in the Environmental Protection Association first and treat this place as your home, President Xingnan said gently. The purifiers next to them have never noticed that their president has such a kind side. However, at this time, they were also shocked and knew very well what the appearance of the Jinghe Xingling, who mastered the top purification rules and magical skills, meant to the Environmental Protection Association. 100 years later, maybe there will be another super god who is proficient in the power of purification. At that moment, Shiyu, Su, Yang, and Shiai had a silent conversation in their hearts. Joining the Environmental Protection Association and holding the official thigh is indeed the best choice. He just came to a strange place, and he became the president of the Environmental Protection Association in seconds. His status may not be inferior to that of Kongdi and Lin Feng. That day, in the King of the Realm City, the Environmental Protection Association headquarters, since the last time they captured the birth traces of the purifying star spirit, they immediately began to arrange the search work, and even found a time-based scout who is proficient in foresight. However, they did not expect that before they even started the search, the branch had already received news of the purifying star spirit. The information of Shiyu, Su, and Yu was immediately transmitted from the Kanglin branch to the ears of a super god-level figure at the headquarters. Suspended Realm, Sky City. Kongji was originally practicing daily, but with a burst of movement, he took out his Realm Master Order and fell into deep thought. The Realm Lord Order, in addition to being a symbol of status, can also be seen as a communication device for the official forces of King Kai to contact the Realm Lords of various realms. Generally speaking, only the super gods who are members of official organizations have the authority to directly contact the Realm Lords through the Realm Lord Order. At this time, The Sky Emperor was quite confused and couldn't think of anyone who would contact him through the Realm Lord order. The next moment, the Sky Emperor activated the Realm Lord order, and a cold voice came directly from the opposite side. The Realm Lord of the Suspended Realm, I am the Vice President of the Environmental Protection Association of King Kai City, Bingling. Shiyu, are you from the Suspended Realm? Oh. Hearing this voice, the Sky Emperor's heart almost skipped a beat, and his eyes almost went dark. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. How could Shiyu, this kid, go to register an ID card for the Abyss Pet, and let the Super God level Beastmaster find him? Chapter 541, Hanging Up Makes Me Stronger. Vice President of the Environmental Protection Association, Bingling. Kongdi had heard of this name. She is one of the few Super God level humans on King Kai. Moreover, she is a rare combination of super gods. Both herself and her contract partner have reached the Super God level. Unlike the 5 lazy super gods of the Blue Star Protoss Alliance who are unwilling to go to the battlefield, she is a real practical fighter and has always been on the must-kill list of the Dark King Legion. It can be said that although they are all super gods, she is definitely one of the super gods at the top of the power of King Kai, while the super gods of the 5 major Protoss of Blue Star can only be regarded as local tyrants. The gap between the two sides is probably equivalent to the gap between ordinary totems and totem demigods. There are also strong and weak super gods. It is for this reason that Kongdi wondered why such a big shot would come to him. What did this kid Shiyu do outside? Lord Bingling. Shiyu is indeed from the Suspended Realm. May I ask, is there anything wrong? Kongdi asked cautiously. As far as he knew, Shiyu was a restless guy. If Shiyu really caused trouble and involved the Super God level, then it would be a big trouble. Of course, Kongdi really couldn't think of what kind of trouble Shiyu could cause. Could he dismantle the Environmental Protection Association like he did when he cracked the ruins? Kongdi was already trying hard to think of it. Of course, Lord of the Hanging Realm, you did a great job and discovered such a genius for the Environmental Protection Association, Bingling said. Kongdi was stunned. Huh? I discovered such a genius for the Environmental Protection Association? You mean Shiyu? He thought about it. How could it be Shiyu? The Environmental Protection Association has always only absorbed members who are proficient in the power of purification. Does Shiyu have it? Yes, there is. Shiyu contracted the Kanghae spirit condensed by the belief of purification of the Blue Star Ocean. But it stands to reason that it can't be because of this. Although not every planet can condense life like the Kanghae spirit, but any planet above the intermediate level has a chance of giving birth to such a race. Looking at the entire universe, the race is similar to the Kanghae spirit, although they need to rely on the right time, place and people to condense, are definitely not a small number. In addition, such a god of faith can only be considered powerful in his own planet. If he leaves his own territory, his ability will be seriously reduced. Therefore, the Sky Emperor does not think that Shiyu can alarm the super god level strongmen at the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Association by only contracting a Kanghae elf. Even the top executives of the Environmental Protection Association in the Kanglan realm will probably not look at Shiyu more because of the Kanghae elf. Lord Bingling, what do you mean? The genius you are talking about is Shiyu, the Sky Emperor said in confusion. It seems that you don't know his situation, Bingling said. The Sky Emperor listened attentively. He wanted to see what this kid Shiyu did. Shiyu from the Hanging Realm passed the 3-star Purification Master assessment in the Kanglan realm. Now, he has become the Vice President of the first-level realm Kanglan Realm Environmental Protection Association. The status is equivalent to you. The Realm Master of the second-level realm, at the age of more than 20. Such achievements and abilities are not bad. After Bingling finished speaking, the Sky Emperor coughed and almost coughed himself to death. He stared at the Realm Master order in his hand with his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. What did you say? At this time, Kongdi completely suspected that his ears were broken and he had heard it wrong. Damn it, he asked Shiyu to go to the Environmental Protection Association to get an ID card for the Abyss Pet, and this kid directly became the vice president? What a joke. Lord Bingling, how is this possible? Kongdi still couldn't believe it. Congratulations, the planetary level purification faith elf he contracted successfully evolved into purification star spirit. Moreover, he showed an extremely good talent. With his talent, he will sooner or later come to the headquarters of the Environmental Protection Association for training. I am informing you now, just to learn more from you, and I need your cooperation to do some work. Purification star spirit. Kangdi heard this, his brain roared. The self evolved into purification star spirit? The purification star spirit ranked 77th among the 10,000 races in the starry sky? Of course, Kangdi knew about this heaven-defying race. They were known for having the strongest purification talent. Although their overall combat power was not the strongest, the purifying star spirits were definitely the strongest race against the Dark King Legion. The strongest people in the Environmental Protection Association were all purifying star spirits, and now was no exception. But how did Shiyu's Kanghae elf evolve into a purifying star spirit? The planet believed in God, and the universe believed in God. This was not at the same level at all. Kangdi was shocked. If it was a purifying star spirit, he would understand why the super-powerful people of the Environmental Protection Association were alarmed. Such a race would definitely be fully cultivated by the Environmental Protection Association. As long as the purifying star spirits grow up, they will definitely be a general of the Environmental Protection Association. Yes, you understand now, understand, Kangdi said with a toothache. So, Shiyu has become the vice president of the Kanglan Realm Environmental Protection Association? Kanglan Realm is a first-level realm, and the Realm Master is a super god level. The president of an official organization branch, like the Environmental Protection Association, is also stronger than the Realm Master of an ordinary second-level realm. Therefore, Shiyu's current position as vice president, combined with his identity as a 3-star purifier, is on par with ordinary second-level realm masters, and there is no problem at all. When he thought about the status he had worked hard for hundreds of years in the starry sky to obtain, Shiyu had caught up with him in less than a month after arriving here, and the Sky Emperor felt very outrageous. He felt that he had been chasing women, going through life and death, and practicing hard for so many years, but he was living a dog's life. Isn't Shiyu an archaeologist? He thought that Shiyu would become famous in the universe see through the archaeological ruins in the future, but the current situation, why didn't he play by the rules? To be honest, he felt that Shiyu's Chaos Panda, Azure Dragon, World-Destroying Dragon and other pets were already outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that now there would be a purifying star spirit. This is the most outrageous. That's good, President Bingling said. Lord Zuinkong, the life that came out of your blue star is really not simple. If I'm not mistaken, you are planning to let a mother star wander around the universe see King Star, right? With the size of the Environmental Protection Association, it is natural that the 5 major gods, Kangdi, Lin Feng, and Blue Star, all came from the same mother star. A mid-level star gave birth to so many geniuses. If it is just an ordinary mid-level planet, Bingling does not believe it. Even if it is a high-level planet, there are not many such outrageous ones. Now, she has a great interest in Blue Star. Yes, Lord Bingling, we do have such a plan, Kangdi said. This is not something worth surprising. Many strong people who have succeeded in fighting on King Star will lead their mother stars to the vicinity of King Star. Next, our Environmental Protection Association can provide some support and help for your mother star migration plan. What do you think? Bingling said. If we can get help from the Environmental Protection Association, it will naturally be great, Kangdi said with a stern expression. There are many dangers in the universe. A wandering planet is far more dangerous than sailing alone. But if there is a big force like the Environmental Protection Association to escort, the risk will be minimized. Kangdi really didn't expect that what he, Lin Feng and the 5 major gods were trying so hard to plan. Shiyu came to King Kai in less than a month, and he found another breakthrough. Well, I will follow up on the later matters personally. In addition, Shiyu will still be a member of your suspended realm. He is still too weak now. Before the god level, I should not take him to the headquarters or let him go to the battlefield. I understand, Kangdi said. I will let Shiyu spend this period of time to train seriously. He seems to be interested in participating in the conferred god war. Before the god level, the suspended realm will do its best to train him, Bingling said. Maybe, with his current ability, he can already obtain a lot of growth resources on his own, so you just need to protect him first. The conferred god war is indeed a very good training place. Set a small goal for him first, get in the top 10 and then promote to the god level. Kangdi was stunned. This is, to be Shiyu's bodyguard himself. At present, although Shiyu has great potential, the Environmental Protection Association cannot lock Shiyu up like a bird in a cage. After all, even if he is a genius, he will have to go to the battlefield sooner or later. However, Shiyu is too weak at present, And it is impossible not to protect him. It is impossible to send a super god level to protect him. He is not as idle as a super god level. Even if Shiyu is a genius, he is not qualified to be protected by a super god level. There are not many suitable candidates for sending a god level. After thinking about it, Kong Di, who has experience in defeating super gods and is a fellow countryman of Shiyu, is undoubtedly the best candidate. After all, Shiyu's growth in the future will also prosper with a suspended realm. Kong Di will definitely protect Shiyu with more care than others. Okay, at this time. After understanding the intention of the Environmental Protection Association, Kong Di nodded and admitted it. Isn't it just being a bodyguard? However, after hearing the small goal mentioned by President Bing Ling, Kong Di hesitated in his heart. Shiyu, top 10, who do you look down on? Although the purifying star spirit is not good at fighting, Shiyu is more than just a purifying star spirit. In his opinion, Shiyu definitely has the potential to hit the first place. In a few years, the big shots of the Environmental Protection Association will be absolutely shocked. Now, hey, let's go to the Kanglen realm in person first. Kong Di is still a little bit unable to accept the change of identity. How come Shiyu's status is suddenly equal to his own? No, according to the Environmental Protection Association headquarters, he has to protect Shiyu well, which obviously regards Shiyu as more important than him, the master of the second-level realm. Kong Di's mouth twitched. Otherwise, let Lin Feng be Shiyu's bodyguard. Kong Di feels that Lin Feng is more idle than himself. Obviously, he is more talented than himself, but he doesn't know how to work hard. He is idle all day long and travels idly. It's really outrageous. It's just right for him to be a bodyguard for Shiyu. He can also help Shiyu deduce the evolution route of his pet, at the same time. Shiyu has already checked in with his bag. He moved into the luxurious secret villa prepared by the Kanglen Environmental Protection Association for the vice president. The environment is more beautiful than his residence in Sky City. The fresh and clean smell permeates every corner. Even if we cultivate some skunks and stink bugs here, it will probably be fragrant. Woohoo! Shiyu happily made the cry of a little white dragon. It seems, the reserved room has to be turned down. Seeing this, the Lin clone who had been wearing it on Shiyu's wrist sighed slightly. So, plans can't keep up with changes. After a while, in the room, Shiyu Ju was lying on the sofa, looking at Chea and Susu in front of him, grinning and baring his teeth. I didn't expect that I would become the vice president. It's good, and the vice position is also good. I guess it's enough to just hold a position, and I don't have to manage things like the president, Shiyu stretched and said. Ning. Susu jumped onto the table, waving left and right, making great plans and looking forward to the future, saying that the vice position is still not good enough. Its eyes are shining. They are the highest commanders of the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Blue Star. How can they be satisfied with being the vice president of a branch here? So when will they strive for the highest president of the Environmental Protection Association headquarters? It looked at Shiyu with its starry eyes. As long as it keeps up, it shouldn't be a big problem. Duck, Yale reported to the big sister. If you want to plan this, you may need the turtle from the second team to be the military advisor. It is very good at it. Yale has also begun to look forward. At that time, let the turtle assist it to become the commander of the Dark King Legion, and then let the turtle assist Susu to become the president of the Environmental Protection Association. Turning the cosmic war into a civil war directly, isn't this more exciting than the Confer God civil war? Shiyu. You might as well just praise the two cosmic emperors, the Dark King and the Realm King. After walking around, 11 walked to Shiyu's side, pulled Shiyu, drooling, eyes watery. So now he has become the vice president of the Environmental Protection Association. What good things are there? For example, food that I have never seen before. I guess, if it's the Kanglen Realm Environmental Protection Association, there must be a lot of vegetables and fruits that can purify the body and mind, Shiyu said. As for bamboo, I can't guarantee it. AOAO, 11 said that it was alright. It felt that it had fallen too much recently. Since its level was high and it was not convenient for special training, it had not made up for the hard work that it owed for a long time. Thinking of this, 11 couldn't help but cover his eyes, determined to purify his lazy mind through this meal. Susu frowned beside him, saying that she could help 11 purify. Ying, no, you have to purify by eating, 11 argued. You just want to eat different things, Susu saw through it at a glance. Yeah. You nodded beside him, saying that what Susu said made sense. 11 was stunned. Damn it, it's just a panda. Is it wrong to want to eat? Is it wrong? And why don't you respect it recently? While the pets were communicating, Shiyu, who was standing next to them, had already observed every corner of the secret villa through telekinesis, and understood this new home. Then, he looked outside the villa. A person was slowly coming here. Who else could it be but President Xingnan? Shiyu, are you there? Outside, President Xingnan came over with a smile and called Shiyu. I'm here. Shiyu hurried out to greet her and looked at the beautiful woman wearing a white cheongsam embroidered with pink peach patterns. He felt that this Ant President was somewhat similar to Ant Hua in the Huaxiaojin legend. President, what's wrong? Nothing. I came to see how it is. Are you satisfied with this place? Very satisfied. By the way, President Xingnan, do you really want me to be the vice president of the Kanglin branch? Shiyu said embarrassedly. I'm afraid I don't have much experience. After all, I just joined the Environmental Protection Association. Would it be inappropriate? Shiyu mainly wanted to ask if he could just be the vice president and not work. President Xingnan smiled and said, it's just the vice president. The requirements are not that strict. With your current ability, no one can say anything. At most, you just need to perform some tasks of purifying pollution sources regularly. This should not be a problem for you, Shiyu said. That's not a problem. Besides, I have just contacted the headquarters. In fact, the moment Susu evolved into purifying star spirit, the headquarters noticed that a new purifying star spirit was born. If nothing goes wrong, the vice president of a branch is just your starting point. There will be a bigger stage waiting for you in the future, so you just need to treat this as a stepping stone to hone yourself, purifying star spirit. Shiyu looked at Susu, so although he named Susu's new race the Star Seals, in the eyes of the people of Qingkai, its current race should be some kind of purifying star spirit. Such a race does not seem to be unique in the universe, but it is still very strong. Starry Sky 10,000 races ranks 77th. Looking at the entire universe, it is already a very remarkable number. 11 has always wanted to get on the race ranking, but he didn't expect Susu to get it right in one step with one evolution. Besides that, is there anything else to do? Shiyu asked. President Xingnan said, you don't have to do anything. Just do what you originally planned to do. The headquarters seems to be planning to invite you to work at the headquarters after you enter the god level. As for now, you should make good use of your two identities as a 3-star purifier and vice president of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association to grow as quickly as possible. Make good use of your advantages, and you should not be short of resources for growth. After Shiyu entered the room, President Xingnan also sat on the sofa with a smile and explained to Shiyu, do you know why the Environmental Protection Association cares so much about purifying star spirits? Why can every purifying star spirit at least grow to the top god level, or even to the super god level? Because, unlimited purification ability, Shiyu said. Yes, President Xingnan said, we on Qingkai have been fighting with the Dark King's Legion under the Dark King for many years. The soldiers of the Dark King's Legion are all the familiar ones like the Meteor Clan, the Car Clan, the Abyss Clan, etc. These races are themselves mobile sources of pollution. Their power will not only pollute life, but also resources, planets, and the starry sky. The pollution is very strong, therefore, the purifier is an indispensable profession on Qingkai. In every battle with the Dark King's Legion, we can seize a lot of contaminated resources. These resources are basically handed over to the purifiers for purification before being put on the market. Some powerful purifiers will also be invited to go purify the planet after the war, and the purifier's help in purifying items is not free. They can charge a certain fee and get benefits according to the difficulty of purification. Although ordinary purifiers charge fees, they will also consume themselves and need to be replenished. However, for the purifying star spirits with infinite purification power, no matter what they purify, there will be no substantial consumption at all. Therefore, the purifying star spirits can get a lot of rewards through purification work every moment, exchange these rewards for growth resources. Even if the purifying star spirits who are not good at fighting use resource piles, they can also get strong combat power and upgrade to a high level. Now, you have the ability to purify super god level pollution sources. Do you know that I am the only one in the entire Kanglin realm who has the ability to purify super god level pollution sources? Moreover, each purification takes a long time and consumes a lot of energy. Of course, the reward you can get each time is also very huge, but for you, all of these are not considered. So, you can get a lot of God-level resources by just spending a little time. There is no more cost-effective deal than this. So now you know how smooth your future will be, President Xingnan said enviously. Shiyu understood. Isn't it just legally getting resources from the power of the starry sky for free? He often does similar things on Blue Star. It's old. The basic tasks of the Environmental Protection Association are nothing to you. You can completely purify pollutants in excess, which is equivalent to having a steady supply of resources. You are now a 3-star purifier and the vice president of the Kanglin Association. The biggest advantage is that you can legally access many God-level and super God-level pollutants. At this time, after listening to President Xingnan's words, Shiyu also looked at Susu with bright eyes. Although you can't use the Star C contract to add points by using a bug, it seems good to use the Star C contract to purify the pollution source and get a lot of rewards. This is also part of maintaining the environment of the Star C. I will work hard. Shiyu was full of energy. He didn't expect to find a job on King Kai so soon. It's a pity that Teacher Cat didn't come with me. There are so many opportunities here. What's fun about staying on Blue Star? Ning. Susu was also eager to try. Daily purification of pollution sources is definitely a very boring job for other pets, but Susu was very excited after hearing it. Isn't this more interesting than the red-eyed sister chasing dramas every day? Not only can you make money to supplement your family income, but you can also protect the environment of the Star Sea, and you can also take the opportunity to exercise your skills. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. As long as you make a decision, leave the matter of finding a large amount of pollutants to the Kanglin Association. President Xingnan smiled even more. Why is she so eager to tie Shiyu to the Kanglin Association through the position of vice president? It is because, in this way, the pollutants that Shiyu purifies can also be counted in the performance of the Kanglin branch. In this way, the performance of their Kanglin Environmental Protection Association will not be ranked last among the various environmental protection branches every year. President Xingnan and Shiyu looked at each other, and both understood that this was a win-win situation. President Xingnan smiled slightly, and it is estimated that other branches would be envious and their noses would flow out. In addition, there is this. President Xingnan took out a prop similar to a crystal ball and said, "This is the practice method of purification amplification talent and purification hand. I don't know if you have practiced it." No, Shiyu took a look and said after hesitation. He has only cultivated telepathy, psychic domain, spiritual resonance, space strengthening talent, body control talent, fusion talent, time strengthening talent. Well, telekinesis can barely be counted. After all, it can strengthen mental strength. I know it, President Xingnan said. The purification amplification talent can allow you to enhance the strength of your pet's purification skills, and the hand of purification allows you to cultivate your own purification ability. If you encounter a powerful pollution source in the future and cause you to be backfired through the contract, these things are all life-saving abilities. There is no harm in practicing them. She put down the crystal ball, hoping that Shiyu could focus on developing the profession of purifier. Well, if you have the spare energy, it's best to practice the water-based strengthening talent as well. Okay, Shiyu smiled bitterly. Damn it, why can't the skill illustration add points to him? Now that pile of talents and abilities, plus the need to meditate, he already has enough headaches. How can I join an Environmental Protection Association, become the vice president, and learn the talent of beast control again? It seems that I have to quickly develop resources that can be cultivated automatically. Even if the success rate is extremely low, I must quickly deduce it for the baby, otherwise I can't live like this. I will find time to cultivate. Shiyu took the crystal ball and said, President Xingnan, is there anything else you want to tell me? Don't worry, there are still some things to tell you. Here you go. At this time, President Xingnan took out an identity card and said, this is your identity card as the vice president of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association. It can be used in many places in the Kanglin domain. Take it and keep it. At the same time, you can also use this identity card to log into the official website of the Environmental Protection Association and purchase the resources you need. As a 3-star purifier, you should have a lot of initial purification value points. With your current points, it should be enough for you to exchange for a resource that exceeds the God level quality. Really, After President Xingnan finished speaking, Shiyu's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this the reason for joining your Environmental Protection Association? Yet, President Xingnan smiled slightly and said, but by the way, I just noticed that you have contracted a lot of pets, right? She looked at 11, Su, yeah, and even the Lin clone on Shiyu's wrist in the room. Yes, Shiyu said, what's wrong? Nothing. President Xingnan smiled and said, it's just that this situation is rare, but the realm master of your suspended realm is also like this. It should be the tradition of your mother planet. On King Kai's planet, there are not many beast masters who contract multiple pets. Shiyu smiled and said, well, it is a tradition over there, but I still like this model. Contracting multiple pets has advantages and disadvantages. For example, Shiyu's current beast control space can originally provide 100 growth nutrients for pets. If he only contracts 11, then 11 can enjoy these 100 growth nutrients alone or even more. But now, only a dozen pets can share the 100 nutrients, and the beast master has to prepare more growth resources. It is too easy to drag down a beast master with too many pets. However, Shiyu has added points, so this impact can be ignored. Contracting so many pets with different abilities can increase his efficiency of adding points. Moreover, if he only contracts one pet, it would be too lonely around him. Shiyu himself came here as an orphan. The pets he contracted are his family, so naturally there must be more pets to make it lively. As if he saw that Shiyu was very satisfied with the current mode, President Xingnan didn't say much, just smiled and said, in this case, I won't bother you. You should familiarize yourself first. If you have any questions, just come to me directly. As a purifier, it is better to contract 2 more pets. After all, pets that are proficient in purification power are basically not very good at fighting. It is a perfect match to match them with a pet that is proficient in fighting. Finally, if there is nothing important, you can stay in the Kanglin realm for a while. The cultivation environment here is better than that of the Zuingquang realm, and it is more suitable for your growth. I will talk to the Zuingquang realm master about the Zuingquang realm, President Xingnan said before leaving. No problem, Shiyu nodded. He originally planned to stay in the Kanglin realm for a while. The Environmental Protection Association was just one of his goals. Next, he would take time to visit the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute and find a way to learn powerful skills there. In addition, the powerful lives and top-quality skills in the Kanglin realm must be more than those in the second-level Zuingquang realm. Shiyu planned to copy more skills here to prepare for the Conferred God War in 10 months. Moreover, the Conferred God War can only be registered and participated in the first-level realm. It is estimated that he will definitely spend more time in the Kanglin realm than in the Sky City. President, I will see you off. Then, after explaining what he should explain, President Xingnan also left. After Shiyu sent the other party away, he looked at the gift crystal ball and identity cards sent by the other party and fell into deep thought. Ying, the guests left, and the pets became active again. After hearing the calls of the pets, Shiyu also nodded. Rin, log into the official website of the Environmental Protection Association and take a look at what good things there are here. Received. Rin's main body gradually merged with a clone. After taking the identity card, he projected a virtual screen in the air. Then, Shiyu, Shiai, Su, Ye and others stared at it with wide eyes. But while watching, they were thinking. This one is good, that one is also good, or buy this one first. Yeah wants this. After a while, Lin turned off the projection and said, Master, I suggest you deduce the skills you need first. Skill learning may involve a lot of materials. Looking for resources with needs will make your thinking clearer than now. Otherwise, you want everything, it sighed. Even if it has money, it can't resist your pickiness. Shiyu, who was leaning on the sofa, was also suffering from indecisiveness. Hearing what Lin said, he scratched his messy hair, looked at the evil talent crystal ball, and sighed. That's right, first deduce the cultivation fruit. First, the beast control space is still far from level 10. Second, the beast control space has not reached level 9. There are still a lot of talents that have not been cultivated. It's annoying, 11 shrugged beside him. It's sorry that it can't do anything and can't practice for Shiyu. Ning, Su also sighed. Although Su wanted to help Shiyu purify his laziness, Shiyu strongly refused. For Shiyu, he would rather find a way to take shortcuts with things like cultivation fruits than become a cultivation maniac. It's too terrible. Under Lin's suggestion, the goal is to deduce the cultivation fruit first. After that, Shiyu immediately brought his pets to Xiaozi's inner world, Xinjiang Continent. Xinjiang Continent, Ginseng Baby Research Institute. Ginseng Baby in a white coat looked at Shiyu, who was coming aggressively, and his expression was stern. Has this day finally come? Sure enough, Shiyu's laziness is the best nutrient for it to grow and become stronger. Although the deduction of the cultivation fruit may not be a combat skill, it should, more or less, be able to drive its growth. Come on, Shen Bao Bao, deduce the cultivation fruit, Shiyu said carelessly after coming here. At the same time, he began to call friends and called all the pets that should be called to assist. Contracted pet, Shen Bao Bao, skill effect. It can produce a special fruit that allows the user to eat it and automatically meditate and practice without any load while sleeping, and improve the level of the beast. Deduction success rate, very low. Deduction risk, very high. Do you want to continue deduction? Shiyu opened the skill deduction interface, looked at the coveted skill again, and swallowed his saliva. However, in order to pursue rigor, he tried a few more times. For example, change the automatic meditation practice without any load while sleeping to improve the beast level to the automatic practice without any load while sleeping to improve the beast level and beast talent. Oh, it's still a very low success rate. Another example, skill effect, it can create a special fruit that can allow the user to eat it and directly break through to the god level in various abilities. But this time, the success rate is 0. Shiyu, after continuous attempts, she finally found the most cost-effective one. Then, he looked at Susu and Shen Bao Bao and said, go for it. As long as he succeeds, Shiyu, can level up by adding some during the day, sleeping at night, practicing all day, and hanging up, and he will definitely be invincible. This is definitely a fruit with more strategic significance than the world tree fruit that increases comprehension. Moreover, it can definitely open up a huge commercial market on Kinkai, making a bunch of rich second-generation lazy people jump up and down in surprise. Yi, Ning, Shen Bao Bao and Susu said to go for it. After a long time, Shiyu lay weakly in front of Shen Bao Bao's research institute. At the same time, deduction success, exclusive learning method. The first step is to select the parental, time fruit clone, and world tree fruit clone, to prepare for hybridization. The parental plants must be produced by the learner himself. The second step, castration. Shenbao's body tense up. Chapter 542 I have 100 million dreams. Ababa, after reading the self-study method of hang-up fruit or cultivation fruit, Shiyu and Shen Bao Bao fell into deep thought. The familiar and unfamiliar process made them feel a little bit painful. Shiyu felt that the dead high school biology knowledge began to show off in front of him again. The full teaching content, to put it bluntly, is to complete the cultivation of cultivation fruit through the hybridization of the world tree fruit and the time fruit. The hybridization process also requires the use of memory drops, morning starlight, mist breath and other top resources. Although it feels outrageous, after thinking about it carefully, Shiyu feels that there is still a little scientific basis. To put it bluntly, the cultivation fruit is to let the body move and practice by itself, the time fruit that can obtain future power, the world tree fruit that can increase understanding, and the memory drops that can increase memory ability. These things mixed together, don't they just allow the body to form physical memory and practice by itself? Wonderful. After careful analysis, it is indeed possible, but now the pressure is on the ginseng baby. Shiyu looked at the frowning ginseng baby. Many pets looked at the frowning ginseng baby. After a moment, the ginseng baby's expression was determined. Anyway, it was bitter, so he did it. The ginseng baby patted his chest, indicating that it was up to him. Isn't it just researching a new variety of plant fruit? It's a piece of cake. It has rich experience in researching anti-team energy fruit. It is the best at this kind of thing. Now even the development steps have been given. If it can't research it out, it doesn't need to be called a research ginseng. It's worthy of you. It's a good thing that you took a lot of classes at Gudo University. Shiyu's eyes were filled with tears. Then you guys, do your best. After the deduction was completed, Shiyu didn't want to care about the follow-up for the time being. He said to his secretary Lin with glary eyes, Lin, if we don't have the resources, you can help buy them from various channels. If the money is not enough, or if you can't find the resources, tell me again. Okay, I'm going to sleep first. During the sleep, Shen Bao Bao, Su Su, don't forget to continue to feed me. Shiyu was not very worried about these 2 points. It would be fine if there were no rare resources on Blue Star. If there were none on King Kai, then King Kai's reputation as the center of the universe would be torn off for King Kai. Next, Shiyu returned to the vice president's exclusive secret villa and fell asleep. There were infusion vines inserted in his body, flashing from time to time, like a terminally ill person. During this period, Secretary Lin began to silently search for fertilizers needed for fruit cultivation. Fortunately, the memory water droplet Susu could make it, so there was no need to find a place to buy it. However, the prices of 7 or 8 kinds of god-level resources such as Morning Starlight and Breath of Mist were not cheap. When added together, they were more expensive than the super god resources of low quality, which made the housekeeper Lin's eyes go dark. Fortunately, they could all be bought through the channels of the Environmental Protection Association, but unfortunately, the large amount of initial funds that Shiyu had just obtained after joining the Environmental Protection Association was not only insufficient, but he might have to pay for it out of his own pocket. All inside, watching the team spend money like water, which was a bit painful. You know, it hasn't had time to find materials to transform itself into a star life. If it doesn't become a star life, it can't learn the star storm, and it can't take Shiyu and others to travel in the starry sky, which is another large sum of money. It feels that the initial funds that Shiyu got from Blue Star and Sky Emperor may not be fully invested in adding points, and there are still many places where it can be used. It seems that Susu has to work hard. After an unknown amount of time, Shiyu was shaken awake by Lin. Shiyu said vaguely, "What's wrong? Is it time for dinner?" The white Rubik's Cube flew in the air, and the white-haired Lolita on the screen said, "No. It's Senior Kongdi who is here, right outside." "Huh? Senior Kongdi is here?" Shiyu gradually woke up and rubbed his eyes, but he was still a little out of breath. After he got up, he immediately ran to greet Kongdi. Outside the park, Kongdi looked at this luxurious secret villa and shook his head secretly. Why didn't he get such good treatment when he first came to the universe? He was first teleported to a war-torn planet, and survived the war with the advantage of the space system. He went through thousands of hardships and successfully came to King Kai's planet. It took hundreds of years to gain a foothold. Compared with the current Shiyu, Kongdi couldn't help but secretly curse that he was so annoying. "Senior Kongdi, why are you here?" Shiyu asked in surprise after walking out. "What do you think? You have become a 3-star purifier and a vice president of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association. Such a big thing has happened, and even the Zuingquang realm has been alarmed. How could I not come to take a look?" Kongdi said after a silence. Haha, I didn't expect it either. Isn't this a coincidence?" Shiyu scratched his head and laughed. "I came at the right time this time." Kongdi felt that Shiyu had taken advantage of him and couldn't help but said, "Okay, I have met with President Xingnan and talked with him. Next, you can practice in the Kanglin realm. This opportunity is rare. Seize it. If you become the core figure of the Environmental Protection Association in the future, it will be of great benefit to Donghuang and even the entire Blue Star. Of course, the biggest beneficiary will be you. I don't know how many people dream of this opportunity." "I understand," Shiyu nodded and said, "That's what I meant. Staying here for the time being will also be convenient for participating in the conferred God War." Kongdi smiled, but the next moment, he looked at Shiyu's face and said, "Why do you look so weak, just like Lin Feng?" Is that so?" Shiyu said, "Maybe it's because I overconsumed my beast taming ability." "It doesn't matter, it will be fine in a while." Kongdi pondered, "It's good that you're okay. It seems that you haven't been to the Disaster Research Institute yet. Is it convenient for you now? I'll take you there to have a look. It's a good opportunity to meet an old friend." "Convenient?" Shiyu was stunned and immediately said, "I haven't had time to go yet." "Okay, then come with me," Kongdi said. Since Shiyu was going to stay in the Kanglin realm to practice, he had to personally ask these old friends to take care of Shiyu. After a while, Shiyu packed up and followed Kongdi to the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute in the Kanglin realm. The Cosmic Disaster Research Institute is also an official organization similar to the Environmental Protection Association. There are major first-level realms. For the forces of King Kai, starry sky navigation is commonplace, so it is inevitable to encounter many cosmic disasters. How to avoid and crack these disasters is the research topic of a group of researchers in the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. Generally speaking, Many major forces will hire 1 or 2 disaster researchers to accompany them when they conduct interstellar navigation to avoid accidents. Kong Di and the director of the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute in the Kanglan realm are friends. The reason why Zealan and the other 5 people were able to encounter the starry sky storm so smoothly and only 1 person died, and the other 4 successfully escaped the disaster, in addition to being lucky enough to be on the edge of the disaster, is also because they got a lot of emergency equipment from the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute before leaving Kanglan City. In a white building complex full of technology, Kong Di and Shi Yu were waiting outside the door. 11 was lying on Shi Yu's shoulder and looking around, and Lin, who turned into a bracelet, was also paying attention to the surroundings at all times. It knew that if it wanted to be strengthened next, the opportunity might be here. Perhaps the mechanical materials to transform itself into a starry sky mechanical life could only be purchased here. After looking at the channels in Sky City and the Environmental Protection Association, Lin was not very satisfied. Wang Kong, Shi Yu and the others didn't have to wait too long. Soon, a middle-aged man in a white coat and a round mustache walked out of the Research Institute's building complex. He laughed and said, "Old Wang, how come you suddenly have time to come to my place, Old Lei? Can't I come over to see you?" Kong Di smiled and said, "Is it not disturbing you?" "Of course not, but you must have come here for more than just a visit." The middle-aged man with a western face named Lao Lei looked at Shi Yu and said, "He is the junior you contacted me about before and said you would send to my research institute to study for a period of time." "Yes," Kong Di said, "his name is Shi Yu." Shi Yu said, "Hello, Dr. Orono." Dr. Orono smiled and said, "Hello, Wang Kong. Didn't you say he would come by himself? How come you brought him here now?" Kong Di said helplessly, "Plans cannot keep up with changes. Let's go in and talk." Dr. Orono invited, "I have prepared drinks and snacks." "Okay," Kong Di nodded, and then the 3 of them walked towards the inside of the Research Institute, and after arriving at a luxurious reception room, they started chatting again. "We haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, right? By the way, who is this person to you?" Dr. Orono sat on his seat, crossed his legs, blowing the magma water, looking at Kong Di and Shi Yu and asked, "You guys drink it too? Drinking more magma is good for your health." Shi Yu looked at the red unknown liquid on the table, and was sure that it was not the magma he understood, but should it be really drinkable? "A genius junior brought from the mother planet," Kong Di said. Dr. Orono was surprised and said, "You succeeded, but kid, how did you think of coming to the Disaster Research Institute to study?" "It's not that easy to study here," Shi Yu said cautiously. Dr. Renault, I have been very playful since I was a child. I like to travel everywhere and have a dream of traveling to every corner. After leaving the mother planet, I have infinite curiosity about the universe and the starry sky. I want to start a new journey in the universe and the starry sky, but the universe is too dangerous. I understand that if I don't have a certain foundation, it's no different from sending myself to death. So my dream has become to become an excellent cosmic disaster researcher first." "Well, with my pet," Kong Di fell into deep thought beside him. "So, is this why Shi Yu wants his pet to learn about the starry sky storm? As an archaeologist, Shi Yu does have to go everywhere to do archaeology. Maybe Shi Yu saw the genius of the Killing Plan die in the starry sky storm, so he came up with the idea of understanding the cosmic disaster first? So that's it." At this time, Kong Di was actually a little relieved. At least Shi Yu was not the kind of reckless man who ignored the danger. It was good to know that fearing the universe could greatly increase the survival rate. Haha, so that's it. At this time, Dr. Orono also laughed when he heard Shi Yu's dream, and said, "Because you like traveling everywhere and are full of infinite curiosity about the universe and the stars, you want to become an excellent cosmic disaster researcher first? I have to say that your idea is right. We cosmic disaster researchers are an indispensable member of the space fleets of various realms." "Okay, Lao Wang, then I will do you this favor. He can stay here and be an apprentice disaster researcher first. However, I can't guarantee that I can teach him. How much useful knowledge he can gain in the end depends on his own efforts." "No problem, but it would be best if you, Lao Lei, personally guide him and give him higher information and research permissions. I know you are busy and this is not against the rules, but he does have talent. He is one of the most talented mechanics on my home planet. In short, if you have any requirements, just ask." Kong Di smiled and fought for Shi Yu. Dr. Orono was stunned and embarrassed. Even if he and the Sky Emperor had a life and death friendship, This kind of thing was indeed a bit against the rules. The data was fine, but some high-level research permissions could not be touched casually. If there was an experimental accident, not to mention a junior like Shiyu, even a god level like them would have to die. No, this is a matter of principle, Dr. Orono refused. Unless the mechanical pet he contracted has mastered super-level intelligence at the level of perfection. The Sky Emperor was stunned and looked at Shiyu. Shiyu contracted a mechanical pet, which he knew, but he didn't know whether Shiyu's mechanical pet had super-level intelligence at the level of perfection. However, the Sky Emperor knew that the mechanical founder Z Legend on Blue Star and the second mechanical legend God Source, the super-level intelligence they mastered, were also one step away from the level of perfection, so the possibility of Shiyu having it should not be great. It is very difficult to improve the proficiency of mechanical intelligence skills. It is much more difficult to improve than the same level of combat and auxiliary skills. The difficulty of improvement is second only to the time system. After all, this kind of skills can bring too much help to the contractor and are applicable to all walks of life. Moreover, there is no natural race in the mechanical system, and all have to be cultivated from scratch. Therefore, the super-level intelligence of the superb level is as rare as quasi-god skills in the universe. The intelligence of the quasi-god level can be comparable to the real god skills with high proficiency in other functions. And the status of mechanical life with perfect god-level intelligence in Kinkai is not much inferior to that of other super-god-level life in other systems. Boy, what level of intelligence has your mechanical life reached? After seeing a listless black and white bear hanging on Shiyu's shoulder, Dr. Orono was a little skeptical about his identity as a mechanical genius, but he also noticed a mechanical life in Shiyu's hand. At least, there is still a mechanical pet. Shiyu, does it meet the conditions mentioned by Dr. Orono? Kongdi also asked. Shiyu fell into deep thought and said, "It's enough, and it's far beyond that." Dr. Orono was stunned. Shiyu raised his wrist slightly, and the next moment, an illusory figure wearing a ship girl uniform appeared like a holographic projection. This was a girl-like mechanical spirit, with long white hair tied into a ponytail behind her head and drooping naturally. There was a strand of hair on the top of her head. After the mechanical spirit Rin, who was the size of a figurine and only showed the upper half of her body, appeared, she opened her blue eyes and said, "Dr. Renault, I am the master's mechanical assistant." Oh, Dr. Orono Soren and his eyelids suddenly jumped. Sure enough, the next moment, Rin continued to speak, and every word began to stimulate Dr. Ronald's heart. Rin said, "At present, I have mastered the prototype of the divine skill of advanced calculation deduction rules. In the state of mechanical spirit, I also have a nearly god-level mechanical control ability, so it is no problem to participate in disaster research. God-level intelligence prototype. God-level mechanical control ability prototype. Advanced calculation deduction rules." After Lin finished his report, Dr. Orono was stunned, stood up suddenly, and looked at Shiyu, Lin, and Kongdi. "Is it true? Are you sure? The prototype of the divine skill of calculating and deducing rules, and it is of high quality. This is not easy. At present, he is the only one who has mastered a divine intelligence in the huge Kanglan Realm Cosmic Disaster Research Institute. The intelligence level of Shiyu's mechanical pet is not inferior to those senior researchers of the mechanical department. Moreover, it is a combination of divine mechanical control and divine intelligence. The prototype of the divine skill?" At this time, Kongdi was also stunned and looked at Shiyu in surprise. "Wait a minute, Shiyu's mechanical pet has the prototype of divine intelligence? How come it is 2 major versions higher than the founder of the Blue Star Mechanical Department?" Shiyu was also silent at the side. "Isn't this all the credit of the skill fusion?" "Wait a minute, I remember it is still Kill and Fantasy Beast," Kongdi said. "Yes, in addition to this, I also have the prototype of advanced luck skills, which can greatly increase the success rate of my own research. The combination of the Wind of Blessing and the Spirit of Machinery can give me the research ability comparable to that of God-level intelligence. This is my current basic configuration. Dr. Orono, please rest assured that we will study hard and make progress every day," Lin said seriously and obediently. In order to prove his words, it condensed a wisp of luck wind in front of it, and at the same time pointed its finger at the rule ripples. The next moment, the rule ripples were decomposed and reconstructed, turning into dense data codes. It was surprisingly enough to peek into the calculation, analysis, and deduction capabilities of the rule level. Without this ability, Lin would not be able to help Zyagi master the prototype of the top rules through mechanical transformation. This scene made Dr. Ono next to him open his mouth slightly, even more shocked. It's actually true, a mechanical life that masters advanced luck skills and has the prototype of God-level intelligence? What a ridiculous configuration. He looked at Kongdi and said, Old Wang, are you serious? Are you really going to let them study here? He knew that the home planet of his old friend had only developed the mechanical department not long ago, and he had no hope for the mechanical genius of this planet. But at this time, Dr. Raynor was completely stagnant. With this talent and potential, let alone here, there are many doctors who are more powerful than him who will rush to recruit assistants to study at the headquarters of the Institute of Cosmic Disasters. Isn't this trustworthy, Old Lei? At this time, after hearing the configuration of Shiyu's mechanical pet, Kongdi's mouth twitched. He knew about the Wind of Luck, but he really didn't know about the prototype of God-level intelligence. When these two skills are combined, even if they are not as good as the super combination of the Purification Star Spirit, they will not be much inferior. Outrageous, Shiyu is actually a seedling of a genius researcher? Ahem. At this time, Shiyu was also smiling awkwardly but politely beside him. So, can they be allowed to touch the disaster simulation device of this place? It's urgent to use it. Well, since you don't mind, then I won't be polite either, should I, right? Study hard, I will do my best to teach you all the skills. As long as you can learn, then you can be the deputy director, haha, Dr. Ono said happily under the extremely strange expression of Kongdi. Everyone likes geniuses. Moreover, a genius with a corresponding dream is even more rare. It's easy to find a genius mechanic, but it's not easy to find a genius mechanic who has the dream of becoming an excellent space disaster researcher. Chapter 543, Swordbird. Can you guys not make promises about deputy director, vice president, etc. all the time? You guys are not the ones who win over geniuses like this. While Dr. Ono was excited, the Sky Emperor next to him couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Shiyu's rapid promotion would make him, a senior, look very embarrassed. When the large group of Blue Star came to King Kai and asked around, what? Shiyu's achievements surpassed the Sky Emperor in just 1 month after coming to King Kai? Even if he didn't care, how would the younger generation of the Wang family see it? Then Dr. Ono, please give me more advice in the next period of time. At this time, after confirming to join the Disaster Research Institute, Shiyu was also very happy. Very good, this way, there will be another big leg. Even if it is unethical to take the top 10 in the conferred God War later, if someone doesn't like him, he will also take these official organizations into consideration. It's a pity that the person in charge of the Disaster Research Institute is not a rich woman, but an uncle. No problem, I just don't know what you think of your own, Dr. Ono said. Shiyu and Lin looked at each other, and Shiyu said, I heard from Senior Kongdi that the Space Disaster Research Institute has the ability to simulate space disasters. We have an idea, that is, if we can simulate disasters skillfully and thus master disaster skills, then we don't have to worry about encountering disasters in the universe. Before coming to the Institute, we were studying how to learn the Starstorm skill, but we have no clue, so we hope to find some inspiration in the Disaster Research Institute. This, Dr. Ono was stunned and dumbfounded. What? You still want to study how to learn the Starstorm? He looked strange and said, do you really think so? Is there anything wrong? Shiyu asked. Dr. Ono laughed and said, yes, it's a good dream and a big ambition. There's nothing wrong with that. However, let me tell you, it's very difficult. Since the establishment of our Cosmic Disaster Research Institute, there are only a few people who can control cosmic disasters to a certain extent. Generally speaking, as long as you master a disaster, you will be qualified to compete for the director of the Cosmic Disaster Research Institute, not a branch like the Kanglan realm, but the chief of the research headquarters. At present, among the nearly 200 disaster research institutes, there are less than 10 researchers who master disasters, and they are all famous gods in the academic and mechanical circles, so you know the difficulty. Shiyu smiled and said, this is interesting, Dr. Ono sir. I don't know what kind of disasters the Kanglan Research Institute can simulate. Dr. Ono said, you've come to the right place. I'm mainly studying starstorms. Although I've also been involved in other disasters, I've specialized in many areas. At present, the simulation environment of starstorms in the Kanglan Research Institute is closest to real disasters. I won't mention the others. If you want to get involved in the future, I can take you to the headquarters or other research institutes for further study. Star storms, Shiyu said, no problem. We just want to study this, although Shiyu also wants to study black holes, white holes, cosmic tides, cold and lonely disasters, and wants his pets to master them. He is indeed greedy and not good at many things. He will first bite off the star storm. After biting this off, he will definitely have a position in the Disaster Research Institute. At that time, he can directly py other masters who master disasters and directly copy their skills, which may be more convenient. It seems that your communication went smoothly. Kongdi twitched his mouth and said, in that case, I am relieved. Of course, Dr. Orono smiled. With such a talented assistant, the research progress of Kanglin Research Institute could be improved. You know, even he couldn't control the star storm, and his progress didn't even reach the 60% passing line. If he could study with Shiyu, he would gain something and the achievement would be shared by both of them. Although he was already a famous researcher, he would not underestimate this newcomer with great potential. Which big boss didn't come from the newcomer stage? Even now, he was still wondering how Shiyu cultivated such a talented mechanical assistant. The contract mechanical system was different from the contract with other races. On King Kai's planet, other gods were born god-level races, and there were many who had multiple quasi-god skills. However, there is no such thing as a natural god race for the mechanical department. They are all acquired races. Even the most excellent mechanical life has only super-level skills when it is just born. There is no such thing as being born with god-level intelligence. Any god skills need to be slowly upgraded by themselves, which is why god-level intelligence is so rare. It can be said that the mechanical department is the race that needs to rely most on mechanics to train at the beginning. At the same time, after growing up, it is also the race that can help the beast master the most. Other gods can only sign equal contracts with humans, but the mechanical department is different. It can completely recognize its master. This is also the greatest wisdom of the star human race. Dr. Orono estimated that Shiyu must have spent a lot of effort to train such a god-level mechanical assistant. At such a young age, Shiyu must have devoted 99% of his time to mechanical research. By the way, Lale, let me remind you one last time. If there is any research that takes a lot of time, it is best to communicate with Shiyu in advance. He is also a 3-star purifier of the Environmental Protection Association and the Vice President of the Kanglin Environmental Protection Association. The Environmental Protection Association also attaches great importance to him. I am afraid that if you take up too much time here, the Environmental Protection Association will be quite dissatisfied. It will be bad if President Xingnan comes to trouble you again, haha, Kongdi added, and was very worried that the Disaster Research Institute and the Environmental Protection Association would fight over the direction of training. This situation is not uncommon. Even a school in a major can compete for excellent students, not to mention organizations like the Disaster Research Institute and the Environmental Protection Association. No problem, I have always, Dr. Orono agreed with a smile, but suddenly, his smile stopped, his eyes widened, and his face was in disbelief. He looked at Kongdi and Shiyu and others with more shock than when he learned that Lin had mastered the prototype of god-level intelligence. Puff. What did you say? Next? Shiyu's cultivation life in the Kanglin realm officially began. If the conferred God War is the goal, Shiyu plans to let Lin learn at the Disaster Research Institute first, upgrade himself, and become a star-life physique that adapts to the star storm. As for Su, she helps to purify the pollution source at the Environmental Protection Association to make money, so as to buy resources to give back to the whole team. In addition, Shen Baobao is developing the fruit of cultivation. As for Shiyu himself, he plans to temporarily focus on Shitai and Shiden. They now have a lot of skills, although they are all very powerful, but after fusion, they will definitely be more powerful. But before that, Shiyu first taught the skills he copied in the arena to the pets. The quasi-god skills, Sun Disaster, and Sun Meteorite, were taught to Zyagi. In addition, Clear was integrated into Sun Disaster, and Nothing Happened. Super Heavy Sword was integrated into Gravity Control, and nothing happened. It was not until Sword of Broken Sky was integrated into Sun Meteorite that some changes occurred. The skill, Solar Meteor, was fused and upgraded to Sword of Solar Meteor. The original effect of Solar Meteor was to burn life force and create a weapon of falling sun. Now, if the condensed weapon is a sword weapon, the power will be slightly improved compared to other weapons. So far, Zyaiji's skill board has become richer, and he directly has 5 quasi-god skills: racial skills, superclass, lava eruption, superb, gravity control, superb, quasi-god class, great disaster, mastery plus 11, earth control, proficient, destruction body, proficient, sword of solar meteor, entry, solar disaster, entry. After that, Shiyu threw Zyagi aside and let it fall in love with Ya. Although they still have several superclass skills that have not been upgraded to the quasi-god skill stage, and the quasi-god skills are not at their peak, Shiyu has invested a lot of energy in them during this period. The combat power of Team 11, Chong, and Shading should also be improved. As for Zyagi and Ya, let's take care of them later. Then, Shiyu taught 11 the 4 light-based quasi-god skills he copied, including Light Speed Fist, Holy Light Divine Healing, Light and Shadow Interlaced, and Star God Cannon. Moreover, he successfully integrated the 4 skills into the advanced quasi-god skill, Light Control. In this way, 11's combat power has been greatly improved. However, after teaching 6 quasi-god skills in a row and integrating the skills, Shiyu's originally unsatisfactory state has become even worse. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the development resources of the cultivation fruit purchased by Lin finally arrived today, which made Shiyu a little sad. Now it's good. After the cultivation fruit is developed, when you are weak and sleep, you don't have to waste time. You can automatically hang up and practice. The person who sent the resources this time is still an acquaintance, President Xingnan. This is because, after Lin purchased it, the goods were not delivered for a long time, which almost made Shiyu anxious to death, so he asked President Xingnan to check on the situation. Outside the secret villa, President Xingnan came to visit. Shiyu, the resources you want are here, sorry for the long wait. There are a few things that are not produced in the Kanglin realm, and the place of production is not close to the Kanglin realm. However, the speed is indeed a bit slow. Next time if this happens, just tell me, it doesn't matter, it's good as long as it arrives. Thank you, President Xingnan. After Shiyu received President Xingnan, he took the express delivery with gratitude. At this time, President Xingnan asked curiously, did you buy these with your initial points? It seems that they are all resources for cultivating spiritual plants. Have you also studied this aspect? Shiyu smiled and said, yes, I have studied a little. I didn't expect it. President Xingnan smiled and said, I am the plants in the Kanglin realm. The relationship with the president of the association is pretty good. If you have any problems, I can help you with an introduction. Since the master of the Kanglin realm is a super divine life form of the plant system, our realm's attainments in this area are also among the best among many first-level realms. I should be able to help you solve basic problems. If I have any difficulties, I will find you immediately, Shiyu said. The plant association. He knew that, to put it bluntly, it was an official association established by the plant race of Qingkai, mainly responsible for the cultivation and research of spiritual plants and divine plants on Qingkai. At present, more than 90% of the rare divine fruits and special plant resources on Qingkai are cultivated here. Okay, but don't forget to practice. Before leaving, President Xingnan did not forget to remind Shiyu to practice his purification ability. She also received instructions from President Bingling at the headquarters to cultivate Shiyu well. If Shiyu went to the headquarters and still didn't have any purification ability, she would definitely be held accountable. After President Xingnan said goodbye, Shiyu immediately gave the pile of fertilizers he bought to Shen Baobao. Let's put aside the request for help from the plant association. With the skill teaching process, Shen Baobao should not be stuck in research and unable to cultivate the cultivation fruit. Outside Shen Baobao's research institute, after getting the feed resources, Shen Baobao was full of energy and started working. Shiyu was also relieved and planned to continue to fuse skills with pets. This time, Shiyu pulled Qitong. He looked at 11 skills, and the fusion success rate was not very high. Now Shen Baobao and Susu should focus on work and can't devote most of their energy to nursing him. The cultivation fruit has not been successfully developed, and when he is weak, most of his time will be wasted, so it is better to wait until Shen Baobao succeeds before fusing with 11. On the contrary, Qitong's skills have a very low fusion success rate. Therefore, Shiyu plans to fuse skills with Qitong first: red eyes, racial skills, Superclass, Crossed Swords, Yangayan, Spiritual Solution, Flame Spirit Sword Body, 10,000 Swords Return to 1, Phoenix Sword Intention, Spark Sword Formation, Cursed Flame, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, Soul Guidance, Sun True Body Quasi-God Class, Zeuxin Sword Formation, Professor Skills, High Class, Scapegoat Superclass, Resurrection of the Dead, Soul Incarnation. Red Eyes and 11 are undoubtedly good embryos, both have 14 skills above the superclass. It is conceivable that after they are fused, these two guys will become so powerful. Are you ready? Shiyu said, looking at the mini sword spirit that fell into his hand. Meow. Red Eyes maintained the form of a sword spirit and nodded heavily. Although it has many skills, the degree of fit is quite high. Unlike 11, it has all the attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, spirit, space, wind, thunder, light and darkness. It is a mess and it is impossible to fuse them. Then come on, Shiyu grinned. Skills, Sun Flame, Phoenix Sword Intent, Starfire Sword Formation, Suzaku Divine Fire, Sun True Body, Soul Incarnation, Fusion Success Rate, Medium, Fusion Risk, Medium, Fusion Success, Fusion into, Suzaku Clone, Skills, Suzaku Clone, Level, Quasi-God Level, Faith Skill, Introduction, Suzaku Clone, which has immortal faith and is immortal. Suzaku Clone feeds on the power of stars and masters the power of the sun that can burn stars. Suzaku Feathers can be transformed into Suzaku Sword Intent that can cut down stars. Any ability mastered by Suzaku Clone can be strengthened by the power of faith. Boom. As soon as the skills were successfully fused, the sky was full of sun flames and immediately enveloped the red pupil. This fusion did not consume much of Shiyu's energy, because Suzaku Clone, compared to those material skills, did not have any outrageous abilities. It was just that compared to the clones that were directly pinched before, the essence of life was closer to Suzaku, and the attributes and potential in all aspects were stronger. If the previous Suzaku clone and the current Suzaku clone compete for the power of Suzaku's faith at the same time, then the current Suzaku clone will definitely win. The current Suzaku clone will also have a higher utilization rate of the power of faith, which is very useful on King Kai's planet and can save Shiyu a lot of money. If it is a Suzaku civil war, Akado's Suzaku clone will not be suppressed by the blood of other Suzaku. The Yangain dissipated, and in front of Shiyu, in the sky, a mini Suzaku, holding a sword in its mouth, flew around. It was Akado's Suzaku clone and the original body. Swish, 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 the Suzaku clone flew around in the sky and turned into a sword-holding bird. It felt that in this state, the power of the Suzaku sword skills would be even more powerful when the two swords were combined. Using the interlaced sword as a container, integrating the Suzaku sword intent and Akado was stunned in midair, and found that there seemed to be no other skills that matched the Suzaku sword intent. So, it's not over yet, don't worry, wait for me to rest, and then we'll come back. Shiyu stretched out his hand, recalled Chitong, let it fall into his hand again, and planned the next round of fusion, skills, spiritual solution, curse flame, soul guidance, flame spirit sword body, substitute, resurrection of the dead, fusion success rate, low, fusion risk, high. So Shiyu said that he liked Chitong, whether it was the previous Suzaku skills or the current necromancer skills, the degree of fit was not ordinary. Chimi, after the Suzaku clone and Chitong's original body said they were ready at the same time, Shiyu directly started to fuse. Fusion and progress. After a long time, fusion success has been fused into death control, skill, death control, level, quasi-god level, introduction, control the rules of death and become the god of death. As soon as the fusion was over, not only Chitong but also Shiyu instantly sank into the world of death until a wisp of death flame was ignited. The death flame burns all life. The undead puppet replaces the wounded and the dead. It can transform the dead into nutrients for its own growth, deprive the living of their power and transform them into dead spirits, and resurrect the dead and turn them into living spirits. In a space like hell, Chitong slowly opened his eyes and turned into the Lord of Death. The power of death that emerged from his body seemed to be able to create a disaster of the dead at any time. As soon as this skill was integrated, Chitong's body directly evolved again in a small degree. First, the sword held by the Suzaku clone was immediately filled with the power of death and turned into a black sword embroidered with flames, turning into the sword of the god of death. Secondly, After transforming into the form of a sword girl, Qitong's image also changed completely. The silver armor turned into a black dress fluttering in the wind, and a black sword was held at the waist. The red pupil under the red hair was full of the charm of death. After the Suzaku clone landed on the sword girl's shoulder, Qitong turned to look at Shiyu, smiled slightly, and telepathically said, "It feels good, yes. I have become a big sister who can scare children to tears." Shiyu sat on the ground, supporting his body with his hands, looking at the more graceful death goddess Qitong, and grinned. Shen Bao, Su Su, and Lin beside him also blinked and looked at the death goddess Qitong. Death rules. Death control. Like the rules of life, it is a very valuable rule skill. Now I feel comfortable. Racial skills, superclass, interlaced swords, superb, 10,000 swords return to 1, superb, quasi-god class, Zyuxin sword formation, proficient, death control, proficient, Suzaku clone, proficient. All of a sudden, Qitong's skills became fewer and more powerful. Shiyu said excitedly, "Death, fire, I also have space control here, I will teach you later. When the time comes, I will copy the gold control skill and see if you can learn it. When the time comes, use the 4 quasi-god skills as fuel, fuse with the interlaced swords, and perform this Zyuxin sword formation. The enhanced version of this Zyuxin sword formation will definitely be more powerful." Good. Qitong transformed into the sword bird again, very excited. It can finally become stronger. By the way, have 11 and Chong set off. At this time, Shiyu suddenly noticed that 11 was not here. From the telepathy, it seemed that he was already far away, so he couldn't help asking. Lin said, "Yes, 11 has already set off. There is an entrance to the 10,000 races ranking battle in the Kanglin realm. 11 plans to try it before the skills are integrated to see the strength comparison before and after the enhancement." For such a small matter, 11 felt that he was no longer a child and didn't need to bother Shiyu, so he reported and set off by himself, letting Shiyu and the others wait for good news. But Chong was worried about the child 11, so he went with him. Kanglin City. Bing bing bing, a panda cub with a green cotton worm hanging on its shoulder looked at the city in front of it and swallowed his saliva. The 10,000 races ranking battle, its King 11 is here. Gigi, come on, 11, beat it up and make it dark. And be the calamity of the starry sky 10,000 races. Chong cheered for 11. Chapter 544, The Ranking Battle of 10,000 Races. There are too many competitions of all sizes on King Kai's planet, and there are many large-scale competitions of the entire starry sky. The 10,000 races ranking war is one of them. It is hosted by the Starry Sky 10,000 Races Committee, and it is a peak showdown based on races that is carried out in all major first-level realms at all times. The minimum threshold for participation is the quasi-god level, that is, the totem level, and the upper limit of the participation level is unlimited. Among them, the venue for the 10,000 Races ranking war in the Kanglin realm is in the Wangxiang district of Kanglin City. After 11 and Chong came here with great difficulty, they looked around like country people entering the city. Gigi, 11 and Chong found here that this area was full of starry sky life, and there were too many starry sky life without human beings following. They didn't seem to be a strange combination. A starry sky tree spirit walked by, and a dog-headed man with a gun in his pocket walked by, which made 11 and Chong particularly curious. It is worthy of being the place where the 10,000 races ranking war is held. The two of them looked at each other and started to go to the registration location. "Excuse me, is there anything you can help me with?" Fang Qin asked, looking at the short black and white bear and the green cotton worm hanging on its shoulder. She is a graduate of Kanglin College and is currently interning at the 10,000 Races Committee. Her job is to help the races that have just signed up for the 10,000 Races ranking battle register. At the moment, although 11, who is just over 1 meter tall, and the smaller bug, look quite strange, their good professionalism still makes her speak with great respect. Although they look strange, many big guys have such a habit. There are also many old monsters who have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years and disguise themselves as cute. It is also very common for some giant beast-level races to shrink themselves in order to save energy. Therefore, she did not make a fuss about the appearance of 11 and Bug as cubs. "Ayo, I want to sign up for the 10,000 races ranking battle," 11 said. "Okay, may I ask if your race has been registered?" Fang Qin said. "Ayo, I don't know. What is the name of your race? Ying, iron-eating beast tribe Chaos Panda evolutionary branch, 11 said. Fang Qin nodded, and the smart computer in front of her immediately said, search completed, no information found. Sorry, there is no registration information for either Chaos Panda or Iron Eater. If you want to participate, you may need to register again, Fang Qin said. 11 scratched his head. Fortunately he had expected this, and said, Ying, then register again. On his shoulder, Chong nodded calmly. Since there are too many life races, the 10,000 races ranking war can represent the origin race or the evolutionary branch race. For 11, Iron Eater is its origin race, the root race. For its current individual, Chaos Panda is its evolutionary branch race, the current race. According to their investigation, if you want to get good results in the 10,000 races ranking war, you usually register as the origin race and participate on behalf of the origin race. After all, generally speaking, the number of people in the origin race is larger. And it is easier to get good results if everyone participates together. If 11 participates as Chaos Panda, then it will definitely be a single player. After a while, 11 completed the registration information, name, 11, growth level, quasi-god level, area, suspended realm, race name, Iron-eating beast. Since the Iron-eating beast is a newly registered race, if there are other Iron-eating beasts who sign up for the competition in the future, they will be required to come together with you to conduct a bloodline homology test, Fang Qin said. The first 3 duels are positioning matches, which determine the initial race ranking. In addition, if your registered race has no record of participating in the 10,000 races ranking war within a certain period of time, the race ranking will decline or even be removed. Ying, no problem, 11 nodded. Next, we need to check your age. Age is also an important reference standard for calculating the ranking after each duel. Of course, you can also not check it, and the system will calculate it according to the lowest weight, staff member Fang Qin said. Calculation, 11 accepts everyone who comes. Since he wants to get a high ranking, he naturally has to do it the easiest way. It seems that the younger the age, the higher the combat power, which means the stronger the race. Although 11 feels that he is no longer a child, compared with the predecessors such as Dragon God, Gemcat, Owl, etc., he should still be considered young. Okay, this is a life test paper. You just need to input a little energy. Fang Qin took out a white test paper and handed it to 11. 11, who was sitting on the chair, took the test paper from the counter and input energy. It was the first time for him to see such a high-tech thing. Can this measure age? 11 directly input energy according to the other party's request. The next moment, 4 red bars appeared on the white test paper. Seeing this, 11 looked up blankly and handed the test paper to the staff. At this time, the staff member named Fang Qin looked at the test paper in astonishment and looked at 11. 1 red bar represents 1 year old. So, 4 years old? She was stupid. Even ordinary bears who are not extraordinary races on some low-level planets are not adults at the age of 4. In front of her, this iron-eating beast was probably a god-level race. In the long life of the gods, 4 years old was really a cub among cubs. Is it really a child? Not even a fraction of her age? She was already 25 years old. 4 years old, Fang Qin said in a daze. So it's not even 5 years old yet. 11 fell into deep thought, but it felt that it should be soon. Gee, can you test me too? Chong looked at the test paper curiously. It was 4 years old or 3 years old now. It forgot whether it had a birthday or not. Yes. The test paper can be reused. The staff gave Chong another life test paper. The next moment, Chong finished the test, and Fang Qin was dumbfounded again. She saw that one of the 4 red bars was missing. 3 years old. She looked at 11 and Chong in a ridiculous way. So whose children were these 2? Wait, could it be that the test paper was broken? The ranking battles of all races below the god level are all conducted offline. The so-called offline battles are conducted in the major realms and real worlds of King Kai's planet. As for the duels above the god level, they will be conducted in the online space. You can enter the second world from the entrances of the major first-level realms. The second world is a world specially opened up by King Kai in King Kai's planet for fighting. It can be regarded as a super big arena. Whether it is the ranking battle of all races or the battle of conferred gods, it will be held in the Second world, at that time. The reason why Shiyu said that it is easier to wait for the battle of conferred gods in the Kanglen realm is that there is no teleportation entrance to the second world in the suspended realm, only the first level realm exists. At present, the registration is completed, and 11 begins to take the battle certificate and follow Chong Chong to find an opponent that matches it. In the Wangxiang area, the space is overlapped, there are many teleportation arrays, and many spaces. 11 is overwhelmed, which makes Chong Chong proud. Fortunately, he followed 11 here, otherwise the leader will definitely get lost. With Chong Chong's guidance, 11 finally found the so-called battlefield number 4399. At this time, a pair of partners had been waiting for a long time in the battlefield. They were a human youth and a giant dragon with teeth on both jaws, horns raised, and a green body with some plants growing on it. Roar, it looks like the opponent is coming. The green dragon saw 11 and Chong Chong coming into the battlefield from the entrance and said. Yet, the young man in the dark green windbreaker also looked over and frowned. Seeing that it was not a combination of humans and starlife, but a strange bear and insects, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just as 11 and Chong Chong were staring at the young man and the green dragon on the opposite side, a robot suddenly flew out from one side of the open-air battlefield. It is detected that the two sides have arrived. Please go to the field. I will be the referee next. This is a positioning match. The two sides are newcomers, the representative of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe, 11, the 9,212th rank starry 10,000 tribes, and the representative of the Kanglen Green Dragon tribe, Gorka. Why is it a positioning match? Hearing the battle information reported by the referee robot of the 10,000 tribes committee, the young man, the contractor of the Kanglen Green Dragon, was speechless. Roar, the Green Dragon also shook his head with a bored look. In the positioning match, even if you win, the points added are very few, and the opponents are generally very weak, which does not have any training effect. Gorka, let's fight quickly and then start a game, the young man said to his contracted Green Dragon. Roar, got it. The Green Dragon spread its leaf-like wings and flew to the field. Its emerald eyes looked at 11 and Chong Chong. At the same time, Chong Chong at the entrance congratulated 11. I was lucky. My opponent in the positioning match was matched with a race ranked in the top 10,000 of the Starry Sky 10,000 races. If I win, my initial ranking will definitely not be low. The Kanglen Green Dragon clan Gorka in front of me is definitely not the strongest among the Kanglen Green Dragon clan. He should be a junior of the Kanglen Green Dragon clan. Generally, the strongest people in the top 10,000 of the 10,000 races are basically the best in the top god realm, and there are many god-level people in the clan, otherwise it would be impossible to reach this ranking. Ying, great. At this time, 11 also walked onto the field happily, and Chong Chong crawled to the side of the Green Dragon's contractor, Chiji, asking. Hello, are you this big beast master? Chong Chong asked. What are you doing? The young man looked at the bug in front of him with a black face. Chong Chong said in the universal language of the universe, I am the guardian insect of the Iron-Eating Beast. I am very happy to fight with you. You will not be happy later. At this moment, the contractor of the Kanglen Green Dragon confirmed again that the opponent was a newbie. Generally, the more powerful gods will form an alliance with a suitable human family, allowing them to sign an equal contract with the cubs of the tribe and grow together. This black and white bear called the Iron-Eating Beast is not only a new race in the 10,000 races ranking war, but also has no human partner to follow. Instead, it is guarded by a green worm. What a mess. You are unlucky. The young man crossed his arms and looked at the venue. The 10,000 races ranking war, this event is different from the conferred god war. Humans are not allowed to intervene in the battle of contracted pets. If humans want to participate, they have to sign up themselves and represent the human race in the war. At the same time, they cannot use the power of pets and can only fight on their own. Therefore, basically no human race is bored enough to participate in this thing. The status of the human race does not need to be proved by this competition. So at the moment, the contractor of the Kanglen Green Dragon is just a spectator like Chong Chong. Big talk, Chong Chong despised. Battle, begin. At the same time, as the Kanglen Green Dragon entered the central venue, the robot of the 10,000 Races Committee, which was responsible for the referee, directly issued a battle order. Roar, the Kanglen Green Dragon looked at the Iron-Eating Beast not far away with a mocking look, and did not say much. According to the Beastmaster's instructions, he planned to fight quickly. Boom. It stood there, not moving at all. The ground cracked directly with a rumble, and many trees grew rapidly. The trees were like being uprooted, forming a forest in an instant, blocking the venue. Countless tree trunks rose into the air, forming a tree prison and strangling 11. 11 stood there, shook his arms, and the air shock was launched. The strong space fluctuations instantly intertwined with these huge trees. However, on the blue star, the air shock, which was enough to shatter a relic's secret realm and shatter space, could only blow off and crack the thinner branches and leaves like the wind at this moment, and did not pose any threat to the main trunk at all, and could not even uproot it. Moreover, even the broken branches were instantly filled with green light, quickly healing and transforming into an immortal sea of trees, devouring 11. Rules of wood, control of wood. Seeing the perfect nature of these giant trees and the faint regular ripples, Chong said. The Kanlan Green Dragon clan has inherited 2 high-level divine skills and several ordinary divine skills. It is a top-level divine clan. That's why I said that you are unlucky to meet us in the positioning match, the young man said happily. You don't even know the Kanlan Green Dragon. You are really a newborn calf. Don't worry, Chong curled his lips. The battle is not over yet. 11 just took out the divine level of Zhenkuang to test the waters. What is there to be proud of? Sure enough, seeing that the single Zhenkuang could not cause any damage to the opponent's moves, 11 showed an excited expression and his fighting spirit rose. Roar, it roared and stood still. A fiery breath bloomed from it. The fiery high temperature turned into a materialized wave. This time, 11 activated the molten gold skill, and he turned into a sun furnace, filled with overwhelming heat. This move was indeed more effective than Zhenkuang against these crazy plants. Feeling the high temperature, the plant's attack slowed down instantly. With a Legion battle body as a foundation, the temperature of the molten gold at the moment was no less than that of ordinary divine skills. Many approaching plants withered at once, but the next second, the withered plants were immediately filled with strong vitality and recovered instantly. Boom! The infinite sea of trees stabbed directly at 11, trapping it in it and killing it. The flames disappeared instantly, replaced by the sound of bombardment that resounded throughout the venue. It's useless. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but say, the rules of wood combined with the rules of life, how can ordinary high temperatures stop it? However, before he finished speaking, the next second, a sudden change occurred. The flames disappeared, but the dark sea of trees instantly appeared with white light again. What? He was quite surprised. Boom! Roar! Along with the unexpected roar of the Kanlan Green Dragon, the sky was full of white light bullets, which penetrated the sea of trees at an astonishing speed. The speed of the attack was so fast that the recovery speed of these plants could not react at all. Before they could recover, another light bullet penetrated, and the sky was full of light bullets blooming in all directions. The main target of the attack was still the Kanlan Green Dragon. The Kanlan Green Dragon's face changed, and a layer of divine wood armor immediately appeared on his body. As the light bullets fell on his body with a swish, extremely thick smoke rose up. Above the messy sea of trees, 11's body was shining, and his eyes were full of light. The super-level skills were indeed not as useful as the quasi-divine skills. It was the control of light that he had just learned. It's useless. Although there was an accident, the young man remained calm. Sure enough, as the smoke dissipated, the green dragon wearing the divine wood armor was unharmed, looking at 11 opposite with a green gaze. 11's control of light is only at the entry level. Although the effect is good, it can't play a decisive role at all. This kind of attack, even if there are 10,000 more, it can't break its defense, the young man said. At this time, 11 also discovered that although the control of light can crush the opponent with speed, due to the low proficiency, the attack strength seems not enough to crush the opponent with the rules of life. Not only that, even if the yin-yang grinding wheel is directly used, I'm afraid it won't be enough to kill with one blow. 11 frowned. In this case, after thinking it through, 11 burst out directly on the spot, and a huge amount of energy was vented from his body. The sky-high flames began to shake the messy venue. In an instant, the energy in his body increased by more than several times. In the dazzling white flames, platinum arcs flashed from time to time. Since direct attacks could not break the defense, 11 entered the explosive mode. Seeing this, the contractor of Kanlan Green Dragon was happy and said, "Are you going all in?" In his opinion, 11 had entered the overloaded burst mode, and had already bet the outcome on the next offensive. As long as Kanglin Green Dragon could hold on, the opponent would be exhausted. Boom. At this time, 11, who had entered the Sharp Edge mode and the Thunder God Armor state, had indeed reached the peak burst mode. Under the photoelectric reaction of the control of light, its speed and attack reached a higher peak. In an instant, under the shocked expression of the Green Dragon, it appeared in front of it. Ying, in the eyes of the Green Dragon, only a flash of light flashed, and with a bang, it was shattered by the punch at the speed of light, and flew out. However, the attack force was still not strong enough. Although the defense of the Green Dragon was instantly broken and injured, under the huge vitality, the wounds that 11 had hit on the Green Dragon were recovering visibly with the naked eye. In other words, they recovered instantly. Roar, come on, the Green Dragon stopped suddenly, roared loudly, and was also eager to fight, provoking 11. The next second, the attack that it could not see clearly arrived again, bombarding the head. In an instant, 1/3 of the head disappeared, but it still recovered instantly. Boom. In the infinite light speed impact, the Green Dragon directly became a sandbag, an infinitely regenerated sandbag, and was beaten by 11. About a minute later, the Green Dragon was still unscathed, but 11 was still attacking fiercely. This made the young man frown and said, "How is it possible, such an overloaded explosion, this black and white bear actually lasted for so long?" What he didn't know was that although it was an overloaded explosion, 11's physique comparable to the god level was too strong, and the limit was unfathomable. Moreover, the recovery effect brought by the immortal golden body also made a significant contribution to 11's burst endurance. Roar. After a while, the beaten and angry Green Dragon finally found the right opportunity and transformed himself into a highly toxic physique through the control of wood. Not only did he become extremely poisonous, but poisonous gas also burst out from his body. Boom. When 11 attacked, he was accidentally infected with toxins. Under the double negative state of overload and poisoning, the young man put down his arms, and he didn't believe that this black and white bear still had the strength to turn the tide. Roar. 3 minutes later, accompanied by the roar of the Green Dragon, it finally found the gap in the attack of the exhausted 11, and the dragon's tail directly blasted the 11 who had ended the burst period away. Bang! 11 was slapped and flew to the field. The Green Dragon was sweating and breathing deeply, with a face full of fear. This time, although he felt that he had a sure win, the young man didn't dare to talk too early. "Gee, here it comes," said Chong Chong. Sure enough, as Chong Chong spoke, the young man's face changed. On the field, 11, who should have ended the burst and entered a weak state, was filled with a monstrous fighting spirit, as if the fire of will was ignited, and an unstoppable wave burst out from it. Roar. 11 stood up again while roaring, and launched the unstoppable skill. This was a secondary explosive skill that could only be launched when entering a near-death state. In front of the extremely outrageous expressions of the young man and the Green Dragon, 11 entered the explosive state again, with black and white lightning all over his body, like a zombie, and a yin and yang grinding wheel condensed in his hand. Boom. Under the annihilation of the terrifying yin and yang lightning, the toxins in 11's body were directly purified. At the same time, through the unstoppable unrestrained edge, the second strengthening was completed. After entering a more peak state, 11's aura instantly crushed the Green Dragon by a step. Roar. Seeing that 11, who was supposed to be dying, directly annihilated the toxins and stood up again, the Green Dragon roared unbelievably, and at the same time, felt a strong threat from 11 at this time. What a joke. This is the prototype of a top-level divine skill. The young man's pupils also shrank, and in an instant he looked at a light and shadow, and pressed the suddenly appeared yin and yang grinding wheel on the Green Dragon's belly. Boom boom boom. The strong destructive force directly destroyed the healing effect of the life rules. With unparalleled impact, the Green Dragon was blown away with its roar, and its fighting spirit and consciousness were also destroyed. In just a moment, the Green Dragon's eyes turned white and it fainted. It was blown away 100 meters away, crossing an abyss, and startled countless smoke and dust. Boo-hoo. At the same time, 11, who had exploded for the second time, fell to the ground again like a kite with a broken string. The young man looked at the Green Dragon and the iron-eating beast who were both unconscious at the same time, and fell into deep thought with an unbelievable look on his face. But the next moment, what made him feel even more outrageous was that a moment later, The iron-eating beast was filled with amazing fighting spirit again. It dragged its weak body and burst out unstoppably. It looked around to find the enemy. When it saw that the green dragon had completely fallen to the ground, it couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, greeted the bugs, and prepared to leave. Gee, sure enough, 11 is still too weak now. It's so hard to beat a plant dragon. It needs to be strengthened, Chong Chong muttered and crawled away from the young man. Hearing this, the young man widened his eyes. Say it again? At the same time, the robot serving as the referee finally announced the winner. At this time, 11 and Chong Chong had already slipped away, leaving only the young man who was looking at the green dragon in a daze. He suddenly looked in the direction where 11 and Chong Chong left. What a joke. Who are these two guys? He and Gorka are geniuses ranked in the top 500 in the conferred God War. Iron-eating beasts? What kind of race is this? How can it be possible to beat the Kanglin green dragon among the Starry Sky myriad clans? No, I have to find out. On the other side. In the secret villa, Shi Yu yawned. After sensing that 11 and the others had finished, he was about to call them back to eat, but suddenly there was a loud shout from the main body of Shen Bao Bao. Shi Yu, the AFK fruit has been successfully developed, come and try it. Shi Yu instantly forgot about 11 and Chong Chong, and immediately ran to Shen Bao Bao to take it, looking at the golden fruit in Shen Bao Bao's hand. Wow, Shi Yu was attracted by the fruit in an instant. His eyes lit up, and said, can it be eaten now? Shen Bao Bao nodded. It can be eaten, but the taste of this fruit is a bit difficult to change. What do you mean? It means it may not taste so delicious, it is very unpalatable, and it tastes like, it's okay, I can still eat this bitterness. Shi Yu took the fruit directly and took a bite. The next moment, his face turned blue, with purple in the blue. After a dizzy spell in his brain, he fainted from the stench and entered the AFK cultivation state. Seeing this, Shen Bao Bao looked worried. What should he do? If he didn't improve it, it would be hard to sell. Chapter 545, Fighting the God of War Bear 11. Shi Yu had never eaten something so unpalatable. It was so unpalatable that he didn't know what words to use to describe it. You know, he was a human with the will of a hegemon who had almost experienced all of life, old age, sickness and death. Even if 90% of his life force was taken away in an instant, he would be absolutely calm. However, when eating this cultivation fruit, Shi Yu was completely out of his mind and felt his will was instantly impacted. The main reason was that what he ate was indeed not an ordinary thing. It was a god-level resource. After Shen Bao Bao knew the cultivation method, he began to study it. After half a month of research, he consumed fertilizers that were almost equivalent to super god resources, and developed a prototype of the divine skill, the cultivation fruit. The cultivation fruit cultivated by Shen Bao Bao is at the initial level of a quasi-divine skill, which can be called the best among the god-level resources. With sufficient energy, it takes several days to condense one. No wonder Shi Yu fainted directly. It is not just as simple as making the sense of smell and taste feel smelly, but also making the spirit, mind, and soul feel smelly. There is no dead angle in all directions, and it may be impossible to block this thing by relying on the perception shielding of the spiritual system. After finding out that Shi Yu had fainted from the stench, every pet animal was anxious and rushed to watch the fun. The Suzaku clone holding the original body, and the Star Sea Elf Su were the first to arrive. Ki, holding Ziozi, and the brothers and sisters of the second team, also rushed to the scene immediately. On the other side of the 10,000 races ranking battle, Chong Chong and Patient 11, who was tied up and dragged by it with insect silk, were also startled, thinking that something had happened to Shi Yu, and hurried home. At the scene of the incident, Su covered her nose and looked at the bitten cultivation fruit, and glared at Shen Bao Bao. This thing, can it be eaten by people? The more expensive something is, the better the effect, Shen Bao Bao argued, which showed that this time it was a great success. Can it be purified? Su asked quickly. Shen Bao Bao fell into deep thought. It didn't know what the consequences would be if it purified the stench of the cultivation fruit, and whether it would change the nature of the cultivation fruit, but it would be no problem to purify and wake Shi Yu up. The nutrients from the cultivation fruit eaten by Shi Yu will be stored in Shi Yu's body. He will only consume the nutrients of the fruit when he goes to sleep and enters the idle state. When he is not idle for cultivation, the nutrients will be automatically stored. Therefore, forcibly waking up will basically not waste the nutrients of the cultivation fruit, so there is no problem. Ning, upon hearing this, Su immediately purified and called people to purify Shiyu's negative state. Then, Shiyu slowly climbed up with twitching hands and feet. After a shiver, Shiyu almost threw away the cultivation fruit in his hand. I said, Shen Bao. Can't this thing be optimized anymore? Shiyu's mentality exploded. He thought that even if it was not delicious, how bad could it be? But Shiyu forgot that he was a man who could not accept stinky tofu and snail noodles. Maybe it may be possible, but now it is only the entry proficiency. Maybe after reaching proficiency plus 11, the taste can be changed, Shen Bao said. Of course, it is not sure. Shiyu's mouth twitched and he said, okay, I'll give you some later. However, this thing seems to be really effective. Although I just slept for less than a minute, I feel that the efficiency of AFK practice is almost twice that of my normal practice, Shen Bao. To be honest, according to its speculation, the nature of this fruit is like this. The higher the level and effect, the more it may stink. But Shen Bao didn't dare to tell Shiyu. Hey, it should work hard. It feels that even if it can improve the mutant, the consumption is estimated to be not small. At most, it can improve the fragrance for Shiyu. If it is to be sold, it will definitely not spend the effort to improve it. Hey, Shiyu sighed, and the little machine Enya next to him advised Shiyu to endure hardships before becoming a superior person. Shiyu didn't feel relieved at all and just wanted to practice more for them. Soon, 11 and Chong also rushed over without stopping. At this time, Shiyu had already dispersed the pets and was still struggling whether he should eat the remaining cultivation fruit. He had already taken a bite of this thing. If he didn't eat it as soon as possible, the nutrients would be lost over time. On the way back, 11 and Chong had confirmed that Shiyu had resurrected and was fine, but after returning, they still looked at the cultivation fruit curiously, feeling that the power of this thing was even greater than adding points. You want to try it? Shiyu handed it over. 11 and Chong shook their heads and took a step back. Ying, shame on waste, 11 said. This cultivation fruit is only effective for humans, so they won't eat it. Tisk, is the opponent very strong? I feel that you seem to have a hard time fighting and almost kneel down. Shiyu didn't think about the fruit for the time being, but asked 11. 11, who was wrapped like a white bear by a bunch of silk bandages, shook his head and said, No, the opponent is very weak, it won easily. Shiyu pondered, do you think I believe you? It was obviously difficult to win. If this was a battle for the gods, with a green dragon and the Beastmaster, you would definitely lose miserably, Chong pouted. Of course, if it didn't use the power of faith, it would probably be worse than 11. 11 was speechless and looked at Shiyu eagerly. It seems that the starry sky life in the first level realm is indeed difficult to deal with. 11, don't worry. You only have 2 quasi-divine skills, 1 entry level and 1 proficient level. Your combat power is supported by the combination of super level skills. It is normal that it is difficult to fight with these guys, even if you don't fuse new skills. When I add points to your yin-yang grinding wheel and light control more than 10 times, your combat power will definitely double. Don't worry. 11 was full of energy and accidentally broke the bandage tied by Chong. He grinned and every black and white hair exploded like a needle. Hurry up and find the ginseng baby. Shiyu was speechless. Then, Chong, hypnotize me now, let me enter a deep sleep state, block my perception as much as possible, and then, use your telekinesis to put this leftover fruit in my mouth, or teleport it to my stomach. Shiyu turned around and gave Chong a command, trying to find a bug. Okay, seeing that it was such a simple order, Chong immediately followed it and hypnotized Shiyu. Then, he stuffed the cultivation fruit into Shiyu's mouth and fed him to eat. However, after doing all this, Chong still found that Shiyu, who should have been in a beautiful dream, began to toss and turn, with a frozen face. At the same time, the 10,000 Races Committee, Kanglin Branch. The 10,000 Races Committee is an organization that was born entirely for the 10,000 races ranking war. The core high-level positions here are basically monopolized by the powerful races in the major realms. In addition to being responsible for the relevant affairs of the 10,000 races ranking war, The most common activity of the high-level officials of the 10,000 Races Committee is to use internal authority to discover some grassroots geniuses at the first time. There are too many star life forms that come to sign up for the 10,000 Races ranking war. Although most of them are here to give points and don't know how much strength they have, there are also frequent grassroots geniuses who do not belong to the powerful gods. Because of a coincidence, they evolve very powerfully. Once such players are discovered, they will be the focus of the 10,000 Races Committee. The senior officials of the 10,000 Races Committee will use their authority to find opportunities to win them over and let them join their forces. It is an excellent choice to bring them in for marriage and breeding. Gorka, a member of the Kanglin Green Dragon clan, although currently only at the quasi-god level, has always been the focus of the 10,000 Races Committee, Kanglin branch. First, because its race ranks in the top 10,000 of the Starry Sky 10,000 races, and is one of the true Starry Sky 10,000 races. Looking at the entire Kwang star, it is a well-known god clan, and looking at the Kanglin realm, it is even more powerful. The Kanglin Green Dragon clan lives in the Kanglin realm. The rise and fall of this race's ranking is related to the strength of the Kanglin realm, so it is natural to pay special attention. Second, Gorka signed a contract with Sen Nian, a genius from the Kanglin human family, the Sen family. Sen Nian is a super genius. He once partnered with the Gorka and entered the top 500 before the conferred God War, with the highest score of 486. He was regarded by the Kanglin realm as a genius combination that has the hope of impacting the top 100 in the future. They were training in the 10,000 races ranking battle, and their wins and losses were basically watched all the time. Just after the battle between 11 and Gorka, the information in the background system of the 10,000 Races Committee was updated, and the staff responsible for the review was immediately stunned. The Kanglin Green Dragon lost to a newcomer who just participated in the ranking, the staff exclaimed, and then a bunch of staff gathered around. A group of staff gathered in front of the video, watching the battle video recorded by the referee robot in disbelief. 11 of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe, infinitely burst out, and beat the Kanglin Green Dragon Gorka, suppressing the opponent throughout the whole process without any counterattack. In just a few minutes of fighting, he directly knocked down the Kanglin Green Dragon. And in the end, it was suspected that he used the prototype of the top-level magic skill. Iron-Eating Beast? What kind of race is this? It's even more powerful than the Starry Sky myriad races of the same level. I retrieved the information. This Iron-Eating Beast who calls himself 11 is from the Suspended Realm. Wait, age? 4 years old. Fuck, 4 years old, what a joke. There was a cry of surprise throughout the studio. You know, the Kanglin Green Dragon Gorka had already become famous 40 years ago, and had made achievements and entered the realm of quasi-gods. Although it is considered a young dragon among the dragons, a very young dragon, but, being beaten by a 4-year-old bear, this is outrageous. Director Sen is the elder of this Sen Nian, right? Shouldn't we notify Director Sen? The group of staff looked at each other. Soon, Director Sen, one of the managers of the Kanglin branch of the Myriad Races Committee, arrived at the scene. He was also quite surprised to watch the video of the game, and then fell into deep thought. For the next 2 games, arrange a stronger opponent for it, and don't worry about the others. After seeing the realm to which 11 belonged, he gave an order. The Suspended Realm, has it cultivated a top-level god clan? This Iron-Eating Beast clan, which comes from the Suspended Realm, is not something they can afford to provoke. The strongest and second strongest in the Suspended Realm have a record of jointly hunting down super gods, and are on good terms with several super god lives. Such information is still known to a large family like the Sen family, so it is enough to pay a little attention to this Iron-Eating Beast 11, and there is no need to get too involved. What does the Suspended Realm want to do? Director Sen muttered in his heart. Before, the Suspended Realm was only powerful for the top strong, but now it seems. Director Sen feels that in terms of the younger generation, this second-level realm seems to have to make a move. On the other side, I don't know how long it has been, but Shiyu is still snoring. Shiyu hasn't slept so soundly for a long time. While Shiyu was sleeping, his second beast control space suddenly rumbled and changed, and began to upgrade. Xiaoji, yeah, as well as Meo, Giga, and Xiaobing, who had signed the contract for the second beast control space, were all shocked and felt the changes in themselves due to the upgrade of the beast control space. Roar, yeah, Xiaoji and Ye looked up to the sky and screamed, very surprised. Shiyu successfully upgraded while sleeping. Zyagi and Yaya immediately spread the news and ran to Emperor Kanshin to thank him crazily. Shiyu was too lazy to practice the second beast control space for a long time. At this time, seeing Shiyu eat the fruit made by Emperor Kanshin to successfully upgrade the second beast control space, Zyagi and Yaya were immediately in tears. They can finally live in a luxurious beast control space of the same scale as the first team. After a while, the pets gathered at Shiyu's window, surrounded him, and whispered to each other while looking at Shiyu lying on the bed. I always feel that it's weird, Lin said. Why are you watching a funeral? Now, Shiyu has been sleeping for a week. During this period, Lin's research and transformation of himself have been almost completed, but he is still sleeping. However, seeing that Shiyu was sleeping soundly, no pet came to disturb him, so he could level up with peace of mind. But now that Shiyu had reached the double 9th level, his physical condition had been greatly improved. The pets such as 11 looked at each other and felt that they could not let Shiyu sleep any longer. Now, Shiyu, who was at the double 9th level, was in the best condition. Next, 11 and Chong Chong felt that it was time to pull Shiyu up and give them some food. Ying, Chong Chong, come up. At 11's call, Chong Chong immediately nodded and entered Shiyu's dream. He found that Shiyu in the dream was eating stinky tofu, snail noodles, durian, and canned herring with excitement. He suppressed his sympathy and pulled Shiyu back to the real world from the dream. Although Shiyu had some dreams intermittently, he had a good rest. At this time, he vaguely regained consciousness. After gradually waking up, he felt full of energy and slept very well. How long have I slept? Shiyu rubbed his eyes and asked the 11 who were surrounding him. Ying, almost 7 days, so long. Shiyu was stunned, then reacted and said, wait, did my second beast control space break through? Damn, he didn't feel anything, he really fell asleep. Is this okay? Roar, duck, Zyagi and Yaya celebrated happily, indicating that it was true. Shiyu immediately got up and looked at Lin and said, Lin, did anything happen during the few days I slept? Lin said, nothing big happened. Except for me, everyone stayed at home. I downloaded a lot of information about star storms at the Disaster Research Institute, and bought a lot of mechanical parts through the channels of the Disaster Research Institute. At present, the internal transformation of the mechanical space is being carried out. In a few days, it should be able to be successfully transformed in all aspects and evolve into star life. Shiyu grabbed the bedsheet and said, well done, I wanted to help you, but it seems that you have done it yourself, Lin. Does it mean to increase its own research speed by adding points? Did it 11 participate in the 10,000 races ranking battle again? Shiyu asked 11, who shook his head repeatedly and said he would not fight anymore. In this state, it is indeed difficult. It has to wait until the points are added before going to fight. 11 clenched his fists with shining eyes. It seems that nothing happened. Shiyu exhaled and said, double 9th level. Shiyu clenched his fists and felt that his talent for body control was also brought to the 9th level. Now, he seemed to be able to control any energy in his body at will, including soul power. It seems that he can already do it to form telekinesis with spiritual power and to attack the soul with soul power. In addition, the control of life forms has also reached an incredible level. Under Shiyu's hard control, he did not use the time fruit of the baby ginseng at all. He shrank suddenly and his clothes began to become one size larger. In the blink of an eye, Shiyu turned into a 7 or 8-year-old boy through body control. Although the body has become smaller, the appearance is still handsome, Shiyu said. All pets? Our turtle, little ice, and cat here. Shiyu, a young boy, dragged his large pajamas and looked around. Huh, my lord, I'm here. The winter water snake also poked its head out. The short-legged cat climbed onto the bed excitedly. Not bad, you should be able to adapt to the environment of King Kai's planet now, Shiyu said. The 3 pets nodded repeatedly. Master, are you going to start cultivating them? Lin asked. Yes, now they are at level 9, and the speed of cultivation is faster than I expected at the beginning. After having the fruit of cultivation, I should be able to save a lot of time in cultivation in the future. Also, because Susu has learned the origin fluctuation, the difficulty of adding points is much smaller than before. 10 months should be more than enough to arm you perfectly. In that case, why not find an opportunity to cultivate them as well, and everyone will participate in the conferred god battle together. And Xiaozi, I have found a way to make Xiaozi a fighting planet. Xiaozi in Qi's arms was stunned, and then surprised. There is also a share for it. Shi Yu smiled and nodded. Indeed, he had found a way a long time ago. That is, becoming a realm master. After becoming the realm master of a realm on King Kai, you can obtain the star attack skill. To become the realm master of King Kai, even if you are a third-level realm master, the threshold is not low, such as owning a low-level planet of your own, such as winning the first place in the conferred God War, which is not easy. But after really becoming a realm master, there are many benefits, such as being able to obtain your own fiefdom, such as being able to obtain star attack skills. At that time, after having your own fiefdom, Shi Yu can let Xiaozi migrate the star continent in his body to King Kai, build his own incense faith city, and provide faith power to the insects. Then, teach Xiaozi the star attack skill, and it will be able to fight as it wishes. Owning your own fiefdom on King Kai and accumulating the power of faith of the four saints is part of Shi Yu's plan, but Shi Yu feels that this is not enough. This little power of faith is not enough to cultivate the four sacred beasts. More power of faith is still monopolized by the four saints who have evolved more deeply. Therefore, Shi Yu is still conceiving a skill, name, Faith Overdraft, effect. You only need to make up for the power of faith in the future to overdraft the power of faith you never had to strengthen your own faith skills. Deduction success rate, very low as long as you learn this trick. The combination of the four sacred beasts of Chong Chong and Chi Tong is equivalent to having unlimited power of faith, and you can mobilize the power of faith anytime and anywhere. Compared with other faith gods, it will be much more chick, commonly known as pre-consumption. In short, at least, there will be no stronger power to use at the critical moment. As long as you know when to use this move and when not to use it, this move will definitely become the strongest must-kill in Shi Yu's team. If you mobilize the power of faith to the limit, maybe you can fight against the super god level? Then, the harvest from defeating the super god level can be used to buy a large number of precious four saints faith objects from the epic ruins, forming a perfect closed loop. Of course, Shi Yu's top priority at present is to strengthen 11. 11 should be the last to be strengthened. At present, only its skills in the team are still more than 10 and have not been fused. Next, Shi Yu began to let the unrelated pets move freely. As for 11, Shen Bao Bao, Su Su, etc., they all stayed and prepared to assist. In Xiaozi's body, the star continent. Okay, I've rested for a while, and I'm in good shape now. 11, I'll fuse you now. Shi Yu looked at Shen Bao Bao, Su Su, Chi Tong, Lin, and Chong Chong and said, how are you? Do you need to prepare? All the pets shook their heads, indicating that they can do it now. Okay, Shi Yu looked at 11. This was the last fusion of the team. After completing this, it would be easier to add points. 11. Racial skills, superclass, introverted edge, shocking the sky, unstoppable, demon god body, legion battle body, thunder god armor, Jiuli legion, immortal golden body, killing wind, mirror reflection, Midas touch, melting gold quasi god class, yin and yang grinding wheel, light control, professor skills, superclass, super alloy. 11 skills are a bit complicated, but Shi Yu did find several best combinations after many permutations and combinations. 11 roared in anticipation, and all the pets were ready. Chong Chong first opened the creation field. In the creation field, Chong Chong is the creation god, and can also restore Shi Yu's state to a certain extent and enhance the ability of the baby. In the small purple body, which was originally a small world, a layer of inner world was overlapped at this time. Meow, Chi Tong drilled into Shi Yu's body and entered the state of possession, strengthening Shi Yu's strength while taking part of the loss on his behalf. Ning, Su Su's origin fluctuations were ready to go, to purify the consumption and pain of Shi Yu and 11. When necessary, it would use the Star C contract. Although this violated the rules of the contract, as long as it did not come often, just a few times, there would be no problem with the contract. The last step, Lin used the 9-color divine light to gently strengthen the will in various states of Shi Yu and 11. At the same time, he used the wind of blessing to wrap around and bless Shi Yu and 11. With such a configuration, even if the consumption was huge, Shi Yu could carry it. The advantage of Shi Yu's contract with a bunch of pets was fully displayed at this moment. When Shen Bao Bao also put his palm on Shi Yu, and Xiaozi also performed the world blessing, Shi Yu took a deep breath, entered the state of spiritual resonance with 11, and opened the Tai Chi field. In an instant, 11 also felt this heavy power. If the previous points were only an activity between Shiyu and a single pet, then the current points were the result of the joint efforts of the whole team. Gather the strength of the whole team to help a pet become stronger. Ying, after feeling this heavy power again, 11 was still very moved and determined to persevere and master a stronger and stronger power. Compared with other teammates, 11 has no auxiliary skills, and the auxiliary function of adding points to other pets is not great. It is just a natural war beast, so 11 has always wanted to help teammates in other ways. After thinking about it, 11 can only think of using powerful combat power to fight continuously to harvest resources and give back to the team. Therefore, it must become stronger. Skills: introverted edge, unstoppable, Legion combat body, immortal golden body, fusion success rate, very low, fusion risk, very high. 11, go, ye, me, ning, come on, with the shouts of the whole team. The skill furnace is directly running. Countless skill experiences are crushed and integrated, and the huge impact of will makes 11 roar to the sky. Roar. At the same time, the amazing fighting potential bursts out from 11's body. Boom 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 boom. In the perception of Shiyu and the others, all the energy of 11 is now restrained, and only the fighting spirit is transformed into an unstoppable sky-high edge, rushing straight into the sky, shaking the creation field of the insects. Even Xiaozu's entire inner world is shaken by the amazing fighting spirit at this time. This movement. Shiyu is in a very happy mood during the rapid consumption. This movement, 9 out of 10, will fuse out a very powerful skill. However, what surprised Lin and the others the most was that during the skill fusion, they did not feel how much terrible changes in 11's energy there were. Instead, 11's physical life force began to shine like the sun. Could it be physical skills? At the moment, 11 does have this feeling. It feels that no matter what kind of energy it is rushing and flowing wildly in its body, strengthening its body, making its already very terrifying physique even more powerful. It makes 11 feel that even if the previous green dragon attacks, the opponent cannot break through the defense, and even if the ginseng baby explodes continuously, it cannot shake its fundamental strong confidence. Roar. 11's body grew to 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 100,000 meters before he knew it. His physique was constantly strengthening, and his strength was constantly concentrating. In an instant, Chong, the god of creation, almost lost consciousness, as if he had foreseen a scene. A giant beast, overlooking the stars in the universe, punched the stars with its flesh without any energy, and the entire planet exploded. When Chong woke up, he found that it was all an illusion, but his creation domain was really shattered at this time, and the low-level planet Xiaozi began to bear the terrifying physical power that was enough to crush the world. Meow. At this time, Xiaozi was also afraid, as if it was a fear engraved in the instinct of the race of life, just like encountering a race of cosmic giants that could physically cross the starry sky. When all the pets were surprised at how outrageous skills 11 was going to fuse, 11's gigantism finally stopped, and began to lose air, shrinking towards the state of a cub. At the same time, fusion success, reserved edge, unstoppable, Legion battle body, immortal golden body, have been merged into fighting god body, skills, fighting god body, introduction, top-level combat physique, can double any energy in the body and convert it into physical strength, exerting the strongest physical strength with minimal consumption. It can convert the enemy's damage into physical strength and life force. The more serious the injury, the stronger the combat power. When you die in battle, your will to fight will be transformed into endless life and resurrected. As long as the will to fight is not gone, the body will not die. Boom. The fusion is successful. 11 has now returned to a height of 1 meter. With his eyes closed, he floats in the air and slowly falls. At this moment, Chong, Shen Bao, and Lin can no longer feel any energy fluctuations or attribute fluctuations on 11. But when they see 11's small body, they can all feel the breath of a prehistoric beast. It is a top-level divine body that can kill a demigod with an ordinary punch and crush divine skills. No one expected that the fusion of these skills would actually give 11 a pure physical skill. Ahem. Shiyu, who was weak, looked at 11 with surprise as he fell to the ground and slowly opened his dark star-like eyes. At this moment, he completely felt the power of 11. This is undoubtedly the power of 11 after entering the realm of God. With just the strength of the body, He can blow up a small star with one punch. 11 opened his eyes full of confidence. He simply clenched his fists, and with a bang, the air shook the whole world of Xiaozi. Heavy rain fell from the sky. That was Xiaozi crying. Boo-hoo. 11 was so scared that he apologized quickly and controlled his physical strength. He felt that this skill was better than the yin-yang grinding wheel in battle. It consumed less and had more power than the yin-yang grinding wheel. Except for the special effect of not destroying everything, everything was perfect. 11 immediately bowed to thank the silent group, while Shiyu kept smiling. It's not over yet. Bring the divine crystals. Everyone, quickly replenish your strength, adjust your state, let's continue. Skills: Jiuli Legion, Killing Wind, Mirror Reflection, Midas Touch, Molten Gold, Sky Shock, Super Alloy, Fusion Success Rate, very low, Fusion Risk, very high. Fusion and Progress. Previously, Shiyu used the burst skills and recovery skills of 11 to fuse and formed an invincible fighting god body. Now, Shiyu used the Jiuli Legion's Legion clone skills as the core and fused them with the skills of Wind, Water, Earth, Fire, and Space. To be honest, he still didn't know what skills he could bet on, but these skills happened to have a success rate, which made Shiyu choose to give it a try. It was still an extremely difficult process. During this period, 11 stood in the Tai Chi field, and 8 panda clones of about the same size as 11 slowly formed under the rotation of the Tai Chi diagram. At first, they were just black and white pandas, but soon, as the black and white power swirled, metal armor of different colors appeared on their bodies, including white armor, red armor, brown armor, cyan armor, and blue armor, with different styles. Each panda clone was filled with a powerful aura at this moment, not inferior to the realm of demigods. Roar, with the roar of the 11 original deities in the center of the Tai Chi diagram, the 8 Dao Dao Bear clones suddenly opened their eyes of different colors corresponding to the armor: Fusion Success, Jiuli Legion, Severe Wind, Mirror Reflection, Midas Touch, Molten Gold, Shocking the Sky, Super Alloy, have been fused into Bagua Clone. Skill: Bagua Clone. Introduction: Tai Chi gives birth to Liangai. Liangai gives birth to Six Yang. Six Yang gives birth to Bagua. It can create 8 combat clones that respectively control the power of the rules of heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, mountain, and marsh. Tai Chi domain: what on earth are you? At this moment, Shiyu couldn't help but speak, and found that the skills fused with the assistance of the spiritual domain and Tai Chi domain were all top-level divine skills, first-class powerful. Feeling that each of the 8 Dao Dao Bears beside 11 also contained terrifying physical strength, and the powerful aura flowing regularly on their bodies, Chong Chong and other pets were shocked. What a joke! Why do they feel that without the main body taking action, relying on 8 clones alone, 11 is enough to sweep the demigod level? At this moment, 11 didn't care about so much, and was extremely excited and full of fighting spirit. He commanded the armored Dao Dao Bears to move the divine crystals for everyone to recover. Keep going, it still has skills to fuse. Come on, rest for 2 days, and continue. Shiyu sensed the Tai Chi domain around him and fell into deep thought. If according to the theory that Tai Chi gave birth to 2 yin and yang, 2 yin and yang gave birth to 4 images, and 4 images gave birth to 8 trigrams, since the 4 images are cosmic life in the last era, then what does the power of Tai Chi represent? When the yin-yang grinding wheel was fused, Shiyu had already felt the power of the Tai Chi domain, but now he felt that he had underestimated the potential power of this magical domain. Earth. If he had a chance, he would definitely go back and take a look. Skills: Demon Body, Thunder God Armor, Fusion Success Rate, very low, Fusion Risk, very high. Next, Shiyu only had 2 super-level skills left to fuse. These 2 skills, one for darkness and one for light thunder, had a slight conflict, so the fit was not high, but they contained the yin-yang principle. Shiyu felt that with the help of the Tai Chi domain, he could still try to fuse them. In the past few days, the team's divine crystals were consumed by the fusion of skills for 11, and they dropped by 10 pieces, which made Shiyu very painful. However, thinking of the current strength of 11, Shiyu felt that everything was worth it. Before this, he was still worried that even if he got the first place in the conferred god battle, he could not defeat the Star Beast God in the prize, but now, he was not worried at all. Because right now, 11 alone is enough to fight ordinary primary gods without any external force, as a demigod. When the time comes, it shouldn't be a problem for the whole team to defeat a mid-level god. With infinite expectations, Shiyu and his team performed the final fusion at 11's place. This time, it won't be too outrageous, will it? Shiyu was almost scared. Chong Chong and other pets were also scared, feeling that 11 was getting closer and closer to invincibility. Roar, this time, during the fusion process, 11 seemed to have returned to the initial state of the Chaos Panda, as if he was deeply trapped in the chaos of thunder and lightning, and his figure could not be seen clearly. His body was filled with two-color lightning, one yin and one yang, one light and one dark, blending, transforming, and colliding with each other. Under 11's thoughts, the light and dark lightning on his body transformed freely. 11 was wearing white Thor's armor for a while, and then turned into a black demon's body, with a superb temperament. Fusion success. Demon's body, Thor's armor, have been fused into God and Demon's thought, skill. God and Demon thought, introduction. One thought can make you a god, one thought can make you a demon. In the God state, you can control the power of light thunder, and in the demon state, you can control the power of dark thunder. Entering the God and Demon thought, you can break through the limitations of the brain under the stimulation of the power of light and dark thunder, and gain extremely strong attack, defense, speed, injury immunity, and thinking reaction power beyond time. Note, God and Demon thought is extremely dangerous. After using it, you will lose your combat ability. The stronger the physique, the smaller the negative effect. What the hell is this? Shiyu and others are speechless. Chong Chong and other pets completely collapsed. They felt that unless they obtained the fate overdraft mentioned by Shiyu, and then overdrafted the future without caring about their lives, otherwise, they would definitely not be able to beat 11. Ah, indeed, this is a very dangerous skill. 11 felt it just after mastering it. Even if it obtained the fighting god body, it would lose its combat capability after the brilliance if it wanted to use it. However, in the same way, during the period of God and Demon's convergence, even if it encountered an opponent who mastered a divine skill of creating a time-stopping domain and the opponent trapped it in the time-stopping domain, its thinking could also transcend time, control the divine punishment with a single thought, and destroy the opponent. Like Khan, the first cosmic crow in the conferred God War, who mastered time-slowing and time-stopping, at this moment, 11 felt what the opponent was. The yin-yang grinding wheel annihilated the opponent's time mark, the God and Demon's convergence restrained the opponent's time skill, and the fighting god body beat and killed the opponent instantly. 11 didn't know how to lose. Boo-hoo, all the skills were integrated, and 11 shouted happily, thanking Chong Chong and Shenbao like crazy. The 10,000 races ranking battle. It is going to participate in the 10,000 races ranking battle again. Ugh, calm down, Aya, calm down, your opponent will be killed by you, Shenbao and other pets advised. What the hell, they felt bad and looked at Shiyu. Woo, why are the skills fused by 11 so strong? It's unfair. You ask me, I also want to know why its skills are so outrageous after fusion, Shiyu also said excitedly, as expected of 11, you are really good at being a gambling dog. 11 was happy, so it was okay to be a dog. As long as it had powerful skills, it didn't matter if it turned from a panda into a bear. Recommended book. Elf Mechanic. This is an era of urban elves that integrates parallel worlds of animation, games, and comics. After the World Championship, the Trainer Association evaluated trainers with epic legendary status. Number 8. Karuna. Honorary Awards, 8th Master's 8th Place Award, Busy Work Still Master Award. Number 3. Sharona. Honorary Awards, 8th Master's 4th Place Award, World History Scholar Award, Champions Must Listen to Her Award. Number 2. Red. Honorary Awards, 2nd place in the 8 Masters, 1st Legendary Trainer Award, Battle Against Super Mystic Beast Mutuo and Win Award, Champion Friend Award. Number 1. Yixing. Honorary Awards, Top Mechanical Master in History, Creation of the Elf Gundam Award, 1st place in the 8 Masters, Friend of the Mystic Beast Award, Super Mystic Beast Battle World Guardian Award, Say Hello to Arceus Award. When Yixing recalled the first time he traveled to the Elf Age, his initial dream was to continue to be an ordinary mechanical trainer. As a result, when he assembled the Steel Gundam Elf, he unexpectedly became a top Hall of Fame trainer. Chapter 546, Crushing the Stars. After completing the fusion of 11, Shiyu fell asleep again. In just over a month, Shiyu completed the fusion of the skills of Zyagi, Ya, Shinbei-Obeo, Susu, Chidan, and 11, making their strengths completely transformed. As for Chong and Lin, they were almost fused on Blue Star. Chong fused the creation domain, and Lin fused the mechanical spirit. If they want to strengthen, they can only rely on copying, adding points and skill deduction. Fortunately, Shiyu already has plans for Starry Sky Storm and Faith Overdraft for their strengthening plan, so he slept very sweetly and had no tasks to bear. After eating the cultivation fruit and sleeping and resting, Shiyu no longer meditated this time, but developed his talent for beast control. At present, Shiyu has mastered 6 major abilities: telepathy, skill illustrations, body control, time enhancement, space enhancement, and fusion. Among them, telepathy, skill illustrations, and body control are upgraded with a level of beast control, and are currently considered level 9. Among them, telepathy and Tai Chi domain can be called a god-level talent due to its special power. As for the 3 talents of time enhancement, space enhancement, and fusion, they have not kept up with Shiyu's level for the time being. The highest space enhancement is only at level 8, and they all need to be strictly developed. Time enhancement and space enhancement determine Shiyu's success rate in exploring the ruins in the future, and the fusion talent determines the difficulty of Shiyu's future copying skills. As for the purification amplification talent and the purification hand talent sent by the Environmental Protection Association, Shiyu has not taken care of them for the time being, and has not regarded them as the primary training goals. For himself, Shiyu can still tell which talent to develop first and which talent is more important. Shiyu's requirements are not high. As long as he can cultivate the time, space, and fusion talents to level 9, it is enough. As for the god level, it requires additional resources and opportunities. It is difficult to master at level 9. It is an ability that only god-level beast masters can master. He does not expect it. When Shiyu was practicing hard in his sleep, 11, who recovered first, was already enthusiastically gesturing at the new ability. After experiencing it, 11 felt that, in one word, it was very strong. Fighting God Body, 8 diagrams clone, God and Demon Thought. Each one is a top-level divine skill. Among them, each of the 8 trigrams clones can be condensed in advance like the previous Dao Bear. The most important thing is that the functionality of each clone is different. For example, the clone of Zen also has the ability to heal and bless. It can not only help the main body heal injuries, but also use the power of bless to accelerate the growth of plant resources and develop the potential of pets of the same race. Although each clone is not weak in combat power, being a thug is no longer the only use. It can be said that their existence allows 11 to fight more at ease without worrying about other things. Of course, the skill that surprised 11 the most is the fighting god body. With this top-level combat physique, it doesn't have to think about the mess in future battles. It directly attacks the enemy and attacks with a flat A, which is its best tactic in the future. This way, the consumption is the smallest, the attack power is the highest, and the comprehensive cost effectiveness is the highest. The control of light and the yin and yang grinding wheel are too consuming. 11 also has a lot of combat experience, so it quickly summed up the most suitable combat process for itself in the future battles. When you meet an opponent, don't attack first, just send out a clone that is suitable for fighting to fight the opponent. If the clone can beat the opponent, then there is no need for it to attack. If the clone can't beat the opponent, it will not be too late to attack. This can avoid consuming too much physical strength. It's okay now, but after reaching the god level, the divine power is a rarer and more difficult energy to replenish. It's always good to consider these things in advance. After you attack, you will only use pure physical strength to fight. It is estimated that few opponents can survive this level. This way of fighting, no matter how serious the injury is, no matter how long it takes, the consumption of itself is not very large, and it can support the longest battle process. In a battle of equal strength, even if it lasts for a month, it will not be exhausted. As long as you don't encounter an enemy like Susu who can purify everything, or master the skills of yin-yang grinding wheel that can annihilate the will to fight, this move alone can make you invincible at the same level. When you feel that you cannot defeat your opponent in this state, you can use the God and Demon Thought. The God form of Light Thunder Control can enter the Thor Armor mode, which is faster. The Demon form of Dark Thunder Control can enter the Demon Body mode, which has stronger attack power, but not as fast as the former. You can choose different forms to fight according to different enemies. When you open the single form of God and demon thought, the load will be slightly greater, not only for the body, but also for the spirit, but it is still within the tolerance range. This state, combined with the invincible physique, will be able to solve more powerful enemies. If this still cannot solve the enemy, God and demon thought, and open the God and demon state at the same time, is the last choice. Use the yin and yang conflict rules to break through the brain area restrictions and enter the extreme burst state. This will greatly load the spirit. During use, the mind can be so fast that it can surpass time, see the future battle scene, and command the body to complete miraculous actions. After use, it is inevitable that the spirit will be overdrawn, the body will be broken, and even the will be worn out, resulting in a significant reduction in the effect of the fighting God body. It can be said that it is the last trump card to be used. As for the yin-yang grinding wheel, compared with these skills, it is not the most cost-effective to use it directly in the attack. It is more effective when facing the Abyss clan and the Meteor clan, whose attacks have special effects, or who have mastered the time mark and the fighting God body. Now it is relegated to auxiliary skills. Weaker enemies can be defeated by clones, ordinary enemies can be fought physically, stronger enemies can be defeated by gods and demons, and enemies stronger than oneself can be defeated by gods and demons. As for the control of light, it was ruthlessly abandoned by 11 and regarded as the skill with the lowest cost effectiveness. It is planned to wait for Shi Yu to use it to merge with other skills in the future. In Xiao Zi's body, Chong Chong and 11 arm wrestled. After Chong Chong's King-Long immortal body was crushed by the fighting God body again, Chong Chong cried, and 11 roared for the nth victory. As for other pets, they don't play with 11 at all. Shen Bao worked hard to improve the fruit of cultivation. Lin went to the research institute to study. Su purified the pollution source every day to support the family, and Shi Tong took the second team out to watch movies and go shopping. Qi wanted to go, but for safety reasons, he stayed with Xiao Zi to protect Shi Yu. In fact, when Shi Yu was in danger, his biggest reliance was not the 6 space gods given by Kongdi. The stones had long been distributed to other pets with poor life-saving abilities. His biggest reliance was actually the spirit of time, Qi. Although Qi was only at the demigod level and not yet at the god level, according to Qi's own experience, even the top gods who were proficient in the space system could not catch him below the super god level. With him protecting Shi Yu would be absolutely safe. When he reached the god level and recovered his peak strength, even the super god level would not be able to catch him. It was precisely because of Qi that Shi Yu's other pets could go out with confidence and leave Shi Yu's side. Now, every pet has grown up, and Kai Wangxing is a place where all the starry sky races are everywhere. It would not be strange for them to go out and play by themselves. In short, Shi Yu believes that his pets have reached the age where they can go out and play by themselves, and he, the guardian, is no longer needed to watch them. In Xiao Zi's body, 11 and Chong Chong discussed and continued to go to the 10,000 races ranking battle. After the two of them explained to Shen Bao and Su who stayed with Shi Yu, they immediately got out of the secret villa and ran to the location of the 10,000 races ranking battle. While looking for the teleportation array, Chong Chong saw a familiar figure on the bustling street. The sword girl Chi Tong, who was wearing black clothes, holding a sword, and had a Suzaku clone on her shoulder, was leading the shrunken Xiao Ji, Yang, the short-legged cat, the turtle, and Xiao Bing to wander around and buy various street snacks. The reason why Chi Tong brought them out was because Xiao Ji and Yu were too noisy, and Xiao Zi disliked them. These two guys, when they got angry, they didn't care about the seriousness, unlike Chong Chong and 11, who had a full-level mentality. As for the other 3 newcomers, they were purely brought along by the way to let them go out and see the world. 11. Chong Chong, Chi Tong and the others also found 11 and Chong Chong. "We're leaving first." After 11 and Chong Chong said hello to Chideng and the others, they took the public teleportation array to leave. "Roar, big sister, 11 and the others seem to be going to fight. Do you want to go and see?" Xiaoji and Yale were curious and wanted to see the pandas beat up the starry sky myriads. Although Xiaoji's big sister is Lin and Yea's big sister is Su, Chideng, who is their best friend and ranked the highest in the previous team competition, is obviously the biggest big sister. Chideng looked at Gigan, dwarf cat, and Xiaobing, who were also looking forward to it, and said, "No, although I also want to watch it, I have already bought the movie tickets, and I can't refund them." I also bought yours. You must watch it with me, Kak." The pets were silent. Hoo-hoo, watching a movie is not bad. The turtle moved closer to the little ice snake. "This is considered a sweet date." Little Ice moved and looked up at the sky. So, the first time the second team went out, they ate, drank and had fun, and they ate, drank and had fun at public expense. When Shiyu wakes up, will he really not criticize them? Senior Lin seems to have said that the team has been spending a lot these days. Half of the 200 god-level energy crystals have been squandered. If this continues, let alone a few months, the team's finances will be in trouble in 2 months. Meow the dwarf cat thought the least, looking at the Suzaku clone with envy, and also wanted to get close to the red-eyed big sister. Kanglin City, Wangxiang District, 10,000 races ranking battle facility. 11 and Chong Chong came for the second time. This time, there were much less things to do than the first time. After Chong Chong took out 11's battle card from the portable space, 11 ran to the registration machine that could be seen everywhere to match. Matching, at the same time, the Kanglin branch of the 10,000 Races Committee immediately received the news. Since the last time 11 fought, they have been keeping a close eye on 11, wanting to see the result of its next battle. However, no one expected that after such a long time, the iron-eating beast 11 did not come to challenge again until half a month later. I said that it was not as easy as it looked in the video when it defeated Gorka. It was very difficult to fight, and it must have been seriously injured. It is natural that it took so long to recover. In a room, the Green Dragon, who was defeated by 11, and its Beastmaster Sennian were sitting in Director Sen's office. "Uncle, if you want to see its limit, you might as well let Gorka fight again. We were careless last time, and this time it must be different," Sennian said. "For you, this 11 is indeed a good fighting target, but according to the rules of the qualifying match, you cannot fight again, and facing a 4-year-old opponent, even if you win the second time, what is there to be proud of?" Director Sen said. Sennian and the Green Dragon were speechless. Damn it, so why the opponent is only 4 years old, they can't understand. During this period, Sennian frantically trained and strengthened Green Dragon Gorka, hoping that he could win next time, but unfortunately, he had to wait. 11 is about to face the second opponent in the positioning match, the Refining Star Clan, Fanba. If it is matched with this monster, it will not even have room to play. Sennian was speechless. "I'll go to the scene to see." After Sennian and Green Dragon spoke, they left this place. When they came to this battlefield, the Refining Star Clan, Fanba had already arrived. This is a humanoid life with purple skin and round holes of various sizes on its body. It has no eyeballs, and the eye area is also sunken into the hole, which looks very creepy. Ahem, great god Fanba, even the extremely proud Sennian, who was once proud of his ranking of more than 400 in the conferred god battle, and Kanglin Green Dragon, saw this guy and called him a great god. "It's you?" Fanba of the Refining Star Clan glanced at Sennian and Green Dragon, frowned and said, "Are you my next opponents?" The Refining Star Clan ranked 202nd among the 10,000 clans of the Starry Sky, and the Kanglin Green Dragon clan ranked over 9,000th. They are not at the same level at all. Moreover, Fanba had defeated this Green Dragon a long time ago, so there was no point in fighting again. No, it's just that your opponent happened to have won against Gorka before, so we came to take a look," Sennian said. "Then it seems that the strength is not bad, we can look forward to it," Fanba said. Sennian said, "Don't expect too much. When the opponent fought with us, it was very reluctant to win. It is definitely not your opponent, Boss Fanba." He was telling the truth. His best score in the conferred god battle was 486, but the Fanba in front of him was just over 100, almost in the top 100. Moreover, it was the combination of him and Green Dragon that could rank 486, but the opponent, without the increase of human contractors, was purely beaten by himself, and his strength was very tyrannical. The Star Refining Clan, ranked 202nd among the Starry Sky 10,000 clans, is not as strong as the Kanglin Green Dragon clan. This Fanba is a rare monster in the Kanglin realm that Sennian and Gorka have no temper against. Just like their race name, their ability is to refine stars. They can refine non-living planets into handy weapons. Every attack using a weapon represents the power of a star, and there is no way to fight. The strongest super god ancestor of the Star Refining clan even refined stars into weapons. Of course, the demigod level Fanba is definitely not that powerful, and can only refine some small stars at most. But even so, it is terrifyingly strong. The most important thing is that after becoming a weapon, the non-living star will not stop evolving. One day in the future, it will still have the opportunity to evolve into a living weapon. Therefore, the lineage of the king of the realm does not hate the star-refining clan like they hate the cosmic beasts, but welcomes them. In short, after matching this guy, Sendian and the Green Dragon can't think of how the Iron-Eating Beast 11 can win. This is not bullying a child. While the two were talking, 11 came here with Chong Chong. As soon as he came here, 11 was very surprised to find that the Green Dragon he defeated last time was also here. You are the opponents again, 11 quickly asked in the universal language of the starry sky, the language of the heart, rubbing his hands, and this time he was confident that he could blow up the Green Dragon with one punch. Obviously not. Chong Chong looked at the more terrifying aura of the Refining Star Clan, Fanba. The Refining Star Clan. It turned out to be the Refining Star Clan. 11 and Chong Chong were very surprised after observing Fanba for a while. The ability of the Refining Star Clan was a skill that Shi Yu and his friends thought they must copy when they were reading the information of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans. The ability to refine planets into weapons is simply too amazing. Even a guy like 11 who doesn't like weapons wants to have a bamboo refined by a gold star as a weapon. We are just here to take a look. Sendian and Green Dragon twitched their mouths when they saw 11 and Chong Chong. Who would have thought that these two guys? One is 4 years old and the other is 3 years old. When he and Green Dragon found out about it later, they almost lost their minds. At this moment, a referee robot similar to the last time flew out again. It is detected that the two sides have arrived. Please go to the venue. I will be the referee next. This is a positioning match. The two sides are newcomers and the representative of the Iron-Eating Beast tribe, 11. Starry Sky 10,000 races ranked 202nd, the representative of the Star Refining Tribe, Fanba. Why is it a positioning match? At this time, Fanba didn't care about 11 and Chong Chong who came in. Even if they defeated the Green Dragon Gorka, what it cared about at this time was why the guy who defeated the genius of the Kanglan Green Dragon Tribe was an unknown race. It looked at 11, and at this time 11 also looked at the Star Refining Tribe with a look of regret. Woo. It's a pity that Shi Yu is sleeping. It's a pity that Shi Yu can't participate in the 10,000 races war, otherwise, he can copy the star refining skills by the way. It's Gold Star Bamboo Stick. Hello, 11 greeted the Refining Star Clan, intending to make friends after the battle, and then pull them to Shi Yu's side to let Shi Yu copy their skills. Let's go. The Refining Star Clan Fanba nodded and walked towards the battlefield. He had already judged that this battle was probably deliberately arranged by the 10,000 Clan Committee. Indeed. This battle was not only watched by Sendian and Green Dragon on the scene, but also by many staff members of the 10,000 Clan Committee of the Kanglan branch, led by Director Sen, behind the screen. Even if this 11 defeated the Kanglan Green Dragon Clan, it would be too difficult to fight against the Refining Star Clan. There's no way. At present, there are only the Refining Star Clan. Many staff members looked at the screen in silence. Soon, under the command of the referee robot, the battle began. The fighting style of the Refining Star Clan is to use their own refined weapons to fight no matter what kind of battle, because victory in battle can bring about weapon upgrades and complete the tempering of weapons. Therefore, at the scene, the Refining Star Clan Fanba directly stretched out his hand and summoned a weapon similar to a black mace. On it, there was a thick dark wave, and there were even dark rule ripples lingering around, which made the opposite 11's eyes go straight. Dark Star? Wait, this purple-skinned caveman, can't he also have the quasi-divine level of dark control? Thinking of this, 11 became more excited. The Refining Star Divine Skill, the Dark Control Divine Skill, if all of this is copied and learned, wouldn't it be invincible? Its control of light can also be integrated with a control of darkness. Gee. Even Chong Chong thought of this possibility, and couldn't help showing a collapsed expression next to Sendian and Green Dragon. No way. The leader can't be so lucky that he meets a boy who gives skills right away? What's wrong? Sendian and Green Dragon looked at the startled green cottonworm. At this time, due to being too excited, 11 did not notice that the referee had already announced the start, but the opponent moved very quickly. Buzz! The space fluctuated and flickered, and the Refining Star Clan holding the Dark Star Mace teleported directly in front of 11. Boom! It held the mace in both hands and smashed it suddenly the moment it appeared. During the swing of the mace, the black light made the space vibrate and emit a violent roar. In an instant, Sendian and Green Dragon were attracted by this terrifying blow. It was this that knocked them unconscious with one blow, and they even lost the strength to activate the rules of life. This terrifying blow, even on King Kai, if it was on a low-level planet, it would have the power to destroy the world. One blow is equivalent to a super-large meteorite hitting another star, which can cause extremely terrifying destructive power. Boom. The sound of the attack continued to roar. Bing. However, at this world-destroying blow, Sendian and Green Dragon suddenly discovered that with a discordant cry, the body of Fanba of the Refining Star Clan suddenly stopped in midair, and the battle scene on the scene seemed to be frozen. The huge dark mace was directly caught by the palm of the Iron-Eating Beast 11 in front of him. Without any energy fluctuations leaking out, the Iron-Eating Beast 11 simply stretched out his palm and took the blow with the power of his body. This scene was incredible, and Fanba of the Refining Star Clan directly clenched his weapon in disbelief. Because it felt that if it didn't use more force, the weapon would be taken away by the opponent. Wait a minute. Fanba looked at 11 in disbelief, his body trembling with amaze, and the harmless little Iron-Eating Beast opposite was looking at it excitedly. You have good strength, do you want to make friends? 11 said, and squeezed it hard, and heard a click, and the weapon refined from a small dark star directly cracked. Refining Star Clan Fanba? Sendian, Green Dragon? How is it possible? The staff of the 10,000 Clan Committee who were secretly observing the scene were stunned. The attack of Refining Star Clan Fanba, a race rank 200 plus among the 10,000 clans of the Starry Sky, whose personal strength is close to the top 100 in the conferred God War, was actually caught by the opponent with only physical strength? Just when everyone was in disbelief, 11 swung hard, and Fanba, holding the mace, immediately seemed to have encountered an extremely powerful impact, and his body was immediately like a residual image, and was shaken away. Boom. It suddenly hit the reinforced wall of the battlefield, and was smashed into spider-web-like cracks. Fanba was embedded in the wall, spitting out saliva in pain and coughing dryly. Then, he immediately opened his eyes in shock and looked at the newcomer in the 10,000 clan ranking war that he helped to grade. It resonated with a small dark star, and at this moment, it was like a star life encountering a cosmic beast that feeds on planets, and fear appeared in its heart. Iron-Eating Beast Tribe? It looked at 11 for the first time. Are you sure this is the Iron-Eating Beast Tribe, not the Cosmic Beast? It turned its head stiffly and looked at Sendian and Green Dragon, who had just said that the opponent's strength was not very good. Is this the guy you said that it was very difficult to win against you? From birth to now, it has never encountered a monster that can defend against its attack with only physical strength, and almost crush the stars and blow it away with its strength. It thought about it and thought that only the cosmic beast with the strongest body in the universe could achieve this. At this time, Sendian and Green Dragon Gorka were also confused and looked at 11 twisting his wrist in confusion when they were swept by Fanba's sight. How could this be possible? This Iron-Eating Beast was not like this when fighting them. How could this power? Gee, at this time, Chong quickly patched up 11 and said, the last time it fought with you, it had not eaten for a month and was extremely weak. Now is its true strength? Sendian and Green Dragon looked at the 3-year-old bug. We don't believe you. Who goes out to fight without eating? Are you really the guardian bug of that bear? A 3-year-old guardian of a 4-year-old? You have never told the truth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Demigod vs. True God. Sendian and Kanglin Green Dragon couldn't believe what they saw and heard, because it was too bizarre. The Green Dragon who had fought with 11 personally believed in what he had personally experienced. It was sure that although 11 was powerful, there was absolutely no qualitative difference in combat power between him and it. However, the Refining Star Clan, Fanba, was a top-tier monster in the non-god combat power of the entire Kinkai in the past 10 years. If it had not debuted for a long time and had no human contractors, it would not be impossible for it to enter the top 50 or top 10 of the conferred God War one day. There is definitely a qualitative gap between Fanba's strength and theirs. However, Such a monster that is enough to crush them, now makes them, who had not easily defeated the incomplete ones half a month ago, fall into a disadvantage. This. Are you doubting me? Seeing the disbelief of the young man and the green dragon, Chong Chong said, why do you think it was able to burst out so long last time? Why do you think it has the strength to stand up every time? This is because its body is invincible. It is really because it didn't eat last time and didn't perform well. Chong Chong almost believed what he said, but he didn't believe it, and the other party didn't believe it. It can even create the world, so what's wrong with creating a line now? The human beast Master Sennian and the green dragon Gorka looked at the battlefield in silence. The power of Eleven's attack was indeed powerful. Although the material of the battlefield here was not built according to the god-level combat standards, it was definitely not something that ordinary demigods could destroy. Seeing the Star Refining Clan's Famba being smashed into the crack in the wall, they all swallowed their saliva, but Famba was indeed worthy of its strength. After being hit so kindly by 11, it quickly adjusted its mentality and landed back on the field. Is there anyone who makes friends like this? Famba looked at the dark mace that had cracks like the wall, and recalled 11's words just now. It was absurd. 11 didn't care about that. It was determined to make friends. Bang! 11 ran out and disappeared in an instant. Although his speed was not as fast as the light speed punch, relying solely on physical skills, 11's attack was a little slower, but the consumption was almost zero. The moment the cracks appeared on the ground, 11's attack caused a strong wind, and Famba on the opposite side felt a strong sense of oppression, and his face changed. It understood that if it didn't use all its strength, it would be impossible to defeat this monster. However, even if it used all its strength, it could not guarantee that it could defeat this iron-eating beast. Let's fight. The eyes of the Refining Star Clan's Famba shone, and he swung the mace in his hand again. During this process, the cracked mace gradually recovered. At the same time, compared with the last attack that was almost a flat attack, this time, Famba directly stacked all the buffs that could be stacked. The control of darkness, the rule of darkness devouring. The control of space, the rule of space vibration. 2 more quasi-divine enchantments were applied to the star weapon. Famba's attack was more luxurious than the previous one, and of course the consumption was also greater. With a bang, 11's punch collided with the mace again. This time, 11 immediately felt that a lot of his own strength was swallowed up. At the same time, the opponent's strength was also greater, and it vibrated continuously, from the fist to the whole body, and all his internal organs were damaged. At the moment of the confrontation between the two sides, wisps of strong wind burst out like bullets, and cracks appeared on the ground and the surrounding walls. The entire battle facility shook, as if it would collapse at any time. Roar! 11 felt the opponent's change, still fierce and powerful. Yugai, seeing that the opponent's power was swallowed up a lot, he was still able to compete with a blow amplified by the power of space, and endured the damage without changing his face. The Refining Star Clan Famba showed an unhappy expression. This guy is still using physical strength to fight the enemy. The reason why Famba felt that he was not sure of winning even if he went all out was because 11 felt a huge pressure just by relying on physical strength, and now he went all out, but 11 still didn't use other means. This kind of battle where he couldn't see the depth of the enemy made him feel quite stressed. Boom! In a moment of collision, the two sides were evenly matched. Famba first wanted to hide in the air to avoid, but he sensed that the opponent's terrifying power was enough to distort the space, and then teleported to a distance, but 11's movement speed was also very fast, and the two sides immediately collided again in another place. Another amazing aftermath swept across, leaving the venue in a mess, and the storm swept the battlefield. The next second, the light flashed, and there was another bang collision. The next second, the light flashed again, and there was a boom collision, and each collision was in a different place. The two sides kept moving, attacking and defending. In the blink of an eye, it was difficult to see their figures on the field. Only the aftermath of bang 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 continued to spread throughout the field, rolling up a storm. During this period, Famba used almost all the means he could use. However, in despair, he found that this iron-eating beast tribe was a freak. It kept using physical strength to collide with its star weapons, and it didn't care about the injuries at all. Moreover, its state would not decline at all. On the contrary, as the battle deepened, it felt that the opponent's strength was increasing. What is this? In the audience, Sennian and Green Dragon opened their mouths wide and watched them gradually unable to keep up with the rhythm of the battle. They swallowed their saliva frantically. Fanba was still as strong as ever, but the iron-eating beast was indeed using physical strength to deal with it throughout the whole process. The last time, the power of space, high-temperature flames, and the control of light and many other skills were not used at all. Even so, it seems that he is still suppressing Fanba of the Refining Star Clan. This makes Sennian and Green Dragon almost crazy. So what happened last time? Gee, at this moment, seeing that 11 finally released the power of the fighting god body, Chong Chong was also quite excited. It is worthy of being a top-level combat physique. No, it is better to say that it is worthy of being a leader. Just relying on the fighting god body is not enough to make 11 so strong. Its own strong foundation is also the key to the fighting god body to exert such a powerful effect. With 5 top-grade divine skills, it is difficult to have a bad foundation. Boom. After the two sides collided with each other for a few minutes, 2 figures appeared in the center of the venue at the same time, then showed their figures and slid backwards, leaving a long crack in the ground under their feet, and then used friction to stabilize their figures. Looking around, Fanba's star mace was already extremely broken, with missing corners and pieces, and 11 on the other side was also covered with the wounds, but the most annoying thing was that Fanba felt his own strength gradually decreasing, but he didn't feel the opponent's strength decreasing. Not only did he maintain this 1 meter cute form, but his strength continued to increase. He really couldn't understand it. "Who are you?" Fanba of the Refining Star Clan asked. "You are so strong, it's impossible for you to be unknown." Fanba of the Refining Star Clan's mace recovered again, and 11's injuries began to heal at a high speed. 11 looked at it and said, "Panda King 11. The strongest of the Iron-Eating Beast Clan, do you want to make friends or not?" 11 asked again. Fanba of the Refining Star Clan gritted his teeth. "So, what Iron-Eating Beast, Panda? It has never heard of it. Which realm is this monster race mutated from? It feels that it will be no problem to rank among the top 100 of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans if it can suppress it at the same level. As long as you can withstand my attack, I will make you my friend," Fanba of the Refining Star Clan said. As it finished speaking, the star weapon began to be filled with black mist. Under the entanglement of the black mist, its appearance changed a little, becoming thicker, bigger, and darker than before. The purple-skinned caveman in 11's eyes also began to grow in size. In each hole on its body, a black light spot began to condense, gradually expanding into small stars, one by one floating on Fanba's body. Especially in its empty eye part, 2 dark star-like eyeballs were condensed. Boom. The dark aura that was several times more than before was directly revealed, and the overwhelming aura made Sennian and Green Dragon in the audience change their faces again, and also surprised Chong Chong. The weapons of the star refiners are usually stronger than their bodies. It takes a lot of energy to control them, so they are usually sealed. They will only be unsealed when they encounter a strong enemy. The high energy consumption also brings more destructive power, as Sennian murmured. Fanba of the Star Refiners had already raised his mace high. At the tip of the mace, a black energy sphere that was compressed to the extreme and constantly rotating began to be born. It was filled with an extremely deep and terrifying power like a star explosion. Seeing this, 11 on the opposite side showed a cautious expression for the first time. Darkness, destruction, Fanba of the Star Refiners roared, and the terrifying black sphere blocked the space, like a dark star sliding down and attacking, gradually growing larger as it hit 11. Seeing this, when Chong Chong thought that 11 was going to use the God and Demon's thought to open a single rampage form, he didn't expect that the leader played it even wilder than it, and the fighting spirit burst out directly. The overwhelming fighting power instantly broke through the space blockade, but 11 didn't mean to hide, and didn't want to rely on a stronger state to crush, and still punched the dark star with his body. 11 punched in the air, instantly compressing the air to the limit, forming a fierce air cannon, and surprisingly wanted to rely on the strength of the body to resist this blow. For 11, winning or losing is not the most important thing now. Through external pressure, tempering the fighting god body can make its physique stronger. This is a rare opportunity. Boom. The Dark Star Impact and 11's serious punch hit together. First, the Dark Star shock wave was concave like a balloon being pressed, and then accompanied by a roar from the opposite side of the Refining Star Clan Fanba, it burst out with stronger power, even overloaded, and enhanced the power of the impact. Buzz! The impact of the dark star increased again, and in turn swallowed up 11's fist wind. Then, with a bang, the fist wind was swallowed up, and the black light and 11 hit the opposite wall together. Under the explosion of endless dark power, the black ball star continued to crush the wall, and a big hole had been crushed out. 11 was in the center of the crushing, being rubbed crazily. Such a spectacular scene stunned Sennian and Green Dragon, and also made Fanba, who was weakly supporting his body with a mace on the field, gasping for breath and staring at the opposite side. Gee, at this moment, Chong Chong made a regretful sound. The more seriously injured the fighting god body, the stronger the power. The leader is clearly using the pressure of the opponent's attack to refine his body. Boom. As soon as Chong Chong's thought fell, the dark stars that were constantly rotating and rubbing against the wall exploded with a bang. A huge hole appeared in the middle of the entire sphere, just like a hole was blasted open. It was extremely shocking. On the other side of the hole, a black and white bear with a broken body that was no different from the wall swung its arm, and the remaining star power also dissipated with a bang. Buzz! The venue returned to calm. As 11 landed with a bang, he raised his head and looked at his opponent. The expression of the refining Star Clan Fanba could no longer be described as unbelievable. At this moment, 11 also panted. It seemed that the opponent was weaker than it, so it walked back to the venue step by step. It's over. It's the Panda King 11. It's really the strongest. The refining Star Clan Fanba found it hard to accept, but then, the huge pain in his abdomen made him lose consciousness. Before losing consciousness, he saw the monster called 11 punching him in the stomach with his peripheral vision. Bang! The mace fell out of his hand, and Fanba was blown away, smashing the wall, and completely losing consciousness. Scene after scene, all clearly transmitted to the studio of the 10,000 Races Committee by the referee robot. At this moment, a group of 10,000 Races Committee staff led by Director Sen were completely silent in continuous surprise and doubt. How could it be? Using physical strength throughout the whole process, they defeated the Star Refining Clan. The physical body resisted the unlocked star weapons, and in the end, it was even stronger. It doesn't make sense. The physical body resisted the power of the stars. Is this an iron-eating beast or a star-eating beast? The office hall, which was extremely silent just now, was suddenly filled with a tide of discussion as the battle ended. Obviously, everyone was quite puzzled about the process and result of this battle. It used the control of light to fight the Green Dragon Gorka, a top-level divine skill, but in this battle, it was completely useless. If it was used, how strong would the combat power be? Is there any hope of fighting against a true god? Amid the exclamations of many people, Director Sen also swallowed his saliva and thought of a possibility. This guy, isn't he using his opponent as a sparring partner? If he used his skills, he would definitely win this battle more easily, but why did he have to let himself win in such a miserable way, this time, and the last time? Is it that he didn't use his full strength in every battle, but was just toning himself? Everyone thought that such speculation was outrageous. He only relied on his physique and used the genius of the refining Star Clan, who is expected to be in the top 100 in the conferred God War, as a sparring partner in battle? What a joke. Even the top 10 monsters in the conferred God War who could suppress the primary gods, could they do it? Who on earth is this iron-eating beast clan? Bang! Director Sen got up from his chair and turned around to leave. When the chair hit the table, he had already left the room and headed straight for the place where the battle took place. At the venue, 11 looked at the fainted opponent and hurriedly called Chong Chong. Bug, give it a little medicine. Got it. Under the outrageous expressions of Sennian and Green Dragon next door, the green cotton worm teleported to the location of Fanba of the refining Star Clan, opened the other dimensional space, and a strange green liquid kept flowing out of it and dripped into Fanba's body. Cough. After a moment, Fanba regained consciousness. The first time he regained consciousness, he stood up suddenly, looked around cautiously, and then saw 11 holding the trophy. It lost. Fanba is no stranger to losing. When participating in the conferred God War, it lost to a stronger opponent. However, it was the first time that it lost so outrageously and so aggrievedly. It still found it hard to believe that one day it would be defeated by its opponent with only physical strength. 11 picked up the mace, weighed it curiously, and walked up to the purple-skinned caveman in small steps and handed it to him. Don't be discouraged. Its skills are all physical skills. Physical strength is its strongest point. You are already very strong. Let's make friends and fight again next time, Chong Chong encouraged beside him. The purple-skinned caveman was silent, and then he was still silent. Really? In this universe, are there really monsters that only cultivate the body? Even the cosmic giant beasts with the strongest physical bodies in the universe have other attribute powers, right? I lost, after a moment, its sight and had to admit that its skills were not as good as others. It was right to come to the major realms for training. There are really more people than you. In addition to the monsters who often participate in the conferred god battle, there are so many unknown freaks in other competitions. Okay, I'll make friends with you, it said. Let's fight again next time, it will definitely not lose. At this time, it seemed to have seen the limit of 11. In addition, it also looked at the confused Sennian and Green Dragon next to it with a bad expression. You two guys, are you trying to trick it? It just doesn't believe that with a fighting power of 11, defeating the Kanglin Green Dragon clan is just a barely winning victory. That punch that is enough to blast an asteroid can smash the Green Dragon. At this time, Sennian swallowed his saliva wildly and said, can you count us as one? To be honest, he also wants to make a friend. Strong, too strong, whether it is Fanba of the Refining Star clan or this iron-eating beast 11, they are as strong as monsters. He and Gorka want to make friends with such monsters, only in this way can they make progress faster. You are too weak, the purple-skinned caveman spoke ruthlessly. If these two guys hadn't lied about the information, he wouldn't have been blown away by the opponent in the first round of confrontation? Sennian, Green Dragon, ruthless, no, 11 also refused. He didn't like any of the Green Dragon's skills. It didn't fit him at all. Unlike this purple-skinned caveman, whether it was the Refining Star skills or the control of darkness, he liked them all. Sennian and Green Dragon shouted in their hearts, ruthless. Gee, don't lose heart, come back when you become stronger. Chong Chong lay on 11's shoulder and shook his head. Try hard and practice the top-level wood-related magic skill. Maybe Shen Bao Bao will make you his friend. Sennian and Green Dragon's mentality completely collapsed. They felt excluded, which was more uncomfortable than losing a battle. Big brother with a mace, leave your contact information. We will invite you to dinner another day and spar again. 11 waved his hand and was eager to establish a friendship with Fanba of the Refining Star clan. Shiyu was still sleeping, so they could only work hard on their own. If they let this guy run away, the universe is so big, who knows where the next Refining Star clan will be. Up, the corner of Fanba's mouth twitched. Big brother? It's still young. Only in his 30s, it dared to be sure that this iron-eating beast 11 was definitely a much older monster than it, so why pretend to be young? Not only in appearance, but also in voice. At this moment, another voice sounded. Wait, contestant 11, excuse me, Director Sen, a god-level beastmaster in formal attire, rushed in from outside and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw 11 and the others were still there. Uncle, Sennian looked at the man with a pained look. Just now in the office, he said that Gorka didn't beat 11 last time because he was careless, but after this battle, he and the Green Dragon, even if combined, how could they fight around with this iron-eating beast? Did he really not eat last time? He began to doubt himself. Godson Fanba, you are here too. Director Mori also smiled at Fanba and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am Director Mori from the 7th Office of the Kanglin branch of the 10,000 Races Committee. I also saw the battle just now. May I ask, contestant 11, are you interested in participating in a cross-level battle? Fanba's expression changed slightly. Cross-level battle, 11 was curious. Director Mori said, yes, a cross-level battle. You have already participated in 2 qualifying matches, but you have not exerted your full strength. There are no suitable opponents for you in the quasi-god level of the Kanglin realm. If you want to see the limit of your potential, you can apply to the 10,000 Races Committee for a cross-level battle. You can enter the 10,000 Races battlefield of the second world at the level of a quasi-god and match god-level opponents for a cross-level battle. You don't have to wait until you are at the god level to have the authority to enter. If you can win a cross-level battle, there will be a higher bonus to the ranking of your race. At the same time, as long as you can win one game, your record will also be. The 10,000 Races Committee headquarters will know about it, and the benefits you will get will be unimaginable. Perhaps many star clans will extend olive branches to you. The 10,000 Races Committee has a fund dedicated to cultivating new and powerful ethnic groups, And you can fight for it. Not only can you benefit, but the entire Iron-Eating Beast clan can benefit from your perfect performance. Director Sen felt that the Sen family was definitely not qualified to win over this monster Iron-Eating Beast clan, so it would be better to regard it as an achievement. If you can recommend a quasi-god who can surpass the god level to the headquarters, then he will also get a lot of benefits. 11 players, don't worry, the cross-level battle will not match two powerful gods, basically the primary gods with extremely low racial rankings. Your powerful body, combined with a previous control of light and a mysterious millstone top-level divine skill, has great hope of victory. Director Sen recommended it crazily. However, when he heard that the control of light also had top-level divine skills, Fanba next to him was stunned and looked at Chong Chong. Then, he looked at 11. What? The purple-skinned caveman was stunned. How could there be a millstone top-level divine skill? What is that? And if you can win, you should be the youngest winner of the leapfrog battle, right? 4 years old, leapfrog battle against a true god, Director Mori said. After getting the approval from the headquarters, there will be a bigger stage to improve yourself. 4 years old. After hearing this, Fanba of the Refining Star clan next to him was stunned again. After thinking carefully, his chest suddenly felt stuffy and his brain roared. Boo! 11 listened to Director Mori's nonsense and was eager to try. A leapfrog battle. A higher ranking. It looked at Chong Chong with shining eyes and asked how it was. Gee, Chong Chong also thought that it was okay to try. With a leader's current strength, it would be no problem to beat a primary god. The beast at the first place in the conferred god battle was going to challenge was an intermediate god, and a strong intermediate god. If you can't even beat a weaker primary god, how can you talk about fighting it? Let's go back and prepare, and challenge again when we are ready, 11 said. The main thing is to talk to the guardian Shiyu and get Shiyu's permission. Moreover, 11 felt that he still needed to be strengthened. These top-grade divine skills were still at the proficiency level. If they could be upgraded to the mastery level, he would definitely be more stable in fighting against primary gods. Okay, no problem. Director Sen was overjoyed when he saw 11 agreed. However, at this moment, a discordant voice came directly from the Refining Star clan's Fanba. It pointed at 11 with a collapsed expression and said, just now, there are still top-grade divine skills that have not been used, and, 4 years old, it seemed that it was a bigger blow than losing the battle just now. Sen Nian, Green Dragon, Director Sen, and King Mian Chong looked at it, wanting to say something, but wanting to stop and then say something again. Yes. Soon after, 11 and Chong Chong returned happily. With a cross-level battle as an expected goal, 11 suddenly felt bored with the same level battle. But it is true that it is too difficult to find a demigod stronger than the purple-skinned caveman in the Kanglan realm. After 11 and Chong Chong came back, Chi-Tong, who had finished watching the movie, also came back with a second team of cubs one after another. Then, 11 was considering whether to wake up Shiyu first to discuss the important matter of copying skills and fighting against higher-level enemies. Gee, let the Beastmaster sleep a little longer. 11 nodded, okay. However, 11 and Chong Chong wanted the Beastmaster to sleep more, but Shiyu's ruthless secretary didn't care so much. When something happened, Shiyu was shaken awake by telepathy across several regions. What are you doing? Shiyu said a little grumpy after being woken up. Didn't I say that there was nothing wrong and don't wake him up? He felt that he didn't sleep for long this time. Disaster Research Institute. Magic Cube Lin flew out of the Research Institute and said, Master, there is a message from Senior Lin Feng. Huh? Shiyu was no longer sleepy and said, has the Kilin clan confirmed the blessing of the wind and prepared the thank you gift? Lin said, unfortunately, no, Master, don't dream, but it's still good news. The Four Saints Conference held every 10 years in the first-level realm, the Xianling realm, is about to begin. Senior Lin Feng has also been invited. He asked you if you want to participate. There will be participants from the Blue Star Dragon Clan and the Blue Star Phoenix Clan. The Four Saints Conference? What is that? Shiyu asked in a daze. Lin said, it is a conference held by many individuals and star clans who are evolving towards the Four Sacred Beasts. There will be many Four Sacred Beasts faith objects for sale at the conference. According to convention, there may be epic faith objects as the finale treasure. Of course, these are secondary. In the Xianling realm, there is a semi-cracked epic ruins, which is filled with a large amount of Four Sacred Beasts faith power. It is a good opportunity to get faith power for free. During the conference, this epic ruins will be temporarily open, and many sacred evolved individuals will compete and fight in it just to win the faith power. I was thinking, if we want to learn that skill, there may be the materials we need at this conference. Lin analyzed. We can choose not to go to the dangerous ruins, but it won't hurt to go and see the conference. Shiyu finally woke up. The sacred conference, overdraft of faith, semi-cracked epic ruins, it is really dangerous. After all, every azure dragon, every vermilion bird, every black tortoise, and every white tiger are mortal enemies fighting for faith, but with Brother Lin Feng here, it shouldn't be a big problem. When? In more than 2 months, but you have to sign up in advance. Senior Lin Feng is waiting for your news. Okay, let's go. Well, you can take advantage of this time to raise the levels of Xia Elbing, Giga, and Mao Mao, and then go there to look for their evolution materials and skill materials. By the way, Lin, when you get there, remember to supervise me and don't let me get close to the ruins. Before I reach the god level, I don't plan to touch the ruins in the universe, thanks to the leaders of Jiansu Ian, Scallion Ribs, Xia Feng who cries poor, Kingdom, Wu Wo Zhenao, Liangayu Sanchi, Farming King, Ice and Fire Alliance, Nu and other big guys. Chapter 548 Baby Team takes off. Space Disaster Research Institute. After talking to Shiyu, Lin sighed. Master, asked him to supervise him not to touch the ruins? It can do it, but will Shiyu listen? If the ruins are really dangerous, it is not worried that Shiyu will take the initiative to die. It is just worried that the danger will come to the door. Teacher Lin, the storm track has changed, come and have a look. Lin turned around and saw a girl in a research uniform with white and red hair running towards it with a nervous expression. Okay, I'll go over and take a look now. Magic Cube. Lin nodded and flew towards the inside of the institute. This girl, named Jin, is the granddaughter of Dr. Renault and is currently serving as Lin's assistant. Being assigned by Dr. Renault, Jin was very unhappy at first, but soon, she was convinced by Lin's ability and willing to assist Lin in research. Come too, Lin said as he left. Yet, Jin followed behind with a look of admiration. She felt that this Lin was much better than her grandfather. Since she started studying with Lin, her luck has improved a lot, and she can encounter a lot of good things every day. The experiment that originally needed 10 times to succeed can now succeed in 1 time. Even if she buys a nutritional drink, she can get another bottle 10 times in a row. Dr. Lin, the eternal god. It's a pity that she hasn't seen the creator of Dr. Lin, the genius mechanic from the suspended realm. After Shiyu woke up, the team became much more lively. Following Lin, the pets reported to Shiyu about the situation in the past 2 days. Just after finishing the long-distance mental communication with Lin, 11 ran over happily. Waving his arms up and down, he explained to Shiyu the big enemy he and Chong Chong encountered in the 10,000 races ranking battle. It can be roughly simplified as, purple skin, caveman, has skills, can be copied, cross-level battle, interesting, want to participate. Have you met the Star Refining Clan? Shiyu asked curiously as he opened the thermos beside the bed and gulped down the tonic inside. Ying, 11 nodded heavily. Gee, Chong Chong also crawled over at this time. To be honest, it felt that the Star Refining skill might not be compatible with 11, but it might be able to learn it. However, Chong Chong really couldn't think of what kind of weapon he needed as a blue dragon. Should he also learn Qitong and become a Stegosaurus? What do you think of the opponent's strength? Shiyu asked. 11 said, okay. Shiyu smiled slightly, then he would invite the other party over when he had time, treat him to a meal, and copy the skills by the way. Star Refining skill. To be honest, Shiyu didn't know if his pets could learn it, but he felt that this should be a universal skill similar to multiplication, which everyone hoped for. By then, 11, Chong Chong, Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, Lin, Zioji, Ya Yang, each of them would have a star weapon, which seemed not bad. This weapon skill is equivalent to carrying a legal backup energy source and holding a planet as a backup force. It makes sense that the Refining Star clan ranks 202nd among all the clans. As for the cross-level battle, if you are willing to participate, then participate, but don't force it. If you can't win, don't force it, just admit defeat immediately, Shiyu said. Ying, 11 patted his chest to indicate that there was no problem. At this time, after getting Shiyu's permission, 11 was immediately happy. At the same time, Shiyu turned around and told the good news of the Four Saints Conference to Chong Chong, who was inseparable from 11. The Four Saints Conference? The evolved individuals of Azure Dragon are everywhere. We may be able to copy some skills that are suitable for you there, and by the way, buy some Four Saints faith objects to increase your foundation. What do you think? Roar. Chong Chong excitedly recovered into a dragon. Great. After arriving at King Kai's planet, it didn't dare to use its faith power at all. Now, the faith power stored in Chong Chong's body is probably only enough for it to maintain the full strength battle in the creation realm for 8 hours. Every minute and every second is extremely precious. All of these were collected and stored in the body before it left Blue Star. This was just the consumption of the creation domain. If it used the power of faith to strengthen the Azure Dragon immortal body and perform the Dragon Star group in the battle, it might not even last half of the 8 hours, or 4 hours. Poor. If it had sufficient power of faith, even if 11 was stronger now, would it be abused by the leader? At present, the strongest skill in the team, in terms of potential, is actually Chong Chong's creation domain. Unfortunately, because it is too strong, it has too many limitations and needs to be strengthened with the power of faith to exert its full strength. If it has unlimited power of faith, Chong Chong's Azure Dragon immortal body is also far stronger than the fighting god body. After all, this is equivalent to tens of thousands of believers using their power together to strengthen Chong Chong. Okay, tell Chitong, Ziozi and the others about the news. Shiyu smiled. Roar. Chong Chong obeyed the order and immediately ran to announce the good news. On the way, he glanced at Susu. Gee, Susu, work hard. It depends on you how many Azure Dragon faith props you can buy, Susu. That night, Lin also returned home. During dinner, Shiyu and his family gathered together and chatted. Rin, you should have completed the transformation. Is it time to learn Starstorm next? Shiyu asked. While charging, Lin said, Master, have you forgotten something? The way to learn the Starry Sky Storm is to let me withstand the Starry Sky Storm, which requires the use of the Fang Huangji and Finglingzhu, so shouldn't you upgrade these skills of mine to the current full level before letting me learn? In this way, the success rate will be higher. Shiyu said, I thought so too, but I'm not free yet. Before you go to withstand the Starry Sky Storm, I will definitely max out your skills. 11 also held the bamboo pole in both hands and said, it is going to participate in the 10,000 races ranking cross-level battle. In order to win, should it also increase its current quasi-divine skills to the mastery level? No need to max out, mastery level is enough. Gee, me, the insects and children who are eating the fruit also fought for it. If they were to participate in the Four Saints Conference, should their faith skills also be maxed out? Yi, cultivation fruit, said Shen Bao. Ning, Susa wanted to say something, but considering her sister's position, she sighed and decided to purify the pollutants and feed the whole family. At this time, Xiaoji and Ye could not get a word in, and Shiyu could not help but feel a headache. After the skills were fused, adding points was indeed a big problem. They were all quasi-divine skills, and they were high-level and top-quality quasi-divine skills. It was not so easy to add points once. He felt that the remaining 100 or so divine crystals would be used up soon. All makes sense, but let me rest for 2 days. I will add points to Xiaobing, Giga, and Mao in these 2 days. It's easier to add points to their skills, and they are healthy, Shiyu said. Occasionally, let him be lazy for 2 days. At the same time, Xiaobing, Giga, and Mao were stunned. Adding points, what is that? From just now, they didn't understand it very well. 11 fiercely threatened them. That is a special training that is enough to destroy and defeat your will. It is terrible, Xiaobing, Turtle, and Cat trembled. Even the most enthusiastic 11 thought that the special training was terrible. Even Shiyu forgot how long ago he added points to low-level, medium-level, and high-level skills. At present, the king-level Turtle, Xiaobing, and Cat really have a lot of low-level skills to add. After eating, Shiyu pulled Turtle, Xiaobing, and Cat to the side and started a small meeting. At present, the configuration of the 3 pets is like this. Turtle, high-level king race, king level, medium will, skills are water gun, rotating impact, spiritual water, water shield wall, guardian water, life drop. Xiaobing, low-level overlord race, king level, medium will, skills are ice gravel, water gun, ice tail, frozen water, blizzard, Rain Prayer, Absolute Zero, Vortex Strangulation. Short-legged cat, high-level monarch race, monarch level, medium will, skills are gemstone pupil, deterrence, metal control, belonging to the mutant species. Shiyu feels that their skill configurations are quite good. After the skills of Turtle and Xiaobing are maxed out, they can be directly integrated into water element control and ice element control to become Zuanwu. The three skills of the short-legged cat, gemstone pupil is an evolutionary skill, metal control, can be upgraded to gold control in the future, and this gold control can be taught to 11 and Chaden later, which is very useful. Lord, Princess, Minister, God, after being pulled over by Shiyu, the three babies each called Shiyu in their favorite way. Turtle is the Lord, Xiaobing is the Minister, and the short-legged cat is aspiring to establish a Shiyu divine religion. It is the leader, and Shiyu is naturally the god. Do you want to participate in the conferred god war? Shiyu asked at the meeting. If you want to participate, how many people do you want to reach? Shiyu came up and asked a very exciting topic, which stumped the three little ones. This, Prime Minister Turtle fell into deep thought, looked at Xiaobing, and asked, Xiaobing, what about you? I can't tell, Xiaobing said. Turtle rubbed his hands, smiled, and said, if I can rank higher than you, Xiaobing, can we go to the movies alone, not with Sister Chideng and the others, Xiaobing? Is this all you can do? Short-legged cat, meow, hey, can you two pay attention, there are underage kittens here. The short-legged cat was angry, these two guys were so annoying. If it established a Starry Sky Shiyu church, it would definitely set up church rules and not allow love within the church. It felt that this would only do bad things. Obviously, the short-legged cat who worshipped Shiyu's entire team was selectively worshipping, and only worshipped the first 6 of the team, Xiaoji, and yeah. After all, it grew up watching the battle videos of these 8. Well, it seems that you don't have a specific concept, Shiyu said. Is this question so difficult? Turtle, Xiaobing, and Cat were silent. Of course they had no concept. The seniors in Team 1 were so strong, but they were not sure they could get good results in the conferred god battle. They were 2 levels behind Team 1 seniors. Overlord level. Totem level. They didn't even have the qualification to participate, so how could they judge their specific results in the conferred god battle with tens of millions of demigods participating? It doesn't matter. Although it's only 10 months, you may not have no chance to participate. All 3 of you, come here, Shiyu called out, and the 3 baby pets immediately walked in front of Shiyu. Shiyu's hand first pressed on the turtle's head. Add some spinning impact. That is, the turtle's random attack. Buzz! The white light flashed, and Shiyu didn't have any effect at all, so he pressed his hand on Xiaobing's head again. He is now double level 9, with a demigod combat power configuration, adding some low-level skills. It is simply very easy. If this can also be tiring, then this plugin must exist. Uninstall it. Second round, water gun, add some. Shiyu added some water gun to Xiaobing again, and then, with a blue light flashing, he pressed his hand on the cat's head again. This time, Shiyu came up with a challenge with a high-level skill, a deterrent point. Buzz! The platinum light flashed. Meow! The domineering look leaped from the dwarf cat's sister. At this moment, the 3 babies didn't feel anything. They just felt very comfortable. Because it was just a one-time increase, the individual nutrients they ate every day could also quickly improve their skill levels, so their senses were not very strong. However, Shiyu's hand didn't stop at all. Shoot once a second. Snap, snap, snap. Just like playing whack-a-mole, his hands kept pressing on the heads of Turtle, Xiaobing, and Cat, +1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1. Continuously +1. Continuous +1 appeared on the heads of Turtle, Xiaobing, and Cat, making their expressions gradually wise. Hoo. Turtle was shocked. What happened to it? Phew. Xiaobing was also shocked, and her body temperature dropped sharply. Meow. Cow was shocked, her gemstone eyes sparkled, and she looked at Shiyu with admiration. God, miracle. Without using any pets to assist, Shiyu added points like crazy. Soon, except for the super-level skills, all the low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills of Turtle, Little Ice, and Gem Cat reached perfect proficiency, close to perfection. And Shiyu was just a little tired at this time, not the kind of tiredness but like the sage mode after playing games for a long time. Adding points is so tiring, the crappy illustrations. Can't there be a low-level skill 10-hit combo, a 100-hit combo, and a one-button max level function? I have to run it again tried strength every time, it's so troublesome. How is it, however, Shiyu looked at Turtle, Little Ice, and Cat. Judging from their expressions, the effect seems to be very good. Of course. Super-level skills can't be added this way. Although it doesn't have much effect on me, it is a destruction to your will. This is why I trained your willpower before. Those trainings are all preparations for adding points. As long as you can stick to it, 10 months and demigod level are not a big problem. However, what ranking you can achieve depends on your own efforts during this period. If you can train the will of the Overlord, you will definitely have a relatively good result. If it is still a mid-level will, the efficiency of adding points may not be very high. How is it? Can you bear it? Huff, phew woo meow. The three pets all looked serious. What a joke, there is such a good thing. Is this the special training that destroys will and mind that Senior 11 said? Otherwise, let them do something more, otherwise, this point is not solid. If I had known that training will can enjoy the points, they could definitely withstand 10 times the amount of training before. Okay, let's do the 11 transformations together, right? Shiyu's mouth twitched and he said, I won't play tricks on you guys anymore. Keep adding points. I'll go back to sleep after adding points. By the way, I have another magical skill here. Turtle, Zyabing, I prepared it for you. Do you want to learn it? Phew woo, Turtle and Zyabing were both stunned. Shiyu said, this skill is called the Black Tortoise Fusion Technique. It is a skill developed by the second-generation legendary Beastmaster Wudai of Donghuang. It can allow the turtle and snake tribes with telepathic connection to fuse and evolve into the four sacred beasts Black Tortoise. Of course, they can be separated afterwards. Shiyu smiled slightly. Turtle. Zyabing. Fusion. Cat? Meow. Wait, isn't this Che going to the conferred god battle? How do you know everything? Shiyu looked at the star-chasing cat with a black face. Is this the star-chasing girl? She shouldn't have randomly paired her with a CP. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just that they merged and evolved into Xuanwu, and temporarily gained more powerful power. You two little guys, keep your thoughts pure. Don't tell me that there is no record of Xuanwu in your tribe. Even if you haven't learned about it in your tribe, you should have taken cultural classes with Lin after coming to me, Shiyu said weakly. That night, Shiyu relied on himself to improve the low-level, medium-level, and high-level skills of Turtle, Zyabing, and Dwarf Cat to the superb level. The consumption was just a large glass of nourishing water, which did not delay the team of pets from doing their own things. As for Turtle, Zyabing, and Dwarf Cat, they felt that they had improved more this night than they had in the previous few months of hard training. For a moment, they were in a complicated mood, and suddenly full of hope for the future. If they can keep going like this, the conferred God War. Top 10, Zyabing silently set a small goal with his tail in his residence. In addition to the 9 seniors who will participate in the competition, there are also turtles and dwarf cats who can participate, which means that there may be 12 members in the team participating. Zyabing, who has always been strong, does not expect to be in the top 9, but he must get the 10th place. Even the Lord Dragon God of Ryugu City can't get such a good result in the conferred God War. Zyabing became more and more excited as he thought about it. He remembered that Lord Dragon God seemed to have come to King Kai's planet. If he performed well in the conferred God War, would the Dragon God see it? Turtle also set a small goal, the top 10. The Dwarf Cat, the same, the goal is the top 10. The 3 babies all began to set their ambitions on the top 10 of the conferred God War. Whoever is not on the top 10 will be embarrassed. The next day, Shiyu got up with full energy. On this day, Shiyu began to arrange for 11 to contact the purple-skinned caveman, intending to let 11 trick it over to copy the skills. Early in the morning, the purple-skinned caveman received a call from 11. Yingying, Yingying, Yingying. 11 invited the purple-skinned caveman, the great god Fanba, to come to his house for dinner. It means that the chef at home has prepared a big meal. At the same time, Fanba, who was still in Kanglan City, listened to the barking of Yingying on the phone and always felt that this trip was a Hongman banquet. Moreover, there was actually a chef at home. The iron-eating beast tribe. It was indeed not simple. If the visitor is not kind, then the visitor is not kind. It had promised 11 before, and Fanba was really curious about what kind of tribe could breed such a monster. After careful consideration, Fanba still went to the designated location and came to the Kanglan City Environmental Protection Zone. Kanglan City has a total of 92 city districts. Among them, the Wuxiang District is the territory of the Wenzhou Committee, and the Environmental Protection District is naturally the territory of the Environmental Protection Association. Facilities such as the Disaster Research Institute are all in different areas and are the iconic landmarks of the local area. I actually live in the Environmental Protection District. When Fanba came here, he had no idea that this area was not a residential area for a big family, nor was it a rental area for foreign forces. Most of the facilities were managed by the Environmental Protection Association. And this area is. Fanba was slightly startled when he came to the luxurious secret villa area. The map showed that this was the high-rise residential area of the Environmental Protection Association. It was generally allocated to the residents of the Purification Masters of the Environmental Protection Association, above 2 stars. No matter how it thought about it, it felt that this place was not suitable for 11. Physical purification? With doubts, it began to go deeper. When it approached, Chong Chong and other pets had already sensed the purple-skinned caveman, and Chong Chong came out directly to greet him. Welcome, welcome, purple-skinned caveman, you are here, Chong Chong chattered and teleported over. My name is not purple-skinned caveman, my name is Fanba, the Star Refining Clan. Fanba, Fanba repeated again. Damn it, if it hadn't been unable to beat that iron-eating beast, it would definitely teach this bug a lesson. Okay, the caveman of the Refining Star tribe, come quickly. We have prepared a feast for you. We are all our favorites. Fanba fell into deep thought, then entered and said, I came here for a purpose this time. I want to fight it again. This time, can I see its full strength? Even if I lose miserably, I want to see how big the gap is between us. Chong Chong nodded, thinking that it was not a big problem. Full strength? Next, Fanba, led by Chong Chong, came to the villa park. At this time, 11 also came out and followed Shi Yu to welcome the guests. Ying, 11 waved his hand. A friend came from afar. Skills are stolen. Fanba of the Refining Star tribe, I have heard of your name for a long time. Welcome, Shi Yu also said. Fanba saw the human standing next to 11, and the skin around his eyes shook slightly. This person. I am 11's Beastmaster. I have heard that it ran out to participate in the 10,000 races ranking battle. Thank you for fighting with 11. It thinks highly of you, Shi Yu smiled. Fanba was silent, quite shocked, but also felt it was natural. Did the iron-eating beast tribe 11 really have a contract partner? 11 was already so strong, how much stronger would he be if he got the help of a Beastmaster? Fanba couldn't imagine. So you have a Beastmaster, Fanba said. I can be where I am today, all thanks to the cultivation of the Beastmaster, 11 said proudly. Fanba? What are you so proud of? Shouldn't your own efforts be more worthy of boasting? Gee, it's also my Beastmaster. Chong Chong also revealed his identity. This time, Fanba finally knew why the super strong man of the iron-eating beast tribe was with a bug. It turned out that both of them were contracted by the same human. So, who is this bug who can be contracted with the iron-eating beast 11? He looked at Chong Chong and only remembered that he had given himself a strange potion before, which could teleport. Anyway, welcome, Shi Yu said. Thank you, Fanba said after a moment's pause. Shi Yu, Fanba wants to fight with 11 again, and wants to see 11's full strength. Shi Yu smiled and said, no problem, since it is the guest's request. However, according to the rules of the conferred God War, its full strength is carried out with my assistance, Quasi-God Fanba. Do you want to try it? It seems that Quasi-God Fanba is very interested. No problem. In this case, let's have a discussion after dinner. Fanba hesitated, always feeling that something was wrong, and it didn't say anything yet. Next, Shi Yu, 11, and Chong Chong took the food made by Shenbao and entertained Fanba. As for the other pets, they were still doing their own things and didn't bubble up. Shi Yu and the others were quite generous. Even Fanba, who came from a big family, ate very well and enjoyed the meal very much. Fanba, who originally thought that Shi Yu and the others had problems and something was wrong, suddenly felt that he seemed to have wronged the other party. Until, the two sides had a discussion. The vice president's residential area naturally has a battlefield. Since it is prepared for purifiers above 2 stars, it is basically on par with the god level, and is more solid than the battle facilities of the 10,000 races ranking battle. When fighting, they can naturally let go. Boom boom, bang. Ah, fanboy of the Star Refining clan screamed, copy success, skill name, Star Refining, introduction, possess the ability to refine non-living stars and refine them into weapons and equipment. After refining successfully, you will be able to control star weapons at will. Note, the success rate of refining star weapons depends on skill proficiency, star strength, and the fit between the star refiner's attributes and the star attributes. Chapter 549, Chong Chong's Star Weapon. Star Refining, copied successfully. Dark Control, copied successfully. Shi Yu copied 2 superb divine skills from fanboy of the Star Refining clan in a row. The refreshing feeling made Shi Yu, the panda god of war, so excited that he couldn't stop. Star Refining is actually a space skill. Pets basically have the compatibility to learn it, which is lower than the compatibility requirement for space control. The dream of pets holding a star weapon seems to be no longer far away. However, Shi Yu was excited, but the purple-skinned caveman was in great pain. It looked at the panda man who merged with the iron-eating beast in front of it, and the flash of the panda man Shi Yu's fingertips. It hurt too much? Have you been kicked at the speed of light? Until now, it still echoed the demonic words of the panda man Shi Yu in its mind. Such a strong body, combined with the speed of light kick, the mace was directly kicked to pieces, and the ribs were also broken into powder. What's the point of playing wool? Monsters. This pair of guys is definitely enough to compete with the top 10, top 5, and top 3 guys in the conferred God War. No more fighting. Fanboy of the Refining Star Clan looked at the mace that he didn't know how long it would take to repair, and sat on the ground, letting it break. Well, there's still a top-level magic skill that I haven't shown you, said the panda man Shi Yu. The 8 trigrams clone and the god and demon thoughts are not worth showing it, but the light control and yin-yang grinding wheel revealed by director Sen must be shown to the guests. This is just the combination plus fighting god body plus light control. No more watching. There's nothing wrong with not watching. Fanboy of the Refining Star Clan sat down and said. This is enough for it to realize the real gap. Before it has a new weapon, it no longer hopes to defeat 11. Shi Yu was stunned. Forget it. Anyway, the skills have been copied. Don't fight. Then stop here, Shi Yu smiled, already content. The Starry Sky Clan is great. One day, he must make friends with the top 10,000 of the Starry Sky Clans. What can we do? Yes. As long as 11 can defeat the Iron-Eating Beast Clan through the 10,000 races ranking war, and then let the Iron-Eating Beast Clan become a high-level race of the 10,000 races committee. That would be much more convenient. Whether it is to touch a powerful race or to obtain the information of a new rare race in the first place, it is quite convenient. 11 and Shi Yu released the fusion state. Only then did fanboy of the Refining Star Clan stand up. It is the most talented one in the clan, but after arriving on King Kai's planet, it first participated in the conferred God War and then the 10,000 races ranking war. It encountered obstacles everywhere, which had caused its mentality to collapse a little. Of course, the main reason for its unbalanced mentality was that the opponent was too young. If it was defeated by an old guy who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years and was stuck below the God realm, it would not be so uncomfortable. Will you participate in this year's conferred God War? It looked at Shi Yu, 11, and Chong Chong. Shi Yu said, I will participate. Okay, I've decided to go back to the clan and refine the stars again. See you in the conferred God War, Fanboy said. Oh, Chong Chong sighed. You can't beat them now. And you won't be able to beat them in the conferred God battle. By then, your race is powerful in 8 skills, we should have one each. Goose, 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 goose. After sending off the purple-skinned caveman, Shi Yu compared the compatibility of the pets one by one according to the contract connection, and laughed like a goose, happy like a 200-pound child. Knowing why Shi Yu laughed so happily, 11 and Chong Chong were also infected and laughed out loud. Goose, 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 11, Chong Chong. Do you know why I laughed so happily, 11 and Chong Chong? Next, you are blessed. Refining star skills, except for Turtle, Little Ice, and Short-Legged Cat, everyone else can learn it. Turtle, Little Ice, and Short-Legged Cat are purely uncultivated, and they will definitely be able to learn it after they evolve into the 4 sacred beasts. Chi, 11 and Chong Chong didn't expect that the compatibility requirements for refining star skills were so low. The innate skills of the Star Clan have really become commonplace skills. The purple-skinned caveman may become the eternal sinner of the clan. However, 11 and Chong Chong were laughing, but their expressions suddenly changed. They realized something was wrong and looked at Shiyu. Wait, it's fine if other pets can learn it. Even the Star Child Ziozi, and even the Time Spirit Key can learn it. Oh my god. Yet, Shiyu didn't expect it at all. He said, it's outrageous. Finally, there is a skill that Ziozi has a good fit with. The most outrageous thing is that the Time Spirit, who is known for being unable to learn other attack skills, also has a skill. It's a complete surprise. Maybe it's because this skill is just a weapon skill? Moreover, it is a weapon skill that refines external resources, which has little impact on itself, so the Time Spirit can learn it. 11 and Chong Chong looked at each other, as if it was indeed possible. Starry Sky, Shiyu was very happy. There were indeed more good skills in the universe. Ziozi and Qi should be very happy. Shiyu immediately sent the good news to every pet, except Xiaobing, Gui, and the dwarf cat. Let's not stimulate these 3 guys for now. Wow! Suddenly, in the beast control space, Ziozi's body, and everywhere, there were shouts of joy one after another. It's not enough to say that it's the new year. This is winning the lottery. And it's super big. In the book room of the beast control space, Miniki was flipping through the history of the universe, and his cherry eyes were full of brilliance. After it arrived in the universe, it was influenced by Shiyu and fell in love with history. The contract between humans and extraordinary life will affect each other, which is vividly reflected here. The history of Blue Star has no secrets for Qi, but the universe is different. Even if it is the elf of time, facing the vast universe, it is like a toddler. What's more, there are countless universe eras before this universe era. Can it also travel through eras in the future? With all kinds of expectations, Qi also began to become an archaeologist. Under Shiyu's careful education, he embarked on the road of archaeology in the Cheyenne Ken. The Time Elves can do archaeology, and the emperors of the universe will cry. Star weapons, Qi's eyes were shining. The time umbrellas made by the 11 for him, no matter how good they were not his after all. But star refining and star weapons are real. As long as you learn it, you can repair and upgrade them with your own abilities, which makes Qi even more excited. Great! It has already thought about its new weapons, and it also wants an umbrella. Each pet beast began to think about what weapons they wanted. Ziozu was also very surprised, but it looked down at its round body and the nebula gas that looked like clothes, and fell into deep thought. Otherwise, add a star ring weapon? Shen Bao Bao, Qitong, Su Su, Lin, Zioji, Yang, all thought about their own weapons. After all, it is also an opportunity to strengthen themselves, and it is a big strengthening. This is equivalent to each pet beast contracting a planet. How can it not be strong? Although it is a dead planet, a planet with consciousness and life inside cannot be refined. The star refined by the ancestor of the star refining clan, the super god star refining clan, is also a star that has not bred consciousness, just like the sun of the blue galaxy. Of course, the energy should be stronger than the sun of the blue star, but it certainly has not bred consciousness. But even so, it is very strong. Star Bamboo, 11 is also looking forward to it, making the bugs next to it doubt whether it really wants weapons. Don't want to find a renewable weapon to eat as food. You all think well, at this time, Shiyu also gave affirmation. But it seems a little early to be happy. Where can I find stars for you to refine? The planets around King Kai are all life planets, and they all belong to them. If you want to find non-life planets, and they are top-quality non-life planets, there are some in the vast sea of the universe. What's more, you have to find more than a dozen. Shiyu just thought of this problem at this time. If only one pet can learn the star refining technique, then it can guarantee to find a weapon that suits the pet. However, if all pets can learn it, where can he find these dozen top-quality planets? This is going to cost him his life. Of course, it is easy to find stars, but the problem is that there is definitely no one in the team who can control star weapons. Even if they reach the god level, it is difficult. Moreover, the power of the sun is not compatible with every pet. Lin requested to open the call for all. Master, if there is really no other way, It seems that there is a space overlord core stationed on King Kai's planet. We can buy planets from them. It's too dangerous and a waste of time to look for it ourselves. Shiyu, the space overlord core is the only foreign force on King Kai's planet that can legally sell planets. This is mainly because King Kai has to give the space overlord a face. The standpoint of the universe overlord core is to make money. As long as they are paid, they can go to the battlefield as mercenaries to fight the army of King Kai, the army of the Zerg, the army of the Dark King, or hunt the giant beasts of the universe. In short, whoever pays is the boss. Such a force should be the fastest to die, but the universe overlord is currently recognized as the strongest in the universe, and its legion is naturally rampant. In addition to its own territory, it also does business with the forces of the other 4 universe emperors. Among them, planetary trade is one of them. Not to mention planets that have not bred consciousness. Even if there are planets with life and consciousness, they dare to capture and sell them. It's a way, Shiyu said, although they destroy stars and clans at every turn, it is said that they are still very honest in doing business. This is the old enemy of the meteorite. It seems that the meteorite planet to which the meteorite belongs was destroyed by others, hiring the universe overlord core. Alice, I can't afford to offend them. Since there are no planetary resources, I won't teach you now, Shiyu said. Wait until there is a chance to find a suitable star. Well, let's teach other skills first. Skills like dark control, metal control, space control, can be learned from each other. Gee, just when Shiyu thought that he didn't need to teach star refining first, Chong poked Shiyu. Gee, you can teach me first. My Dragon Star cluster is also considered Dragon Star. I can refine the disposable Dragon Star cluster into a permanent star weapon through star refining. Gee, if the Dragon Star cluster can be fused with a refining star, how cool it would be. Shiyu and Shiai looked at Chong. Chong was serious. This was a decision it had thought about for a long time. It felt a loss to let it consume the power of faith and use the disposable Dragon Star cluster. However, the star refining skill, in addition to refining planets, seems to be able to repair weapons, strengthen weapons, and derive weapon skills. In short, there are many benefits. Star refining combined with Dragon Star cluster, isn't this a perfect combination skill? If the Dragon Star group can be improved through star refining, then there will be several Dragon Star meteorite weapons around that can repair themselves even if they are broken, which can reduce the demand for the power of faith. It doesn't have to go through the trouble of looking for stars that suit it. It can master the rules of creation and the skills of creating Dragon Stars. Can't it make them by itself? Then, through star refining, maximize their potential. Of course, if it can encounter more suitable star weapons in the future, it doesn't mind changing, but now, Chong just wants to learn star refining before the conferred God War and strengthen itself. One step faster, every step faster. Are you sure? Shiyu said. Dragon Star Group can also be refined. Chong, try. Chong has already thought about it. When the Four Saints conference comes, he will buy a bunch of faith objects, and then spend a lot of money to condense an eternal Dragon Ball weapon. At that time, whoever disagrees will directly turn a Dragon Ball into a Dragon Star and smash it. It's simple and rough. The Dragon Star Group Chong still thinks it's cool. Meteorites destroy the world. Unfortunately, the cost of using it is not small. On Blue Star, Chong still has 7 Dragon Stars hanging in the sky above Blue Star to protect Longgong City and Donghuang, but here, it has no Dragon Stars. This time is a good opportunity to condense the Dragon Star again. Okay, Shiyu said, I'll teach you first when I have time. Chong. 11 was stunned. Obviously it was at first. Next, Shiyu continued to add points. Although he promised Chong's weapons were not in a hurry and were not the highest priority. He first added points to Lin. The points added were the 3 super-level skills of wind element control, superb, turning misfortune into good fortune, superb, and wind spirit pearl, superb. Because they are super-level skills, adding points is definitely easier than quasi-god skills. In addition, these 3 skills determine the success rate of Lin's learning of Starry Sky Storm in the future, so they should naturally be given priority. Secondly, there are the 3 babies in the second team. Shiyu added their low-level, mid-level, and high-level skills smoothly until they were at the level of skill advancing, but he only added super-level skills slowly. Because they added too quickly, they would break through to the overlord level when they reached the perfect level. Now they are only at the intermediate level, so it is better to wait until they have trained the overlord will before breaking through. When Shiyu added points to their super level skills, he did not let Susu purify the pain. For them, this is a rare opportunity to train their will. They can't bear it now, so what will happen to the quasi-god skills in the future? After enjoying the leap in low-level skills, the addition of points to super-level skills finally made Gigi, Xiaobing, and Dwarf Cat realize the danger of adding points. Pain, but happy. In short, Shiyu planned to let them slowly hone for more than a month before evolution breakthrough. It took only less than 2 days for Shiyu to complete the work of adding points to Lin. When Lin went to optimize the 3 super-level skills of skill advancing towards quasi-god skills, Shiyu finally began to return to teach Chong Chong the star refining skills. Roar, Chong Chong had just learned it in pain, and he asked Shiyu whether there was a success rate for the fusion of the Dragon Star Cluster and the refining star. No, the success rate is 0, Roar. Chong Chong was frustrated, but he turned around and took the world tree fruit made by Shen Bao Bao to increase his understanding, and ran to try to refine the Dragon Star. Compared with the real star weapons, the weapons refined by the Dragon Star are definitely weak at the current stage, but at least it is a powerful combination skill, which is definitely better than the single Dragon Star cluster. Chong Chong believes that when Shiyu adds points to the Dragon Star cluster to the divine skill, and when it learns to overdraw faith, the Dragon Ball weapon may not be worse than other star weapons. After all, it is his own thing, so it should be more convenient, and it is easier to upgrade than other star weapons. The star weapons of the Refining Star clan can only be upgraded by improving the Refining Star skill, but its Dragon Balls are different. They can also be upgraded by upgrading the Dragon Star cluster skill and injecting the power of faith. This is an advantage that the 11 don't have. Chong Chong went to refine the Dragon Ball, and Shiyu was eager to learn the control of darkness that was copied at the same time. Shiyu naturally taught it without any problem. However, it was just as unfortunate that the fusion rate of light control and dark control was currently 0. Shiyu was shocked when he heard it. Why can't he learn light and dark control when he knows the yin-yang grinding wheel? These two skills are both magical skills that are close to the top quality. After fusion, it may not be as simple light and dark control. But yin-yang rules, which is undoubtedly more difficult, Shiyu guessed, trying to guess the best. It is really possible. After all, even if there is little hope for direct fusion, they still have the invincible yin-yang Tai Chi field. Shiyu nodded, thinking it made sense, and then looked forward to it even more. Don't worry, there is a long time to come. The existing skills are enough for you to practice, Shiyu said with a smile. When are you going to participate in the cross-level battle? Are you thinking about improving the proficiency of these skills? 11 nodded frantically. It wanted to master the quasi-divine skills. Okay, in order for 11 to have a better result in the cross-level battle, Shiyu naturally pulled the whole team to continue to assist 11. Adding points to 11 is undoubtedly the most difficult, because its quasi-divine skills are of too high quality. When adding points to the quasi-divine skills, the consumption of each skill begins to become different. The more powerful the divine skills, the more difficult it is to add points. Therefore, when adding points to 11, the resources of the whole team can be said to be consumed rapidly with the naked eye. Susu's working speed is not as fast as the consumption speed of adding points. If the Environmental Protection Association knew that the Purification Star Spirit could not afford a team of pets, they would definitely be shocked. About half a month later, Shiyu and his team finally completed the addition of points to 11. In addition to the control of light and darkness, the yin-yang grinding wheel, the 8 diagrams clone, the fighting god body, and the god and demon thoughts all added points to 11 to the mastery level. At this time, 11 already had enough confidence to fight against a true god. Ji Chong Chong saw that the leader's strength had greatly increased, and he was envious. He buried his head and refined the glass bead in front of him. This was the Dragon Ball weapon that Chong Chong combined with the Refining Star and Dragon Star group. The Dragon Ball is like a cyan glass bead with a golden mark inside. Although it looks like a glass bead now, Chong Chong knows that this bead is extraordinary. Ever-changing. The size and weight can be controlled at will. The weight of the Dragon Ball is still increasing under its refining. It is not impossible for it to be as heavy as a blue star in the future. At that time, a bead smashed down, it would be too brutal. The power is basically the same as the Dragon Star summoned from the starry sky. The most important thing is that the current Dragon Ball can be continuously repaired through the power of space refining stars, and it is no longer a disposable item. The power of faith can save a lot of money. Therefore, as long as Chong Chong continuously upgrades the Dragon Ball through the stronger power of the starry sky and the power of faith, then it may be the first pet in the team to have a finished star weapon. Since the faith skill is generally stronger than the ordinary skill after being strengthened with the help of external force, it will smash down with a beat at that time, just like the collision of god-level stars, and it is not a dream to cross the level and destroy the gods. This makes Chi Tuong very greedy. Since the Dragon Star can be refined into a weapon, then can the Suzaku clone who can transform into the sun be refined? Can the Suzaku clone be strengthened again through the refining star skill? It can be said that the race skills of the refining star clan, when they come to Shiyu, directly let Chong Chong and others play tricks. With the upgrade of 11 in Chong Chong, the most urgent thing at this time is the baby ginseng. Your first kill of the god level will be taken away, Chi Tuong said with a dark heart. 11 is about to participate in the ranking battle of the 10,000 races. When the time comes, the opponent will definitely lose. Shen Bao waved his arms wildly, talking nonsense. 11 can only defeat the opponent at most. How can he kill the god level by leaps and bounds? The first kill of the god level must be it. Defeating and killing, how can they be the same? Ning, Su kindly purified Shen Bao's anxiety. Shen Bao? Woo, purified, but not completely. In the 10,000 races ranking battle, Shiyu still did not plan to follow, mainly because he could not follow the race PK, it was still a battle between 11 and a bear. Of course, as usual, this time, Chong Chong still accompanied 11 to the Wangxiang district. As soon as they arrived, Director Sen immediately ran to greet them warmly. After waiting for more than half a month, he finally waited for this war god, the iron-eating beast. It seems that this 11 is ready for the battle of leaps and bounds. Contestant 11, I have already applied for the permission to fight against a higher level for you. When you are ready, you can use our teleportation array to enter the second world. That thing is similar to the teleportation keystone. You should have experienced it before. Yeah, 11 nodded, already looking forward to it. What kind of race will the opponent be? Hey. It would be great if it was the Meteorite clan. The most enjoyable battle it had was with a meteorite. Unfortunately, 11 himself felt that he was dreaming. How could there be a meteorite clan on King Kai's planet? Director Mori seemed to see 11's expectations and couldn't help but smile and said, what race will it be? Chong Chong reassured 11, reassured, you are so strong now, no matter what race, it will become a stepping stone for you to become the iron-eating beast clan. 11 can be invincible at the same level with his physical body alone. With a god and demon thought, Chong Chong estimated that this guy would kill the primary god in seconds. I really don't know which race is so unlucky to meet 11 to participate in the cross-level battle. At the same time, the first level realm, the East Zhuan realm. This is a realm jointly managed by three major divine races. The three major divine races are Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn. To be precise, they are the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn races from Blue Star. At this time, in the East Zhuan realm, in the main city of Unicorn, a unicorn hummed a little song and flew to the battle facility of the 10,000 races ranking battle, intending to enter the second world and play a ranking battle. Chapter 550, The Unlucky Kirin. As usual, mix a cup of cold crystal spring, I'll drink it after I come out. In the Kirin main city, in the 10,000 races ranking battle facility, a nice blue Kirin walked past a building and said to the waiter at the door. Yes, the waiter watched the ice Kirin walk inside. Around, there were also human races and other Kirins coming and going, but more of them were Kirin subspecies with Kirin blood, including sheep, wolves, deer, and dragons. Hello, senior, is this the promotion battle for the Ice Kirin clan? Some people greeted the Ice Kirin respectfully when they saw it, and received its response. Yes, if you win this battle, you can advance, it said in a good mood. Whether the Ice Kirin clan can be promoted to the top 1 million depends on this time. Come on, senior, we are waiting for your good news, many juniors said. Brother Bobo, you are here, a god level fire Kirin, whose momentum was no less than that of the Ice Kirin, passed by and said to it. In the end, your clan still chose you. Ice Kirin laughed and said, I'm lucky. I was chosen by the lottery, go quickly and wait for your good news. Fire Kirin gave his blessing. In the ranking of all races, the Blue Star Killin clan is actually not ranked low. Because they have no habit of participating in wars, several major clans on Blue Star often participate in the ranking war of all races. It is mainly relatively safe and can get exercise. Even if they rely on time to survive, they can still rank up. However, because they are too idle, the Killin clan later was not satisfied with only playing the ranking of the big clans. Many branch races, when they have nothing to do, will also represent their branch races to play the ranking. The ranking of the branch race is much lower than that of the big clan. For example, the Ice Killin in front of him is participating in the competition on behalf of the Ice Killin clan, a branch race of the Blue Star Killin clan, and wants to get the Ice Killin ranking to the top 1 million. In this crucial game, several Killin gods in the Ice Killin clan who are keen on ranking chose the candidates for the battle by drawing lots and handed over this arduous task. It's strangely stressful. Ice Killin Babo arrived, and a bunch of juniors followed behind him. Although they couldn't watch the battle, they could at least get the results in the first place. After a while, they came to a huge building. There was a transmission device here, where various data could be input. The staff entered it according to Ice Killin's instructions and then started the transmission. Second world, 10,000 races battlefield. In a flash, Ice Killin appeared on an ice field. At the same time, several voices appeared in its mind. Transmission completed, you have arrived at the second world, 10,000 races battlefield. The venue is randomly determined to be the primary venue, ice field, trigger. This battle is determined to be a cross-level challenge. Your opponent is, classified race, Iron-Eating Beast Tribe, Quasi-God. 11. Battle, start, Ice Killin Babo? Ice Killin's mood was full of twists and turns. After hearing that the venue was randomly changed to the ice field, it was happy at first because it was the home advantage. But then, what it didn't expect was that it was randomly triggered to a cross-level battle. In the 10,000 races ranking battle, the matches are basically of the same level. Unless you apply for a higher level battle, you will 100% not encounter a higher level. The mechanism of the higher level battle is hated by many opponents, because even if you win, the points you get are far less than those of defeating the same level, but if you lose, you will lose a lot of points. Oh, forget it, maybe the points can barely. Ice Killin looked at the opponent in the distance of the ice field. He actually successfully applied for the qualification of the higher level battle in the race classification battle. He must be as super strong among the demigods. However, the gap between demigods and true gods. Ice Killin Babo will tell this Iron-Eating Beast tribe. At the same time, on the other side, 11, who was teleported from the Kanglin realm, also had many similar voices in his mind. Your opponent is, number 1,001,024, Ice Killin clan, primary god, Babo, battle, start. After the voice fell, 11 also looked at the opponent instantly, and then was puzzled. Killin clan? Is it the Killin of Blue Star? 11 is not sure. It doesn't know if there are other Killins in the universe, but it knows that there are other dragons in the universe. Then, it is hard to say where the Killin in front of it comes from. Forget it, just fight and it's over. In the battlefield of all races, after the Ice Killin Babo and the Iron-Eating Beast 11 were matched, the information of this duel also appeared on the huge display in the transmission room connected to the battlefield in the Kanglin realm and the Dongsun realm. Graded race, Iron-Eating Beast, Quasi-God, 11, versus, number 1,001,024, Ice Killin, primary god, Babo, in battle, a cross-level match. In the Dongsun realm, a bunch of juniors who came to see the ranking of the Ice Killin god were stunned. They didn't expect that Senior Babo would match a demigod who applied for a cross-level match. Moreover, it was not the prodigy of those starry sky clans, but a race that had not yet been graded. Even if we win, we won't be in the top 1 million, many demigods with Killin bloodline murmured. It's a good thing. Even if the increase is not big, at least we can be sure that we will win this game. If we win the next game, the ranking after promotion will definitely be higher, someone analyzed. Compared with the Dongsun realm, the scene in the Kanglin realm, Chong looked at the opponent with a much weirder expression. Wait, Killin? Is it the Killin clan it knows? It's a pity that it can't see the battle process, it really wants to see it. Oh no, it's so close to the front. 11 is not very lucky. Seeing the 1 million ranking, Director Mori next to him was slightly thoughtful. Icefield. Ice Killin Babo looked at 11 on the opposite side and said, forget it, I'll play with you. After that, behind it, 100 ice swords appeared in the air, and then split into 10 times. Each ice sword has the power of a demigod-level quasi-divine skill. Facing a demigod, Babo did not use his divine power, wanting to save it for the next battle. In addition to divine power, it did not even plan to use the ordinary energy in its body for the time being. It just used its own means of mobilizing the natural energy of heaven and earth to condense the natural power of ice in the ice field to form an attack. In this way, the consumption can be reduced to a minimum, and this attack is not weak for a demigod. 1,000 attacks. Each one is enough to be called a serious attack of the demigod. And now, there are full 1,000. Swish, 1,000 ice swords flew and attacked 11. Seeing this, 11 was stunned and looked at the ice Kirin, letting the 1,000 ice swords fall on his body. With a sound of bang, 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 ice mist filled the air in an instant. Then, in the ice mist, 11 walked out, except for some ice residue on his body. He was unharmed. What? Ice Kirin was stunned, unharmed. Are you kidding me? Is this a demigod? When it was stunned, 11 was already running at full speed on the ice field. With simple physical skills, it turned into a residual image and came to the side of Ice Killin in an instant. Seeing this, Ice Killin couldn't believe it. This guy's physique seemed to be stronger than ordinary gods. It subconsciously condensed an ice wall, and 11 hit the ice wall. The ice wall cracked and shattered, but fortunately it successfully blocked 11. Little guy, you are quite strong, Ice Killin roared. No wonder it was a demigod who could apply for a leapfrog battle. It really has two brushes. This time, it chose to use its own energy and no longer rely solely on natural forces. As soon as the words fell, the ice wall that blocked 11 exploded directly. The strong ice shock first made 11's body and mind stiff, and then bounced 11 out and froze it into a huge ice block in midair. The extreme cold current rushed into 11's body crazily, and in an instant, it froze 11's body inside and out. Bang! The ice cube fell to the ground, and Bing Killin knew that it was over. However, the next moment, with a cry of awe, accompanied by a huge burst of power, the frozen 11 was unfrozen from the inside of the ice cube. Ying, god level, really strong. 11 shook his frozen body and spoke seriously. What a joke. Until this moment, Bing Killin completely changed his impression of 11. This guy, relying on physical strength alone, broke the ice? It can't be a cosmic giant beast. Iron-eating beast, what kind of race is this? Bing Killin, like the people who fought against 11 before, had a huge question. Its expression was condensed. This guy could indeed threaten the existence of ordinary primary gods. It was just unlucky to meet itself. Otherwise, even if other true gods could win, they would have to spend a lot of effort. Your name is 11, right? Which realm are you from? Bing Killin paused his attack and chatted instead. Can I say this? 11 was entangled with electricity and questioned. It seems that children are often taught on TV not to answer strangers. Ice Killin, this guy, why is he like a child? Well, can't be said, but to be honest, it looks at 11, who is just over 1 meter tall, and he doesn't look very old. Uncle, which realm are you from? 11 asked back. Since the other party started first, it also wanted to confirm its guess. Ice Killin said, I'm from the East Juan realm. You don't even know which realm the Killin clan comes from. What a frog in the well. Also, I'm not an uncle. 11 showed a surprised expression. East Juan realm. This, it seems to know. Isn't this the realm managed by the 3 tribes of Blue Star Dragon, Phoenix and Killin? Is this Uncle Ice Killin a descendant of the Blue Star Killin clan? 11 was immediately happy. He didn't expect that he was so lucky that he could meet a fellow countryman. What is this called? Fellow villagers meet fellow villagers, and his eyes are full of tears. What's that expression on your face? Ice Killin was puzzled. Ying, uncle, what a coincidence. I come from the suspended realm, and we are also realm allies, 11 answered immediately. Ice Killin Babo was stunned. From the suspended realm. Such a coincidence? When did such a powerful race appear in the suspended realm? Babo is only a primary god, not high enough, and doesn't know about Shiyu, but it knows that the suspended realm and the Dongsuan realm are indeed very good allies. The master of the suspended realm is a peak god level strong man who can talk to the super god ancestor of their Killin clan. So, it's a junior genius from the suspended realm. Ice Killin also fell silent. The world is so small. But even if it's an alliance, I won't let you, kid. Let's talk when there's a chance, and continue fighting. Ying. 11 shook his head quickly. It doesn't need to let it. Uncle, can you stop holding back? I want to see your magic skills. I haven't fought with real magic skills yet, 11 said expectantly. The ice kiln bared its teeth. You little brat, do you want it to waste its divine power? If the opponent was someone else, it would not respond. However, it just spoke to him, and it would not be a good idea to refuse. You seem to have a strong skin. That's all. I'll teach you a little bit, the ice kiln sighed. Be careful. The divine skill I master is the ice seal divine domain. In the frozen space, the spatial barriers, mental consciousness, physical activities, energy flow, will all be frozen. In an instant, you will lose the ability to move. It seems that you have never seen a divine skill before, so I will let you see it. 11's spirit was fully concentrated, indicating that he would also resist and counterattack with all his strength. However, the divine skill of freezing consciousness, is it sure that it will not be defeated by it? 11 was puzzled. Of course, the ice kiln just smiled at 11's response. In that case, you attack first, use all your strength, otherwise, I'm afraid you will have no chance. Bing. 11 thought it was fine. Although it was confident that it would react in any situation, it would not be a big problem to activate its power in advance. Facing the first god level that he had encountered, 11 knew clearly that it was impossible to defeat him with physical strength alone. He must go all out to have a chance to defeat his opponent. After thinking it through, the two violent forces separated from 11's body, no longer docile, but erupted in full force. Boom! With a thunder, a white lightning flashed in 11's black eyes, turning into a white thunder armor wrapped around his body. This power, Thor armor mode. Feeling that 11 used the power of thunder and lightning to stimulate his body even more, he fell into a state of almost self-mutilation, and even his reaction consciousness began to operate at a high frequency. Ice Kirin grinned. Not bad guy. That physical strength is indeed not the limit. If this guy represents the suspended realm to participate in the conferred god battle, the suspended realm will easily be in the top 100. Roar. Under the gaze of Ice Kirin, 11 continued to burst out stronger and stronger thunder and lightning power, not hesitating to destroy his own body. But also in exchange for the ultimate explosion. The overwhelming fighting spirit made Bing Killen nod his head. 11, right? You are indeed. Before Bing Killen finished speaking, there was another boom and a black lightning burst out from 11. On the ice field, 11 clenched his fists. With two loud noises, his whole body was wrapped in white lightning and flowing with black lightning. Under the interweaving impact of the two lightning forces, one light and one dark, a powerful and mysterious force that was not inferior to the power of God emerged like a miracle. Roar, 11 roared, and the thunderous roar made Bing Killen open his eyes wide and reveal an incredible expression. It was not a simple Thor armor. It was not a simple demon body. It was a thought of gods and demons after the collision of light and darkness. The complete version of the thought of gods and demons. If it was just the Thor armor, although it could also greatly increase 11's speed and reaction, it was always in a state that 11 could bear. And the demon body only gave 11 the huge power of the dark thunder power amplification. Maybe he can fight against a true god for a short time, but it is still unlikely to win. Therefore, the only way to win is to have the same thoughts with the gods and demons. Entering the same thoughts with the gods and demons, under the stimulation of the power of light and dark thunder and lightning, he can break through the limitations of the brain area and gain extremely strong attack, defense, speed, injury immunity and thinking reaction power beyond time. Fighting god body plus god and demon same thought. No, even, there is the yin-yang grinding wheel. At this moment, the black and white arcs in the sky seemed to have become 11's hair. They kept swaying, like a blurred yin-yang sea of thunder. 11 was like the god of thunder who walked out of the chaotic sea of thunder. At this moment, the godlike aura completely erupted from it, shaking the world, sweeping the entire ice field. The master-level yin-yang grinding wheel is now conceptualized. On 11's body, every two intertwined black and white currents seemed to form the shape of a millstone, annihilating everything. In the perception of the Ice Kirin, at this moment, 11 seemed not to be a demigod, but a true god. The next moment, its expression was stern, and a divine power that was enough to suppress all energy and perfectly matched with the power of rules bloomed from it. The azure divine power formed a huge wave on the Ice Kirin. Ice Seal divine domain, Ice Kirin roared, and the divine power instantly combined with the dazzling power of rules to describe the divine skills. The biggest difference between the god level and non-gods is that the god level has converted most of the energy into divine power. The quasi-divine skills condensed by the divine power are at least several times more powerful than the quasi-divine skills. The condensed divine skills contain incredible power. Originally, such a divine skill would definitely kill non-god life, but sensing the current state of 11, Ice Kirin panicked. Is this a demigod? The terrifying power that erupted from 11 at this time, even with divine power, it felt a huge sense of oppression. Boom. The white icy force instantly froze the entire ice field battlefield. The sky, the earth, and the ground were all frozen, and the space was gray. Originally, everything in this divine domain should be frozen, and even the flow of time would be much slower. However, to the shocking discovery of Ice Kirin, the monster 11 on the opposite side was almost unaffected at this time. All the cold air that permeated its body was instantly decomposed. In this extremely cold state, its mind was even clearer, and it punched in the air. Bang! The terrifying black and white lightning storm directly overturned the ice field, annihilating all the wind and snow, and the frost that swept over to protect Ice Kirin was also swallowed up instantly. The powerful move came in front of Ice Kirin in the frozen divine domain in just a blink of an eye, and swallowed it up and overturned it under its roar. Boom! The lightning storm pushed the Ice Kirin's body, opened a huge crack on the ice field, and pushed it out more than a kilometer. When the power of lightning dissipated, cracks of various sizes from lightning had appeared on the Ice Kirin's solid ice body. At this time, the Ice Kirin couldn't believe it, and didn't understand why that guy suddenly had such a strong power. Why, even its magic skills were difficult to compete with. Boom! In the god's domain of frozen thoughts, it was the Ice Kirin's own mind that was almost frozen, and it was difficult to understand, but the reaction of the mind was enough to surpass time. 11 couldn't stop at this time, and another thunder exploded under his feet. The state of god and demon same thought is extremely burdensome to the body, not to mention that it is now the three top magic skills of the fighting god body plus yin and yang, grinding will plus god and demon's one thought. It can't hold on for too long and can only attack continuously. What? In an instant, the Ice Kirin only saw black and white after image appear above him. Then, ice chips came out of his mouth, his body sank, and with a huge impact, his body smashed under the ice field. Boom! A very deep pit appeared. In mid-air, 11 raised his arms high, and the power of light and dark lightning surged on his body. 1, 2, 3, 4. Many small yin-yang grinding discs gathered, and as its arms fell, the yin-yang grinding discs filled the sky and smashed into the giant pit crazily. At the same time, during the falling process, it annihilated the frozen god realm beyond its level, making the entire god realm shaky. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying roar bloomed in the ice battlefield. At this time, the Ice Kirin, who was madly attacked, had only one thought. Doubt a Kirin's life? I don't believe it. It roared hard in the giant pit, but the next second, it was suppressed by a yin-yang grinding disc at the same time. An extremely outrageous emotion arose in Babo's heart. Monster, monster. It regretted a little, letting the other party attack first. No, it regretted a little, coming to the ranking battle today. This guy, it's not as simple as being able to leapfrog, but hanging on to the primary god to fight. No, little ghost, stop it. How could 11 stop? If it stopped, it would lose Dongsuan realm and Kanglin realm. At this time, in the teleportation rooms of the two realms, two groups of people were waiting for the result of the battle. The younger generations of the Kirin clan were all wondering why their own god level had not yet defeated the demigod on the other side. Logically, it shouldn't be so slow. Could it be that Senior Babo was in a playful mood and had fun with the other party? Changed, it's over. Just as everyone was wondering, suddenly, the information on the screen was updated. Battle in progress became battle over. Accompanied by a beam of teleportation light, the figure of the Ice Kirin was teleported back to the Dongsuan realm. Many people looked in the direction of the teleportation array. Before the Ice Kirin appeared, they said, "Congratulations." However, before they finished speaking, they saw the Ice Kirin, who was covered in wounds, falling down from the teleportation array. Bang! The Ice Kirin fell to the ground. All the members of the Kirin clan looked at this scene in disbelief, and then looked at the screen. Winner, classified race, Iron-Eating Beast Tribe, Quasi-God, 11, They knew every word, but when they put them together, everyone present was stunned. "How is it possible?" they all exclaimed in unison. The Ice Killin, who had fallen to the ground, gradually regained a trace of consciousness, but reason told it that it would be better to continue to faint, so it went into deep sleep. At the same time, in the Kanglin realm, a group of Kanglin 10,000 races committee staff led by Director Sen were also nervously waiting for the result of the battle. As the information here changed, showing the winner's information, a black and white bear that was staggering like it had drunk fake wine appeared on the teleportation array, and Director Sen's expression suddenly became ecstatic. Won? Really won? He had already picked up his phone excitedly, waiting for the contact from the 10,000 Races Committee headquarters. Gee, next to him, Chong Chong saw him so ecstatic and shook his head. Otherwise, how could the leader lose? It immediately asked 11 about the information it was most concerned about. Leader, that Killin tribe. 11 said weakly, well, it's what you think. Chong Chong's expression froze. It really is. That's it, we Beastmasters are still counting on the Killin tribe's return gift. If we fight now, they won't bear grudges, right? 11 was also shocked. There is such a thing? Damn, it forgot. The two pets instantly contacted Shiyu with a worried look on their faces. In the environmental protection area, Shiyu heard this and fell into deep thought. Damn, you two, unlucky kids. Why are you going to match the Killin tribe? At this moment, with the Ice Killin Babo defeated in the cross-level battle, the situation at the East Juan Realm 10,000 Races ranking battle facility changed directly. The God-level managers present, including the Fire Killin who had just greeted the Ice Killin Babo, rushed to the scene and looked at the lying Ice Killin Babo with disbelief. Many members of the Ice Killin clan had myocardial infarctions and their lungs burst when they heard that Babo lost a ranking match to a demigod. Damn it, what's going on? A bunch of Ice Killins, carrying medicine, immediately rushed to the 10,000 clan battlefield to find out. In a battle of leapfrogging, the winning rate of a demigod is actually very low, so every time a leapfrogging is successful, the 10,000 clan committee headquarters will attach great importance to it. The forces on the side that succeed in leapfrogging will naturally be ecstatic, while the race that was leapfrogged will lose face. Hearing that a god level was surpassed in their own clan, even the chairman of the 10,000 clan committee of the Killin main city, a top-level Saint Killin, couldn't help but come to the scene to see the situation and wanted to personally ask this kid from the Ice Killin clan what was going on. President, the top-level Saint Killin arrived, and the medical staff and onlookers on the scene all greeted him. It lost to which quasi-god of a big clan? The top Saint Killin asked the staff on the scene. The female staff member who was in charge of matching Ice Kirin Babo said timidly, President, it seems that it is not a Starry Sky clan, but a new race that has never participated in the qualifying competition. It is the Iron-Eating Beast clan's eye. We have never heard of this race and this quasi-god. President, have you heard of this race? We know Babo's strength. Even if he is not a strong one among the primary gods, he is definitely not weak, the god-level Fire Kirin said at this time. The corner of the Saint Kirin's mouth twitched, but suddenly, it remembered something and said, what did you say just now, Iron-Eating Beast clan? President, do you know? Fire Kirin asked. The Saint Kirin president opened his mouth slightly and said, I have some impression, but it's impossible. The Iron-Eating Beast tribe, as far as I know, is a race on our home planet, Blue Star. On King Kai, there is only one person who has an Iron-Eating Beast, Shiyu, one of the geniuses from Blue Star in the Suspended Realm, but the problem is that the Iron-Eating Beast is just one of its many pets. They have only been on King Kai for more than a month. How could they surpass the level and defeat the god level? And the most important thing is, the only win Kirin is on this Shiyu. Contracted by it. This, the Saint Kirin president did not say. After the Saint Kirin president finished speaking, the Kirin tribe present were all stunned. Wait? Not some big starry sky tribe, a hidden powerful tribe, but, their origin home planet, the race that came out of the Blue Star that was smashed and fell to a low-level planet? A later race, surpassing their level and defeating the 5 great god tribes of Blue Star? The president of the Holy Killin could not believe it either. He glanced at the unconscious Ice Killin and contacted Lin Feng directly. At this time, Lin Feng, who was far away in the Shineling realm, received a call from the Killin clan and immediately said happily, What, have you confirmed the evolutionary roots of the Wind Killin and the Blessing Wind? The president of the Holy Kiln said, "Old Lin, does you have an iron-eating beast called 11? Yes, what's the matter? Wait, why don't you think about the Wind Kiln and mention the iron-eating beast?" Lin Fen said puzzledly. "Just now, that 11, in the 10,000 clan ranking battle, defeated the primary god of the Ice Kiln clan by leaps and bounds." "What's wrong with this kid?" Lin Feng was stunned. "Huh? What did you say? That iron-eating beast is only 4 years old. How could you lose?" I'm dying of laughter. "Why is your clan so unlucky? See, I told you to drag your feet and not give the return gift. You're getting retribution. Bring the resources quickly." The president of the Holy Kiln. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.